Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. 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 Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. Press play.
Searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to into the night. The city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
Play.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's
$10 months to get to this. 1 day to crown a champion. We've seen passion, pain, and everything in between to get to this moment. Today, we crown a champion. Gentlemen, let's get to work. First Touch pre-show's live. Woo. It's Dazzler, T-Bait, Johnny Boy, Jorby, and Achieves. Welcome to Championship Sunday, gentlemen.
Well, be here.
It's
Good to be here.
I'm excited, man. We have 2 weeks to this, and like now it's all 1 day, and I'm just all morning. I've just been buzzing. I am so ready to get started. This is gonna be crazy.
We made it.
We did make it. We did make it. Now, as we know, it's gonna get crazy. Again, best of sevens all day. 8 teams going in, Johnny. Only one can be the champion.
Yeah, this is the most cutthroat way that we could have ended this, but it's I think the only way to do this. We've got 8 teams and everyone is a contender, even NRG.
You had to throw one
That's
out.
right. Here. Everyone is a contender. Rocket League's a volatile game, we all know that, so anyone can show up today, and if you've got your best form in the last day of the entire season, you can win it all.
Champions will be crowned, but of course, let's just take a step back and look at some highlights from yesterday. Elimination Saturday happened, and we had 5 beautiful plays as teams fought to get to the playoffs. Starting off here is Justin with this beautiful goal to kick things off on NRG versus Semper. My God, it's amazing.
My goodness, Justin. Prime form. How long has it been since we've seen Justin almost
Too long.
in vintage form, and why NRG is in contention mode right now?
Number 4 is the Beast mode. V1 versus SSG. Look at this. He cuts through them all, Achieves.
And I was asking Direct, what's the key to version 1 success? He says, if Beast Mode's scoring all the goals, V1's gonna win. And he was absolutely right. Scored almost everything. Only 1 goal in that series going over to Torment, and what a goal that one was.
And he had 100% goal participation this whole entire series. Who said he's not a lamb boy? He put all the haters and shut them up yesterday.
Number 3, Arsenal coming out from the side. This was a big game 3 for SSG. I mean, they really pulled out all the stops. I mean, look at that angle. My gosh.
Jeez, Arsenal. Get out the protractor. Go back to math class to figure out what the angle is on that one. That's just a disgusting shot.
And number 2 is Rlcs here from Space Station Gaming. They end up just taking this one. Look at this. Gets the flip. Calm. You can't stop him. He's putting all the way in the back of the net.
It's great control. I mean, Space Station, I think they could have made it here. They got a bit of a tough bracket for themselves, but they did perform admirably, and it was great to see them do that in front of the crowd yesterday, going crazy for them. It just wasn't enough.
And number 1 is Noli here from when Carmine Corp played Falcons.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's the holy Noli, as we like to call it. Noli. 1v3 special off the center reset. Give me 1, give me 2, give me 3. Woo. 3 hands up. It's not enough. We usually say hand down, man down. When I was hand up and touch the ball, do something.
Good luck.
Good luck. That's what it is. My God, that's a top 5.
Oh yeah, that is our top 5 from Saturday, but let's take a look at the bracket here today, because again, you gotta know how things are looking here. You see it, your top 8 teams in order. Did we expect this? I mean, you know, obviously we had our very early predictions, Johnny Boy, but these teams all in this bracket, I mean, how do you feel?
Well, I did have 4 NA teams in my playoff bracket, but they wasn't exactly these 4. I'll admit, I did have SSG instead of NRG.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that like, you know, didn't end up happening because NRG had I think NRG had an easier run here, but they just still deserve to be here. They beat the teams in front of them. You can't take that away from them. But you know, I'll say that they've got the most to prove. I think that they are the underdog. They are the wild card coming in here, which is crazy to say about NRG. But yeah, the fact all NAs on that side of the bracket is also insane. Like I thought it was going to be you know, split either side. No, we're getting an NA finalist.
Yeah, 1 team from North America going to be in that grand final, and then of course you have mostly Europe and then Furia who take on Moist. These are some tough matches to start.
And then a lot of people expected the Falcons to make it to this point. I know a lot of brackets, if you polled the whole entire Rocket League community, I think at least 90% of them would have Falcons here. So the fact that they didn't make it, a little disappointing, but it was the first ever season of RLCS. They've had great results so far, and I know they're going to bounce back strong coming next season. Oh,
certainly. I mean, they really do have nothing to prove after London, but yeah, Group of Death, you know, it was bound to take someone out. If it wasn't going to be Falcons, it was going to be K-Corp. Furia, G2 were in there. It really was just so stacked. FaZe came out of this group. I mean, the fact that only 4 of those teams that I just mentioned can make it out means that we were going to be talking about one of them. And yeah, it just happened to be Falcons. They couldn't get it together.
So those are our matches today are coming up that we'll obviously see later on. We'll be able to talk about them a little bit more, break them down. But, you know, I do want to ask here, you know, now that we have our teams, there's got to be one here that is going to be, you know, obviously easy favorites coming into the matchup. Teams that are kind of underdogs and specific ones. I already know how you feel what ours happening later on. So I
have no clue what Bates' thoughts are.
My question is for those who have probably made their prediction brackets today, which one is the most likely to have an upset? I want to start with you, Chiefs.
I think looking at the brackets, the most likely candidates probably BDS, and the other one being FaZe, because version 1 they did play very well today. I think FaZe definitely the best looking North American team at the moment. That being said, version 1 played very well yesterday. So if I put NA as my #1 contender at the moment, I think version 1 doing really well.
But wait, what's the problem with that? He says he thinks FaZe is #1 NA team. I think you've got to agree with that. Surely they 4-0'd Falcons.
Falcons aren't even here though.
Yeah, it's Falcons. They 4-0'd Falcons. I mean,
you yourself said they were going to be in the finals.
They made Falcons look like champs, dude, and that's hard to do. I have to agree with Johnny here. I'm sorry.
If you look at who they've beaten to
Chicago hit the crossbar like 4 times against Furia. You think I'm going to say G2 looked like the strongest NA team?
I'm confused. In Furious form, I know you, Mr. Purple over there, you of all people aren't going to go and gloss by and act like Furious not top 2, top 1 team in the world.
Did I not say? I didn't say anything about Furia, did I? I'm talking about G2.
What's Fury to you?
The most likely team if they didn't run into Moist.
No. Say it again.
Best team in the world.
You say Fury is the best team in the world?
Florida, best team in the world.
And who beat him?
Oh God. He's doing his.
Might get him one more time.
Yeah, basically.
Who beat him?
It won't happen.
Might get him one more time.
Who beat him?
G2.
Exactly. So that shuts down all that nonsense about FaZe.
I didn't say that. He said that. That wasn't me.
a fair criticism of Jarby. You know, if Jarby thinking FaZe had the toughest run doesn't really align with like Furia being the best team in the world, but like I think Achieves saying FaZe is the best team in NA at this tournament that's fine. They look incredible.
What have they won? Have they won anything?
They don't have to win anything to look the best right now.
They came out of the group of death. They took down the club, who took Furia all the way to 7. Stunning. I think the club were unbelievable, and they could have easily made it out of Group
Who
A.
did G2 play first round? Optic.
Optic, yeah.
That was a warm-up series.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. Like, you look at the strength of schedule. G2 beat Optic and Furia.
But then they play Furia.
Yeah, but I mean,
Furia's top 8 right now.
FaZe beat the club and Falcons. That's the tougher run. That's like you can't.
Two teams that don't see here on Championship
Yeah,
Sunday.
because they're in the group of death, mate.
Okay, Furia's in the group of death too. You know what? Furia somehow made it out. You know why? Because they're great. Furia beat the club. So by the transitive property, Furia beat the club makes that Furia's better than the club.
The transitive property doesn't apply in Rocket League.
You should know that.
Better than the club, but Furia are close to the club. They went Game 7. And I think they're close to Falcons as well. Falcons didn't perform up to the usual level, but FaZe, I think you played well enough to make them look that bad. They were making them play worse.
Yeah. The Diz buff.
You've got to give FaZe credit for that. You can't just say Falcons were terrible.
Okay, so time out. I don't even know how we got to this point. Were you saying FaZe is most likely to be upset?
No. I think, because I think version 1 are looking very well. So I think you have to put FaZe as the favorite against version 1. That being said, since version 1 played so well, I think they'd be the most likely team to be upset.
And I will say this. I actually think that Moist are the most likely team to be upset.
Thank you.
They haven't played in days, and Furia, they just played a really high octane, really fast series yesterday against the club to qualify.
What are they to you? What is Furia to you?
Furia?
The best thing and what?
To me, Furia they're the best team in the world.
Oh, well,
Good job, Silver. I respect it. I'm
sticking to my guns, okay? I picked Furia to win this entire event. They made it to the top 8, and if I back down now and say, no, they're not the best team in the world, and
yeah, but if
they're
the best team in the world, then it's not an upset to you.
That's true.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying everyone else is still thinking that,
That's true.
More like majority.
Jorby can believe anything,
I mean?
but that doesn't change people's minds.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you got Moist, FaZe.
As the most likely team to get upset. Ooh, that's tricky. It's not G2. G2, I don't think they get upset today. NRG are just not quite there yet. I'm sorry, Dan.
He goes, what?
I'm just being honest with you guys. Like, I'm really happy that NRG get to perform on the final day in front of a crowd who want to see them here. So that's awesome.
Yeah, they're going to go the distance.
That's a fantastic storyline. But I've seen nothing from NRG this whole tournament.
Are you not watching the matches?
Bro,
did you see that highlight?
Did you miss the Sipper series?
Listen,
I see Justin Hart carrying.
I've not seen anything from NRG that makes me think they've got a chance against G2. That's just what I think. So I think, I'm kind of like answering the opposite question. You asked me who's the most likely to get upset, but like my mind just immediately jumps like, that's the only one that I don't see an upset happening. And my point is, I think every other series is almost a coin flip.
I've heard this all year long. I've heard the propaganda, but guess what? The truth right here. Okay, I'm getting sick and tired of the propaganda right now because guess what? They're looking on form, and your boys are in trouble. That's all I'm saying, okay? Because guess what? When I saw Garrett hit that double in that game, I mean, you saw they tweeted out my reaction. I almost ran out the arena. I couldn't believe I seen it. Like, are you kidding me? I'm just saying, it's not going to be that easy for G2.
Right now. Y'all can't say he's spinning everywhere. That's how much he puts out there. So Johnny didn't answer the question because you cut him off. He was doing least likely.
Right. I don't know what he
My point was, all of the other series, I could see an upset happening because I think all the other series are really close. Furia, Moist, that's a close series. KC, BDS, I think that's a close one. V1 FaZe, I think that's close as well. But G2 is the only team I don't see getting upset. I just don't know how NRG are going to win that.
So you don't have a most likely. Listen,
my most likely is anyone except NRG.
You can't do that. You can't. The question. You got to answer the question, JB. Break it down.
Most likely.
Break it down.
Well, who are the favorite between KC and BDS? It's like, I don't even know who the favorite is.
I don't think that one is really a favorite at all.
Yeah, so okay, I'll say Karmi Corp most likely to upset then because I don't even know if BDS are the favorite. Like I think most people say that they are, but we really haven't seen too much from them. They smoked V1, but apart from that, that's all we've got to go off.
The top 8 right now.
Yeah, but that's all we got to go. You can't take like a result from all the way back in the earlier stages.
All
say
the way back.
That's what's going to happen forever. That was a different part of the building, different stage. BDS have not played up here yet.
That's true.
They've not played on that stage, so we don't know if they're going to bring that to the main stage in front of 13,000 fans.
Okay. What's your answer to your question then? I want to know.
Well, I don't think that matchup is that close. far apart for G2 and NRG, so I can't say that.
You should just say G2 is the most likely team to get upset.
You guys, you've got to say
That's very
NRG.
close.
Come on.
I think that's very
You've got
close.
to.
Like, I mean, do I have to?
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
I mean, of course, I think the General are going to win, but like I said, I don't think it's like an upset. I guess it is an upset. A lot of people have think G2.
Oh, you've got to call it an upset, surely.
Tournament, so yeah, I'll go NRG on this one.
There we go.
So G2 is the most likely team to be upset?
Yep.
Interesting.
Is that right?
Interesting indeed. Okay, let me get the base breakdown then.
Yeah, what do you
Johnny,
got?
I'm with you on the BDS Kate Corp. I'll say BDS light favorite, but I'll say like 55-45.
Yeah, I could take that, yeah.
So like that's too close. Furia Moist, that's an interesting one.
That is.
It's really
You still don't want to give Jordan credit. You're like, I can't do it.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to use the crowd argument for Moist because I think they thrive in a crowd environment.
Yeah, they do.
I don't like these guys are Lamb boys through and through, but Furia, they've played more recently, and every time at the end of the night when I'm walking out of the arena, those guys are in their booth. They're grinding every single night, even after they lost to G2. Like leaving at the end, those guys are the last people out of the building every single night. Like that kind of grind mentality, that can catch someone off guard. And to me, Furia against the club, that was almost Furia in peak form. Sure, Yan wasn't lighting up the scoreboard, but to me, Furia are better when Yan isn't lighting up the scoreboard. They're better as a full unit. When Kaio is confident and he's striking, that's a dangerous team. And so I absolutely think that Furia have that momentum and could catch Moist off guard. I think it's entirely possible they get the upset.
Okay. Huh, that was a great articulation.
That was well said.
That was great. That was well said. But I disagree. So I don't really care about everything you just came out of your mouth, Jordan. Now that takes out two matchups. What's the other matchup? FaZe V1?
FaZe V1.
Yep.
First match of the day.
Ain't worried about that one either. I'm gonna be honest with you. If there's any team that could beat G2 in this bracket, it's gotta be the boys who are unpredictable. I ain't gonna hold you. There's something about NRG. Cause NRG, they're playing in the NA Regional. It's NA Regional LAN version. Because
It's true.
You know the General, they tend to thrive against the teams they scrim against all the time.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what the General has against the North American teams.
There's no way. There's just no way. I mean, NRG.
How do you keep saying that?
I don't think there's no, I think there's no way.
What's the only North American team they've played this event? And how did it go?
That way it was V1 and it was close matches. You guys just say, oh,
It
it
was
was
not
a
close.
4-0.
They got swept.
It was close.
Time out. We understand it was 4-0 by the time that was over, but it was close matches. Let's not get the propaganda out there and say like NRG got
Just saying, you can't tell me that they do well against North American competition after the spring split they've just had. The spring split that they've just had was
Johnny,
horrendous.
it's the World Championship. You got to add the fall and the winter in there, and historically achieved.
Yeah.
Great
NRG.
Great word.
Historically.
NRG shows up on land.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
NRG shows up at a World Championship.
Boys,
That's what I'm saying.
winter major, not so hot. And then spring split, even worse. And then they get 4-0'd by V1 here. Like I said, I've seen nothing to tell me that they've got a shot against.
But he's going to ignore the second
place.
place in fall. We're just going to skip past that.
Well, I mean,
It falls, that's fine. But I mean,
it's too long
so
ago.
much has changed since then.
It's true.
Fall is so long ago. It was in a
Johnny,
studio.
you say so
This
much
is
has
different.
changed. The finalists of fall are in the top 8. BDS. Who else was in there?
They've literally
NRG.
changed one of their players' teammates. It's changed.
Okay, listen.
So much has changed, including Mark by
FaZe.
for Seiko.
Yeah, but then Seiko's back in fall form. I don't know if you
All I'm thinking is about how JNAPS is looking right now, and JNAPS is in prime form, and there's no way that I can pick against JNAPS.
You see,
and
Justin, though?
NRG. Yeah, okay,
Justin
but like,
scares me.
but to me,
You spend so long saying I don't know about NRG, and then he
because
goes, did
the
you
guy that
see
you're
that,
hyping up
though?
all the time, the North American MVP Atomic, who you say is the best passer in the world,
'Cause he
and
is.
you're telling
He
me
is.
that NRG have the better compliment right now.
The NRG defense is the only thing that can slow down G2.
Daz, it's a shambles. NRG
It's
defense.
not in shambles. You said this
They
so
nearly
many
lost to
times.
Renegade.
Did you even have them in the top 8?
They nearly lost to. Of course, I didn't have them in my top 8.
Exactly.
Why would I have NRG in my top 8? They're
You're a
like,
hater just like Fraud is.
I'm
wish
not
he
a
was on
hater,
this
listen.
desk. I really wish he was on this desk.
I know
so could put it in his
you
face.
got him off. You thought you were going to get off lightly. No, like NRG have to prove that they, deserve to be
And they're
top
gonna
8.
prove it
like
against
obviously,
G2.
they literally deserve to be
So,
here.
Johnny, what's the tweet say if NRG makes the grand final?
Oh well, it's just like I was wrong. Like I'll be the first to tell you I was wrong. Like I'm not afraid to say when I'm wrong, but I'm saying I've
Fair
yet
enough.
to see it. I didn't say we're not gonna see it. I've said
That's true.
I'm yet
You
to
don't
see
believe.
anything from NRG that would convince me they have a chance against G2. That's all I'm saying. If
Oh,
we
yeah.
see something today that changes that fact, then I'll say, well, there it is. Now I've seen it. And if they could beat G2, they can go all the way. So
That's
they
what I
can
thought
prove it
too.
early on. If they could beat G2, they can win the whole thing.
Yeah,
That's
But
the
right
funny
now,
thing.
I think there are 7 teams in this who have a shot of winning. NRG, I haven't seen it yet. I've not. Just being honest.
But he's not wrong, though.
Imagine CJ's...
Yes, he is.
Listen, imagine CJ's retirement after beating NRG. Thank goodness they beat CJ. Otherwise, CJ retires after beating NRG. That would have been something.
It would have been the way to go.
That would have been something. Last checkbox in the bucket list. All right, I'm out of here. Beat NRG on LAN. See you later.
But I think it's entirely possible whoever wins that G2 NRG matchup. There's so much experience against, FaZe version 1. They've spent so long beating them generally across the board that I think whoever comes out on top of that, it's entirely possible that
we kind of felt that way about Space Station, though, and then version 1.
Well, that's not version 1's fault that Space Station didn't win.
Actually, it is completely version 1's
You're
fault.
right, it is. It didn't win.
Hold on. Now, Space Station V1, I mean, I'm looking at that series yesterday thinking the winner's got a shot to take the whole thing. That's what I'm thinking when I'm watching that one. Same with Falcons, KC. Honestly, like with the way the club are playing, I could have seen them making a run too. The club are unbelievable. So they've shown me throughout the wild card, some of those teams, and the main event up until that point, that they've got the potential to go all the way. But I just haven't, I don't think NRG have really had the run to really prove
Convince
that.
you.
It's unfortunate. They run into Semper, who are having problems, and that's not ideal. I'm sure NRG would have loved to beat them on stage and show that they've got what it takes to beat a full team on stage, but they've not had the chance yet, and they do today.
Did you get through that, Daz? You okay?
We can recap it real fast. So you've got...
I think FaZe is most likely to be upset.
Moist.
And I went BDS, most likely.
And I went with G2.
Right.
And then you win energy.
Okay.
So,
that's nice.
That is where we stand in terms of the bracket, but of course, Chiefs, we're gonna say goodbye to you momentarily. So toodaloo. As we say goodbye to Chiefs, let's take a look at the prize pool for today. Again, to see the cash that these players are playing for, Jorby.
A lot of money. Every single match is just dollars in your pocketbook. I mean,
look what they've already got for getting top 8. Just a nice 100.
Just a cool 100K for being here today.
And if you win one match, you get another 100.
Another 100.
And then if you win the next match, you get another 200.
200.
And then you get another 200 on top of that. You get first. You're walking out with nothing but cheddar cheese by the time this is over. The world champ, $600,000 in the pockets. World champion.
Straight to duty free at the airport.
It's going to be incredible to see. You're in the big money right now. And so it'll be something that's on the players' minds throughout, but at this point, you made so much money. It's really going to be about the world championship. You know what I'm saying, DeBab?
Oh, no, I know what I'm saying. Speaking of which, our next guest, actually, he got some ice on him, so he might know how to spend that prize, but that's all I'm saying. We got Scissors from FaZe joining us here on the first touchdown. Scissors, how you doing?
Yo, what's good, guys? I'm excited to be here, man.
Oh, man, we got Legend Scissors over here. One of the first big-time players playing Rocket League. Scissors, what's the rank looking like nowadays?
We're on the brink of SSL, all right? I can't confidently say I'm SSL everywhere,
you should like queue up a Rizzo, and then you can get it together.
Yeah, for sure, because I heard he's never hit before.
He's really, really struggling out there. You got to help him out.
You're going to go pro soon then, right?
Yeah,
pro,
for sure.
Yeah.
A bunch of people come up to me and said that I should be the one on stage, and I'm like, for sure, man, for sure.
Well, it's good to have you on the desk, obviously. I know you're cheering for FaZe. Let's take a look at some FaZe highlights so we can chat about that a little bit. I mean, how do you feel about FaZe Clan's running this tournament so far?
I mean, they are absolutely killing it. Obviously, you guys saw the sweep of the Falcons here, and honestly, one of my favorite moments was Game 4, the final game. The final moments when it was back and forth, the ball was in the air forever, and finally, touched the ground and we took the dub, but they're killing it.
I feel like FaZe is just like in this tournament, they've looked so different, and like ever since we've been talking about the Rlcs coach, but look at him getting hyped for his team. Do you see the difference with FaZe with Rlcs coaching the team?
100%. The guys are all locked in, and then you add that Rlcs effect, and they are just gelling. They are killing it out here, and they're going to continue it today for sure.
It's Rldiff. That's the difference.
I
feel like the other thing with Rldiff that we have to remember is that he's not just there to hype them up, which he's doing a great job of, but First Killer in one of the pre-match interviews says Rldiff is really helping us with the strategy, and I think one of the things that can go wrong on LAN is forgetting the game plan. Like a team will go in with a game plan, and then game 1 or 2 happens, and the game plan's out the window. They just totally forget. That's why tactical timeouts, like that's a game plan reset a lot of the time.
Yep.
So you'll see the plan working just in those 1 or 2 games afterwards. But Rldiff is like keeping them steady, reminding them all the way throughout, this is what we're here to do. And I think this is like easily the best FaZe have ever looked.
Yeah, and he's going to be on the stage behind those boys today, so we don't have a FaZe hype man, so you got to take his spot for.
Don't worry, man. I'm the FaZe super fan this weekend, and I'll be cheering them on all weekend.
Okay. Well, okay. Tell me why you think they're going to win it all. I need to know.
Like I said, they're absolutely locked in. They're gelling right now. We were actually on stream the other day, and they got asked, who's the best player in the world besides yourself? First Killer didn't have an answer. And they asked AJ, and they asked Typical, and they pointed that man right there. So they're top 3 best in the world for sure. And they're going to prove it here today.
Who's the stiffest competition? Who's got the best chance of being FaZe today?
So I was talking to AJ, and he said, they're not scared of anybody at all, but they think Moist and BDS have the best chance of meeting them in the finals.
Yeah, they got to be thinking they've got a collision course with G2 as well. As much as Dazrun would hate to admit it, like surely FaZe. Are you expecting G2 to be that team in the semis?
Yeah,
if they make it
for
there?
Sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
And why is that? Tell these guys over here. Just
hold on. I 100% expect G2 to be there. Don't tell me.
You still think there's an upset?
There's upset potential though.
There's one for you. There's one for you.
Yeah, why G2? Why not NRG?
I mean, G2 has that energy, and don't get me wrong, I love NRG. I love almost every team in this tournament, but I'm a big fan of the NRG guys, but I think G2 is just absolutely crushing it right now. But low-key, I will be rooting for NRG,
That's
but
right.
G2, I think, are the favorites.
You low-key rooting for NRG because you think it'll be easier for FaZe?
No. I just love the team. I love the guys at NRG, I've been playing with them for years, but obviously, FaZe #1, and they're going to be taking it.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. Yeah, that is the first matchup of the day as well. Like FaZe versus V1, I should say, coming up. So.
Yeah, it is FaZe versus V1. Jorby's got the purple on, you get the red on. That's very interesting to see.
Yeah,
interesting when that
we
comes
didn't
to
plan that, but it worked. That's the script. The script
But-
has been like in effect all week, so.
I gotta ask you, big man. Yeah, what you tweeted out, I think it was after, I don't know what series it was. It was either when FaZe played or when G2 Inferior played. You tweeted out, Rocket League is easily the best esport. And I know you've probably seen, I know you've been around, man. You caught a whole bunch of esports in your time. So, tell the people why you be thinking that.
I've been to a million esports events, right? I've been to so many, and don't get me wrong, I love them. They're all so cool, but being here, there's a million reasons. I could rattle off a million reasons why Rocket League is the best esport, but the community is so, passionate and welcoming.
Yeah.
And this venue itself is one of the coolest I've ever seen.
It is
by far. The stage setup, the big screen. You guys are doing a great job, but one of the main reasons why it's the best esport is because it's so easy to follow. Anyone from any conventional sports can watch this esport and get passionate about it. They can root for those teams and they know what's going on. It's so easy to follow and it's so fun to watch.
What's your favorite part of the game itself? It's Rocket League. There's so many different parts of it, like you said, but pick one thing about the game that you love the most.
Not what I'm doing on the court, right, or on the stage, but what I can see what these guys are doing. You guys went through the top 5 plays. It's just the mechanical skill that some of these players have, and the ceiling for the skill level that these guys have is just a whole nother world. It's insane to see. So that's probably my favorite.
Like it.
We need to have that clip. We need to have that clipped right now. 2-minute package.
Right.
Put that in a Rocket League promo, esport. FaZe Scissors, easily the best. He's been to millions and millions.
Easily.
Not a contest. Of course, this is absolutely incredible seeing everybody here in Dickies Arena get hyped for all these matches. And being here to be in one of the biggest moments in the esport has also been super fantastic. So, Scissors, on that note, I'm gonna let you go enjoy the games, man. Thank you so much for joining us here on the First Touch Desk.
Yeah.
Any last
Appreciate
words, Big Tom?
What's up?
Any last words?
FaZe up. That's all I got, baby. That's all we got.
Oh, you got? FaZe all the way.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll see about that, the band.
Good luck.
That's right. We'll see. Let's take a look at some highlights here from Moist versus Simper. As again, we're going all the way to the other side of the bracket. It's time to get away.
Well, we've been dripping all week. Let's be honest. This team, I'm gonna be hyping up Furia, obviously, but this Moist team, there's no team that's looked better than them in this tournament. All 3 of them are absolutely ridiculous at this game. You got Vatigoat, you got Joyo, you got Rise, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Where's the play where they're hitting it off the backboard and Fati gets the reset off the backboard and he slots it in the right? This team can do everything. They are mechanical maestros. Here it is, right here. Look at this. Put it up. Oh, I got it still. Oh my goodness, it's disgusting. This team is so fun to watch. I absolutely love every second of their time on the pitch.
They're really incredible. They're favorites coming in and for good reason. Second in LA, first in London, and they're so talented. Their rise, no pun intended, but their rise all the way up to this point, getting this good, this fast.
It's crazy.
Complete turnaround. What the?
Oh. What did you get here? I was like looking over
sports.
here.
How you guys doing?
Oh, gosh.
Whoa. Look who they let on the desk.
Old man Riz.
Yeah, I heard there's a sporting event going on.
Rizzo, what's going on over there,
You're about to
man?
hit the green.
What do you mean? You don't like the Fitbaits?
I mean, it's looking pretty good. You look like a dad, though.
No.
You can't really see the socks and shoes.
You can,
sure
you can't. You can put them up if you want to. You want to show the people. That'd be a stretch, though. We don't have the jib coming
yeah,
on.
You got big
on
laces
space
down there. I see 'em.
Looking good.
Like man of the gold, obviously.
Listen, Rizzo, you're a Moist representative. Talk to me about your team as they take on the top 8.
I mean, Moist, you know, I always believe in them. I know they always look good. Every time you talk to them, they're just super chill. They don't care who they play. They're just ready to get the job done.
Ready to get the job done.
It's so hard to take you seriously right now, but you're still sounding like Rizzo. So, as a former pro player, why, what can you see in them that you've seen from previous winners? What kind of similarities, on or maybe even more off the court, more off the pitch?
I think off the court or off the pitch for them is they're just so friendly with each other. Like they just have really good vibes. Like going into games, practices, scrims, like even outside of Rocket League. Really, they're just really good friends. And like having that camaraderie is such a big thing for a team.
Is there any team for you? I know the boys aren't worried about anybody, but like for you personally, is there any team that you're specifically worried about them facing?
If they're not worried, I'm not worried.
Fair enough.
But who do you think they're going to face? So if they've got them going all the way, of course, who do you think is going to be there? They've got one NA team to play today, if they make it to the final.
Ooh, I would say if I had to pick one, I would probably go with G2.
The rematch from
G2.
LA.
What the?
You already know that.
You like that?
You already know that. You know I like that. I heard though that you've been filming something.
We're filming something.
You been working on something?
I've been in the studio.
He's been in the stew.
We gotta roll the tape.
We got the tape. Let's roll this Rizzo tape.
Where do you need me? Right there, dude. Okay. It's been a while, huh? I quit Rocket League 2 years ago. I bought a new car, have an amazing fiance, I make a trunk load of money, and I bought a new house this spring. I party every weekend, I'm never home, and really I'm just enjoying life. My piece of advice, stop trying to make gaming a career. It's super cringe.
I don't know what happened at the spring major, but
Is that a peregrine?
ever since we've been home, Dylan's changed.
I can't believe they went with beige.
I'm worried.
That's a bug.
Hey, Dylan. I know you're busy this weekend, but I have an event that's really important to me, and it would mean a lot if you went.
Sure. I was supposed to go golfing with the boys, but I could move at tea time.
Okay, great. This needs to work.
Oh, sports. I love sports.
Oh, well, look who it is.
Well.
My man Rizzo.
Emiliano, how are you doing, buddy?
What's it? First name basis?
Yeah.
Handshake?
It's
Okay.
it's a pleasure to see you.
Well, it's always good to see you, my man. You here for the game?
Yeah. What are they playing in there?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What are you playing?
We're playing Rocket League. That's the whole reason everyone's here.
Rocket League. I have not heard that name in ages.
It hasn't even
Are
been
you
like...
serious? Come on, let's go.
You retired like a couple months ago.
How are the kids? How are they doing?
I don't have kids.
I think that's the first time Rizzo's ever called me by my first name. I don't know who he is anymore. I don't know what just happened. I don't feel right. He looked like my 80-year-old uncles playing golf. Okay, that was not Rizzo.
So here are the kids playing Rocket League.
Oh my God, they're precious. Look at the pajamas.
Wow, that is adorable.
What's up, Rizzo?
Nothing much. I got something for you, though.
Okay.
Why do dads bring 2 pairs of socks when they go golfing?
Why?
In case they get a hole in one.
A hole in what? Oh no, Rizzo.
SSG! 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 SSG!
Yeah, eggshell white. All right.
Eggshell white.
Yeah, should I go with eggshell white?
No, SSG.
What about Southern Breeze? This texture, this carpet is so nice. I would love this in my living room.
Rizzo, there you are. We need you. Joyo's hurt his hand. He was hitting the griddy too hard or something. I don't know. But we need you, bro.
What do you need me for?
Rocket League, the World Championships. We need you.
Rocket League. Rocket League. I'll do it. I told you I still got it. Still work on SSL. Doesn't matter. I could still sub in for the pros if I wanted to. I don't see any problem with that. I'm just doing me.
I'm so happy that the old Dylan's back. I mean, the one that everyone loves, the one where he's just so himself. I'm just so thankful. All right, we good?
It's great.
Perfect, awesome. I honestly can't believe that worked.
Honestly, it worked so much better than expected. He'll never know he was playing in spots.
Absolutely never.
What?
Rizzo, are you back?
I'm back, baby. And you know I still got it, as I always did.
And we got a special guest, Moist Critical, joining the desk.
Hey, how's it going, boys? How's it going? I'm excited to be here.
Welcome, welcome.
I gotta say that.
The crowd. Listen, Johnny, I don't want to hear nothing about ain't gonna get love for EU. You heard
Hey,
the roar.
listen. When something happens, when something happens, this crowd's louder than any Rocket League crowd I've ever heard. I mean, there's 13,000 of them, so it's amazing. I mean, everybody that we've met this weekend, everybody that's coming up to say hi, just the nicest people on the planet. You know, even in Fort Worth where we're at, I'm loving it here. You know, all of you guys from here, super welcoming. I know you're not from here, but how do you feel? Would you agree?
Oh, I'm from the South. You already know that, baby. Louisiana.
Yeah, your
Come on,
neighbors, right?
Oh, yeah, neighbors, 100%. I'm not worried about any of these people here. I got the Southern hospitality. I know all these people here. I got the Southern hospitality.
It's true.
I ain't gotta worry about
That's true. They're good at getting loud, and they've been loud here. How do you feel, Charlie, seeing like this arena and seeing all these people?
Oh, it's unbelievable. So yesterday, like the whole place was just like electric. Like you could feel the ground shaking with like every goal. Everyone just going wild.
Oh wow,
it's awesome.
Listen, they gotta turn the headset up. They need to be able to hear them. But what I will say is like it has been definitely very electric in here. As you can probably even hear just like from that reaction right there. I do want to also try to go back to how you feel Moist has been this tournament. What do you think their run on Championship Sunday looks like?
Oh, I think they've been playing amazing, like out of their mind. They look so good.
You're so good at this.
Yeah,
you can say anything.
Oh, I mean, it's just the crowd being super sweet. Like, it's such a great community. Like everyone I've met so far has just been like absolutely a wholesome, beautiful person. And I think Moist Esports is just playing beautifully. Like when they played Simper, oh my God, I was so nervous going into it, but they really, put me to bed with nice, sweet dreams. I didn't have anything to fear. A nice sweep 4-0 felt wonderful. I know Rizzo probably felt the same.
Rizzo, say you're not out there right now? I saw the VT. It looked like you're getting some running, but I didn't see that though.
Wait, you didn't see what?
You getting some running?
I did some running. Where was I running?
on the pitch in the video.
I mean, I don't remember doing any running baits. I'm gonna keep it real with you.
Oh my gosh. Well, anyways, though, I know we got a big day today.
Yep.
I gotta ask both of you, because I know you got your Moist Esports merch on. I know big man himself. Who's the steepest competition for Moist today?
I think everyone's super scary. So what I'd really love to see is the Moist Esports G2 Grand Finals. I think that's just the perfect storyline. So that's what I'm really looking forward to. I'm praying. I've been very superstitious. I've slept only a few hours for the last 72 hours. So I'm here. I'm ready to either have a heart attack or, go absolutely wild.
Do you have backup superstitious activities? 'Cause I know when we're watching the live stream, you guys like to switch it up if it's not going well.
So we have a lot of strats. We like to employ the SpongeBob strats. So like Doodle Bob, if that's not working, we'll bring out the George Lopez, sometimes the Batman.
Did Rizzo tell you about his strat in London where he actually locked himself in the bathroom because you went to the bathroom and then they started winning, so you just stayed there
I was
for
really
like the entire rest of the tournament and it worked.
And I think that's what makes it so special. We're playing with the players, like we adapt.
Right.
We see what works like in the quantum realm and we just make sure it's
Yeah, I heard that you guys, there was construction going on last night. You guys built in like a portable bathroom for Rizzo to be able to hide in once the matches start.
Just in case, if we need to get him in there.
Yeah, we have it ready to go. Just, in case, which, of course I don't believe will happen, but in case there is some sort of fluke or loss on the pitch for Moist, I'll be ready to go in that bathroom. I'll lock myself into the entire event.
You really are team players. It's amazing. But one thing I got to ask, so last time the boys were here, they were Team Queso, and they, that was their first time really playing in front of any crowd. So people were still kind of learning about them. I think, as they as individuals come back, they're now a lot more popular. People are falling in love with the way they play. But having you guys to back them, I feel like they're easily the crowd favorite on that side of the bracket, and that's I think going to carry on into the final as well. I expect, and I'm really hoping to see big crowd reactions like we've been getting for those triple backboard plays that Joyo Rizvitira love to do. I know you're going to be silent, Bates, as usual. They could score the best goal in the history of Rocket League. You're zip over the lip.
What do you mean? I root for Moist. I'm expecting the Moist G2 final. That's exactly what's on my mind. It's been on my mind the whole entire time I've been here. So you already know that.
Are you making some noise if Moist score in that grand final?
I hope he would.
He got Charlie looking at him in his eyes. He's like,
Just giving him at least a golf clap.
I give him a golf clap. I love the Moist boys. They're honestly like one of my favorite teams here, and just the passion, the amount of attention y'all even bring to the team. I know y'all have the team all the way out wherever y'all are based at, and I know y'all learn Vati is an absolute calorie intake savior.
You go to his station, there's like 2 things of like apple juice and all kinds of snacks and everything. It's amazing.
Not the little apple juice, the big,
like the actual big ones,
Yeah,
and lemonade or something.
But like, what's it like having that support for the team so quickly? Because when you picked them up, they were just coming off of a grand final, and you guys have, it couldn't have gone any better up to this point. They've won the major. Now they're here looking like the favorites.
I couldn't imagine it going any better. Like, aside from them just being extremely talented, they're just super fun people to be around. We went to Universal and had a great time. Like, they're just a great group of guys. So I'm glad the crowd's on their side most of the time. Like, I think they deserve it. I think they're the best in the world. So we got super lucky.
He said it, the best in the world. They're going to have to show it today. It's going to be a lot of matches that we're going to end up seeing here. But of course, we do want you guys to also get ready for the match. Before we let you go, is there any thoughts, anything you want to say to the crowd, the fans that have been cheering you on?
I won't speak for Rizzo. I'll let you take something if you want.
All right. I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here. Shout out to all the Moist fans. Shout out to all the fans in general for just making this event one to remember, really.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been super special. This arena is amazing. So let's get wet.
Let's get wet.
Let's get wet, people.
Let's get wet, baby.
Oh my.
It's gonna be great. We'll say goodbye to you two. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on the First Touch desk. Let's take a look at the bracket again, so you guys can lock back in. Moist Esports taking on Furia, and that will happen later on in the day. As we get to see. Again, we talked to them about their dream final. Now it's time to figure out what the Desk's dream final is. Bates, is the Moist G2, is that your dream final?
Oh, that's a dream. That's beautiful. That's the peak of Rocket League in my opinion. I saw it in LA. I know a lot of people said London was really good between Falcons and Moist, but to me personally, I didn't think Falcons played their best series the second time around against Moist.
Oh, the second series certainly not. No.
Exactly. The first one was pretty good, but it didn't have that back-to-back. But in LA, Moist and Queso in G2, but they're Moist now. They're playing the best Rocket League I think I've seen all year from two teams for that lengthy duration of time. So I'm rolling with them.
Well, they've had the experience. It was so clear that the Moist who ran that bracket in London, lower bracket, they were so prepared for going the distance, whereas they kind of ran out of steam in LA. I think they got a bit too excited, maybe expended a bit too much energy early on, and just they couldn't cross that finish line. They just fell off at the end, but they had so much momentum. They had so much energy. It seemed like it was limitless in London.
Yep.
That's going to be something that all the teams need to be thinking about today, because it's a long day. It's 3 best-of-7s to get into that grand final. Every team starting in the same spot.
We welcome back Achieves and Jorby. Gentlemen, we're going to bring you into this conversation as well, Achieves. Dream final here with this top 8 bracket. Who do you got?
I think my perfect, in my own head, for a very romanticized reason, if you will, would be Furia versus NRG.
Oh.
Now, I know everyone's like, why would you want NRG in the final?
I get it. I get it.
No, not for what you think. I want NRG there because I think there's something delightfully poetic about being first team from not North America or Europe, going and dethroning the actual current world champion. That's the only reason I want NRG there. I think other people would give them a better run, and I like the idea of having a world champion that's not from North America or Europe finally. And if Furia gets through Moist, it's possible. And that's the only reason I want it.
My dream is Furia G2, and here's the reason why.
Talk to me nice, Jorby.
I'll talk to you nice, okay? So, K-Corp, they beat Furia twice.
They did.
And then the third match, they won.
They
Third
did.
time's the charm, as the old saying goes.
That's what the saying goes?
They played G2 twice in the last 3
I don't
lands.
like how this ends.
They lost the first 2 matches. And you know what the old saying is, Bates?
Third time's
the charm. So Furia, if they play G2 once more, I know for a fact it's going to be a Furia win.
Johnny, what's your dream final?
You're just going to swallow that real quick.
You don't want to retort? Okay, well, dream final. I mean, the beauty of this bracket is, honestly, any final, looking at these teams, plus, like, even more who didn't make playoffs, is such a great final. The way that Rocket League worldwide parity has really come together, seeing the club play so well this weekend, and seeing so much depth now in North America at the top of at the top teams, even teams like Semper showing up and performing. You know, there's so many teams here that if they make that run, I'm happy, so happy to see them do that. But if I have to pick one 8 here, there's no wrong answers. But for me, I think it's got to be Moist and G2. I would agree. I think that's
Moist G2,
I think that's the final. There's so much of a storyline there.
Best in the game.
Yeah. They're the 2 most recent international LAN winners.
Rematch.
There's no wrong answers, but that I think is the best answer.
Fair enough.
Turn on the glasses.
Everybody has their opinion.
Oh, gosh.
I think for me, I got to go Moist on the upper half of the bracket. I think, Moist have kind of proven to me, like I have them, we did the list streams. I have them in my top list. Joel, one of the best players in the world. Feel like he's going to prove that. And then facing against them, it's the General, NRG. My God, they're going to do it all. They're going to shut down the haters. Everybody's been talking, doing all this nonsense, this yap, and they're going to go, they're going to take down Go2. It's going to be a close series, though. And then they're going to go, take down FaZe. Next, FaZe is going to be there. I want Roll to look Justin in the eyes when he's on his team. I want to see it. And I'm going to be there, passing the match, too.
I can't believe you want to see NRG get completely destroyed like that in the grand final, like putting him against
You actually think NRG would be able to beat Moist?
Like, why? Why would you do that to them?
Honestly, I think they would have a chance.
How?
Well, I mean, if NRG actually got there, they're clearly playing well.
No, NRG, they got some magic against NA teams, but the moment they're going to play against EU, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and they're going to figure it out. The Germans,
they're going to figure it out.
Well, guess what? Captain America, he's going to lead the troops. He's going to get into the comms. He's going to start doing the talking. He's going to give up some space. Squish is going to be the best defender in the world. He's been doing it all this time. Well, he's been doing it yesterday.
Yesterday's close enough.
He's going to do it yesterday. That's good enough for me. It's about the momentum. They got the momentum. I feel like Justin has no pressure on him at all. I talked to him last night. I said, how you feel? He said, I feel good. I said, that's good enough for me. They're going to the final.
I love it. They've been doing it all one day.
Copium. He's high on Copium right now. You got nothing but Copium.
I thought I had hard copium, but I think you beat me.
I just want to see your faces on the desk. I'm gonna be looking at all y'all every time when the General wins every single series. I want to look at y'all in the eyes. I want to see the copium.
Your dad's a nice tall glass.
I'll be happy for you, genuinely. I'll be happy for you.
Yeah, if you're right, I'll give you a golf clap.
If they can pull it, if NRG can, get that G2 win, then that's it. We've got another contender for sure. I'll be happy for you.
It would be nice to see the defending world champions in the first world championship in 909 million days.
9,900,000.
And the most international world championship too.
It's true.
It would be nice to see them defend their championship in the grand final.
Yeah.
But we all know that won't be happening.
We all know.
That won't be happening. It'll be G2 Moist for me. We've seen 3 G2 Moist. I think that's because I think we all know deep down in our hearts.
No, I know in my heart now.
Okay, in your brain.
Do the brain.
I think we all know in our brains.
I mean the brain.
That's the best series that we could possibly get, in my opinion. I think that one has the reasonable distance to go to 7.
It's not about the best, though. It's about the dream. That's what it's about your heart. It's about your heart
right now. Is it really a dream to see?
That's what it says on the screen.
Okay, so it's going to be a nightmare, though, for you, because you're going to see
No,
NRG.
because you're going to win.
No, how?
It's the dream.
Right, let me dream. I'm closing my eyes.
Stay dreaming then, coach. Stay dreaming.
Nah, to be fair, if NRG make the final, then they can win it. Like if they make it through G2, I think anyone can win it.
Yeah,
but they're like you said, until they beat G2, I don't believe it. But if they make it through G2, sure. Like
well, they'll have to
they
make it
can
through
do
G2. Let's see the order of what the matches are going to be played today. As you know, the bottom half of this schedule is going to fill in. You see Moist Esports are going to be taking on Furia later to finish the quarterfinals. Team BDS are going to be taking on Carmine Corp before them. The General, NRG, going to be taking on G2. And of course, our first matchup of the day going to be version 1 taking on FaZe Clan, as this one is going to be a bout between 2 exciting teams. But to introduce the players, we're going to send it to Stacks on the floor.
In October of 2021, our journey began. And that journey has led us here. Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, and Rocket League fans all around the world, welcome to Championship Sunday. It's time to kick off our first quarterfinal of the day. Let's meet the teams.
Don't pause. Press play.
Our next match, V1, I think we're pretty confident. We know their playstyle and we know how they want to play and we know how to counter them.
We're looking to get some revenge for what happened back in LA. It was game 7, very, very close, and we're looking forward to taking them down here.
I think V1's biggest weakness is their defense. If we play how we play and just like break down their defense like we normally should, we'll just outpace them and just control the pitch.
Our goal is to make sure that they don't have much boost. We're going to be trying to outpace them, and I think as long as we're able to get them starved under pressure, they're not going to be able to perform.
We're playing really well right now, and we're all just grinding the game. We're all like on 100 past 2. We just want this W. We're motivated, hungry, we just want this.
We have the experience, and we have the talent to take these guys down. You guys are good, but unfortunately, we're better.
One of the most iconic brands in all of gaming is ready to take the stage. But across the way, a former world champion remains unfazed. Our first matchup features FaZe Clan and version 1.
FaZe, a perennial top 4 team, taking the stage against version 1, who absolutely popped off yesterday, namely Beast Mode. And you know, if Beast Mode shows up like he did yesterday, we are in for one heck of a series.
Yeah, really, that's what it's about. They've told us themselves, Beast Mode needs to show up. If he scores early, I think that's the nerve settled. He's been a bit flat earlier in the tournament, but what we saw yesterday was inspirational from Beast Mode in V1.
It's a real opportunity as well for the other players on Beast Mode. Really get yourself cemented at the top of that North American scene, because a lot of us like version 1, but we've never been like they're definitely the best.
In Beast Mode, we saw the Beast Quake earlier in the top 5 plays. He had 100% goal participation yesterday against SSG, his best LAN performance ever, by far, without a question. But he's gonna have to duplicate that today, and it won't be easy. But it takes this young man in the middle, calm. You saw the passion, you saw the hype, you saw the energy. You want to talk about an IGL that doesn't get much better than this young man right here.
He is the engine of this version 1 team. You need the energy. Calm is the reservoir that they pull from. He has been instrumental in keeping version 1 level on that energy. He's all smiles. He was sleeping after game 1, after Space Station, taking a little nap. Now he's taking the caffeine. Gonna need a little bit of a top up.
Oof, that one hit.
Starts.
It's gonna be on that man to hold down the back line. Top right, Tommy. Torment. He's been a master of defense for V1. He's kept them in many matches over the course of the wild card and into this event. And Torment, I mean, he's been on this stage
for as long as we can remember. For as long as we can remember, and he's got Coach Burner behind him also, who's been there for as long as the beginning of Rocket League time. These 2 veterans with these 2 young guns have a formidable roster here, but it ain't gonna be easy because on the other side, you got First Killer. Gibbs, you're not here, so I'll hype him up for you. He leads in like every statistical category. He's a man on a mission. He was hyped up as the prodigy who would take over North America, finally playing in a World Championship Sunday to be exact. And we'll see what he can do.
First Killer has to stay locked in, but he's also gonna need some help there. You gotta go look at the middle seat here. It's AJ. As he is going to get set. I mean, you talk about First Killer being the prodigy, but AJ has the offensive firepower in his own right. All the pieces in the puzzle need to be locked in here for FaZe.
Yeah, he really deserves this. He's such a hard worker. You know, he goes way back as well. AJ, you know, he's so mechanical that a lot of people just assume that he's one of these young guns, but he's a veteran now, and he's really just stayed, you know, on his game the entire career that he's had. Never falling off. Anytime there's a new mechanic, he's learning it. He's putting in the hours to this day.
And you can never have a rounded out squad without Typical. So many questions asked about him. Oh, was it a good move to go to FaZe? Oh, who knows? Is he still good? Absolutely. You don't get to make that argument anymore. You've made quite the run to get here. Everybody on FaZe Clan has looked the best they've looked all year, and Typical has been a big part of that show so far.
I asked him, are we going to see the Ecto today? He thinks no.
No,
you know, unless something has changed.
He's undefeated.
Yeah, he is undefeated on it, but I think that, you know, might have just been a little special something for Falcons. I'm going to be really interested to see if he pulls that one out. It's great to have a different car, different hitbox you can go to. Typical's got it on lock.
And then, of course, Coach Diz in the back, the Diz buff. Ever since they picked him up.
Roll diff.
The roll diff. That's roll diff up in the chat. You see him right there, big man Rocket at number 8. He's been picked up on his FaZe roster. We asked them, do they even like watch replays? They said no. But now, since they picked up this, they're actually watching replays from Once Derby.
I remember talking to Roll Diz a couple days ago, and he was telling me that, you know, all 3 of these guys know that they're capable of being a superstar. But he was telling the team, you know, you guys as a team are a superstar. And that kind of, like, feeding that kind of mentality into FaZe, having that team mentality, knowing that working together as we saw them play against Falcons, and if they bring that kind of energy, that's what Roll Diz has brought to this team.
Yeah.
It's literally been the missing piece.
Yeah, he has. He's put together that puzzle, but this puzzle piece on the other side has been building over the course of most of this season, ever since Beast Mode's been on the roster. Him, Calm, Torment, Fireburner have been working, have been improving their craft event by event, and it seems like at the end of the spring major, they finally figured things out. I mean, they were so close. They were in the top 3. Now they're trying to make a run for the World Championship. Both teams are, as the battle between these 2 teams is going to be very, very close.
And I got to pose a question to everybody because Gibbs, he's got all the stats brought to you by Direct. I think it's 53-0 teams are so far throughout this whole entire event. 53-0, the team that wins game 3.
It's a team that gets 3 games first, I believe. Yeah. So if a team gets to 3, they've won the series every time this event. Comebacks have been incredibly hard. That's something that, you know, has really been exaggerated at the World Championship compared to previous events. It's always hard to come back in Rocket League, but to come back from, you know, seeing the other team beyond the 3 wins, it's been impossible so far. 53 times out of 53.
Chat, let us know what you think. Verizon fan vote on your screen. Hashtag V1 for version 1. Hashtag FaZe for FaZe Clan. As we get predictions here for our first matchup, we're going to ask the panel. The Chiefs, start us off.
You know, I got to pick FaZe. So FaZe up for me. I think there's a good opportunity for version 1 here, and especially for Torment. For so long, it's like, he's not as good as he was. But now, you win against FaZe, then you have to be like, oh yeah, he's that other world championship that we don't talk about on Cloud9 anymore. So I'd love to see Torment come out here, but FaZe Clan looking too locked in for me. They're the most likely to be upset, but it's not happening here.
And I know it might look like I'm going a certain way based on the way that I'm
Oh,
dressed.
it does.
But while I'm all purple on my dress, I'm red hot up in my brain. I got FaZe Clan here. I don't think version 1 are going to do it. It's possible, but the way FaZe have looked this weekend, the Diz buff is too strong.
Yeah, this could get ugly. I didn't expect it to go like this at all, and it really might not be a fair representation of how close this series should be. But I'm going FaZe as well. You know, I think that coming out of the matches we've seen so far, they look like the strongest NA team. They look like, well, we always knew they had the potential, but now they look like they've actually, got there. They've put it together. Yep. I think it is Roll Diff. He's, brought in just a little bit of a new vibe to the team and a little bit of a, stable man at the back to keep them all together in the high pressure moments. What I've seen from them so far looks incredibly hard to stop.
V1 FaZe. It's like a V1 SSG again. The teams are so close and they quick, but of course I'm gonna roll with FaZe. I think they're the better team in the Diz buff, and I think that they're gonna get the first 3 games. I think
you
they're
can't
gonna
believe
start
in the
harder
feast
than
of
V1.
fans.
I'm going with FaZe, Diz buff.
Daz, it's up to you, bro.
Give me V1.
That's fine.
Give me V1, version 1. I think they got it figured out. Chat, what do you got? It's close. Get up, get loud. It's game day. One more time. We're going to send it to Stacks to kick off the match.
Every story has a beginning, and every story has an ending. The story of this season began with thousands of teams across 8 different regions, signing up with the distant dream of maybe somehow one day sitting on this very stage. There's still so much to be written, and only one day left to write it. The next chapter of our story is about to unfold. On one side of the bracket, we have North America's finest. And on the other side of the bracket, the rest of the world will go to battle. The quest for the grandest prize in the history of our sport begins here now.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from wherever you're watching around the world. And welcome to Championship Sunday. I am Scooby Smash, and joining me are my 2 good friends, Cole and Stumpy.
What an honor it is to bring you guys the first match of Championship Sunday. Version 1 versus FaZe Clan, and the storylines that are merging here are eternal. Immediately kicking things off is Typical.
Typical's moved away from his Exo-1 that was so effective for him in the past. He's back in the Fennec, and I think in any car in the game, he could have put that one away. It's just a simple chance of FaZe Clan, but that will settle their nerves.
I mean, we just started 5 seconds in. FaZe Clan already off to work, and version 1 need to focus up on these kickoffs. Another one going in favor of FaZe Clan, and Typical and first killer, a little miscommunication off that back wall.
It seems that FaZe Clan took out 9 months of frustration on Falcons in their 4-0 demolition of them the other day. They weren't the favorites going into that one, but I think they'll sure be the favorites now. 4 of our 5 desks predicted FaZe Clan would take this one, and they have been so good peaking at the right time.
FaZe have found their footing, as I said. They're at Worlds. They've managed to have a couple of wobblies when they're going through some majors. In regionals, they've won one of them previously. At Worlds, they have found an incredible place. And, that comes down to Roldiz as well. Just that management is surreal.
Yeah, there's no better time to peak for FaZe Clan. And on the biggest stage, they're the top 3. And, I mean, so many stats. We're talking goals per game, shots per game, assists per game. Pretty much every stat in the game, FaZe Clan is putting themselves up there. And right there, another demo on board. Good infield pass, but Bob can't find the angle.
Beast Mode and Com trying to combine, which is exactly what you want to see if you're a version 1 fan. And this is a team that have history of their own. They brought in Beast Mode. Suddenly they've become a top 3 North American team, but to me, spearheading them, the man that they're turning to for experience is Torment. He was part of the greatest lower bracket run in RLCS history.
In taking down any any team at that point was a feat in of itself. But going through that lower bracket, Torment then beating Dignitas alongside Squishy and Gimmick. Gimmick formerly on version 1 as well, but making way for the Young Beast mode. Taking down that Dignitas, it was something that was surreal. And it comes down to Beast mode, that young man we mentioned, to try and go up against Typical today. But he's got that experience. This pressure will not knock him.
Well, version 1 is starting to grow into this one. Beast Mode's getting on the ball. He scored 8 of the 9 goals that they got last night. It could be their first for version 1 here. Good defending from FaZe Clan, and that is what Rlcs has really brought to this team.
But I love that offense that we saw from Beast Mode there. Gets 2 defenders to go. Big bump on the back line in FaZe Clan. Up by 2.
Right now, we've seen FaZe Clan go undefeated in games where they score first. They're currently 7-0, so not looking good for V1 if they want to get the first one in this best of 7.
It's looking great for Typical, though. He is on clean-up duty right now for FaZe Clan, doubling up their lead with a few bumps ahead of him to clear the path. Could be a third one. This could be a beauty from First Killer. Whenever he takes to the skies, you expect something's happening, but Typical, he ain't too bad either off that far wall. Version 1 have shaded this one with territory, but FaZe Clan, their counterattacks looking devastating.
Yeah, and you can't talk about Typical without mentioning how consistent he's always been. You talk to the pros about Typical, and they always say, oh no, if he sees an open net, rarely does he miss. But throughout the season, had a few issues as AJ gets the flip. Priest goes under the defender. Mechanics on full display for FaZe Clan.
AJ's inaugural goal on Championship Sunday, taking it underneath one, and then Beast Mode going for that pre-jump. Knows that AJ could pop it or go low, but coming in from that far post, he just has to gamble. Gets a touch, but not convincing enough to keep it out.
In any other team, AJ would be the mechanical player. You take your eye off him for a second to focus on First Killer, and there he is coming from that wall. He can do anything. Such a good player, 1v1, 3v3, whatever it is. He can put passes in as well. Typical, he wants to get the top corner. It's fourth, a flourish for FaZe Clan.
Through the entire defense of version 1, I love every player getting involved, and you see Torment had to respect that jump from First Killer, and perfect shot placement between Typical.
Every single one of version 1 jumping up, trying to get to that bait ball. FaZe Clan being able to slip it in despite that pressure. Huge shooting from them. We're halfway through game number 1 on this Sunday, and it's 4-0 FaZe. How have they done it?
4-0 is becoming their lucky number. I mean, the fact that they swept Falcons in a best of 7, I think it was 6-1 in the penultimate game as well, after Falcons' timeout. This team have become something else entirely at these World Championships. Torment, though, is going to put this one over. First Killer, he's there on the goal line. Again, they defend well, and look at the clear towards Typical. It might be 5. Combat to scamper back and save it.
It's just so dangerous when FaZe Clan are having the transitions that they do, but hold the phone. Beast Mode has the ball, but lets that one get away from him. FaZe Clan with an easy cleanup, and Typical, no boost left in the tank. Torment to the back wall.
The missed touch from Beast Mode on that attack, a rare chance for him to go for a shot, and he just does not take it. His goal participation has been gigantic for version 1. Like the last series they played, he had 100%. Through the tournament, he's rocking in first place, 81% goal participation. Beast Mode, he is that spearhead call that you were talking about, but FaZe Clan, they are an armory.
Yeah, they are, and they never slow down either. They know they've 99.9% of the first time got this first game, but still they want more. They want to make these statements. They don't just want to beat version 1. They said in their interview beforehand they were confident in doing that, but on top of that, they want to make other teams fear them, and they're looking fierce as the passes come raining in. AJ on the backboard, he gets an early flip reset. Brilliant ideas, no goal this time though.
I'm such a fan of the unselfish play that we're seeing from FaZe Clan. It started off with that back pass, from First Killer, then turns into an infield. It's just so beautiful how all 3 members are getting involved. First Killer can't find it, AJ gets denied, and Beast Mode trying to push this ball forward. 30 seconds remain here. Seems as though FaZe Clan going to take game number 1.
And the high aggression for them doing spectacularly. The rotations back, so then they don't get counter-attacked, have been on point. They've not allowed many openings whatsoever, and any that they have, version 1 just haven't taken them a chance. So for Beast Mode, too far. Does not manage to find its way in the top corner, denying version 1.
Credit to version 1 though, they're pushing to the end, getting these passes going and getting Beast Mode involved. Got pre-jump somehow, still saved by First Killer. How does he always find himself in the right place? That one, is it going to be a little bit heavy? It's actually a great fake there from Typical, involved again to the end. One more chance for V1. They do take a goal into game 2. That will wake them up.
It absolutely will, and no better player for version 1 to see that ball hit the back of the net other than Beast Mode. He has been instrumental in their success this season. 81% goal participation this weekend. If you want version 1 to be successful, he's got to get on the board, but first, they have to limit the amount the FaZe Clan is pushing into their own half.
But do you think the FaZe Clan are going to give up an inch of the territory that they have gained? Not on Rlcs' dime. The way that he has come into this team and he is managing them, he's giving them that amount of confidence to play, as you said, Subi, unselfishly. We've said this for a year now. Just play unselfishly, and then you become one of the best teams in the world. That's how they want a regional. That is how they're here, and it comes down to first killer, as far as I'm concerned, just to take away any of the ego from the others. He is the one on the side.
Well, we have started off in the high performance replay, which we watched below there. That finish there from Beast Mode, a beautiful one. And I think that version 1 needed that. It's good to see Beast Mode so high up on that scoreboard as well. But this is where it begins. The biggest day in Rocket League esports history. Are we here for it, everybody?
We had question marks, right? When we were talking before the series began, we were thinking, who is actually the fan favorite, though? Because I thought FaZe Clan was seeing a lot of red shirts. But then version 1, my word, they have got T-shirts everywhere. They're writing in the sky. There was yesterday, an army marched on Dickie's arena.
And, you know, we see Rlcs sitting there on screen, and I was talking to him last night at midnight. He met up with First Killer just to talk to him, just to calm him down, give him words of advice. And I think that has been the difference maker for FaZe Clan. They had the cogs to the machine. They just needed that extra gear to get it all working in motion.
First Killer, the former prodigal son of Rocket League esports as well. It seems it's his destiny to win a world championship like this one, and he's looking every bit a world championship MVP so far since he's been playing here. But it's version 1 who started this game the better. A goal, a lead for them could be massive. Com gets it, he's on the score sheet.
Com, at the end of the last game, looked pretty dejected. He knew that there was more that they can offer. And the pass coming across from Beast Mode, Com was able to sink it past 2 defenders.
He made a tweet saying that he was angry at the start of yesterday, and that's what led them to that victory over SSG. Com is harnessing his anger, and he's looking all the better for it.
Well, for me, this entire weekend, Com has been very, very quiet. And I was speaking to his dad last night, and I said, you know, Beast Mode popped off yesterday. It's your boy's turn, and he agreed that, you know, he could have a huge showing here, and so far involved in both of version 1's goals, as that shot so close, and none other than Com gets the save, and yet again get a save as AJ keeping it alive for FaZe Clan here.
Version 1 are going to have to do a lot of defending, just as they did earlier on against NRG in that 4-0. Beast Mode has a pass in the center for Com, but takes the touch, it pulls the Torment, up to the sky he goes. AJ closing it down so quickly. He good in defense as well as attack FaZe Clan, but version 1 have this lead. And that's lovely. AJ letting it fall to Typical, but Typical is closed down by Com. This is still more good chances for version 1. FaZe Clan do look pretty comfortable though, despite this V1 pressure.
Beastman managing to get the reset on that shot as well. Wanted to use it to try and go for something offensive, but instead he just resets back to the wall. AJ trying to swipe in behind Com, but Beastman there to defend once again. Com from that back wall, goes to the right-hand side, intercepted by First Killer, rockets it across towards AJ. FaZe Clan still trailing by 1 with a minute and a half gone.
They're definitely growing into this game, man.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was about to say. I really enjoy how version 1 have come out here in game number 2, and you can tell they've completely forgotten about game number 1. They don't let it get under their skin. They realize it's a long series to be played. They're gonna lose a few games here and there. It's all about the response, and the response has been crucial here as version 1 keep this ball alive in the corner. Torment out of the corner, gets flip reset as 2 go for FaZe Clan. They're down a man. Beast Mode keeping it alive, gets a boost steal, but First Killer gonna slow it down, and still version 1 keeping this ball alive, and a great offensive push here.
The demo's coming in as well for FaZe Clan. They're wanting to remove as many players from version 1 as they possibly can. It's going well. They're shutting down the offense as and when it is flying towards that orange side of the pitch.
Typical's gonna let this one just go onto the top of his car, try and find First Killer. Plus, not quite working right now for FaZe, but that touch from AJ could change things. He's trying to dance around it. Beast Mode is up there quickly to close him down. Now onto the corner. Torment so fast as well himself. First is coming in. The touch is not quite perfect for FaZe Clan, whereas they were in game number 1.
2 minutes 20, Beastman working out of that corner. Does not opt to go for that flip reset. Saw someone was challenging him, so he just has to punt it a bit further. First guy to go high, but Typical with that 100 boost, can't get up yet. Finally, he is in the sky solo. Takes it to the left-hand wing. Manages to flip it around with a 0 boost. Going to try and go for a boost steal, then a bump, but neither were available to him.
And plenty of space given to First Killer, but Com takes that one away. And version 1 Great answer here after that push from FaZe Clan, but midfield seems to be all FaZe Clan right now, looking to get boost steals, get boost grabs.
I feel like the passes just aren't quite there for FaZe Clan this game. Typical got so many simple goals in game number 1, but version 1, they're closing them down so much better, leading to chances like this. But they do have boost, they just have to get full control of the ball, and maybe that touch from Com is going to tee it up. Who's in the center? It's Beast Mode, a little bit further back than he would have liked, but he can get it back to Com, who can't quite get the return.
Nearly echoes of game number 1 where that back and forth pass coming in. Beast Mode, though, still unable to go for the second. Torment passing back and Com. Look at him, big those demos.
There's that experience, though, from Torment.
There he is.
Take you a second, the bumps are raining in. FaZe Clan have to deal with this right now. They've done the first set. Get the ball towards first killer. AJ catches a lovely pass to Typical. Is the second one there? No. Closed down by Com again. And now V1 can counter. Beast Mode is going to the back wall, but he's run out of boost. That one's going to come to the center. Here's first killer.
And here comes first killer. Plenty of space, plenty of time. Can't push it through off of the post. Typical there for the follow, but Beast Mode pushes it back, and Beast Mode gets the demo on AJ, clears all that pressure from FaZe Clan, starting from square one, and can't follow that one up.
So many touches for FaZe Clan in that blue box. They just weren't able to take it this time. First killer now opting to go left. AJ whiffing that one, but it works out wonderfully as first killer can receive. Torment, though, on the backboard, carries it towards the opposite wing. And that defense from Torment saving version 1 and this 1-0 lead.
This is the last thing that FaZe Clan want. Version 1 with the ball and the territory and the pressure, but first killer's managed to get hold of it. It just falls to Beast Mode, though. Again, these passes not working for FaZe Clan. They've got one more chance. Can they make it sink? AJ's underneath it. First killer has boost. AJ is there, leaves it for first killer. A demo. Typical's trying to snipe away Torment as well. Version 1 getting the ball to each other, but it does fall to a FaZe Clan player. Typical is there. AJ's watching. Com gets it away. Version 1 equalized the series.
But does that not sum up just the game style difference between these two teams? Firstly, we saw FaZe take it 4-0. They are one of the highest scoring teams in this competition so far, against version 1, who are one of the lowest scoring teams, only getting a 1-0. They all count as 1 pip on that scoreboard. Don't be too worried about it. But I love that that's just exactly what these teams have been going for through the entire tournament so far, and we're seeing it here on Sunday.
And version 1 doing their best job at having amnesia throughout this entire tournament. Not remembering game 1, trying to just even this series up, and more importantly, not remembering the entire season, because FaZe Clan had their number. As we get a look at the Mobile 1 high-performance replays, it was bumps and demos galore, and it was none other than Com leading that spearhead for version 1.
Version 1 did so well to deal with that when FaZe Clan tried to respond as well, because FaZe got a few big demos of their own. That last 30 seconds, they were being bumped asunder all over the Aquadome pitch right there, but version 1, they did what they do best, and that is keep the ball out of their net by any means necessary, and they've shown how they can take this series.
I love just seeing when, Com goes completely off ball. He essentially just goes off script. He's like, boys, taking the headset off, I'm just demoing some people. Like, that confidence just to go for it. He trusts Torment with everything. He trusts Beast Mode with everything. And the fact that they were able to hold that fort down, keep it to that 1-0 lead is spectacular. Game number 3, though, and we are drawn in the series 1 apiece.
Pivotal game 3 here, so crucial as AJ almost gets it off of the kickoff. Very reminiscent of game number 1 there, but version 1 able to hold that back line. And you were talking about that trust in one another that they have on version 1, and it all stems from the experience that Torment has, not only in big moments, but just realizing how crucial every touch can be.
It's been said by NRG that he is the first in the arena every single day, Torment. He wants this so much. That second World Championship, he's still hungry after all these years. And you can see it in the team that he mentors, Beast Mode and Com, at everything he could want in teammates.
On the desk, Achieve said a little bit earlier on that Torment just is not the player he used to be. I fundamentally disagree.
I disagree entirely.
I think Torment is looking unbelievable. He is showing what he used to be. He is that defensive player. Not only that, he has added an offensive arsenal to that roster. The way that he is able to manipulate the ball around the pitch with his teammates in any position, he looks unbeatable at times.
You know what? I take it back. I do agree with the Chiefs. He's not the player he used to be. He is absolutely better. He is one of those players that has been around since day 1, and he continues that grind. He continues to want to get better and improve, and his mechanics have improved so much throughout the entire seasons of the RLCS, and first killer gets a much-needed touch on that back wall.
He's getting some big booming clears as Torment right now, and it's allowing his teammates to come in. What can he do with this one? Maybe a bit more time on the ball until AJ closes him down. This is good from FaZe Clan. First Killer has that boost as well. He's won the race versus Com, and Com is still low on boost. Finally, he gets some. Beast Mode comes up. It's a very neutral game 3, and I think that version 1 will be happier about that.
Absolutely shot from Beast. Open on the back line, and version 1 taking the first goal.
Brilliant chance for Beast Mode there to finally receive that pass midfield. Torment, he passes it right on the nose of that young man. The fact that he beats down 3 FaZe defenders. The arena starting to cheer for V1. The marketing is working, CEOs.
Yeah, you don't get to 100% goal participation without some passes, but FaZe Clan, so good at those air dribbles. When they have boost, they can't have their eye, you can't take your eyes off them. First Killer. It's got difficult to his side. That touch is heavy though. FaZe Clan, they're really starting to slow down any momentum they had from their Falcon series. Version 1 is snuffing it.
Yeah, these touchers are just getting away from him, and as I say that, AJ with great ball control, air handoff to First Killer, but Torment disrupts that play, trying to get involved out. And Typical can't follow that one up, but does get a nice little boost there as that ball towards net. Com clears it to the back wall, and FaZe Clan starting to inch closer into blue territory, but big clear downfield as we go back and forth.
Halfway through in version 1, maintaining that 1-goal lead. We saw the win from that before.
Nice pass.
Come back to Torment. Offensively, they are linking up like never before.
But that is so good from Typical, though. He knew what Torment was trying. I'd fallen for it. We'd fallen for it. Everybody in this stadium had fallen for it, apart from Typical. And now down the other end, it leads to a massive counter-attack. One end to the other. FaZe Clan equalize.
Huge own goal here from Com, but he had no other option available. He's just trying to keep this ball away from First Killer, and it goes towards his own net. But it's all due to that pressure that we were seeing from FaZe Clan. It continued to build up, and eventually it was just going to burst.
The first game now we've seen
both
teams score, and immediately from the kickoff, Beast Mode!
It seems the kickoffs are the story of these World Championships. If you mess them up, you can give away any momentum that you build up, and that's going to be a job for Rlcs. Your team have worked so hard to come back into it. It feels like the early series is just starting to get away from you. You get back, and then you concede that.
Just got to take a deep breath after that one. Rare mistake from First Killer, and a big miss there as well from AJ, but version 1 getting bumped off that ball, and here comes Beast Mode slowing it down. Com looking for bumps, can't get it through, and Typical pinches that one away.
In the back corner, Torment is able to catch and send it off with 96 boost to begin with. But intercepted by First Killer leaves FaZe Clan able to pierce on that blue net. Typical up in the sky with 40 boost. What can he do versus Com? Gets it pinched into the corner and then sees a very juicy boost ban waiting for him.
Lovely transition play. Beast Mode gets the fake on AJ. AJ's floating into nothingness.
Hook, line, and sinker baits the defense out of the box. And AJ put on skates, looking silly.
Com's laughing. Com is laughing. That is something we have not seen anywhere near enough from version 1 this tournament. A smiling Com is a powerful version 1.
And after game 1, he looked, as I said, just a bit dejected, a little bit like, oh God, we lost 4-0, what we got ourselves in for. When that laughing hyena starts to rip raw, they're going to tear their opponent to shreds.
Torment, can he get another one? He's on that corner. Beast Mode chasing AJ. Every version 1 player desperate for the ball right now. The momentum is working so much for them. A touch from Com is only as far as FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan's booming past as Beast Mode's already up. He's taking multiple touches on that ball and then getting a decent challenge as well. Torment gets it past First Killer. Suddenly, it's almost 3v1 against AJ. FaZe Clan's game plan is in tatters, but that could have changed things. But Torment was there.
And First Killer, he had the opportunity to go for that shot, but just did not count on the whiff from Beast Mode. I don't blame him one bit, but certainly a chance.
And here comes First Killer for the reset, and Beast Mode. Nice patience on the back wall. I think he's learned a thing or two from Torment as AJ just trying to keep that one away from Beast Mode. Beast Mode does get the boost grab. It's difficult. Much needed touch. They're bunched up on that back wall. Chaos on the back line, and Torment extends the lead.
It had to be him. It just had to be him. It's Com that does all the work there, going for those bumps. And Torment takes the touch, slows it down, and slots it into the bottom right corner.
And suddenly FaZe Clan find themselves needing to jump at every single ball that is all threatening. And they are pulling FaZe towards all of it. It's like it's magnetic. It's that gravitational pull. And FaZe Clan, the fact that they aren't able to keep their composure in those moments is, as you said, Cole, an opportunity for Rlcs to work for that paycheck. with the 5th.
That goal there makes it the biggest game win of this series so far, beating the 4-1 in game number 1. Just in case that was a mental block that version 1 may have had, that one's gone as well. FaZe Clan are going to have to talk this through at the break.
And all 3 members of version 1 getting a goal here in game number 3, but not only that, Beast Mode getting the hat trick, Calm getting the playmaker. The big players are stepping up on the grandest stage.
And this started so evenly, bear in mind. Beast Mode trying to go for yet another one. It does get blocked away. Chance for AJ to maybe get a consolation goal. But this started so close. It was a 1-0, then suddenly a 2-1 off the kickoff, then 3-4-5. It just counted up to FaZe Clan's demise.
I mean, we said at the time that kickoff goal that FaZe conceded as they try and get one more. They can't even get that. I just love seeing that man giggle. As soon as that kickoff goal went in, something seemed to snap inside FaZe Clan. And version 1, they are ruthless. They will continually take advantage of opportunities like that. It's what they've made a career from. It's the way they beat SSG. It's the way they've beaten so many teams so far. Their fans are having a party, and so too are their players.
Version 1 have played on this stage multiple times as well. You know, they've managed to take down SSG against all odds and against the fan base here as well. That is how they get represented here today. I did look behind me a second ago, and I saw Rlcs signal timeout towards our referees and admins on the stage. We have got confirmation. A timeout has been called for FaZe Clan. As we look into Mobile 1 high performance replay, I want to see more player cams. I want to see that confidence from version 1.
Yeah, and get a live look when we just look right behind us at Rlcs. He is pacing back and forth. He knows how much this means, not only to those players on the stage, but FaZe Clan as an organization. How huge would it be to propel themselves forward in this tournament?
And that's what we're all playing for, that trophy that is right behind us. It's been with us from the start. It's right there, tantalizingly in front of them. And all these players have to go up. They have to walk past it. They have to see it out the corner of their eye. It's not just the money, it's the glory. FaZe Clan are a team that are so desperate for that glory. That's why First Killer was brought in. He is the man who always seemed destined to win a world championship.
It's one of those opportunities as well where you just can reset, you can go from here. And at the start of our competition, we saw that these timeouts, they actually weren't that effective. It was around 50-50, you know, you win it, you lose it. Whereas previously in the regionals, we were looking at 65-70% win rate for the team coming out. Version 1 yesterday, they proved that these timeouts can work though. They did a spectacular job. It has been going up and up and up. I believe we're now above 50% win rate for teams that do take that timeout.
Well, and let's not forget, yeah, FaZe Clan is getting this timeout here. We get a look at Rlcs, and you know, he's talking to his team, but version 1 get a timeout out of this as well. And they're gonna talk it over and say what's working, what didn't work in game 1, because in this one, it was an avalanche. They figured out what FaZe Clan were doing wrong and capitalized on every single mistake.
And also completely different to what we saw from version 1 previously. I said, you know, they're very low scoring. They get like 1.1 goals per game. They got 5. That is so out of the blue for them.
Going back to your point earlier as well, Stumpy, where tactical timeouts normally have this sort of magic aura about them where you expect the team to win. We've had some shocking games following them. Falcons lost 6-1, I think. Version 1, when they were beaten by BDS, they lost 5-2 or whatever after a tactical timeout.
Version 1 did not get 2 goals versus BDS.
Okay, that's a good point. We'll say 5-1 then. So the point is that they can backfire if you're not careful, but FaZe have to trust in Rlcs. Elisa's here to Utopia. Beast Mode is already almost styling.
Yeah, and I want to see more composure out of FaZe Clan, and that's what we just saw. First killer, flip reset denied by Beast Mode, but he came off that back ball. No double commit was there as AJ, you know, he was sitting on that back line, and we've seen double commits in this series already, and I think that was one of the main points, that Rlcs was hammering home to his team.
Typical of a bullside rotation there, which is going to make it really tricky for FaZe to spread out. The lucky challenge was good for FaZe Clan, but it does allow version 1 in. So we're still looking a little bit shaky after that moment. Beast Mode is there on the back wall. AJ does see it away. First Killer tries to get involved, but Com is winning these races. He has swept away everything FaZe Clan have tried to offer for the last 2 games now.
Well, and that was an interesting play there. They had a man advantage, and I'm surprised that First Killer didn't set his sights on Torment. He was the last man back, but instead, First Killer went for one of those big boost pads, and you know, sometimes it's just like a moth drawn to the flame as version 1 trying to get their offense going here, and good challenge, but no one there for version 1.
Beast Mode, chance to attack is on the right wing. He sees AJ on the backboard. So finding AJ is just going to be a path to you probably not scoring. He has been defensively wonderful as well as offensively throughout the entire competition. Typical working his way around one. Now it's him and AJ versus Torment.
Here we go.
Will this defense manage to pay off? And yes, it does.
Torment's been doing that forever. He is never overruled in a situation like that. 1v1, 2v1,
double commit,
3v1. Torment doesn't care. On attack, he wants to get involved. He's waiting.
Oh
see what
my.
Beast Mode's challenge leads to. It's actually a first killer solo opportunity. Torment is up. First killer gets to the side. AJ's there. Typical waiting. Phase Clan improving. Version 1 though, still looking dangerous when they get the ball. Typical's pass could be great. Depending on who's going in. Who better than First Killer?
I love this pass here in the midfield as we see Typical come off, and the vision to see First Killer and the communication on point. You got Torment twisting and twirling and turning, but can't get the save, and FaZe Clan up 1.
His historical handiwork does not pay off this time, as FaZe Clan can sink one past him off the kickoff. Again, a chance that bounces low as well. Typical going high above the goal. Probably could have shot near post, but instead wants to go for a pass. Wants to be as selfless as he can, as they know that is how FaZe Clan are going to be thriving through this competition. Torment now want to challenge off at burst and Typical, but he just continues to move it past. Typical credited with a save, and Beast Mode trying to flip reset, but this time not quite paying off.
Oh, Calm had to get that touch on First Killer. He was home and away. AJ's waiting underneath this one. Calm up against Typical. Typical's touch. Central. First Killer up again. It's good speed from FaZe Clan. Version 1 doing their best to deal with this new and improved version of FaZe. They've managed it so far. Torment swallows a few seconds and gets some boost.
And I like the game plan we're seeing from FaZe Clan. Typical's playing the #1 to keep that pressure on and try and get those neutral 50-50s when First Killer... Oh, what a redirect. And First Killer, the man I just mentioned, playing the #2. And they're so comfortable having AJ on that back line for those just-in-case open nets to follow it up.
Here's First, he's in the air again. He wants all control of that ball, but that demo opens things up for now. AJ slows it down. It's really good from FaZe Clan. An intriguing battle in the center of the pitch. It falls to First again. Surely, eventually, one of these is going to fall. Typical's coming in. Com gets the touch.
See what First Killer could have done there, though. He could have bumped. Typical was there for the shot. The opportunity was there to get the second goal, but wanting to be the man who gets the flip reset, gets the goal against all odds. That may well have cost FaZe Clan one, but they immediately come back on the attack at the behest of AJ.
And Typical, nice catch there at the midline as First Killer, plenty of space afforded to him. Typical on the back wall, puts it down, but Beast Mode puts it right underneath First Killer, who was flying in out of nowhere, and Beast Mode, flip reset, pokes it under, but FaZe Clan, hold on.
It's so intriguing right now. Both of these players, all of these players, should I say, they just want to go solo. They want to be the big man. AJ there on that backboard, dribbles it away. First Killer is arriving. Beast Mode had to beat both of them, and he's all alone with Typical in front of him, tries to lift it over the top of First Killer. Typical wasn't called into action. He may well be soon. Com is there this time. Beast Mode has got 100 boost, just waiting in the wings. When is his turn? It could be now. No, instead, it's First Killer, boostless, in the corner. FaZe Clan on the attack, but with no boost to show for it.
Oh, nice challenge there from Beast Mode. Com looking to go up. Beast Mode says, see you later, sayonara, and Com ties us up.
Com drops the bomb and manages to tie up versus FaZe Clan. Game 4 with 46 seconds left sees a ruckus on the orange half.
Boron Typical was thinking typical, as soon as he got up there, he was taken out of the pitch by Version 1. And now they bring the most recent goal into the last 40 seconds of this game. Torment is closing down First Killer, who's left stranded in the center. AJ has to be strong here. But Beast Mode has been waiting. His positioning has been flawless. It is First Killer that it falls to, though.
Takes to the sky, wants to have a dogfight with anybody if he can. And just bounces off the crossbar.
AJ, though, he puts it in the corner. This will be drama all the way up until overtime if we get there. Torment slows things down. Up against First Killer in the center. Typical is there. He's going up. Who's going to close him? It's going to be Com. 13 seconds now. AJ in the corner. Beast Mode up against him. Torment going for those bumps. Another line up. Here's Beast Mode. He's taken out the game, though. First Killer has some space, but didn't expect it. Com is going to clear. Overtime's looking likely, unless nothing. We go to OT.
Version 1 managing to get that equalizer through the demo. You've got to think that's how they're going to be going forward through the series as well. One more, they find themselves on that series point in the semi-finals. Date awaiting the Beast Mode. Chance to shoot, chance to score, but First Killer is fantastic.
We were just one First Killer save away from 3 Version 1 match points. They may still be coming. Such an important overtime. FaZe Clan looking desperate, have to get this ball out of their half.
They don't have
Typical up against Torment. That's a great challenge though from Typical.
They needed that big time. AJ and Typical were sitting on nothing, and here comes First Killer. Flip reset denied by Beast Mode. Follow up, little slow from FaZe Clan. You realize they're starting to spread out even further, recognizing how important this match is. They don't want to go down 3-1, especially after already utilizing that timeout. They're in the blue half. They need to get this offense started, but still, version 1, press forward.
In this tug of war of an overtime, FaZe kind of just about brought the ball onto version 1 territory, but now version 1 have got it back. AJ's up, long clears. Desperate times for FaZe Clan as version 1 combine.
FaZe are currently on a 3-win streak in overtimes at this World Championships. The odds are against version 1 here.
AJ wants to get it past Beast Mode, but Beast Mode is in so quickly. Here comes Cole to the backboard. First Killer should be able to get it away, but how good is Beast Mode's first touch? Of course it's perfect.
Low boost again.
Doesn't have his flip, but he can keep going. He gets it past all of them. AJ, though, gets such a key touch.
And they're all in the same corner. They're bunched up. They're on an island, but First Killer gets a huge demo to push this ball into the blue half. And the ball still at midfield. Both of these teams, back and forth we go. The tension could be cut with a knife. First Killer has the pass available. Beast Mode read it from a mile away. And Typical keeps things alive for FaZe Clan.
First Killer dispossessed his teammate, but the pressure does continue for FaZe Clan. And it is not abating.
No!
It goes low!
No!
It is an equalizer!
Who better than First Killer to be the man to bring FaZe Clan right back into this series? It was looking agonizing for them, and it was actually a touch from Kong who was underneath. I didn't even realize. Oh, that changes things.
That's why I was shouting in agony. Oh, it feels so bad for version 1. That's the second time Com's had an own goal. No fault to his own. He's just trying to rotate back, just trying to put himself in position. But FaZe Clan tied this series up.
And they still always count as one. That is yet another timeout followed by a victory for the team that has called it. We are pretty much dead on the 50-50 for them, so it was always going to be a coin flip. The fact it came down to overtime as well. That is now FaZe going 4-0 in overtimes in a row so far. In the Mobile 1 high performance replay, we just get to see how these teams stacked up.
And I do agree with the timeout here from version 1. You know, FaZe Clan just used theirs, but as we get that look, I mean, you could see AJ was surprised, like, oh, okay, work was done for us. We'll take that. But version 1, now with this timeout, trying to put FaZe Clan on ice.
Work was done for them, but my goodness, did FaZe Clan earn it. They had to do so much defending at the start of that game. There actually will not be a timeout here in version 1. They're going straight into the next. They're happy to roll with the punches. Com doesn't feel he needs it, despite that lack of luck at the end of the game. Is that a good decision from version 1, Stumpy?
Sorry, I was literally just looking at the crowd. They're chanting for version 1 here. Chanting the players' names, trying to inspire. So many dedicated fans in the audience. I'm going to be honest, Cole, I had no idea what you just asked me.
Timeout, no timeout. Bad idea? Good idea?
I think I'm okay with it considering the momentum that version 1 were having. And Com immediately
there it is.
off the reset, gets the double.
I asked you a question, the answer is yes, great idea from version 1. They knew what they were doing. Com is going to get a filthy flip reset. Beast Mode is going to be there to put it away. A double, in fact. What a finish.
Yeah, and AJ lets that ball get away from him, but you can't blame him there. Where's Typical to come through that back line? It's always chaos out of the kickoffs. He was probably pushing forward as he gets demoed there. Efforts of Com and Torment slowing things down as AJ almost gets the read. First Killer puts it on, and AJ finishes it off, and bang, bang plays from both.
An immediate response, 16 seconds to get one apiece. Trying to just do anything they can, and AJ stealing it on the goal line, then being removed. He gets to watch that replay from Spawn.
It was a great challenge there from AJ, but Torment driving across your own goal line, not the best moment of his series so far to equalize things up, but it's another good kickoff there from version 1. And then we're closing it down. Beast Mode gets in the way. Com has maybe got a touch on that one. Instead it just bounces to Typical. Then Com gets involved. Torment is chasing all the way down. It's version 1 with the next attack. Com, he tries to kill Beast Mode. Beast Mode finishes it.
He does a stutter step as he approaches as well, puts the brakes on, and then punches the defense.
I mean, Com was just sitting there with the ball on his hood for what felt like an eternity, but finally, Beast Mode comes in, caps off the finish, and version 1 immediately put themselves back up by 1.
This is the exact sort of shootout that at the start of the series I would have said would favor FaZe Clan. But the way version 1 are playing, their mechanics so effective, their team play so dynamic, maybe this is exactly what they need. They just need goals. They need to get forward. They need to attack. They need to challenge. They need to score. They need to get Beast Mode on that ball as much as possible. possible.
Purple raining down on Wasteland. The chance for version 1 to go 3-1 up, and they have taken it. There is no way that Beast Mode has been missing that open net double.
And with another hat trick, you might as well call Beast Mode Purple Rain because he's making it feel good in here. Or maybe we'll go with the Young Prince. Either way, you cannot slow him down. So far, 7 of the 11 goals for version 1.
Typical needs to get something going for FaZe Clan. Suddenly they find themselves 2 goals behind. Where did that come from, they'll be asking? Not yet, though. Typical and First Killer, and AJ involved too.
Typical says bye-bye on the goal line. The save was there, but AJ and First Killer combined in Beast Mode. Where you going? You ain't saving that.
Just slaps him silly right across the face, sends him back to whence he came. And 1 goal separating the teams now. FaZe Clan, these return goals have been excellent, and we've only had a minute played.
This is crazy.
Yeah, some games just exploded that way, and way better to do so than on Wasteland. Already debris is thrown across the pitch. And goal explosions everywhere as well. First Killer almost gets past Com. Version 1 need a teammate here. Beast Mode's coming in. Typical's charged it down. AJ's in. That could be 3-3. The ball is just falling for the attackers every time.
3-all and nearly 3:33 on the clock. AJ, the fact that he just goes for that, just hits it hard. That lad fancied the equalizer.
Defense? Who wants that? Let's just have all offense. Let's go for the all-time record.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it could be one of those games. AJ, he's up. He'll fancy scoring every time he gets the ball right now. Torment, they need his defending, but maybe they need his attacking as well. Com tries to take out Typical. FaZe survive for now. AJ's there. Who's going to get that boost? It's going to be version 1.
Unusually, somehow we are seeing a different side to version 1 in this series. Right now, they are out-shooting FaZe. They've had around 8.5 shots per game compared to FaZe's 7.7. The aggression from version 1 is unfamiliar, but it is so effective.
It's the team plays as well, you know. Every goal pretty much has been an open net after their teammates have done all the work, swept away the defending. AJ, maybe he can go solo. Not much boost. Has to tee up First Killer. He does manage to put it past the defense and gets the second. Beast Mode had no room to play with. Typical. How does he reach those angles every time?
The net is his canvas, and his car is the brush. He just blasts the net, and my goodness, this is an incredible game. It's just offense after offense after offense.
We're not even halfway through. We've already got 7 goals. What is happening? These 2 teams are utterly cutthroat. They are taking chunks out of each other on Wasteland.
What did you say about version 1 being the most offensive team left in this competition?
Somehow they are just turning that round entirely. They just fancy going mad with it. But with First Killer, he's not just mad, he is angry.
That's 4 goals in a row for FaZe Clan as well. They were 3-1 down in this one. They just kept going, stuck to their work. Every finish is finding the back of the net with a flourish right now.
You know, it's rough, 2 goals down, but the way this series has gone, we might finish off 14-17. This is crazy. 2 goals entirely possible in the second half. And yes, you're reading that right. Still, 1 half of Rocket League to be played as version 1 trying to get one back immediately, slowing it down, and great push there from Com to take that ball away from First Killer.
This game, a brilliant advert for Rocket League esports. Everything about this moment is perfect, and 8 goals. Just a cherry on top. Com needs to be careful it doesn't become 9. He's bumped out the way. These bumps are so effective for FaZe Clan. Torment gets it long. Beast Mode is there. He sinks it past the defense. It's 5-4.
A huge strike from the midfield. The pass coming in from Torment. That man doesn't need to dodge. Why would you? You can get a doink on Championship Sunday.
That was absolutely filthy. The defense didn't know what hit him, didn't see it coming from a mile away. Just like that, Beast Mode right out of the kickoff gets the big boost steal. Couple go from FaZe Clan, and they both miss. Huge mistake there on the back line. Both hanging, dangling. But First Killer gets that one back towards midfield.
So close again. Com with a monster pinch. Torment's up. This could be a chance, you know. He's going to try and close down First Killer. First Killer did manage to get it cleanly. Now we can go. Torment with pretty much no boost. Still gets in the way. Beast Mode. He's got a flip reset. He's only got 1 goalkeeper. He goes for the pinch instead. And the all-important touch came in. Huge bumps again. The pressure remains on. Torment can't quite get it on there. Now it's AJ's turn.
FaZe Clan making sure that they come back on that ball as efficaciously as they can, working around each other, round the clock.
Oh, no, big...
As that clock ends up ticking down, Torment, though, wanted to go for a bit more of an attack. 86 boost, the direct shot won't find its way in this time.
Big miscommunication there from version 1. Saw 2 players go, and I feel like the shot was present, nearing 1 minute to go. Version 1 chasing 1. Big miss by Calm, but still holding on. Beast mode keeps them alive. Torment with the big demo in the back half, and here comes version 1, pushing forward, trying to tie this game up.
We enter the final minute. FaZe Clan currently leading 5 goals to 4. A 9-goal thriller.
Oh, no one's home.
With another
No one's
gigantic block. Nobody was home until first killer went through the back door.
Oh my goodness, so close. Version 1 gonna have to keep on coming. FaZe Clan gonna have to stay tall. Typical wants to get hold of that ball. Com is gonna be the recipient. AJ does beat Com though. Here's Torment. He's got some boost. It's FaZe that are attacking in the last 20 seconds. Want to get it past these version 1 defenders. Is it gonna fall to a version 1 player? Will they have one more chance? Will we get a 5-5 overtime? Beast mode gets it to the side. He puts it forward. Who's following it? It's gonna be Com. Typical, huge touch. Torment up against Typical. Massive challenge there from Typical. He wants a teammate in the center. They're defending right now. FaZe Clan from the front. Beast mode. Maybe one more chance. It goes up. AJ reads it. All the pressure on him. He still gets these reads. And Typical says no.
9 goals is the most we have had scored between 2 teams in the main event so far. And I want to remind you two of something we were talking about yesterday. Do you remember a little stat where the first team to go 3 games in a series, they are currently 53-0 through this entire competition?
I do.
Guess who has now got 3 games for the first time? We're looking at FaZe Clan. Will this be a continuation? Will we see 54-0 and FaZe Clan going through to the semis? Or are version 1 going to be that solitary one to buck the trend?
You know, we were brought to a rapid boil with that game. 9 goals, but it's time to put us on the back burner and simmer because version 1 call a timeout. And good thing they held on to it because after that one, they need to slow things down. You cannot allow FaZe Clan to get 5 goals in 1 game. One of the most dominant teams on offense, and if you allow them to do that up there, there's no team in the world that's going to be able to beat them.
And also, that is the first time we have seen the team that scored first, version 1, not win that game this series. That is a record for this. That was a phenomenal match. I'm going to watch the replay of that in my dreams. That was so much fun. Neo Tokyo, though, is next up after this timeout.
It almost feels greedy that we have at least one more game of Rocket League in this series. I mean, you know, normally that's the amount of goals you see in an entire best of 7 that goes the distance, right? We've already experienced that in this series right here, and more to come, Subi. How do V1 step back up again?
Hell, like I was talking about, you gotta limit the goals, and that is exactly when they've won. Sure, they won Game 3 in that landslide victory, but the games have just been going back and forth. It's been high scoring, then low scoring, high scoring, then low scoring. So version 1 have done a great job at snuffing the flames that FaZe Clan, keep trying to build up. But right now, all eyes on the prize, and you can tell the smiles have gone away. It's time to get back to work.
And yesterday, version 1's timeout versus SSG was vital. They won after that. They are one of our winning teams after taking their timeout. And this chance, these opportunities, they only come for you once per series. You can only call one. Crowd slow clap. This may well be the final game for version 1.
The atmosphere in here is beginning to bubble to the boil. There is no better sound than the Icelandic clap, than a crowd desperate to watch this series go the distance. $100,000 is the difference between winning and losing this one. You get 100 if you lose, minimum 200 if you win. How do you play among that? Let's see who can best. FaZe Clan start off this game well.
You know, and I don't think money is even in their minds right now. Not with that trophy, almost sitting center stage. That's what they want. The dollars, yes, it's a nice consolation prize, but most importantly, no one has held that trophy in over 2 years.
AJ managing to take Torment off the pitch incredibly early on as the aggression begins for FaZe Clan. As we said, they now find themselves on series point. They may well be moving through on Neo Tokyo, taking that underground train to the biggest event of their lives. Com able to clear that one away defensively. AJ to pick up in the midfield.
Beast mode just charges down AJ. That's so important for version 1 right now. Get some distance between the ball and their goal line, because FaZe Clan, they will never give up when they have that bit between their teeth. First killer, look at his recovery game after the challenge. He just lands perfectly. Typical the same. Now AJ comes in. FaZe Clan are so good when the ball is on the floor, but version 1 survive for now.
Beast Mode in the defense was trying to clear this away towards Com in the center, but Typical he is up so far. That is so typical. Dropping it down with Torment, able to try and attack that. AJ for the double, but B-Mode's defense.
Oh, but they're not done just yet. Calm needs to get this ball out, does so. First killer, demoing Beast Mode, recognizing how integral he is to the success of version 1. You take him out of the equation, it's going to be hard for version 1 to put themselves up on that board.
Lovely little fake right there from Calm to get first killer to put it into his own corner. That's the sort of moment that goals are made from in this slightly tenser game. Here on Neo Tokyo, first wins the race. AJ free jumped about 3 years ago. Couldn't quite get there though because of version 1 defender.
Demo again from AJ.
Exactly, AJ demoing Torment again, Beast Mode to shoot, but AJ takes it to the backboard and clear it into the corner. Torment again just trying to punish that backboard as if it's a steak. He's trying to just pepper it as much as he can.
Torment up against first killer, wants to go for the player instead of the ball. Still mixing up their approach version 1. They still have these demos and bumps in their locker.
You know, I don't know what Fireburner told them in that timeout, but I think I can translate roughly, and it's get the first goal. It is so important. Do not allow them to take the first step in game number 6.
Love that first touch from Com. That's going to open it. Oh, actually for himself, he reads the bounce, he gets the goal, he gives V1 the lead.
Nothing but Com on that play. Receives a pass, it's barely in the replay. He manages to beat out 2 players, Typical and first killer, bumping each other from the wall, lands on the ground. What movement from Com to open it up for V1.
He was the only one that knew that ball was going to waterfall down to the ground in Beast Mode, holding down the back line. Danger for version 1, but he keeps that 50 alive. Just a little bit of boost in the tank. He's going to keep this one towards midfield.
That was dangerous for version 1 off the kickoff. They managed to survive. Com again. He wants to get involved with everything right now. He's making FaZe double commit. Quick shot from Torment. Com's wheeling round. He takes out first killer just when he's looking likely to punish them. Beast Mode up to the ceiling. Typical can win this race. Beast Mode, he waits. He has all the time in the world. But AJ just stays stoic on that back wall.
Oh, and a big bump there from Torment, but AJ follows in tow. Typical has to rotate back, realizing the pass is coming up. Here comes Beast Mode. Double tap is there. Is denied. AJ holding on for dear life, but still, version 1 pressing forward in the orange half.
Get more chance for V1 to just try and get that second goal. Demo. Comes to Typical, removes him from the pitch. 3 seconds they're going to be without their incredible teammate, Beast Mode. Trying to go for that 50. It pinches high. Get more pressure.
It's getting a huge fake as well when first killer was about to take a first touch. That's proven effective. Making them just question things, but cool wait. FaZe are doing that very well. Not rushing in defense. Not throwing away a second goal. They know they still have 90 seconds left to play with. That is so much time when you have as much skill as they do. And look at version 1, they're on the back wall, and they're looking just a little bit shaky and boostless.
Very low boost, but Com just got some. Big demo, another big demo. Beast Mode all alone, but nobody there for FaZe Clan. Typical rotated out, and AJ's up. Nice pass. This one's up to first killer, top of the box, and Com puts it into his own half.
Now here's Com, he wants to come forward. Typical's up against him. Com barges through, allowing him Beast Mode. But his first killer is forced to hit again. The demo comes in whenever FaZe Clan think they have a chance. Version 1 strike.
This time Beast Mode taking out first killer, not just leaving it to Com to go round on the demolition derby. First killer up in the air, wants to go over the second. He does so on the backboard. Will that be a chance? FaZe Clan take it!
And Typical, great follow-up from the pass from first killer. You thought the double might come out. Com has to respect it, and by the time he realized it wasn't there or it was too late, he was flat-footed in net, and FaZe Clan tie us up. Less than 1 minute to go.
FaZe Clan, the comeback kings in each game. You can never cope with that, but that kickoff has left things open again. Com, he's going to get the second touch, but he's put it wide. First killer, he goes up. So desperate now. FaZe Clan, thank their lucky stars, they're still involved in this one.
On the left-hand wing, Beast Mode gets the 100 boost, goes high, air dribbles, gets that 50. It goes long, it goes in!
In the battle of the young newbies, it's Beast Mode that scores maybe the killing blow in this game. Just look at that one. You don't need flip resets. Clean challenges, and look at Com taking control, talking them through this final 30. They have to remain calm.
That was a massive challenge. Big 50 on the goal line, and Beast Mode puts them up by 1, but they have to hold on for dear life. They have to keep the ball away from FaZe Clan. Every moment so precious. Game 7 is within reach.
Typical up against Torment. AJ is trying to come out of the game, but he's not managing it. Beast mode, the challenge game's still good. FaZe Clan on the attack all the way to the end. First kill still being passed. AJ gets a chance anyway. Where's Typical? He's not being passes. We said you can never count them out. There is your proof.
Torment just gets in the way of that ball, and the wherewithal from Typical to pass it back towards AJ. With 3 seconds left, FaZe Clan equalised.
But it's not over yet. We are yet to head to this OT. This kickoff, anything can happen from it. And the ball does roll. It's in play. Nothing finishes till it hits that floor. Torment wants the pinch. He gets the pinch. Is his teammate coming in? Com does. Beast mode is off. Version 1 are going to get themselves a chance here.
No way.
Com gets first kill at Torment. Thinks about coming in. Changes his mind. Next goal takes the game.
FaZe Clan hammering that nail into the ground. They want to move on. They want to get into this overtime. Chance for first kill with 100 boost to face off. Immediately off kickoff, V1, their boost is so low, but their inspiration is so high.
Big challenge there from Torment, and Calm just putting that towards midfield, but no one home. AJ given so much space, but Calm gets that one away from him. And teams continue to push forward. 25 seconds already have ticked away. It's already felt like an eternity. Calm pushes his ball back towards midfield. Redirect is on target, but Typical holds down the back line. That ball gets away, and first killer, big challenge on the net.
And also manages to stay so close to it that he can get that touch and keep the possession. Torment leaving way to beast mode. It rolls.
Calm.
So dangerous.
Torment.
It's Torment, because who else?
We just keep having wonderful games in this series. Overtimes everywhere, goals flying in. Torment just sneaks in there between the desperate FaZe Clan defenders and takes us to Champions Field. What better way to open up Championship Sunday, Subi?
Job 1 is done for our series. Game number 7. We have 7 series in total for today. Possible 49 games played total. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Championship Sunday is all about.
Everybody in the audience, you better be enjoying this. These guys are putting on the greatest show imaginable in esports anywhere around the world right now. You are in the perfect seat. You've got to lap it up.
And as we see this Mobile 1 high-performance replay, more goals flying in. It started off the battle of the challenges, and then that pass at the end there for the assist towards AJ. Brilliant decision. He couldn't quite get there, and Torment took us to Game 7.
Looking at Game 7, FaZe have won their last 3. It is a big wall for V1 to overcome. These two went to Game 7 in the Winter Major. Guess who won it? It came down to FaZe.
You know what? I don't care about the stats. I don't care about what they've done, because coming into this, version 1, lowest goal per game. Second lowest shots per game. I mean, they were coming in and the offense wasn't anywhere to be found. But guess what? Beast mode laced up those J's. Those purple ones are looking nice today, and he's looking for victory.
You might care about this stat. Version 1 are 75% win rate in Game 7s overall, which is 10% more than FaZe. But Game 7, this match on Champions Field is where it all matters.
None of it matters right now. All of these stats that have come before, all of these points that we can pick apart in the numbers, all that counts is who can hold their nerve, who can get that opening goal. Maybe it'll be a blowout, perhaps it will be tight. Com has started well, and his teammates are bumping in front of him.
And you saw just refusing to rotate out, just being a nuisance on that back half. He's so good at doing it on and off the field, chattering in their eardrums. Beast mode pre-flips, but can't find the ball, and Com, big miss. Typical, put it to the back line, and first killer gets a doink himself under the defender. FaZe Clan up 1.
How have doinks been so disastrously devastating this series so far? He lands, he sends it in, just getting that little skim underneath the defender. That was his job, that's all he needs to do. And I keep saying it, the stat of scoring first, it is good so far in this series.
It's not just the doink though, it's the low finish too. Keeping that ball along the floor can make it so difficult to defend against, because you've had it ingrained in you to jump. FaZe can have it ingrained on them to attack. They almost double up their lead straight from the kickoff. They're really feeling this one. But look at that from Torment, allowing the ball to run to beast mode.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Great communication coming out from version 1. And all 3 members of FaZe Clan pushing forward. They realize their best attribute so far this series has been their aggression. Is beast mode neutral 50-50, first killer there for the cleanup, and here he comes, barreling down. Can't quite find a demo, but he forces Torment to jump up, forced to get another save, and typical push too far forward.
It was first killer also whipping round in that blue half, trying to get Torment to jump. Then immediately he heads back out. He sees his typical AJ both ahead of him.
Com, up against Typical, gets it past him. He's been involved at the end of this series. He's been playing really well. First Killer, though, and AJ, they're always so consistent. AJ dancing around it. A challenge game on Beast Mode, who stands strong. First Killer in the corner. FaZe Clan finding that corner. Way too much for version 1's liking. It's happening. Typical's touch important, but Com steaming in. It's only as fast as First Killer. Only as far as First Killer, sorry. And FaZe are still defending well.
Off the backboard, First Killer gets that flip reset defensively, gets it past the halfway line.
Oh, what a time.
And with that lead, version 1, they're pushing. We've had 2 minutes gone. There's only 3 minutes left. Either of these teams, when they lose, they will be going home. It is the end of their tournament lives. That's what Game 7, Championship Sunday, it's all about.
The pressure starting to build for version 1, but FaZe Clan doing a great job at managing boosts. Here comes AJ. 2 go up, big double commit on the back line. Beast Mode had to kill time. He did it perfectly. Great ball control there from version 1.
Just look at that recovery from Beast Mode as well. He had FaZe Clan barreling down upon him, his teammates staring at him, screaming at him, and was able to deal with it. Now Com wants to put it past AJ, can't quite do it. Torment up against AJ, almost falls for Typical again.
Huge.
Beast Mode charging forward, that is a huge clearance. First Killer's there on the backboard, the boost, steal, yet the demo happens. First Killer almost gets it over.
He did get that boost steal, though. It's gonna slow down FaZe Clan. Torment gets that pinch, can't find the second touch, and Beast Mode gets the bump on First Killer. It actually benefits him. He's able to follow up with a shot, and AJ slowing things down, just trying to wind down the clock. Still, so much time to be played. We're in the second half here, game number 7. Version 1, need 1 to tie this all up.
The boost advantage for FaZe Clan there, helping them save that shot away. Final 2 minutes remaining with a chance to go. FaZe Clan through to those semi-finals. Typical facing off versus Beast Mode. AJ backs down from that challenge as Com shoots it long.
First Killer, huge clearance is needed. It's not quite there. Com gets it on target, but AJ manages to stay tall. The challenge game from version 1 starting to be effective, but FaZe Clan is surviving so far. Typical has boost. He has a pass in the center as well. Can he get it to First Killer or go himself? Not quite that time.
Oh, big challenge there at midfield. Beast Mode there for the cleanup. Here in 1.5 minutes to go. Typical pushing this ball forward. It seems like version 1 can't break out of their own half. Typical again there for the follow-up. Version 1 just seem to be scattered on their back line. Don't know how to clear this ball forward.
And version 1 on that back line is exactly what FaZe are aiming to do. They want to pen them back. They want to hold them down. But Torment, he is the beast unleashed. And Beast Mode, he wanted to be alongside him on that charge. AJ and Torment midfield battle again.
It's on.
Sent long. It's on target. But just above the crossbar.
We thought
Beast
it was
Mode
going
clear.
in. Beast Mode didn't know. He saw it coming. AJ, he's up against him. Great challenge from AJ. Round the corner with him. He gets it past Com, but not quite effective for now.
Lady Luck really was on their side there on defense. Is it going to be on their side here on offense? Com, plenty of time, plenty of space. Demo on the back line. Com follows up, but Torment hits it away, and Beast Mode keeps this ball alive.
Cleared away, but Beast Mode, he's going to continue pushing on this one. 20 boost on him. It gets sent long again, the final 40.
Torment is underneath this one. This is so difficult. AJ tries to touch it down to a teammate, but no teammates are there.
And here comes Com again, flying through the air. Air handoff to Beast Mode, but First Killer gonna slow that one down, push it forward. Torment there, great positioning. Beast Mode challenging, and it's open. Backline's there. Com goes through the net.
Com, again, the opportunities are rising every time. The final 20 seconds, Beast Mode, 60 boost, but this dream turning into a nightmare.
Now his Typical, that challenge might be the final test for FaZe Clan. He's boomed out the way. Torment puts it only across his goal line. Version 1 needs so much more. FaZe Clan just have to hold. Each second will feel like an eternity. Can they manage it? Not quite yet. Here is going the corner. It's dangerous. First Killer has to avoid the fire and does. FaZe Clan are your first semi-finalists. They've made it through. It's gone all the way, and maybe FaZe Clan will too.
Continuing the trend, we have now got 54-0 with the 3 games lead that a team manages to secure. FaZe Clan, that red eruption in the arena, that is the end of the path of version 1, but that is only the beginning of Championship Sunday for FaZe.
With that big victory, FaZe Clan looking to play up against either G2 or NRG. As you see, respect given across the stage. All of these players know what it takes to get to this moment. So much time, so much respect, just everything given. And for version 1, all you can do is tip your cap to them because they played their hearts out, and they started out as underdogs, but they finished top 8. And you really have to say so much about them.
A miraculous run from version 1 at the most competitive season they've ever had, picking up an incredible new player. Beast Mode, he came out, he shocked every single one of us. Donning that purple jacket, getting into that kit, and going alongside legends of the game, they have all proven themselves, and so many opportunities. They could have crumbled, they could have gone for it. In the Mobile 1 high performance replay, we just see though that on the day, FaZe Clan are better.
Champions feel is always different as well. We had so many games that had so many goals, and at the end, it's the 1-0, the most agonizing scoreline where you feel so close, but FaZe Clan's defending again when it mattered. It's their real difference maker this tournament.
Yeah, and this team had so many expectations throughout the season, especially when Typical joined First Killer and AJ, but really, all of it culminating to this one point in time, Championship Sunday. They are not letting those expectations exceed them. They are just living in the moment and constantly improving. And my goodness, do they look like an unbeatable force right now.
They've done incredibly well. That is the end of version 1's season as we know it. 21-22 is done for them, but this is all about FaZe Clan. Orb is on the stage, and we're gonna get some goss.
Dickies Arena, we meet once again, and here we have the first team to make it to the semifinals. Please give it up for FaZe Clan. Now, First Killer. This one truly went the distance. I think the Rocket League fans, whether they like it or not, they may not want to admit it, they like things when it goes to Game 7. It's the most action-packed. Obviously, it is Championship Sunday for a reason. But is there a reason why it went the distance and why you couldn't close it out earlier?
Personally, for me, I started off really slow individually. Like, I was playing so bad in the first, 3 games. But I think that's mainly why. I was, bringing the team down, and then... But I started stepping it up after, so then, yeah. We closed it out.
I mean, Roll this here standing on your right side, your coach, the Roll buff. How much does it help you guys here on stage?
He helps a lot. He always keeps us in it, even when we're down. He helps our mentality. He's just so useful. He tells us what to do, changes what we need to do mid-game. He's a great coach.
I mean, in that Game 5, I believe you guys had 8 goals scored in the first half side. What happened? Why did it all of a sudden, all the goals just accumulated all at once?
To be honest, I have no idea. It just kind of happened.
It both kind of clicked for both teams, and the action unfolded. I mean, we have the NA side of the bracket, as you know. On the other side, EU versus SAM. Do you feel like if the bracket was more scrambled, would we have a true NA final?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Speaking of the other side of the bracket, who do you think is the toughest opponent? Who will you meet in the final if you're going to go all the way, which I assume you will?
I want to meet Moist. I want to beat them really bad.
Give it up for FaZe Clan, and if you want to see FaZe Clan versus Moist in the grand final, could that be something? EU versus NA. Listen, we got more Rocket League. This is only series number 1. We got a long day. You better get your snacks, get your drinks, get ready. We got more to come. Next up, NRG versus G2.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile 1.
Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right. Any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild. Rocket League Edition.
This is perfection! This is popcorn! This is press! This is Dickie's Arena!
Hey guys. No. Rocket League.
Moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but time my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. Times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Waiting.
roller coaster rising? From their lowest ebb in full, barely registering a victory, G2 changed.
G2 have got absolutely no idea how to take
It's winter now. Their season-shaping roster switch has settled, more than settled, excelled. The weather's colder, but all that's icy is the blood in new G2's veins. The world was theirs, but wait. Free fall in London. Remarkable highs, unexpected lows, pain, glory, more pain. So, you tell me, what comes next in this pattern?
Journey for G2, but the time is now.
Championship Sunday started off at 100 miles an hour, a 7-game series, a 9-goal game in the middle of it. They're at 9 goals and 2 minutes left there. It was crazy. Version 1, though, ultimately falling to FaZe Clan. They will advance to the semifinals. They have at least a top 4 finish here. Get up and get loud, Fort Worth. It is game day for Championship Sunday in the Rocket League World Championships. I got T-Bates, Gibbs, Gregan, and CJ on the desk. We'll be keeping you guys company all day here. What a series, though.
An absolute series. 2 NA juggernauts duking it out on Championship Sunday, giving us a taste of what is to come. Starting off on Game 7, we haven't even seen that much of Championsville, but of course, Gibbs, the first of 3 wins the series.
The dream of 49 games is still alive for today, but I want to talk about Beast Mode real quick, because we talked about how he's not that clutch in front of crowds. He performed today. He looked exceptional, kept V1 in this series.
The NA Rise we call Beast Mode, and time again he steps up, 30 seconds left. He's the guy you're counting on to score that equalizer or winning goal. And Game 7, Series 1, Gregan, it feels like something's building today. Can we get 7 Game 7s?
Yeah, I mean, the way Beast Mode was playing, he would always end with a 50-50 as the worst case scenario. Anything better than that, he would take multiple players out of the game, and that kind of value is something you cannot neglect as a team. So FaZe had to really step it up, and as the series went on, they got better and better, and that's what we'll see today a lot. You said about the Game 7s, the teams who have just got their first experience in front of the crowd today are going to get hotter as the series go on, so we'll be seeing a lot of balancing out as the series progress.
And we got shown just how deep. Both of these teams had to dig so deep and go so far to get to this moment. FaZe went down 2-1, called a timeout. We're down 3-1 in Game 5, then came back. That shows resourcefulness. That shows championship pedigree. And if they want to keep on making a run, they're going to have to do that every single series.
And you want to talk about MVPs? Well, Game 7, there was 1 goal, and who was it? First Killer. First Killer was there at the moment when it was needed for his team. Just like always, First Killer.
He's always there. The NA MVP hasn't played yet, though.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Might see him in just a second. At this point, I think the NA MVP, EU MVP, no one really cares. They care about that World MVP. That's all we have in the day. We will be crowning that MVP within the, within the day.
It's going to be a few
Before
hours.
we leave here, by the time we are leaving Dickies Arena, we will have a new World's MVP here. Folks, we had a wonderful First Touch pre-show, and we got to hear lots of wonderful banter up there, but this is the desk we're going to have for the rest of the day. I want to go down the line. CJ, I want to start with you. Give me a pick. Who's winning? Who's the world champion of all this?
Pressure's on.
There's the head and the heart, but the heart has to stay with Furia. I predicted these guys before the season started. It's been a whole year, and I would just look so intelligent. I feel like this is my this is my T-Bates G2 prediction at the LA Major. So I'm going with Furia all the way. I have to,
Gregan?
Even though they're playing moist.
Oh, it's a tough one. I think any one of these teams could make it. It's so much about who gets the momentum early on and starts playing better and better. For me, I think it's going to have to be Moist. I'm just most impressed by the way they're playing. They have the best Rocket League here so far at the tournament. The question mark's going to be, can they start off strong? Because I think the quarterfinals, if they win that, play the way they can, they're going to run the whole way.
Charlie's in the house. They gotta prove them right.
Before this tournament, people thought I was crazy. I said FaZe BDS final, and I think it's going to happen. I think BDS wins it all, though.
BDS is the pick.
BDS is going to win it.
Finally, from the ashes, okay?
You know me, G2 all the way, baby.
G2 all the way.
G2 all the way. There's no question about that.
I think it's got to be FaZe, right? Come on.
Ooh,
really? What we just saw from them.
They're the only team at the semifinals so far.
Listen, over a year ago, the RLCS season 21-22 season awards, I said that G2 were gonna win it all, and it's been a year later. A year later.
We all keep trying to look as far back as possible.
A year later.
It's a year later, Bates. You're absolutely right. Let's take a look at the bracket and how it looks after that first match is done. FaZe Clan does move forward. I do have a little bit of an advantage there with this prediction. But we got Europe and South America waiting in the uppers. Those matches coming here in just a moment. For now, though, it's time for the war. We got the General NRG going up against the G2 Army, a North American battle. El Clasico, Gibbs, this one is a match for the ages.
Oh, absolutely. G2 and NRG have been around forever, it feels like, since the beginning, basically. So we're going to see him battle it out once more yet again here.
These two teams, they have clashed so many times, but never has it mattered this much.
I'm feeling pretty confident about our upcoming match with G2. We're so familiar with them that I think we'll be prepared. It just comes down to the day.
We're pretty confident, but we definitely know that they are experienced and know how to play at this level.
We've gotten better as the tournament's gone on, and we can definitely take it.
Energy's biggest weakness right now is their confidence is going to be a bit lower simply just because they've underperformed.
I think we're the best team here because we have the GOAT Squishy Muffins.
To anybody saying we're going to lose, good luck watching this game because it's going to be pretty tough to watch.
I think if I had a message to all the haters, I would say ratio plus L. Plus, I'm top 8. Who cares?
To any NRG fans thinking that NRG are going to beat us, you're stuck in the past. It's time for us to win now. Good luck to NRG. We've been prepping and we're ready to perform.
Don't let us have 3 games on Neo Tokyo.
They've held the World Championship for 974 days. But today another champion challenges the throne. It's the General NRG and your Winter Major champion, G2!
Huge fan bases. They built it since season 2. Both of these orgs, that's when they came into the scene, wanted to be on this grand stage. They've been there plenty of times before, but nothing bigger than today. They have played 29 times in RLCS. NRG, 19 and 10 so far.
Each of these series today feel like their own individual grand final, and the start of the day feels like we're finding out the best team. Who is the best team in North America? Later on, we'll find out who's the best team in the world. But right now, NRG, G2, the El Clasico, we speak about it. It seems fitting that they're here today competing against each other.
It's not just the teams. We're looking at the players. Beast Mode showed up in that first quarterfinal, but that's a player there we're going to be watching.
They had to cut off the audio for a second because the arena, we wanted you to get loud, but you got Captain America up in the middle. He's been here for the longest. He's been in every single world championship. He's got that championship pedigree of reigning, defending world champion.
Tell him.
It means so much to this team. They've gone through the trials and tribulations, the ups and downs throughout the whole entire season, but they're here, Championship Sunday. And then you got Squishy holding down the back line.
He's not a reigning world champion, but season 6 world championship run was historic. Squishy, one of the best performers on any RLCS land.
Yeah, okay, Garrett in the video says, we're gonna win because we have the GOAT Squishy Muffins. You're on a team with Justin. Like the fact that it's almost controversial to say that Squishy's the GOAT on this team.
It is controversial, but listen, Wave, I gotta put you aside for a second because the NAMVP, the best midfield player in the game, Atomic, used to play on the machine, aka Envy, now Optic Gaming, has transitioned over to G2, and ever since then they've been nothing but solid. I understand they had a little bit of hiccup in London, but they've learned from that mistake, and they're playing here right now.
Yeah, he's a mechanical, efficient player. The way he moves around the pitch, his boost management, you know, the way he uses wall dashes, flies, he pre-jump things. One of the players who moves so fast, but Chicago has been solid ever since he entered the RLCS. He's one of the youngest players to step on the stage back in the day, but now he's a veteran truly of this scene. and he's got so much experience going into this match.
Let's not forget Winter Major Champions. That's when they took over the #1 seed in all of North America. They took it over from NRG, and they haven't let up since. And JNABs, everyone wants to see him win a world championship.
I mean, he deserves it, this man. He's been around. He got so close. We always talk about Season 9, the season without the World Championships. G2 are looking so hot. Rizzo's never living that one down either. He thinks that was their World Championships to win. So JNABs, I mean, what a fitting end to what a career it would be.
I mean, at times, whenever JNABs has popped off, he's been the best player in a tournament, and he still shows up and puts on performances where people are going, this is one of the best players here today.
Well, and I think the one other player we need to talk about here, Drees on the stage, the only player to not have played in a Rocket League World Championship Grand Finals here.
Well, Drees no longer on G2. So
excuse me, his name is Atomic. Okay.
Work it up. I see what you're saying.
Work it up.
There's a lot of experience on the field, yes. And then there's Atomic, but we talk about Winter Major. I think that's all they need. Like, obviously, we haven't had a World Championship in forever, so all that experience kind of gets thrown out the window. As long as you performed at a major, you should be fine here.
And that's why they're on the field right now and not me, because Gibbs, I tell you, it's a different energy right
now. The nerves.
It's the different energy. Even now I'm getting the goosebumps. You got the defending world champions against the team. We all want to see JNABs hoist the world championship trophy. He's been playing for so long, but on the other side, you want to see NRG. You want to see him make the run and really solidify the fact that there's a whole year-long season.
So much of this is about the performance that we come out with at the start. G2 have shown they are the stronger team recently, but NRG are hotting up in this tournament, and G2 have yet to play in front of this crowd. So it's a chance for them to prove they are still capable despite the added pressure.
I mean, before this tournament, this is a 4-0-4-1 to G2, but it's the World Championships and it's NRG, and they're proving
it's the final day. It's guaranteed.
This is it. It's all about. It's not about who's the best team in the past. It's about who's the best team today. Who can show up when it counts, when it matters most. And we've seen there's 3 world champions sitting right there. So, I mean, how do you doubt them?
I mean, I feel like Justin and Garrett G have played on Championship Sunday, in my memory, twice. At one time, they walked away as world championships. The other time, as world champions. The other time, they walked away with the greatest moment in the history of the game.
Both of them Game 7 overtime as well.
Yeah,
there's no bigger pressure, and they have felt it, absolutely. But on the other side with G2, Winter Major, like, you have to give it up for them. They made a huge mistake, and then it was a bracket reset, and what do? They come back very strong and win it.
Well, folks, it is time for us to find out which of these two teams is moving forward to face off against FaZe. Let us know who you pick in the Verizon fan vote at home. #energy, #G2. CJ, who's it going to be?
Oh, I want to believe in the NRG. This feels like a Cinderella run, the NRG BDS. Gibbs, I'm not sure why you predicted BDS either. I think you're trying to like get away from the NA curse prediction thing anyway. But anyway, in this matchup, I think that G2, they've got the proven track record so far. We have to look at recent history. I think NRG, they're heating up into this tournament. It's not going to be a 4-0, which what we might have seen coming into it, but I've got to go G2.
Well, we're at this stage now. We've seen all these teams play throughout the tournament, so a lot of my judgment today will be based off of the performances we've seen, and G2 versus Furia was the best Rocket League I think we've seen in this event so far. G2 came out on top of that. NRG have not shown that level yet, so I'm going to have to go with G2, but if it does go the other way, it will be due to that pressure affecting these players on the big stage on the biggest day of their careers.
Well, I love my history. And again, they've played 29 times. NRG is 19-10. They've played 8 times in this year, and NRG is still 5-3 versus G2. But new history will be made today. I'm going G2.
The Army.
Going G2.
Okay.
Well, Gibbs, that's not good. And that's not good. You pick a G2.
Sorry, G2. History will be made. The curse will be broken.
But when you got, I haven't said it all weekend, but I'm about to bust it out. When you got base, never wrong picking G2 Army. We're going, you know, I'm rolling with them in JNABs. He's going to be the defending world champions right here, right now, Wave.
Do you all know who's on the other side of this stage? It's Garrett G, it's Squishy Muffins, it's Justin, it's the reigning, defending world champions of Rocket League. Give me the general. The Cinderella story does not end here, folks. How is chat feeling about it at home? They both got armies. Which one's showing up right now? NRG's in the chat. You know they want to make this one happen. So we'll be getting that match here in just a second.
Listen,
oh my God.
Listen, Wave. Somebody sits on the throne, but sometimes you just got to be dethroned. It's G2's year. It's giving a G2 voice.
If they were going to be dethroned, thrown. It would have happened before Championship Sunday. I don't know how they're still here, but they're still here fighting.
I feel like chat is coming back to their first World Championship in a while. They've all been watching NRG in the past and not the NRG we've been seeing this tournament. G2 are the favorites, in my opinion. We'll be getting to see it in a bit here.
G2 might be the favorites, but there's something about the General. Can they make it to the quarterfinals, to the semifinals to face off against FaZe? Let's find out. Best of 7, first of 4 moves forward. The Vibe Tribe is on the call in the Skybox. Let's play some Rocket League.
For the right to face Rocket League's future. The General NRG G2 winner gets FaZe, and Game 1 is underway.
It's all about the emotions of these players, how they're feeling, the comfortability on that stage. They've got to find the momentum, find their stride. The classic matchup, G2 versus NRG. This is sure to deliver some of the best Rocket League we've seen all tournament long.
Already a hot start for NRG. We've seen this matchup played so many times, and we've seen the results sway back and forth. But who takes it when it matters most?
The next chapter in a storied rivalry between legends all over the field. Atomic, kind of the newest member of this fraternity. That's reflected by Garrett G. Squishy waiting patiently, and he's going to give way to Justin, looking for an opening at all in the G2 defense. One presents itself as Justin plays right across, but Squishy has to stay back. Familiar position as he was so great yesterday in their qualifying match. Justin's shot just over the bar. JNaps deflects out of harm's way.
Absolutely, NRG, they have aged like fine wine here at the World Championship. Started off rough, but slowly found the structure they needed and were so desperately lacking. You got Squishy in the backfield, Justin, of course, playing forward, and then maybe Atomic with a double tap. Man's had to interrupt me and almost got a highlight play out of it. But NRG, like I talked about, the structured defense. Squishy in the backfield, Gary G filling out the midfield, then of course you throw Justin forward to do what he does best, and they looked fantastic yesterday against Semper.
But can they keep it up with the offense that G2's been able to bring out? You saw Atomic line up that double. If he gets more opportunities like that with free space, it could be a goal for G2. JNaps with the shot on, and Garrett G able to get the save. Good clear from Justin, trying to follow it up. Chicago has to go and make contact with that. Squishy. Now Squishy can't get it through. JNaps again coming in clutch for G2.
So important to get that early pressure, that first goal. It's so important to slow down G2's momentum, stop them from getting the snowball rolling downhill. But it's G2 on the attack. JNaps coming up empty. Chicago, no double available. Justin there defensively for the General, and NRG once again shut the door. Can they turn it into offense? No, Justin, no shot.
Feathering his boost, Justin looking for a mechanical play, and I think we can understand what G2 are most likely going to try and implement here on offense. It's going to be good 50-50s from the corner, and then consecutive shots in a row, passing this ball into the midfield. It's what they do best. The chemistry, I think, is unmatched in North America. G2 reigning supreme in that category, but it can definitely be disrupted with a player like Squishy in the backfield.
Chance there, Chicago putting a shot on, and it's in! G2 Esports starts the series off with the first goal.
First goal for G2, and it's from Atomic in the corner, wins one challenge, and then dunks the follow-up to get it out to Chicago. And the Windy City strikes first.
2 minutes remaining in game one. G2 set the tone, the offense pays off. They're trying to look for some more NRG. See Squishy with that touch up. Justin racing Chicago. No one makes contact with the ball. JNaps gets the boost. Chicago tries to play it to Atomic, who has to rush that into the corner. G2 starting to scramble a bit. JNaps trying to get it under control, goes off the ceiling, but Squishy up, hits it into his own corner. As battle for control, that one goes high and off the back wall. NRG looking for a counterattack.
They've just been so close, but yet so far, Daz. I mean, we've seen Justin a few times. He's had a couple of good looks. He just has not connected, and that will miss oh so costly as G2 marches right down the field. Chicago adds a second.
2 in a row for Chicago. That one started as well from the corners. G2 Esports, they've come to play in game number 1. They haven't hit the stage in about 2 days. Had a long break, but it hasn't affected them. You can see they put in the work, put in the training, and they're fired up, ready to go already in game 1.
Fired up and ready to go, and with a 2-goal lead. Garrett tries to get that midfield past Chicago. Squishy plays it out. Justin will get denied by JNaps. And NRG not showing success on the offense. G2 with this game under complete control. As Justin will try again, looking for Garrett on the connection. Garrett does connect, but G2 has been there every time to deny shot opportunities from NRG as the time ticks down.
It feels like NRG doesn't have a single shot. Certainly no quality shots on the G2 net. G2 has thoroughly dominated this game, but only the 2-goal lead, 30 seconds left. Plenty of time for NRG to turn it on its head. It could start here with Squishy, though denied by the entire G2 army. Now Justin can't get a pass away, can't get a shot off, and that's been the theme of game number 1 for NRG. Now Garrett G will try. Flip reset doesn't yield anything. Justin, 1 touch to center. It's sent right back to the corner. Dropped in front again. Atomic clears away, and G2 with a clinical shutout in game number 1.
Atomic keeping it up, looking for more.
Maybe
and this one with a goal.
Maybe
hits the ground.
Would have been the exclamation point on a thoroughly dominant effort from G2 trying to unseat the defending champions.
Absolutely, but this is a similar series start to what we saw yesterday for NRG against Semper. It was a slow start. They dropped game 1. Even in game 2, they didn't score first, and NRG had to get into that series after a couple of attempts on net, a couple of shots to find their rhythm. The only difference is you're looking at a G2 defense. NRG were held scoreless in game 1, and even with all that pressure at the end, all those shots, they couldn't crack the armor and break through.
Equal on the shot count between both these teams, but G2 just that much more efficient when they're on offense. For NRG, they have to be a little bit more successful on the drives. It hasn't worked out well for them so far, and G2 is a team that will communicate, make adaptations, and you have your opportunities, because they did have opportunities. It wasn't like, you know, it was a shutout, like you said, Stacks, but NRG was able to get the ball up in front. They did have some extended pressure for a little bit. They just have to find those finishes.
I think the pieces are all there. They just have to convert simply at the end of the day. Whenever you're given that opportunity in front of the net, the shot's got to be powerful enough to even make a player out of G2 overextend or get out of rotation. There wasn't anything that looked dangerous from NRG. Pressure was there. The foundation was there. Now the question is, can you add that little cherry on top on the offensive side and get things moving?
It wasn't a lack of opportunities at all for NRG. Plenty presented themselves, but a lot of missed chances. Leads to a shutout from G2. Can they repeat that effort here on Aquadome?
1 tick on the box for G2, trip to the semifinals. But can they get the rest? NRG starting this one out with some offensive control. But this finally gets into the midfield. You see the race between Squishy and JNaps, and Squishy gets there first, keeping the ball in the orange half.
Yeah, that's pivotal from Squishy in the midfield, and it's led to a shot on target. The first goal for NRG.
They finally find success. Justin gets a great challenge win. You see Chicago looking for a piece of the ball, but Justin comes up again to make sure that goes in for NRG.
NRG needs a lot more of that. They've had their opportunities. They've just been 1 touch away, 1 challenge away. We've seen a lot of whiffs in game 1 where we don't normally see that from the reigning champs. Now they're here to play. Garrett G pushes one just wide.
Getting creative, landing under the ball, but just a second as this clear does go far down the other end. Crossbar down and out, then over to Atomic, the recovery. And then here comes Chicago, can't find the accuracy. Justin gets the clear out, and NRG, hold on.
They hold on, things are starting to speed up though here on Aquadome. Squishy with a good challenge win. You see Justin now coming up. They have Garrett in the midfield, but he has to back off pass play as JNaps plays this into the NRG side. Both teams finally starting to slow down, but you can see again, G2 getting a little too aggressive out in front, and sometimes that can put them in a bad spot.
Justin up top, this gets through, and JNaps right there the last line of defense as G2 keeps it a 1-0 game. But now Squishy out of the corner for Garrett G. He can take this himself, and he's met by Chicago. Two players with plenty of history in the RLCS. That one's deflected back into the corner, and Garrett G has to chase it down with Atomic trying to take him out. Oh, Garrett G could be downfield, and again, Atomic right there. And G2 lands an or shot and almost score on the other side. Follow is off the bar, down and away, and one more clearance by Justin.
It's a little concerning. G2, I mean, these are some really good offensive drives, but the shots have not hit the back of the net. They've been a little too high, just barely off the mark. It's still a one-goal game. As G2 try again, Atomic was waiting there in the midfield, has to retreat though after the clear.
Game 2 MVP going to the crossbar, at least within the first half. And then now it looks like a team bump on the play from G2 Esports. They landed all over each other. More demos getting taken out, and Garrett G is getting physical on the pitch. Squishy's coming in for a backboard redirect. Doesn't find it, but more and more time wasted off the clock, and stronger shots are coming through for G2.
It's just getting tougher and tougher for NRG to keep them at bay, but they've answered the bell every single time. Down to 2:15. Chicago over Garrett, and then Squishy in the way. Just barely keeping G2 out again, as here goes the captain, stuffed by Atomic, and Squishy has to take over from the back line again.
Doing solid work here. Less than 2 minutes remaining. G2 have been knocking on the door, but they've been denied every single time. Justin, off the ceiling, plays that to JNAP.
Control.
Not a lot of boost here, so 50 gets played downfield. NRG hold off defensively, but they haven't been able to break out. They haven't been able to add any more shots to the total. If they keep playing defense, it's only going to be a matter of time before G2 find a hole in the armor.
And that's a risky play style, and to me it looks like NRG want to get more passive and try and stay as defensive as possible. Run the clock down. They're fine with just maintaining this 1-goal lead. A demo in the air, another shot above, if not on the crossbar for G2.
Oh man, but the chances keep increasing. We're approaching the final minute in game 2. And the goal to start us off have not been met. Chance here, Chicago is going to turn off of it. Tries to put a light lob up. Justin takes control. And he's going to try to take this all the way downfield, looking for the 50 out in front. Gets to Garrett G, looking for the double. It's on. Squishy can't get the follow-up, has to turn off. Chance here for G2 to make a counterattack.
Had to cut right at midfield, otherwise G2 was going to walk into an open net. Chicago looking to equalize. Garrett G way up high to meet him. And now Garrett trying to streak downfield, but Justin can't hit him. Intercepted by Atomic, looking for the tie. It comes down to Chicago, but not quite where it needed to be. So JNAPS has to retreat and reset.
NRG, they must stand tall. The final 30 seconds, Justin gets bumped out of the way. G2 getting more physical. Here comes JNAPS, a 1v1 in the air, a battle won by NRG, and they keep finding the clears, wasting as much precious time off this clock.
Final few seconds. G2 need this drive.
JNAPS there.
To put it in! Saved on the goal line by Squishy. Atomic tries to play it out. Garrett has it. No boost. G2 looking to turn this around. Can Atomic get it all the way in front of the goal line? He's trying, but that one will hit the ground. The General, NRG take game 2.
Battle back. Game number 2. All NRG. They were stuck on defense for what felt like the majority of the game, but they were finding the saves. And I think we can give a lot of credit to, like I talked about, the crossbar being the MVP. G2. Maybe if there was more accuracy, we would have seen at least a tied up game, Daz.
Definitely could have. I mean, so many chances. I mean, like you said, if you look at the shots, over 10 for G2. So much pressure. It was very obvious that they had everything lined up, but the finishing needs work. As once NRG got on the board, you can see it here in Mobile One High Performance Replay, that goal was all she wrote in game 2. NRG put on a defensive masterclass.
I don't think we've yet to see either of these teams at their peak in this series. They're warming up to that point. We started to see G2 get a little close there. They started to return to their old form. They started peppering the NRG net with shot after shot, really testing the NRG defense. And fair play to especially Justin, who we usually talk about Squishy being the defender for NRG, but Justin had to pick up a lot of the slack and did so.
And we've seen a formation from NRG where they'll actually send 2 players back, and frequently put 2 players in the goal. Maybe they were expecting a barrage of shots to come out from G2 Esports. We've got the next game coming up. Game number 3, all tied up. Who will find themselves in the lead? We'll have to wait and see.
It's a battle in this quarterfinals matchup against the G2 Army in the General NRG. And right now, it's all tied up. But someone is going to come away here on DFH Stadium. Can G2 make the adaptations? Can they finally find the scoring? Can NRG continue to deliver on defense?
Good win by Atomic. That sets up JNAPS with Garrett G as the last line of defense, trying to dive bomb onto one, and Chicago in the way again. He's been great defensively for G2. He's also got both goals. Start thinking about MVP performances. It may indeed be Reed who's got it as the infield pass is sent away. JNAP's effort denied by NRG. Chicago banking one right back in, and JNAP's is waiting, but he's stopped by Squishy.
I'm impressed. NRG, they have got G2 Esports downloaded, at least for the first minute of game number 3. JNAP's is in the air, waiting, and then a pass down to Chicago. You think they're downloaded, but NRG can't get in the way of this midfield pass. It's too strong, it's too accurate, and of course, G2 strike first.
It's all about angles. G2 have been trying to get that ball to Chicago time and time again. They got it there a couple of times. Third time's the charm as Chicago finally bounces one through, and G2 strikes first this time. We've had back-to-back shutouts. Somebody has to answer now for NRG.
That's the question. How can they perform when they play from behind? So far, it's been tough for them this series. But oh my, a big mistake. Chance here for Chicago to add to the lead, and it goes in!
They're a mess. They're an absolute mess right now. This ball just off the crossbar, and everybody in panic mode trying to recover, and Garrett just out of his reach. Chicago's got all 4 for G2.
Out of the reach indeed for NRG. G2 Esports smacking this ball off the backboard, finding insurmountable amount of power, and I think that's what's been able to open up opportunities, create shooting lanes. NRG previously would find some reads off the backboard, be able to intercept the passes, but with the speed behind this ball, it doesn't even matter if you know where G2 are trying to go. Finding that prediction seems to be impossible.
The question is, for the remaining 3 minutes, can NRG do something that we haven't seen all series long, which is score 2, at least try to tie it up? They're gonna need to really pull out the stops here on offense. And like I said, G2, they have a hand lock on this game right now. A lot of time left for NRG, but they got to get things going.
G2 trying to add one more that certainly wouldn't put things out of reach, but it would feel like a massive hill for NRG to climb, as if it isn't tall enough already. Atomic with interference in front, trying to find JNAPS in the middle, and instead finds Chicago down towards Atomic and Garrett G. Great defense coming in from behind to disrupt the play and give NRG a shot at getting downfield and getting on the attack, and what a read defensively. G2 stifle NRG again.
To me, it really comes down to the quality of the pass that comes out from G2 Esports. The players are certainly in the position to receive, as is Chicago, who opts to not go for that ball. Squishy, a big clear down the other side. JNAPS wasn't in position right away, and it looked like it almost fell through. Even with a great pass, they can't break down the G2 defense.
Like you said, great pass, but just a little too slow there on that follow-up shot. Now NRG have to try again. Here's Garrett going in the air, off the ceiling. You can see Squishy trying to debate where to turn in, but now Atomic plays this one, trying to get on the wall, trying to make Justin uncomfortable. But Justin, great control to get this one into the midfield. NRG are having a tough time just, again, taking possession here as G2 making sure to control the midfield, running down the clock.
Chicago again, and he almost managed to get that center. JNAPS did, but Atomic not diving in. I think that's very wise from G2. They're not setting the house. 2-goal lead, why would you? Just manage the clock, manage possession. Garrett G throwing one downfield, he let it get away. Now Justin has Garrett up ahead, and his redirect is met rudely by Atomic as G2 continues to pitch another shutout. JNAP's in the way, paid the price for his defensive effort. Now Squishy to center for Garrett G. Off the corner, Justin double, not there, and it's popped away. Very patient attack here from NRG, but they still trail by 2.
And they're prioritizing keeping that possession with these touches, even if you're falling back, opting to not go for the shot and instead pass it to your teammate. Hold on to some pressure. It does die down with 40 seconds left. NRG, they need 2. Can they find it? Justin up for the shot, intercepted by G2.
I don't think there's enough time. G2 in control. You see JNAP trying to get that through. Good touch on from Garrett. But when G2 have this lead, it just feels like a mountain. And it's just so hard for NRG to climb it. Pinch out. Can Squishy get there in time? Chicago looking for the cutoff. Chicago will have that fully in control.
Final countdown of game 3. They gotta have one here, and they're not gonna get it. Atomic with one last big clear, and time's gonna run out on NRG as it's spiked to the ground. They couldn't buy a goal in game 3. All shutouts so far as G2 is halfway to the semis.
And they saw the defensive performance out of NRG in the previous game and said, okay, we'll match that and perform, if not better on defense. We'll get 2 goals and then hold it down on offense. We won't even let you go past the midfield line as much as you want to. And with that performance, they were able to hold on. Chicago, 2 goals to his name. He was putting in work in game 1. Of course, comes out game number 3.
Chicago 4, NRG 1. That's the series score right now. It is incredible what he's been able to put forth as G2. They have struggled to get their good looks against NRG in the odd-numbered games, but they haven't needed to run up the score because the defense has been so good.
That's true, and with Chicago being able to score every goal G2 has right now, like you had said earlier, have to keep eyes on him over the course of this series. He's definitely been stepping up as G2. 2 games away from FaZe Clan. They look in form. NRG, again, it's really just that offense that comes out. We know that they can make those defensive stops, but it's almost the same thing we saw from the Semper series where they have to get things going in the upper third.
We've talked so much about difference makers behind the teams, and that's one right there. Sathu has been a boon, as much as Atomic has for sure for G2. And now they are 2 wins away from a spot in the semifinals and guaranteeing that there will be a brand new world champion at the end of the day.
We started this series off saying that these 2 teams are getting warmed up. Game 1, a little bit slower pace, very patient approach. Game 2, similar. But as we got into game 3 and now into game 4, these teams have been speeding up, utilizing more boost. Justin, in particular, getting more aggressive. High-level mechanics sure to come out within the next few games. And that might just be the difference maker between what these 2 have to offer.
NRG is having a real tough time just getting quality possessions against G2 right now. It feels like the possession has to favor G2 greatly, probably 70-30 at least over the last couple of games. This one starting off very similarly. Squishy, though, great control, great focus as he avoids all the contact, at least got that ball away, bought his teammates time, and now Garrett can come in and help out.
See the demo game on G2, though. They know if NRG wants to play defensively, they will try their best to push through them, make their opportunities as easy as possible. That man, Atomic.
Wow.
Dropping it to JNAPS. Chance for JNAPS. There's 2 on the backboard for NRG. Justin goes first. Squishy stays on the backboard. He's able to get this touch out, but still, G2, every step of the way, they are on top of the ball. They are hunting for any sign of weakness for NRG.
And that's exactly right, Daz. On top of the ball, at any given moment, they're going to the backboard of NRG, waiting there patiently, and then you think a shot's gonna come out or even a clear from NRG, but then somebody like Atomic is right in front of it and can get the pass back, and that's what's creating this level of possession that NRG can't match and can't find a clear against. We'll look at Atomic, his rotation, getting aggressive, going for a bumper, maybe even a shot, save from Squishy.
Unbelievable that he's able to make that read. Time travel really must be possible. This goes across and Justin lays it over to the side. Garrett couldn't quite park the bus there and get the redirect. It would have been on target. So Justin had to kind of save the play. Here's Garrett now, trying to get around, and again, G2 just swarming NRG on the offensive end of the field. Justin can't stay with this play, so it's right back in at Garrett and Squishy. And G2 continues this nearly relentless assault against the General. Oh, chance for Garrett, and again Chicago in the way. Still available, and Atomic snuffs it out.
A little bit of a team bump there from G2,
Ooh.
but that's a tough
Justin's
ball.
alone.
There's a demo though. Garrett ends up taking out JNaps. So it buys NRG some time. But here they are again, still having to stop the onslaught of the G2 army. Passed out, Atomic tries to get control. Justin able to beat him in the race. Garrett in Chicago, 50 on the side. JNaps looking for a high touch. A's able to get it, but not really too dangerous for NRG. We're approaching the 2-minute mark. We're still scoreless. G2 still in front.
Oh, what a pass.
Chance here. Does he find it? No, it's off the post.
G2, they're definitely working for it. So close, they haven't earned their first goal yet.
Oh, they're at a boost.
That's thanks to NRG and this immaculate defense that's standing up. But the tension is building between the teams. Scoreless in game number 4. We're coming down to the final minute.
Justin clearly does not look comfortable on the back lines. G2 are chasing him all over the place. He's got to have his head on a swivel as he dropped one down in front. And JNaps with Chicago running interference. Great control by Garrett G to avoid the contact and make the stop. We remain scoreless, but for how much longer? No offense there out of NRG.
Big speed.
It's JNaps around the boards. Try to drop one in front, and it's just not there. Chicago has to chase to the corner, and then JNaps denied. Garrett G up ahead, but Squishy's running interference out there for a pass.
Trying to take out Atomic. Final minute. NRG bearing down. Can Justin get that? That's gonna go straight down. Garrett doesn't have the read. Squishy sending it across. No one there for NRG. Under a minute remaining in this game. And as hard as G2 have pushed, they have not been able to break through the NRG defense.
That might do it, that might do it.
No! Squishy denies. It's still scoreless.
Squishy, the guardian angel for NRG, but he's not there for this one. It's Atomic to end the drought and get the first goal for G2.
They pulled Squishy out. A miss from Garrett on the back wall. And Atomic able to put that one in for G2. 33 seconds remaining in regulation. If G2 can hold on to this one, it's a big match point situation for them.
A slight shake of the head there from Justin, who was close, but not quite close enough. And now Chicago dumping one right back in with 20 seconds left. And he's gonna keep harassing the NRG defense.
Double tap.
Forcing them to act, forcing them to keep this ball close to the vest. Now Squishy finally gets one away, but there's nobody to pass to. This will fall to Justin. Can't make good on it. Now with 5 seconds left, Garrett has to retreat. He can't get there in time. Chicago strikes again.
G2 charge forward. Atomic pushes through, leaves a lane for Chicago, and off the post. And in this time, G2 submit game 4, and they put NRG in a 3-1 match point situation. Ball will hit the ground. And 1 life left for NRG.
Game 1, 2-0. Game 3, 2-0. Game 4, 2-0. Noticing a trend here. Another shutout as G2 keeps NRG at bay, and the stat we've heard all weekend long. The first to 3 does not give up the lead.
Maybe, do we get a difference though? This is the defending world champs. Their backs are against the wall. Everything has to get thrown out on the pitch in this next game. And do they have what it takes to really make that adjustment, Daz? As we just got news, there is in fact a timeout taken for NRG.
Shots are 12-2 in that game. I mean, that is worse, I think, than game 1. I mean, that felt like a 4-0 game. That felt like a 5-0 game with all the opportunities that G2 had. NRG just could not get it going. They could not get quality possessions. I think they had one really good look at the G2 net. Other than that, it was all G2 esports. And unless something changes out of this timeout, and Ziz is probably the guy to do it. He knows these guys better than anybody. But something drastically has to change for a team that only has 1 goal from Justin.
For me, with these extra 60 seconds, it's all about calming the mental. I think NRG, with that structured performance that we saw yesterday against Semper, you need to be a little bit more fluid, of course, but I still like the idea of keeping Squishy back, having Garrett G get more involved in the offense, and then, of course, throwing Justin forward. That's the plan. The mentality is what you need to calm now. for NRG, the defending champs. I'll say it again. They are hungry out here to try and smack G2 down, or at least push this to game number 7, Daz.
I mean, you got one timeout, and you're in a situation with everything on the line, the season on the line, everything you've worked so hard for. They gotta talk about it. They gotta think it through.
Yeah. I think that it might be a little bit too quiet in here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and ask. Dickies Arena, let's make some noise.
There we go.
We need to lighten the tension a little bit, come on. 13,000 people in attendance. It's gonna get loud. It's gonna get nerve-wracking for these players on the pitch, and especially for NRG with their backs against the wall.
Here we go. Wasteland, baby. Game 5 could be the end of a 974-day World Championship reign. Here comes Chicago, looking for the opening shot. And Garrett G sends it away. Here goes Squishy now. We'll see if he is a lot more forward. He probably has to be for NRG as Justin's denied by JNAP.
You have to leave everything out there if you're NRG, because look at how G2 are striking. JNAP was looking for the top right corner, denied. As we pick up almost where we've left off, chance there, another shot from JNAP. This time, Justin able to make the save.
It's all about how you move out of the defensive side for NRG. You're under so much pressure, you don't have any boost, but still you have to find a way to march downfield when there's shots like this coming at you. Left and right, Daz. What can you do?
Nothing, because nothing is stopping Chicago from putting that in the back of the net. Beautiful shot just under the crossbar. G2 march forward.
Even if Squishy doesn't kind of run up on that ramp there, he's not catching that. Chicago shot, perfect. Now JNAPs, I'm sure they're looking for another way to find Chicago. Why not? Here he goes, but that's well off the mark. Now Atomic threatening to jump in. That forces Justin into action, and then get the bump on JNAPs. Just the ball lobbed downfield into a space, not to a teammate who can run onto it as JNAPs throws one up. Atomic gets denied by Squishy.
Squishy able to get a solid touch there, but G2 still on the press. Atomic past midfield. Who's there? Chicago.
Oh.
Good 50 out there on the side, but it feels like NRG are playing catch up at this point.
I mean, this ball is still stuck in the NRG half, but Squishy gets around one player, dribbling past him. Might be the move, at least to try and slow things down, keep possession, keep pressure. Justin, a flip reset opportunity. Almost worked out. One of the best looks we have seen from NRG, but just like that, we are back down the other end.
Decent amount of boost for Justin, trying to carry this all the way through. Oh. And it's off the post. Garrett trying to keep this in. Pass out between JNAPs and Chicago to relieve the pressure. Solid performance from NRG, but G2 looking the other way.
NRG fighting for survival. Already down a goal as we near the halfway mark of what could be the final game of their tournament. Demo in the corner. JNAP's gonna take his time. Squishy forces the issue. And Justin can't take the possession away either. There's no shot here as Garrett has to play one across. And JNAP, not a lot in the tank, but enough to be a nuisance, but he's denied by Squishy. And Justin, only temporarily. This goes all the way across where JNAP is waiting down in front, and Justin pops one away with Atomic lurking. Oh, shot on here is saved away. Chicago getting it done on both halves of the field. But now this is where NRG has to make their move. We need a game that's not a shutout if the reigning champs are going to get this to Neo Tokyo. And one bounced in, sent away by Squishy and Justin.
We had a double commit on the field, but Squishy did have their back as that third man, and an explosive performance from NRG when they do get out from this onslaught of an offense that is G2. They can find one, maybe two good looks. The accuracy, it needs to be there. Their efficiency and ability to convert has to be flawless with the little amount of time they're getting on the offensive side.
Nerves and pressure building. Season on the line and time ticking down. You need a goal. You need to stop Atomic, and you just can't do it!
Atomic adds his second, and it could be the dagger. Up high, down hard, 2-0 G2.
NRG, too slow on these rotations. They have the positioning, They can see the shot coming in, but that last man back just can't get there in time for the save. But there's a shot from Garrett G that might start things early. And I say early when there's only 1 minute and 24 seconds left. 1 goal here, and you might get a chance to find the second.
Approaching the final minute in what could be the last game of NRG season. They're gonna have to perform and show us magic if they wanna have a chance. What more does the General have in the tank? Justin battling downfield. Space here. Garrett hits off the crossbar. Justin trying to keep this alive, has to get it past 2. 50 out, but Chicago pops it in the air, giving G2 space. Squishy looking for the infield. Amazing cutoff from Atomic. He had 0 boost, but still ball moving forward. NRG giving everything on this drive, but G2 matching them every step of the way. Garrett testing shot, and it's an easy save for JNAPS.
NRG has to send everything forward now. It doesn't matter if they give up a 3rd goal, if they can't get 1 or 2 of their own. Justin's got to circle around here, and JNAP's still got a piece of that ball. So now Garrett with a full tank. Lob one up, Atomic intercepts, down to 15 seconds. Justin gonna lose the race here as JNAPS keeps it at midfield.
He needs one.
Squishy, gotta go deep into the back of Tricks, got the bump, and Justin's denied by Atomic. Down to 5 seconds left, and the World Championship reign is all over. G2 gets FaZe in the semis.
We will crown a new champion in the Dickies Arena.
Tell you what, every time you see a champion on their last legs, they get that second wind, that sudden burst of energy. We saw it there from the General. We saw them give every last bit they had to try and get at least 1 on the board. And G2 took NRG's best shot and sent them away every single time.
I mean, they were simply suffocated on the defensive end. I mean, even with Squishy and the defensive performance that he has had within the past 2 days, it's not enough to take down G2 Esports. So many shots getting fired at you from the left, from the right, 50-50s not going your way. And for G2 Esports, it's a fundamental gameplay, it's a clean gameplay, and it's one that looks to be peaking at the moment, Daz. They are scary moving into the semis.
You talked about this matchup. People tried to break it down. They talked about the history. But this is a completely different environment, a completely different G2. And they are in form as they are looking at the trophy. They're almost there.
I mean, Chicago was just ungodly in that series. Unbelievable stuff. 6 goals and an assist. Going back to their series yesterday, back in the start of the group stage. 21 out of the 23 goals for G2, Chicago has had a hand in. He's either scored or assisted on them. Those are MVP numbers. You could almost seal the case right there. If they get to the finals, if they can get by FaZe, good luck, by the way, FaZe, shutting that down. You already have a clear-cut MVP candidate, but there is still work to do.
And I love the storyline that was there on the field and on the stage. You know, veterans battling it out. Gary G, Chicago, JNAPS, of course. Squishy now, been in the scene for so long, fighting against each other. Unfortunate that one of them did have to get knocked down and happened to be the defending world champs. And boy, oh boy, somebody new gets to raise that trophy, Daz. This is going to be a much more exciting event. The environment, the atmosphere, like you said, it is different now. There will be a new team taking home the championship.
Trophy's over there.
Right there.
We're gonna see who can go get it. That's for sure. It's G2. An amazing performance. We got Orb on the stage here to chat with one of the players.
Dickies Arena, hi again. Please give it up for your winners, G2 Esports. That must feel pretty good to hear.
Does feel pretty good, yeah.
You are no stranger to this stage. You've been here before. How does it feel to now be qualified for the semifinals for this Worlds?
I mean, it feels great, but at this point, we're so far in the tournament, we just want to go all the way. And I know for me in Chicago, we want to get revenge on New Jersey and finally take home the first place.
I mean, there in season 9, a lot of people consider you guys the favorites. Then the pandemic happened. We've all seen it. Is this a little bit of a redemption for you?
I mean, I think when people say we should have deserved the World Championship in Season 9, I think it's unfair to Dignitas, who was also #1 in EU. So, I mean, this time around, it doesn't feel like we missed out in Season 9, so.
Now, for this series against NRG, did you guys study NRG? Did you plan anything particular just for them here on stage?
We did do some replay review on NRG, but I think our scrims were going so well that we just kind of looked at it and had like really casual conversation, and we didn't try to look too much into it because of how we've been playing. We felt we're playing really well in scrims.
Now, a team consists of 3 players here, your 2 teammates, Atomic and Chicago. What do you have to say about them?
I mean, today in this series, I couldn't shoot the ball, so Reed Curry was showing up. He's been showing up all tournament, and I think Atomic is one of the best players in the world right now, and I'm so happy we were able to pick him up.
Do you have one final message for the fans here tonight and the G2 Army watching from home?
I just want to thank everyone for being by my side for almost 6 years now, and I hope I can continue to show the G2 fans what we're made of in the future.
Diggers Arena, give it up! Jane Abs at G2 Esports advancing to the semi-finals. Now, as you know, like I said before, we have more series coming up. BDS versus K-Corp coming up next.
We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right, any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
Players put in.
victory and I got it, cause I'm
Yo, did you guys see? Apparently the venue's sold out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently it took like 5 minutes.
No way. That was way faster than Coverbox Arena.
Yeah, apparently.
Apparently, I need a rebrand.
Oh my! Then I'll be coming back to the home, the spiritual home of the fans of Rocket League, without me and this beauty.
Game 5, we thrive. Game 5, we thrive.
I will come to your house and I will punch you in the throat.
You say you should have swept them, so what went wrong in the sweeping motion?
They scored more goals than we did in some matches. That's probably the main reason we took them to Game 5.
It's so nice seeing you in person. We can actually hang out. I wanted this moment for so long. You guys can't see. He's actually on the box.
Why would you tell them that? Why would you tell them that?
The bumps, the demos, maybe getting away from that because the shooting confidence is down. I don't know. It's hard for me to say, but they got to figure it out because Semper, they're in a solid position right now. They've got the momentum. And
we've got the best coach in the business. He doesn't know a thing about Rocket League. He's no good, but he has got the mental side of things.
The whole way here of us taking down M1.
Siempre con algo diferente, una sorpresa, algo por el estilo. No es un libreto, gente, no importa. Simplemente estamos haciendo que se crean que
counts. And ground zero, and of course, Justin clearly.
Justin let that team down, straight up.
You know what? Stop it. I'm getting tired of all the NA slander. You're gonna need to. Okay, I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna sit down. But
yeah, Furious. Sorry.
Just make
I think you want to more Furious.
Yo no tenía que hacer esto. Yo simplemente quería estar aquí.
No.
Yes. Ever had. Cole, my question does seem to be that how does Renegades manage to...
Yes! Yeah! Oh! Yes! Oh, baby!
Loser, gonna be going home. You're not gonna want to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Like, whenever Semper scored, they're like, yes, yes, because it's a big deal for them. But for us, it's just like another day at the office.
Looking in no man's land, and then a fake from Joyo on his own teammate. You thought he was gonna get the touch with Tira. What's going on?
He's laughing at him. He's mocking him.
Space Station side, they finally get one to go away, or go through, and they get some good passing. And they just.
We have the licorice in place. Cheers, guys. Gold.
Oh, look at that!
Bro!
Yes, no, but that's good.
Did you eat it?
Feel that?
I licked it.
Other teams probably should be a bit scared of us because we can bump, and OC is brought up from a very fast region of idiots, so they won't know how to play against us.
Read your shout out to #2G2 Army. Let me tell you, #2G2 Army is loud and proud right now. They call me a madman every single time I'm on this desk, and every single time I have to prove y'all wrong.
Shows just, you know, the teamwork that is involved in Rocket League Turbo. Would you agree with that?
I don't want to be here.
Sweet. Wow. The wow. Major champions.
Wow. They say lightning never strikes twice. Try telling Team BDS. Sunny skies in Stockholm became bleaker in winter as their hot streak collapsed into the very cold front that had always made them so terrifying. Change was inevitable. Seiko brought smiles and sunshine, and a near-flawless online campaign led to a springtime showdown in London.
They know they need a little bit more space on the field. Extra's gonna find one, though. We didn't need the
cut it out, and that's something that you can always not do, but Seiko, there it is.
But as the locals all know, the English weather can turn in a heartbeat.
EU #1 seed knocked out by Sam #2 and OCE #1.
No one knows why storm clouds seem to gather wherever these online legends travel. Perhaps in the Dallas summer, they'll once more reign supreme.
Welcome back to the Rocket League World Championship. Coming to you live from Fort Worth, Texas. Another team falls, and this one is historic. NRG, the defending world champions, have been eliminated from the season. We will crown a new world champion today. What a day it's been so far.
It sure has been. G2, man. They're just the ball movement, the pressure. They kept energy on their half and won those games for at least 4 minutes. They couldn't get out. The general, they were singing Kumbaya and never Kumbaya. It won't get you the W here.
And we talk about roller coaster rides. Well, NRG, they fell off a cliff and never came back. Spring split, they didn't look good. We were hoping to see them bounce back. They at least made top 8 here, but we wanted to see more. One goal in that series just isn't enough. And who knows, maybe this is the last time we see these three players together.
Yeah, I think there's question marks around the ability of these three players. For so long, they were the strongest players in their region, but the shift has changed now. G2 looking like one of the best teams in the tournament. They just seem so consistent in every aspect of the game.
It was just a clinical series. I think that sums it up from G2. I think just because that was the expected result, I'd say, a 4 or a 4-1, but just because it's the World Championships, there is that question mark factor. You know, how are NRG going to bounce back as 3 world champions, but the series went how we thought, you know, with a 4-1, very clinical.
Got to shout out Chicago. He played fantastic, scoring so many goals, and that's the key to these guys is they play simple Rocket League very well, and that relies on clinical execution, and Chicago was shooting so well.
Simple.
The team, what do you mean simple?
Dragon, it might be simple to you because you actually know how to use your brain, but I'm telling you, a lot of these pros, they just rely on mechanics. That's all they do. G2, they're so special because they can move the rock left, right, up,
down. There's always all three of them being in use in a play that usually doesn't happen for any team. Moist is the best.
It's not. I'm not digging into their playstyle. I'm saying it's a good thing. They do simple well. The highlight package there was all one-touch plays, working the space, using their teams well. That's hard to do in Rocket League.
Man, compliment G2, Bates, all right?
I was saying it's a good thing.
Well, G2, they have earned all their compliments. They will have a match against FaZe a little bit later on today. Let's take a look at the bracket. We are done with the NA quarterfinal matches here, Gibbs. It's time for the top.
Full season, though. We got G2, the #1 NA seed, versus FaZe Clan, the #2 North American seed, to see who plays in that grand finals. But now we move to the European side with Sam as well with Furia. But first up, BDS and K-Corp.
We've got BDS versus K-Corp. The next match here, a European representative in the semifinals. And I'm so excited to see who's going to be there. The blue wall has been proving all of us wrong throughout the course of this entire event.
The blue wall.
Not all of us. They've been heating up.
You don't get to speak. You pick Falcons to win the World Championship and you switch it out.
All right, well, K-Corp, are they going to prove Gregan right? We're about to find out. They got to get through Team BDS.
The next match against BDS is kind of nervous, but at the same time excited because they are probably our best friends in the scene, and just playing against friends is always excited, so yeah.
I'm looking forward to play them. We've played them a lot the past season. To beat Carmine, we have to be very good on defense, good communications overall because they're very aggressive and playing very fast.
I think as a team, to stop BDS is just to play super confident and play like we're not on the stage in front of 13k people.
So I think we're gonna make it all the way to finals because there's like almost no surprises for us.
It's like home now, the stage. It's been like 5 or 6 BO we played, so I think that's the only thing we can have in front of, like, over them, so I would say that.
It's gonna be a great match.
Good luck. I hope I'm gonna smash you.
In our next quarterfinal, the new face of Rocket League's French Evolution marches against the blue wall. Here comes Team BDS and Carmine Corps.
Camaraderie amongst European players stronger than ever as the French-speaking community comes together, plus Nolly, onto this stage. Every player on this pitch, so much respect for their opponent, but when they get into that arena, they're going to have to start playing the best Rocket League of their lives.
We heard Astral in the video say, good luck, I hope I smash you. And then they walk out like, you know, arms in arms here, but that smashing begins now.
Absolutely. I think this is all a show. You know, the camaraderie is coming in, they're EU brothers, but they're about to go to war, baby. And Noli, he's a guy that as soon as it's 3-2-1, as soon as he gets that kickoff, he's in for the fight.
He was saying he's not been playing well this whole tournament and he needed to step up, and he showed that yesterday with one of the best individual performances he's ever had, scoring the best goal of the tournament in my opinion, and he's here today to prove it once again.
Ooh, best goal of the tournament. That's a high praise right there, Greg. But Noli's been picking it up. He played absolutely admirably yesterday, but he's young man, he had the birthday buff. The birthday buff brought him strong, but he's been absolutely phenomenal this whole entire tournament. I keep saying it, the unsung hero. He is so good on this team. Astro gets a lot of praise, but Itachi really brings it all in.
Itachi looking strong, but there's only one Worlds veteran on the stage here, Gibbs.
We got Astral. We're going to be talking about the new era of Rocket League, the new era for the World Championship, but Astral is from that old guard. And he wants it more than anyone here.
Yeah, we heard Orb ask JNaps about the Season 9 Worlds that didn't happen in the end, and asked him whether they were the favorites, and JNaps rightfully gave praise to Dignitas at the time, where Astral was the star player, so he's coming here for that redemption arc to try and take this World Championship.
I mean, Astral, we spoke about it yesterday, they need 3 of him, but they really don't. They just need Astral. He is that good for this team. And I mean, on the other side, we got BDS, and that man there, he's Monkey Moon, the man they always talk about, the man, the myth, Monkey. If he steps up today, this team is going to be incredibly tough to beat.
One word I keep describing him with: efficiency. Everything he does is about efficiency. Boost management, speed, and the touches he goes for are nice and simple, which apparently is a diss to a player according to T-Bates, but he is a simple, efficient Rocket League player.
And welcome to the new age. Monkey Moon leads that charge, one of the best in the world throughout Rlcs X and throughout this year online. But Winter and Spring Majors didn't go their way. But BDS came through the main event with full force.
Full force. To everybody's surprise, outside of Bates and a few others, of course they're going to bounce right back. They're too talented, too legit. I understand they don't have Mark by 8 anymore. They picked up Seiko. They dominated online, a little lackluster in London, but they finally unlocked this man. He's been playing his endpoint role, filling up the front lines, and then Monkey Moon Extra come right back in.
He's sitting closer and closer to his monitor every single
he's
series.
Evolving
and
every
he's
series.
Exactly, he's getting better and better. This man has, I don't want to say he's carried BDS, but he has been the difference factor in big game Seiko. There's been question marks about his ability to perform, particularly early on in lands, but right now
he's been on fire.
He has been on fire. All doubts has been, he's put to bed all doubts.
The real question for this team was who was going to be the star player when they brought Seiko over. Was it going to be Monkey or Seiko? And I think Monkey has finally realized he needs to support Seiko, feed him the ball, and let him score all the goals.
Gibbs, you picked BDS to win it all earlier today. What has it been about the last 2 weeks of competition that has convinced you?
It's got to be one thing, CJ. Let's start a little song. You ready? Oh, Seiko, you see the best player in the world. Yeah, we only had one line there. But still, Seiko, he's over 1.5 goals per game right now, leading the offensive charge for BDS, and they've looked on fire.
Well, they have looked incredible, but they've got to get through the blue wall, who have put out so many fires over the course of this last 2 weeks. Let's take a look at what you at home think is going to happen in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag KC, hashtag BDS, and I can kick things off for our picks up here on the desk. I've loved what BDS has done. I've loved what K-Corp's done so far, and I genuinely feel torn in this matter right now, but I do think the Seiko factor is going to be the difference maker in this match. I do think BDS is going to knock Karmine Corp off of this one.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick indeed, Wave. And I'm going to have to side with you. I'm going with BDS, Seiko, endpoint level. When you're allowing him to just roam up front, he's got two better teammates and Monkey Moon Extra behind him. It's just too dominant. Too dominant right now for the blue wall.
This main event upper bracket is 2-0 so far. I want to continue that trend. BDS here.
Oh, so before this desk, I was going to go BDS because I think they are the favorites here. We haven't seen them yet in front of the crowd.
Okay.
Still question marks around that, but purely on the performance we've seen from them at this event, they have shown to be a good team that could beat anyone. But I'm going to have to go K-Corp to balance out the desk. We cannot have a full BDS lineup here because it is not that one-sided a matchup. I think K-Corp do have every chance to do it based off their performance so far.
I'm a K-Corp believer. I'm a K-Corp lover. I'm an Astral lover as well. However, when we played BDS, Astral was so confident we'd lose that he said he'd shave his head bald. So I'm flipping BDS all the way. I'm bringing that same confidence for BDS because they're looking great. Seiko's looking unreal. So if they show up today, I think they're the better team.
Is this the second time you've been the only person predicting Karmine Corp in this building?
Yeah, but this time I think I'm wrong. Well, Last time I thought I was right, but this time I
just stick with it, man. Just stick with it.
K-Corp is going to win.
Blue wall, right? Give it to him there. How does chat feel about it there? 62%.
Yes, chat.
Blue
Let's
wall,
go, chat.
Got them there.
We got this.
Some fans in the building, some fans in chat as well. And man, what a match we have ahead of us. So much French representation on the stage. Rocket League has been a game about the French for so long. Who is going to represent the country moving forward in the bracket? Let's find out. We got BDS versus Karmine Corp. We got Cole and Stumpy with and Snoopy's there too in the Verizon Skybox.
These players approach Championship Sunday arm in arm, and yet they are going to leave as sworn enemies on that pitch. I'm Stumpy with Cole, and of course we're with Subi. Who else would it be? But Cole, this has been one of the best competitions we've seen so far, and it does not change with this European matchup.
It's about one team taking their momentum from the spring major in K-Corp, and another that are completely disregarding everything that's gone wrong for them so far this season. Team BDS playing at their best, and when better to do so.
Absolutely, but for K-Corp, they're coming in and bringing all of that momentum from this week into this so important matchup. Europe, you're represented well here, but Astral starting things off with great defense as Monkey Moon pushes forward, and this is going to be a matchup for the ages, fellas.
Interesting seeing Astral and Monkey Moon up against each other so soon. Two players who in their time have been hugely in the conversation for the best player in the world. Monkey Moon has slowed down recently, but thankfully for him, he's had a teammate in Seiko who has massively taken that mental, but you could say the same for Astral. Nolly in particular, as a pass goes in from Itachi, is peaking.
Yeah, there have been so many highlight performances from Nolly, from Monkey Moon and Seiko, as he mentioned him. It has been just across the board one of the best performances for Europe we have ever seen.
It's exciting to see, right? Because these players, Waypong was saying, they're battling to be the best French players, but they come into it just being friends for years and years. And when it comes down to it, somebody has to walk off sad and somebody has to have full elation.
Yeah, and you love to see that they can kind of put that competitive edge to the side for just a moment as they took the stage, but how quickly it is erased as the game begins. Game 1. Nice bump on that back line for Noli, and Astral gonna start things off for K-Corp.
He's been scoring all of the goals for K-Corp so far. Here he is again on the end of this one. It was Noli charging into Seiko. But Itachi did the simple play, but that's the one that was needed, and that's why he is such an effective player.
Yeah, Itachi, I feel, I spoke to Noli previously. He was saying Itachi doesn't really get the love that he deserves. He gets so much credit, on the pitch from players. And when it comes down to just a couple of those kickoffs, they can change series.
And how often have we seen that today? Just a poor kickoff attempt from one side and an easy goal for the other. And for Team BDS, not a hole you want to dig yourself into.
This is exactly the start that K-Corp needed as well. You're coming up against Team BDS, who, after trouncing version 1 recently, suddenly everybody wakes up and remembers how good they are, how scary Team BDS have been. They won 2 of the 3 online regionals in spring. They came 2nd in the 3rd. Seiko comes in, they seem unbeatable, undeniably the best team in the world. That gets forgotten. K-Corp have to forget that themselves, because against V1, they were looking like it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Allowing 1 goal for V1, who then have just done such an incredible job being able to get through to those quarterfinals. Could not make it through into the semis, were beaten out in the end by FaZe. But the push from K-Corp has been fantastic. In the first 2 minutes of game number 1, they've looked like the better team. Statistically, they are down there. They're somewhere around, the 10 ranges. But when you look at BDS, they are right near the top. Seiko leads in so many of the biggest categories that you've got to lead in.
Yeah, and it's so easy to describe this series. You just need 3 words, and all those are David and Goliath. You have one of the best teams, not only in Europe, but of all time that we've ever seen. And then K-Corp, flashes of brilliance from time to time, but no better time to get hot than now.
Well, they've had a couple of flashes of brilliance, simple brilliance, in this opening game to give themselves this early lead. But now Monkey moves on the ball, he's dribbling almost past all of them. It falls to Extra. There's just always one more Team BDS player in this conveyor belt. Monkey Moon gets it over the top. Astral has to have his read good, and he does. Actually, this might be sneaking all the way in. Unbelievable clearance there from Astral.
Seiko left wall manages to get one musty nearly over the top of Astral. Opportunity to try and get back just 1 goal. They do such a good job of allowing a lot of these goals to go their way. They're offensively the best in the competition so far. Their journey, though, they are hoping it's only just getting started. They started off our entire season. They won the fall major. It was a lot of fun, but they need to finish it here. This is the big one.
Well, and one thing that doesn't get brought up enough as we see a whiff on the back line, Seiko looking for a double, can't quite find it, is the fact that Team BDS, while they are so good, they have not had much success playing in front of a live environment, and this being the largest crowd in RLCS history.
Another one.
Another one through the back gate. Team BDS left the door wide open.
A huge overcommit there for Team BDS. Monkey Moon nowhere near that one as Extra rotated backwards, and K-Corp have a real chance here to make Team BDS start to ask some more questions. Is it happening again? Is the crowd beginning to get on our backs? Can we deal with that? It's all from K-Corp's pressure, but if Team BDS get in their own heads, we've heard from their own coach that they can struggle to get out of there.
Yeah, their mentality is one of the biggest hurdles that they struggle with. That is why Mew is so important, where he focuses on that sports psychology side of things. K-Corp, though, they want to try and batter down those brain cells as best as they can. In game 1, this is a brilliant time to start it off. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. K-Corp leading by 3.
Monkey Moon charges in with Astral. Seiko steams in, but the passes aren't quite happening right now for Team BDS. Well, he's up against Extra. Extra has won that one cleanly, which is great, but then there comes Astral. Whenever Team BDS get a sense that they can get involved, K-Corp are there.
The rotations are just so crisp and clean for K-Corp right now as Seiko hits the flip reset, but Nolly denies, and Team BDS just looking for their first goal here in game number 1. It would be very important to carry that momentum into game number 2. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to tie this game up. 3 goals is going to be a hard ask when K-Corp has been so stingy on defense.
Extra managing to get a demo. Monkey Moon sending it high back onto Extra. Astral, though, clearing it onto that left-hand wing with Nolly rising from the backboard. Monkey Moon, the man who we speak about so frequently in the conversation for best player in the world, is wanting to regain that mantle. Leaves that 100 boost. Seiko, though, in that wonderful lava car, making it hot on the pitch.
Look how far back Team BDS were. They had some pressure there, but they couldn't do anything with it. Their other two players, when the shot came in, all the way on their own half. It's like they've settled for an 0-3 loss in game number 1. Maybe a musty flick will unlock the defense, but not to be there. K-Corp comfortably take game 1 by 3 goals to 0.
Team BDS laying the big goose egg here in game 1, and it just didn't look like the rotations were there for them. You were talking about the conveyor belt. Yes, they could keep the pressure, but they couldn't get past the top of the box. And for Team BDS, you see Extra up on the stage, and for me, he's the one that's going to have to step up. Bottom of the scoreboard here, not even breaking 100 points. He is so instrumental in their success if they are going to find victory.
I mean, Extra is the player where I was talking to our wonderful statistician, D-Rex, and he mentioned so much of Seiko, so much of Monkey Moon. Extra didn't even leave his lips. It's something that Extra has not been the person that we want to see this entire competition. Even assists, you look at Monkey Moon, you look offensively, you look at Seiko, you then look defensively, you look back to Seiko. Extra can be incredible on his day. Hopefully that day is today. We go to 7, because K-Corp in that, it was just not easy, but it was standard almost.
I mean, yeah, you can see there, 60 points for Extra, but that's not necessarily Extra's fault. If Monkey Moon and Seiko are squeezing him out and those rotations did seem a little bit off once or twice, the third goal, a complete freebie, that's a real problem. So, I mean, we've been seeing it from FaZe recently. They've become so much less selfish and shared their team dynamics so much more. Perhaps a sign that BDS weren't quite doing that in game 1?
Absolutely, and it's so odd to see Extra down there on the bottom because, I mean, throughout the season, we were so used to almost having an analyst chair just for him. So much success that he found throughout the season, and on the biggest stages right now, he needs to find some more.
Well, it gets no bigger than this. K-Corp have started doing everything they would have wanted, but they have to keep that momentum up.
For any esports historians out there, these teams have played twice before, and they're currently at 1-on-1, and they've only played once when Nolly is on the side of K-Corp. BDS, though, they took that in Spring Regional 2 very recently. That was a 4-2 result. Did not even go to 7. The K-Corp, great start for them.
Oh, Astral! Wow! Astral, where did you come from? 1-0 K-Corp.
Just coming off of the back line, great vision from Itachi, but better redirect from Astral. One of the greatest goals we've ever seen.
Just the blind spot was absolutely where Astral wanted to exist. What a drop down, what a start on Aquado.
K-Corp, they're just getting better and better. After the Spring Major, I thought they'd overperformed. You know, they played as well as they should have to get top 4, but I didn't think they'd take that to Worlds. And it's showing that here. The last remaining wildcard team after version 1 have gone out. Can they get themselves to that semi-finals and go further than version 1? Astral closes it down. Extra has to get the ball to a BDS player. It's just not happening. It falls back to Extra. Monkey Moon's arriving, but can a BDS player just get one clean touch?
Goes high, so Astro is able to collect it. It's just him, though, up in the air until Monkey Moon joins him. Extra is in the perfect place and have it drop down. Right wall, but blocked out again by Nolly.
And K-Corp making their jobs so much easier in this series, getting those early goals and just keeping that lead.
Do you know what, crowd? I agree with it. Boo back to you all. Leave it, leave it. This is serious stuff.
You've got to honor a rule, too. I'm sorry, Colin, with the crowd on this one. Although, yeah, all right, shut up, Subin.
What? We're Rocket League boomers, that's what we call it. All right. Itachi up against Extra. Astral sends it forward. A great first touch, a good second one. Tried to just lower the ball's trajectory there by using his wheels. Didn't quite happen, but K-Corp, and in particular Astral, playing with immense freedom.
Oh, infield pass and not quite there. Great team play coming out from K-Corp as Team BDS having issues on the back line. As Seiko, they have space, they have time, can't get over one.
They've just been swarming BDS. It has just been passing between K-Corp. The possession is so dominant. But Seiko, when he wants to get on, he will be just wide of that net. He did not have enough boost to be able to get around the side of that ball. 2 minutes 50 left, and Seiko removed from the pitch at the hands of Itachi.
K-Corp almost fighting history and destiny itself. Last season, when we were all forced online, everybody said it either would have been Team BDS's or G2's over in North America. Now Team BDS, they finally have their chance, their World's debut. And they are not playing up to those standards yet again, but it's not necessarily all on them. K-Corp are forcing them. Look how fast they close it down.
Oh.
Defending so well, comfortably. Those extra touches, key against BDS.
Well, and they're constantly having their head on a swivel on offense and on defense. It doesn't really matter what Team BDS are doing right now because K-Corp see it coming from a mile away. And honestly, with those touches like that, Seiko got to keep that ball closer to the chest. And Monkey Moon going to slow things down, get it over 2. Is there any follow-up? Here comes Extra. Seiko could be in tow, but no, Nolly puts it into his own corner, and I really enjoy those touches like that.
Yeah, being able to just have the composure to take it in. With Astral, the ball does find its way to him in the must. It does not quite pay off this time. Monkey Moon challenging Nolly in the air, but with Nolly missing, it falls to Seiko. Monkey going for a bump. Did not want to take to the sky, however. He had 76 boost, and Itachi removes him from that aggressive position. Itachi on that back wall, trying to clear it away. Via the help of Nolly, he does. And it finds Astral again. K-Corp linking up with every conceivable touch.
Meanwhile, Team BDS looking like a team who are starting to become desperate for a goal. No passes going anywhere near Orange players. Instead, it's just Itachi in for K-Corp. Coming forward again, Seiko can't get control of it. Extra can't even touch it past Astral. Monkey Moon's the last line of defenders, and he does get it to Seiko. This is where Seiko can be so dangerous. He chooses right this time. Finally, the pass connects, and Team BDS get their goal.
And Seiko and Monkey Moon combining powers here. Great play from Seiko. Gets the demo, gets the pass, tees up Monkey Moon, and just like that, game 2, all tied up.
BDS been waiting for that one, and they finally earned it, the chance. They've gone level. 1 minute remaining. As Astral, he wants to start this off with a bang. Gets to the back ball, but it's cleared away by Monkey Moon. In the midfield, Itachi to collect. Going high with it, challenged by both Monkey Moon and Extra. What a terrifying opposition, but he manages to do well. It falls back into the corner. Nolly can't get it around Seiko, and that ball drops. Itachi with a collection. The right wall, Monkey Moon has good interception yet again.
Team BDS, though, have taken the initiative after getting their goal. They're looking just that little bit sharper. Can they make the most of it, or can K-Corp even counter? Itachi's waiting to see where this one falls. Seiko to the side. There was Itachi. Gets in the way somewhat of Nolly, but will be able to air dribble it over the top. Defending for Team BDS. This is how the shape of the series has gone so far. Their clearance is long, but nowhere near one of their teammates. 25 seconds left. BDS may be in with a chance.
That was a massive clear downfield and a big miss from Itachi, but here he comes. Flip reset over 1. Monkey Moon gets the touch. Ball into his back corner, and here comes Team BDS looking to push the ball forward. Monkey Moon gets the double.
Seiko's underneath it, but it's Nolly that it falls to. Extra has to clear this one long, a few seconds away from overtime. Nervy times again for Team BDS. Astral gets the second touch. He's been mercurial so far for K-Corp. Nolly great all tournament, but it's Seiko that gets the last touch. We do head to overtime. Team BDS almost on the ropes.
An intelligent drop from Astral as well, managing to take it to the floor as he was the only one back. Get it down, get to overtime, just get that stress gone.
It was 4-2 when these teams last played, as you mentioned earlier on, Stumpy. That was online. If K-Corp can get the second game, it gets so tough for Team BDS.
Carmine right now is undefeated in overtime at Worlds so far. They sit 4-0. Can they make it 5?
Looking to keep the Cinderella story alive and well in this game. Overtime, but they had to deal with an initial onslaught from Team BDS. They can't push forward. They're low on boost. Monkey Moon looking to punish, looking to capitalize. The ball going down with Nolly. Great read on that back line. It's so important because his teammates at Astral and Itachi had double commit.
Extra's on the side wall now. He's got no one to his left, though. He has to go alone. And Nolly just waits for it. It looks so simple for K-Corp to defend against this usually terrifying Team BDS attack. Monkey Moon manages to convert nothing into something. Now here's Seiko from the ceiling. Extra's in the middle. He's desperate for the ball. Nolly's not letting it fall for him. And Itachi then slows it down. K-Corp swallowing up more Team BDS attacks.
Multiple passes, multiple chances, but none of them quite apparating into anything just yet. Itachi left wall. Nobody in the middle. Has to go solo. Seiko is the man to shut him down on that chance. He knows what solo player can do, and he does not want to be the victim of it. Shot saved away by Monkey Moon. With Seiko now, we find him on the floor, waiting for Astral's touch. Receives along from Monkey Moon. Shoots above the crossbar. Itachi saving. Great goal line defense.
Again, it's the vision keeping K-Corp alive in this one. Great touch there on the back wall from Itachi. And so far, they've had to deal with so much pressure in overtime from Team BDS. Astral way off of the mark there, but just looking to increase the pressure, and pressure does increase. Gets the demo on the back line, going to keep things alive for Nolly.
Extra's touch sort of worked out for Team BDS for a second until K-Corp managed to figure their way around it. That's a brilliant hit there from Astral again. He's being so creative with these random almost hits that K-Corp can't quite deal with. Oh, sorry, the Team BDS can't deal with. There he is again, a huge challenge up against Monkey. The demo comes in from Extra. Maybe that saves them. Seiko's touch sees the job away.
That aggression coming in from BDS, it's not unlike them to be chucking demos down the pitch. Just a few mortars down range, see where they land. But Nolly and Itachi wanting to get a goal with 2.25 minutes into this overtime. The defense stretched from Team BDS so far.
The blue wall keeping Team BDS penned back deep in their own half. Barely able to break through, rarely able to even sniff that K-Corp goal. This is one of those moments, though, Extra to the back wall, and Nolly clears it away so easily. Here's Monkey Moon. Will this be the moment? He wants to get his free in. A rare shot. Extra's up. Extra hits the crossbar, and then Itachi prods it wide.
Great read there from Nolly to keep that ball down and away from Team BDS, and here comes Nolly. They don't know he doesn't have boost, and Itachi, they're taken man and denied by Extra.
Nolly's on the ceiling there. Itachi, he's up. Monkey Moon and Itachi charging into the same ball. It's more K-Corp attack. Extra just wants to slow things down for a second. He knows his team needs some boost. They need a thought. They need just some sort of theory to work against this K-Corp defense. It's just not happening for them.
3 minutes 10, and a shot finally from Monkey Moon is saved away by Astral. Opportunities starting to arise. Team BDS again shooting, again saved. Itachi trying to find those sidewalls, much more awkward to shoot from those kind of angles.
K-Corp is finding success when they really stretch BDS out. They're not able to keep up that aggression. They're not able to get those follow-up shots, but Monkey Moon looking for a follow-up on that. Doesn't need it. Seiko gets the overtime winner.
And it all came from a clearance that had a Team BDS player on the end of it. Monkey Moon, not only did he get the touch towards Seiko, he acted as a screen as well. Team BDS actually showing us how they've made it here.
Faking out on that defense and then, transitioning from going for the shot originally to then angling to then going for the bump. It just meant that the defender couldn't get up in time, had to go back into the net, and Seiko had pretty much a tap in. The arena lights up in pink as Team BDS take game number 2.
And Team BDS on that overtime surge, it was all just about information overload. As a defender, what do you do? Monkey Moon's up above you. Is he going to go for a double pass? Is he going to go for a demo? Is he going to go for a pass? Didn't matter. By the time he figured out what was happening, Seiko was there to ring it home.
And that was also Karmine Corp's first overtime defeat at Worlds. Have now gone 4-1. BDS, they're doing a brilliant job of shutting them down as we see that goal again in the Mobile One High Performance replay.
It's amazing, isn't it? What one goal can completely change the narrative of an entire series. You said there, Team BDS doing a great job of shutting down K-Corp. If K-Corp had won that second game, and my goodness, it could have gone that way, we would have been saying, where's the Team BDS attack? Why are they never passing to each other? Why is Seiko not looking brilliantly mechanical? Why is nothing for this team working? But one clearance, one finish, one almost demo, and suddenly BDS is scary again.
Well, it just goes to show you in this series, all it takes is 1 second to blink, and that's when disaster can strike, because K-Corp were playing so perfect in that one, disrupting the passing lanes. But here we go, game number 3 underway.
Well, K-Corp are a team of individuals that have been written off so many times, dropped by teammates, forgotten in conversations for tournaments. But Team BDS are starting to push back against them.
Seiko's lava car looking hot as ever. A couple of misses on the back, and the dunk from Extra leaves it pinching central. And Seiko, yet again, from the help of his teammates, he's able to just get a nice, easy goal. BDS with a good lead.
Back when Team BDS were the best team in the world, they had a reputation of being 3 players who would get better as the series went on. The amount of reverse sweeps they got, or deciding games they managed to take, and that's what we're seeing again now.
Well, and that's what they were so known for, was downloading their opponents. And I spoke about it earlier in the week about how they were doing that. And best of 7 series really play in Team BDS's favor, as it seems like, okay, they figured out what K-Corp were doing in game 1. Took them a little while in game number 2 as that one's off the crossbar, and K-Corp might have got a little luck on their side there.
Well, it was luck, but it was also a brilliantly timed jump from Itachi. He had bumps coming up against him. He had players racing him for the ball. Still, somehow he got in the way. A huge defensive play there from the Moroccan.
Good push downfield by Monkey Moon. Forced Itachi to be charging back. You mentioned the Moroccan player, the first and only player in the Rlcs to come from that country. It's so good to see, whereas we are inundated with incredible French talent.
I love that play.
Extra just defensively as well, just sending it long. It was helped on by K-Corp, sure, but just being able to tap it with the help of your opposition's car, that is what will get you a bit more distance.
Oh, great defense there from Extra on the back line. Came off of the backboard, met the ball at the point of contact, so no follow-through come up, and here comes Seiko. Trying to get it over Nolly, and Monkey Moon off of the ceiling, but denied from Astral, and his defense has been really instrumental in holding up that blue wall on the back line.
But the blue wall is crumbled early on in the series, like 8 seconds in, 1 goal comes in. Now on that backboard, it's Seiko having to clear it away. Astral keeping it centered with only 40 boosts, so he does get beaten now by Extra. The dunk goes well for K-Corp, but a lot of midfield battle going on.
Team BDS have done so well to keep Astral quiet in this game. He was the player who was acting as the difference maker between the two of them. Nolly and Itachi though combining there maybe to carry their teammate to a goal. Astral's just waiting for Monkey Moon's touch. He does well. Seiko has 40 boosts, it's not quite enough. K-Corp blocking every avenue out of Team BDS's half right now. K-Corp have wrestled this one back and they're looking the better team at this point.
Well, Monkey Moon show you why it's so important to keep your head on a swivel there. Always got to pay attention what's happening on your backside. As a defender from K-Corp was streaking in, but here comes Nolly. Great clear there. Extra was barreling down on that ball, but a little miscommunication. And Astral just launches it on target. Great defense from Monkey Moon.
Every time we see Seiko take to the sky, though, there is somebody from K-Corp challenges, make sure that they shut him down as early as they can. If he has free reign, then it becomes terrifying. And a miss from Monkey Moon leaves it open for the Englishman.
That is a big, big miss from Monkey Moon, a player who can lose it mentally. This is where his teammates need to be speaking to him. The communication has to be there. The work that Mew has been doing behind the scenes comes into account under this pressure in those moments.
Well, that demo not only affected his teammate by taking him off the pitch, but the explosion right in front of Monkey Moon disrupted his vision just for a split second, loses sight of the ball. And here we go, K-Corp, another opportunity. They refuse to just lay down and give this one to Team BDS. Itachi pushing this one forward, but put into the corner by Extra.
A massive moment in this game, in this series. Astro has a brief opportunity. He couldn't quite put it away, so near. Suddenly it's K-Corp on top. The belief is back for them. Astral's taking these touches, finding these passes. Monkey Moon does get a pre-jump, a good one as well. That'll be important for his confidence, but it's K-Corp still on top.
Seiko passing down to Extra, can't find anything other than the ball ricocheting back into the orange half. Forced dangerously, but Extra there again to save it. He is stepping up in game number 3, where Monkey Moon dropped it a little bit earlier on. Left wall, Astral pinches. It forces Monkey Moon to make a quick decision, but that brain is quickly splattered all over the floor.
Big demo there from Astral, and he gets the boost steal. It's going to really slow down Team BDS here as they try and work through the corner. Seiko's seen it a million times. Monkey Moon, it puts the shot on open net. Where was the defense from K-Corp?
Where was the defense? I don't even know. It just comes to Seiko going to the ceiling. Astral wanting to return back, and Itachi getting just beaten out fair and square. The race won by BDS on this occasion.
Monkey Moon, a man who has 0 dead zone. It means he is one of the fastest players into the air out of anyone, even at the pro level. He can surprise again. He's also got a decent challenge game as well.
And you just saw Astral throw his head back and take a big sigh, realizing he made such a big mistake there. Pinches that ball directly center, and Seiko there for the cleanup.
This is the battle of the mentality. Astral so long was known as a player who would sigh in series, who would make it awkward for his teammates to work around him. We have not seen that Astral for a very long time, but that is not to say that the beast has entirely left his body.
Here he goes, up to the ceiling, wants to get the assist straight away. That's the best way for him to shake off any nerves, do something mechanical. Demand that ball, make it yours. Here he is down the other side. That's exactly what he's doing. Nolly playing sweeper in front of him, but Extra charges it down. Seiko shows good pace. He's still yet to really get involved. He's been their best player this tournament. Demos have been important for Team BDS. Extra, his boom is long, but Itachi is there for him.
These demos are going to serve to kill K-Corp off the face of the earth. Even if you have a blue wall, it can always be knocked back down.
Just thrown in complete disarray on the back line. See you later, Nolly. So aggressive from Team BDS, and they're running away with game number 3.
I love that from Seiko as well. He'll be well aware that he's not getting these flip resets. He's not getting time on the ball. So he's adjusted. He's managed to change his game plan entirely. Now he's the one going for the bumps.
Immediately off the kickoff, Extra again removing Itachi from the pitch. It's 4-1. Game number 3 has been dominantly BDS.
And there's been 6 goals in this series so far for Team BDS. And Seiko has been involved in every single one. He's showing you why he is so important for Team BDS, why he has shown so much success throughout the scene. And for this team to win the championship today, for him to be showing up right now is so important.
And that's despite him not being at his mechanical, brilliant best. But wait, I was about to say maybe a chance for a sniff of late drama, but that miss is going to kill this game there and then. Team BDS, they were playing so poorly in game 1. They struggled in game 2. They come to life in the 3rd.
That's 2 on the trot now for Team BDS. Great opportunity for them to moving on towards the end of the series. You had mentioned earlier on Seiko, and you were saying just when he does well, that is where they absolutely thrive. My word, were you correct, Stevie, with that big old intelligent brain of yours? It's not just fully empty. There is when you look at any of these leaderboards, Seiko is at the top in almost all of them. Goals, he tops. Score, he tops. Shot percentage, he tops. And he is destroying the tournament average as well.
It is so important for Team BDS to make sure you get Seiko going. And yes, he did only get an assist for Team BDS first goal, but just to show, hey, you're getting involved, and there he is. When we're looking at the Mobile 1 high-performance replays, Seiko is going to be all over it.
It's so important as well that Monkey Moon, the man who let K-Corp back into that game, look at him, look how much it means to him. I don't know if that was from his goal or just because it was a goal that his team got, but that emotion is something that sometimes Team BDS as a whole can lack. Whoa!
Wake up! Wake up!
Hey,
There's a show going on!
Hey, wake up, wake up, wake up!
Nah, he's chilling. Having a chill, fair enough. Oh, he's being...
Yeah, I agree. Boo the man. Boo the man.
I respect it. I absolutely respect it.
But they actually did.
The real pros are right here on this pitch right now. And Team BDS, I mean, they are beginning to wake up, Stumpy.
Yeah, absolutely. And just
oh boy,
across the board, BDS are stunning. They did such a good job when they got Seiko originally. They've just struggled to translate that into a LAN setting. It's not Seiko's fault, it's not Monkey Moon's fault, it's not Extra's fault. They just can't get it to work. And look at this conveyor belt yet again against K-Corp.
And we talk about pros, but it almost seems that the narrative from this point is inevitable. That Team BDS are going to see it away as they're getting so much better. K-Corp, the attention turns to them. Can they stop the French behemoth in its tracks? Or maybe not with Seiko, go for that double tap! His mechanics have awoken now too!
Oh, a double tap to open up game number 4 off of the pass from Monkey Moon, but the streak for Seiko continues. And 2 defenders, doesn't matter. You can put 100 there and he'll still find the hole.
It only took 37 seconds for yet more Seiko brilliance to flash in the pan. BDS are going ahead on Utopia. It's a good start for them. A demo from Itachi on Seiko. He knows the target man.
Right when Seiko was about to line something up as well, he'd taken his perfect first touch. Then he got taken out before he could get the second. But now Extra wants to get involved in the party. He gets a flip reset. Not quite the boost to do too much with it. Seiko's waiting underneath Astral. Astral who's cooled down in this series after starting it so well. K-Corp wanted to get on the ball. They're doing well. They're getting into Team BDS territory, but those passes, Subi, are now being read.
Yeah, and that's just all because Team BDS is like a nice fine Parmesan cheese. Just get better with age. As the series goes longer, you're going to see Team BDS just continue to arise, continue to awaken, and we've seen they are so good at reading what their opponents do well, taking it away, and they're seeing what their opponents' weakness are and striking.
That's such a kind of a shot from Extra there. He knows he can't get it on target, and if he hits the nose of Astral, then he knows it might bounce up more awkwardly. Instead, he maintains full control, sends it to the wall, and just makes it so that this pressure can continue.
Huge clearances from Team BDS, but K-Corp are getting Astral, he gets the second, but Seiko, he's the savior. What a save.
That was on target as well. Insane redirect there from Astral, but better read from the defender as Team BDS hold on and maintain their 1-0 lead.
2 minutes gone with Astral flip resetting again. He's seen what Monkey Moon can do. He's seen what Extra fancy with those double taps. He wants to be in that conversation for the mechanical beast in this match.
Monkey Moon is going to win this one cleanly. Seiko now is involved in a race with Astral. Astral charges it to the side. Nolly, we've been quiet about him. He's not been too involved. He has to change that if you are to beat Team BDS. Extra up against Astral. Astral around the corner against Seiko. There's lots of challenges right now. No one getting consistent touches of the ball. No clear passes. Nothing incisive. Now Extra can actually dribble. Wants to get it underneath Nolly and does. Astral challenges as far as Seiko. Team BDS completely on the same line.
I want you to keep your eyes on Extra. Watch the wave dash here. Get to the right side of the ball so we can win the 50, make the ball go back towards Central, and none other than Seiko. They're in the perfect place at the perfect time.
The 1v1 show matches were 2 days ago. How is Extra showing those wave dash mechanics in a 3v3?
He's just got the space, but he's given just a little bit of an opportunity. He wants to grab it by the horns, and he wants to make this series flashing in pink. 2 minutes 15 with BDS leading by 2. You can just tell when you mentioned earlier, Cole, that BDS grow into any given series. That trend really does not seem to be bucked.
Itachi just wants to get some sort of close control to it. Astral there, he gets the chance, he shoots it long. Seiko is almost taken out by Itachi. Not quite fast enough, K-Corp. They'll go again, Astral sinks it. K-Corp alive again.
Brilliant positioning from Astral, who knows that the opportunity from Itachi is going to be there. He can turn, he is up so fast. Seiko, although he had to pre-jump here, he got close. Astral beating him out by millimeters.
Well, and that's what it's going to take for K-Corp to be successful against Team BDS. There are those quick infield passes to where you have to have Team BDS going for a pre-jump. You got to be able to just paint that net anywhere you can with the shots. Here comes Itachi. Good challenge there, but Seiko with an even better one, and Monkey Moon gets a demo, and I think that is definitely part of the game plan. It might not have been when they started off, but they've definitely evolved into it.
Yet again, Monkey Moon on Itachi. He double demos him.
The blue wall, no doubt watching on in their thousands, will see their team have 90 seconds to avoid 3 match points against them. They've done step 1, got themselves involved in this game, got a goal, but they have to do step 2, and that's first off defend. Can you survive this BDS attack? Looking good so far. Nolly charges it down. Seiko's just going to catch it and flick it high. Itachi is in the air. He doesn't really know what to do with it. Instead, he almost smushes it against his own back wall. Nolly has to win this race against Monkey Moon. Nolly can't win the race against Monkey Moon. Team BDS up by 2.
And Monkey Moon just kisses it underneath the crossbar. I love the pass from Extra, utilizing the backboard as a 4th player. And oh my, the first time we haven't seen Seiko involved on a play.
The sheer intelligence to see Extra just go for the really high pass, knowing that his teammate is ready to go behind him. You mentioned earlier, Cole, his speed in the air. That zero sensitivity is paying off dividends. We enter the final minute with Team BDS on Utopia with a 2-goal lead.
Astral not quite connecting there with an early flip reset, and now off the back wall, there's another chance. It's Monkey Moon again. It's also simple for Team BDS.
The hammer meets the nail, and Team BDS 4 goals extra yet again, setting up the man who has been by his side for the last couple of seasons.
Now this, traditionally, is a really tough spot to be in if you're K-Corp. It's just impossible when Team BDS get rolling. That stone gets larger and larger, and you then have to get a few games in a row. This is where you have to build some momentum, surely.
You say that, Cole, and you know what makes it even harder? We were on a couple of series ago. We are now at 55-0.
No
when
way.
a team goes 3 up in the series, the first one to reach those 3 games, they take the series. We are yet to have a single team come back and win it. Karmine Corp, they are record breakers. They need to break that one if they have a chance to go through to the semis.
So they're up against the 55-0 statistics. They're up against the fact that Team BDS will believe that this World Championships is their destiny. They're up against Seiko, who stepped up mechanically. Monkey Moon and Extra, the passes are happening. They're up against the best offense and defense in Team BDS. They're up against France. They do have a Frenchman of their own.
Absolutely. Is this ball going to hit the ground? Team BDS find themselves on match point, and Karmine Corp have to do the unthinkable. Win 3 in a row against Team BDS. We've told you the odds, but we also told you at the beginning of the series, this is David versus Goliath. This is a Cinderella story, and how fitting would it be if Karmine Corp could finish this off?
This is David versus Goliath, but only if Goliath realized that he could just stomp on David, because that is what we are seeing right now.
Is that not what happened in the story?
No, I've read a different one maybe. Something about a slingshot. But Karmine Corp, they have opportunities, they have chances, they have just been shut out and shut down multiple times in a row. In the Mobile One High Performance replay, just enjoy watching because we're going to have another minute on top as Karmine Corp take their time out.
I said they were up against 3 French players, but the French org are going to have to talk things through really quickly right now. In this 60 seconds, I mean, their best hope is that the timeout is going to stop their momentum because Team BDS have got so much of it right now. You're right, Stumpy.
Sorry, I was talking to our producer.
Hey, producer.
Hi.
How's it going? But, you know, we were looking at the stats that came across the screen, and one thing that really struck out to me was the fact that Itachi didn't have one single shot in this series. And we know how important it is for K-Corp to not only have him involved, but all 3 players. And I'll tell you what, if they don't have all 3 going up against Team BDS, they're trying to play a 2v3. Good night, Irene.
Their team dynamic has been flawless so far, Karmine Corp. It's been Nolly and Astral. They have just both been absolutely peaking mechanically. If one's not carrying, the other is, right? And Itachi, of course, such a good player at stepping in, filling in those gaps, making those passes, and occasionally getting a nice goal of his own. It's not really happening so far this series. Astral started off so hot. Nolly hasn't been involved, so where do they go from here?
Well, we talk about how important these coaches are. Eversax is incredibly close to the team of Karmine Corp. He needs to bring up 3 more performances that are going to be winning KC the series. Hello to Rockets Engage. Congratulations on that. I hope you proposed there, mate. That would have been a good one.
Well, I mean, yeah. Go ahead, Subi, please.
You know, as we're getting back into the series, the team's talking on the field, but Karmine Corp, they came out game number 1 and hit a home run. 3 goals held Team BDS scoreless, but ever since then, they've been held to 1 goal per game. Team BDS just doing an excellent job at just really denying the offense.
And it all came back off that overtime as well. In game number 2, if K-Corp had got that, this series could have gone so very differently. But they are still alive on Wasteland. K-Corp, Itachi is trying something stylish. Team BDS defending at the start.
What better arena than Wasteland to try and secure some of those scraps and form them into a win? Astral is the man completing the scrap heap challenge.
15 seconds in, and it takes a little aggression from Nolly, but all 3 members from Team BDS forming a line across midfield, and Astral saw it, and that double touch was a thing of beauty.
The tactical timeout can change so much, so quickly if you use it wisely. If anything, as I said, taking away your opponent's momentum, but they can get it back so quickly when they have Seiko on the ball. He's dancing with the ball on his nose. Extra at full speed, but then there's Astral. Already K-Corp looking to play on the front foot. They have the aggression, they've got the territory for themselves. But Extra's coming back forward. The counter-attack game from Team BDS is looking very solid indeed as Monkey Moon gets a touch onto the back wall, but it's good defending from K-Corp.
Absolutely, and I really hope that initial goal really helps to bring the momentum and the confidence back to K-Corp, because they really look like they had their heads down, and what a big challenge. And Monkey Moon can't get there. Nolly wins that one mid-air and puts him up 2.
Just seeing it tantalizingly float towards the back corner. Monkey Moon rotated confidently, thinking Extra was going to be the one that could squeeze it past. And K-Corp, they are currently at 86% win rate. When they win those first couple of goals, they get that game. Very small chance for BDS to win this statistically, but when have they ever followed the rules?
Well done, K-Corp. That's how you get yourself back into a series. A couple of quick-fire ones in the back of the net. Could be a third. Nolly, he's faking. He's got so much control of the ball. In comes Itachi up against Extra. The challenge game isn't quite strong enough from K-Corp, not this time, but it does fall to Astral. Extra is a little bit boost after here, so can't go too far with it. Needs Monkey Moon to help. BDS not quite sure whether they're passing or dribbling right now. That demo should see them away, but BDS still emerged with the ball.
Oh, and a big bump as well, keeping things alive as Itachi puts it all the way downfield. Open net, can Extra catch up? The answer is no, and K-Corp up by 3.
What an opportunity for them. They've gone up by 3 in a minute and a half. Itachi yet again going on that shot. Extra. They've been so tantalizing. They've been within that reach every time, yet a hair separates them.
Team BDS wanting to play their usual style of squeezing out the opposition, but if you misjudge it and mistime it just by a second, you leave yourself completely stranded. It could be 4 from the kickoff. Astral ain't gonna miss that. K-Corp, you're back, lads.
Eversax is a genius. Whatever he said in that timeout, it has been the perfect medicine for the K-Corp wound.
Yes, it absolutely has, and you know, I'm gonna summarize. Play better, and they're doing exactly that. They're coming out and not letting Team BDS bully them around, not letting them push them back into their own half as double demo comes out, but hey, look at this, ball in the orange half.
Perhaps they were paying Team BDS too much respect before, but as you say, Subi, it's not happening now, challenging everything so quickly. Wanted to get in their faces. Seiko off the ball with you, son. Nolly wants to get involved, and then going for bumps as well. Team BDS unable to deal with this K-Corp attack, unable to deal with their passes. Monkey Moon has just about won that one, but it's only Itachi that it falls to. Team BDS attacks just keep coming to nothing.
All of these shots from K-Corp, all of these goals acting as poison, breaking down the barriers that Team BDS have done so well to put up.
And so far, K-Corp has done a great job in this game to bait in Team BDS, make them feel like, okay, you're about to score, keep pushing forward, and then boom, they strike big clear downfield, but it's not gonna come out here. Monkey Moon gonna go ahead and hit that handbrake, swivel around the ball, but big challenge from Nolly, big win from Itachi, and in comes Astral. Can't quite win that, and Nolly gets the demo to really slow down BDS.
Speed and aggression have been the name of the game for K-Corp, and Nolly embodies both of those things. 2 minutes 20. BDS needing 4 goals to come back. 99.9% of the time when one team goes up by 4, they win that game. This is looking like K-Corps to throw away or for Team BDS to wrestle from their hands.
Especially because Team BDS is just starting to look a little bit desperate, everything ineffective for them. Monkey Moon gets a nice slowdown from his own goal line, and his challenge is good as well. That will set Team BDS on their way. Up against Itachi now. Monkey Moon just wants to blitz his way through. Itachi managed to whip around and get a touch. But it has fallen to Seiko, I must say, since the 4th goal. BDS are coming more into it, but K-Corps showing good game management up to now. Monkey Moon had to finish that, and that had to go in maybe. Seiko, one more chance to make it 4-1 and give Team BDS an opportunity. K-Corps save everything.
Great touch there on the back line for Extra, but they're going to have to deal with the pressure from K-Corp, and they do exactly that. But here comes Nully off-field pass, and Itachi can't quite get there, I'm sorry.
What a dominant turnaround this has been in the series. Seiko and Extra and Monkey Moon wanting to get one for the road, but Itachi, he shuts them down on the highway. A little bit of confusion on the goal line, but still yet saved away.
Oh, and Nully avoids the bump there from Seiko, and so many times we've seen Team BDS going up for the ball uncontested, but K-Corp holding on with that composure, really confident in their teammates. We're not seeing double commits, we're not seeing just terrible errors on the back line as they keep this one alive, and it seems as though, unless there is an absolute miracle, K-Corp gonna bring themselves back within 1 in this series.
I mean, despite being known as the Blue Wall, they are an attacking team as well, K-Corp. They love to score goals and get forward, but this, after going 4-0 up, has been an expert defensive performance, just staying back, spreading themselves so thin, charging in the way of every BDS pass and attack.
Nolly's done wonderfully just to make sure that he stays up in the perfect position. He's not letting it go. He's not giving any chances, any centimeters that he can. And working his way around the attacking players. The final 20 begins to tick down. Nolly goes for the 1-2-3, is saved away in the end by Monkey Moon. K-Corp, they are on their way to breaking records and trying to make it 55-1.
And a nice touch there, and Itachi can't hammer it home. And this ball, once it hits the ground, it is solidified. It is written in stone. Game 6 is gonna be underway, but Monkey Moon wants to get a consolation prize, and they do. A feel-good one, but doesn't matter much.
A doink to take home with them for Team BDS, but they will still be very upset with their day's work right there on Wasteland. Extra, that is one to add to the doink montage, my friend.
He was in the doink zone.
He was very much, well and truly, in that doink zone right there. But I mean, Carmine Corp. What a turnaround that was. I mean, it wasn't even the 4 goals. For me, it was the defending.
Yeah, they did so well just to earn them early on, right? They got a couple of goals. They got 4 in the end. And then they just held so perfectly. There was no way that BDS could find a way through until we get to garbage time, and there was nothing to earn from it. 3-2 in favor of BDS here, but Carmine Corp wanting to stretch them as far as they can. And look at them all sitting and looking at Mew for guidance.
Yeah, and stretching is exactly what they did in that series. They made sure to just bait them in and make sure to bring them in as we look at the Mobile One high performance replays. Astral involved in every single one. But we just got confirmation. We are getting a timeout from Team BDS. They don't want K-Corp to get that momentum and win game number 6.
A nice, quick, tactical timeout as well. After 1 game going to K-Corp, Team BDS have called it immediately. And I love that decision. So often we see a team that's basically on the way down momentum-wise, allow that second game to go before making the decision. Team BDS have struck while they can.
Yeah, and we've seen these timeouts become better and better for the team that called them throughout the competition. We're at near enough half and half at the moment. But if you, as you say, Cole, can just burn some of that momentum, because my word was that a momentous game. Getting the 4 goals, that does not happen often against Team BDS. Shut it down, let them cool down. Let any of the K-Corp fans in the audiences have to stop and take a break. Let the fatigue set in. BDS, they are our fall major champions, and they need to act like it if they're going to be able to take down the K-Corp.
Well, and they're looking to get that big monkey off of their back. Being in front of a big crowd and getting a big win would feel so good to get to the semifinals.
But it's extra difficult with all this pressure as well, all these eyes watching, and the difference between winning and losing, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. $100,000 if you lose, $200 minimum if you win. And of course, it's not about the cash. It is about the glory. They want the trophy that's behind us in the middle of the stadium. They want to hold it aloft and see the confetti rain down upon themselves. But Also, there's the part of your brain that's thinking, this is a lot of money.
Yeah, but look, they've come prepared with those French flags. They've got them draped on the back of their chairs. They want to show that national pride in front of this incredible North American audience. And there's only one team that's going to walk away from it. Mew starts clapping. They know the timeout has concluded. Neo Tokyo, under the eyes of Bob's Ramen, will be our Game 6.
The neon lights are lit up, and Monkey Moon looking to get started quickly as Team BDS come hot out of the gates here, realizing how important it is to just ramp that aggression up. We saw it in games 2 and 3, but here come K-Corp.
They seem sluggish in the last game, Team BDS, and that's credit to K-Corp. This one, they've already started out the blocks hot. But K-Corp have wrestled it back, attaching to the back wall. Nolly is there! Nolly gets K-Corp in the lead!
To start it off, who could it be other than Nolly? The setup from Itachi is spectacular. And Seiko, he took a little second just to work out of the goal, and he can squeeze around the side of Monkey Moon. That monkey still on their back, but just starting to be peeled away.
It really was the perfect assist from Itachi, the player who's mentioned the least of these three, but that kickoff goes BDS's way. Extra gets the flick. This game starting off like a house on fire. Seiko, he actually leaves that one towards Extra. A bit of confusion in the Team BDS attack, and that's why it comes to nothing.
Always a fake on that. Come on, Cole, you've played enough Rocket League. As Itachi puts a nice hard shot on target, and you can tell Team BDS starting to sound the alarms. They're trying to get that goal back immediately, but let's see if they overextend doing so.
4 minutes approaching. 1 minute gone with a 1-goal lead for K-Corp as well. Astral challenging in the corner with Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon can pass it across to Seiko, or Extra rather, who did actually pre-jump for that ball as well. Now the attack from Astral, having to move out of the way. Astral dribbles in nice and gently around the side, but is he just where BDS wanted him? Absolutely not, because that man just went for a shot from the sky.
Seiko into the center, a huge pinch there with his teammate. That's going to cause some confusion on both sides, I believe, but Nolly is the one to clean things up. He's the sweeper right now for K-Corp. He's also getting all the flip resets. Astral's coming in. Is surely going to make it 2. Does make it 2.
And it feels like the defense over-respects that flip reset. Got 2 to go. It was wide open for Astral, and so important to extend this lead.
2-0. Minute and a half gone. K-Corp, they did not care about the timeout. They want to just be on the other side of that 50-50. Astral midfield being able to block that one away with Extra now. Catching from the orange half. Can they get past the halfway line?
It's reminiscent of game 1 as well, which K-Corp ended up winning 3-0, I believe. But they started it off so well, got a quick fire couple of goals, and that just allowed them to relax into the series. Now they can relax into game 6. Team BDS will come forward. They've improved so much since that first game. So you'd expect the last 3 minutes won't be as easy for them as it seems so far.
And Extra been extra quiet in this series, still looking to get a true goal. That one at the end of the last game. Yeah, it counts on the scorecards, but does it count in our hearts? I'm not too sure. As him and Seiko collide mid-air, chaos and confusion on the side of Team BDS. K-Corp can't capitalize on the mistakes. They're still boxed into their own half.
And Monkey Moon stealing that boost away from Extra. It just means that attack just shuts down a bit quicker than they wanted to. Nolly working around one, and Itachi is there to receive it, just returning the favor to his teammate.
Team BDS's defense is a little bit too central, too close to the ball. The near post rotation's not working. K-Corp are bypassing them at will right now. There's more than half the game to go is the bad news for K-Corp, but 3-0 up, that's some really good news.
And Nolly going through the defensive zone there with a jab, then a left hook, and Astral trying to get a little poke there as well. Itachi keeping the dream alive. K-Corp looking to extend this lead even further.
Yeah, they can sense blood right now from Team BDS. They know this is the team that can just give up in their minds. That one's over the top, it's 4. K-Corp running riot.
We mentioned earlier that 99.9% of the times their team is down by 4 goals, they win the game. But there's still half left. There is still BDS able to push on this. But K-Corp, we saw them do this previously. They let in 1 goal right at the end on 0 seconds. They didn't care. The game management from K-Corp may well be too much for BDS.
And Team BDS just tripping over their own feet right now, seemingly continuing to make mistake after mistake. But Monkey Moon gonna say mistake no more. The comeback is alive and well.
They sliced that 4-goal lead down to just 3 as Seiko pips it central. Monkey Moon already up. Center of the goal was his target. Center of the goal is where he strikes.
Itachi leans back in his chair and says to his teammates, it's okay. 3 goals up is still a brilliant, formidable position to be in. They just have to focus on their fundamentals, not do anything silly, and they should be able to take us to Champions Field, but should is not the same as will. That demo will help though. Nolly can't quite get it on target for 5. That was an open goal.
But he had 0 boost, was not expecting the opportunity. And Seiko, he's going to take it down the other end instead.
Don't get too confident if you're on the side of K-Corp here. Great pass forward, an outlet pass to Extra. And Seiko, everyone getting involved on that.
And that was yet another infield pass. They're working so well for BDS.
Suddenly things get really scary for K-Corp. Team BDS, their tails up yet again. Astral wins the race.
No way.
Might get a goal, but Monkey Moon in his own net. Nolly tries to put it in the top corner. Monkey Moon has recovered, living up to his name with those aerial acrobatics, swinging from the ceiling to get there. Now here's Seiko. He's been he scored these his whole career, but not right then.
Oh, mama, that was gonna be a juicy one. Highlight reel play, but here comes Monkey Moon. They realize the importance of every single second. Big demo from Seiko and Extra. Gonna bomb this one back down. Seiko is there. He's looking for another pass off the backboard. Extra there for the follow, and can't quite find it. Crossbar and eyes.
So close. Team BDS devastatingly near to their 3rd goal. They'll keep on trying. Seiko is cooling that ball every second. Extra hits it down towards Monkey Moon. Good defending there from Team BDS. Fantastic transition. Round the corner they go. But that's a great pass from Nolly. Out low and wide to Itachi.
Seiko going for a good few double taps here, but has been blocked out in the later stages of this series. Itachi can't quite dunk that one in alongside one of the defenders. And Seiko to catch with under a minute left. BDS still need 2.
It's time to pull the rabbit out of the hat. Time to show everything that you have. Another Rule 1 broken, but you can't quite blame them in the biggest moments.
Extra, he goes over the top. Monkey Moon, he goes for a swipe on Itachi, but Itachi just about dodges it. There's so much space for Seiko to play with. Fakes that one, charges into the other, but Itachi puts it into the corner. And then his next touch is so good as well.
It's the final 30. BDS, they need to bring back 2. It goes midfield. Astral is up. Can he get over the top of Seiko? He does not quite manage to. Final 10.
Itachi wants to pinch it instead. He just waits. He's stealing those seconds away from Team BDS, who have to defend. Monkey Moon is backwards in such an awkward position. Extra isn't quite sure whether to help or not.
They need to get out.
Despite the pressure that Team BDS showed, the potential they had is just about getting away from them. K-Corp are going to win game number 6 on Neo Tokyo. They are going to send us to Champions Field in this all-EU bout.
2 of our 3 series so far today, going to game number 7, truly showing you why it is so magical to be here at the World Championship.
As we all get on the bus to Champions Field, Carmine Corp approach with a 3-3 win rate through this competition in Game 7s. BDS, though, they're currently at 3-2 and on a 3-game win streak in those Game 7s. They're unbeaten for 3. Can they make it 4?
One more game will give these players the chance at ultimate glory. As we watch the Mobile One high-performance replay, we can see Itachi just G'ing his team up so much.
The crowd right now chanting, respect Rule 1. 2 points on that. It's called Rule 2. Sorry, guys, it's Rule 2. I'm looking at you, it's Rule 2. We're boomers of the game. You probably started playing in 20... Oh, don't boo me because I'm right.
Yeah, come on, guys.
It's Rule 2.
We started 2018. We think we know everything. Nah.
Oh, I go on the forums and I write Rule 1. Grow up.
Yeah, anyway, carry on. Now you've won the crowd over, mate.
Yeah, no problem. That's what I do in North America. It comes down to game number 7. We can all agree that that is the correct number, at least. I don't know how BDS turned back round from that. They've done it before, but on game 7 with this, can they do it again?
Well, and then game number 7, Champions Field underway. You've got to think Team BDS starting to recall all those comments on the forums, all those tweets of how they can't perform in live environments. Can they push them down?
Meanwhile, Carmine Corp, the forgotten men of Rocket League, are about to give us all a big fat reminder that they are a team in contention for the entirety of World Champion. Mentioning, Nolly over the top, he couldn't quite get there. What a start that would have been.
And it's the push from K-Corp that's done them so well previously. Monkey Moon tapping it back into his corner. Extra does read that incredibly well, but with 0 boost, he's going to have to trundled back into his own half. Nolly with a flip reset. Over one, can he get the dunk? Monkey Moon again able to receive.
We've had 6 games so far in this series, and so far, out of all 6 of those, first to strike first, take the game. It is so important to just hold down on that back line extra, trying to get involved. It would be so huge for him to get a goal here, but K-Corp clears it all the way downfield.
It was a clear, and it was a huge clear from Itachi. No! Right back at them. Extra hasn't been too involved this series. What a time to get your goal.
Extra, the man in this game, receiving it again from Monkey Moon, sends it back behind the defender. That post bounce is perfect.
And it's so difficult to defend those shots when the shot comes all the way from the right side and it's placed to the left off of the post. Team BDS put themselves up by 1, but we still have a long time to go here on Champions Field.
I mean, they were the scorers of the last 2 goals in the last game. Now they've got this one as well. Suddenly K-Corp had 3 goals against them in a row on Champions Field. And everything gets that little bit more tough as Extra awaits Astral's emergence. He's passed him there, charges down against Nolly and gets the flip reset as well. Brilliant 50-50 game there from Extra. In the end, the ball falls to Seiko, but Astral is up already. K-Corp still going for this
double
one.
commit.
Monkey Moon is so fast, but there has been a double commit. Astral is going for Seiko, but he just about shakes himself free.
BDS.
Nolly!
Oh, never mind!
Target, and Nolly equalizes.
Never mind about BDS, because it's all about the Nolly show.
And Nolly with the change-up shot here. Sees Seiko coming in hot, puts it down low and slow on a simmer, and K-Corp heating up.
What a return back. BDS, when they score first, they are 9-0. They just don't lose these.
Well, K-Corp have to hope they can find a way. Nolly up against Seiko. Astral is there, around the corner. What can he do with it? Has he got a flip reset? Not quite. And Monkey Moon knew that, so Monkey Moon charged him down. Falls to Extra in the center. He wants to get that ball to his teammates. He may have done just that, but no, he needs to dunk instead. Itachi comes forward. Up against Monkey Moon. So many aerial challenges. All players throwing themselves at the ball right now. Will it fall to any of them cleanly? So far, the answer is no, but this could be it. Monkey Moon, this challenge of Itachi is good. Astral, he gets a clean touch. Extra is in now. It's one team to the other. It's one touch to the next, but it's still 1-1. And still Itachi is there, but he can't quite get it in.
There's so much volume in Champions Field, but they are using every cubic foot here as Monkey Moon tries to get that ball. Seiko pushing forward. He was last man back. It was risky, but it pays off. He gets the shot, but Itachi there, back wall defense. Perfect so far for K-Corp.
Astral tries to shoot, but yet again in the midfield, these shots being shut down early. Nolly is able to flick it over, nearly draws the 2 players in, Monkey Moon and Seiko. They need to get on the same page.
Yeah, that was so scary right there for Monkey Moon and Seiko. Almost cooling each other off, cooling each other on, and then bumping each other. Team BDS, though, just about keep those comms up, but Carmine Corp are coming forward. Monkey Moon has to be and does beat Nolly and beats the whole Carmine Corp defense.
Speaking of defense, where was it? Everyone went all in, and Nolly, the challenge was never gonna be there. You gotta rotate back.
Shades of Landon against version 1, 0 seconds, about to go into overtime. Nolly opted to go for the ball. He chose unwisely, and that was in game 7-2.
Attaching it off the kickoff, going from that backboard. Astral trying to drop it down yet again. Nolly is there. He's not able to get that clear away, however. Astral wanting to pass. Those passes, they've been dangerous, they've been intercepted, but maybe K-Corp, they've still got a couple more left in the locker.
And Nolly just bombs that one downfield. You think maybe cleat that one closer to the vest, but instead Extra almost gets a massive dunk. Doesn't quite find its mark, but here comes Nolly. Gonna push it forward yet again towards midfield, and Seiko, perfect positioning, but Astral there on the back line.
Team BDS known for robotically perfect game management. The best of them does not panic in these situations, but Nolly taking out Monkey Moon will make things a little bit more open for K-Corp. Another demo. This time it's Itachi on Extra. Can K-Corp make the most of the space that they're creating? Because so far, Team BDS are still just dribbling it in their half.
Extra's movement has been brilliant in the midfield. He just keeps intercepting, making awkward, making it hard to deal with. Monkey Moon removes Astral from the pitch.
And here comes Monkey Moon looking to get a double, but no, he can't. Astral comes in, big challenge. K-Corp still looking for 1 goal.
Nolly with the infield pass is going to flash across the face of goals. So scary there for Team BDS. Astral's up, it's to the backboard, but Monkey Moon clears.
Going to that left-hand wing, sees Itachi having to return fire. Nolly is up. Will that be the aerial play to win them the game? No, Seiko is there.
45 seconds remain here, game number 7. K-Corp still down 1 goal. It's almost the final countdown. They just need 1 to tie us all up and go to OT.
Sounds so easy when you put it like that, and maybe it will be when Nolly gets the free shot, but it's beaten away by Team BDS.
The double commit not mattering now as Seiko pinched it yet again long.
They have to march the full length of the field. A big flip is going to help. Here comes Astral. No challenge there, but a follow-up surely by Itachi. He slows it down. No bump there for Monkey Moon, and they're going to have to restart from square one.
In the midfield, Nolly needs to get something going. We enter the final 10 seconds on Champions Field. Will this be a Team BDS victory into the semi-final?
So close for Team BDS. They just have to get control of this ball. Even better, they can get it in the back of the net. It's not going to happen there, so the ball stays high. Astro with a good clearance. Extra is there as well. Nolly's waiting for it. That's all he can do. It catches up against Seiko. Does he have the does he have the ability?
He's
does
still
he have
there.
the mechanics?
No!
He keeps it up even more. Monkey Moon Astral keeps it up in the air again.
It's still there.
Astral up against Seiko. Seiko just puts his foot on the brake for a second and slows things down.
We're going
Astral,
again.
Monkey Moon, it's on the floor. The champions elect survive an absolute gauntlet from Carmine Corp. Team BDS are your semi-finalists.
BDS, they walked out with Carmine Corp, arm in arm, and we said that there will be opportunity for one of them to walk out happy and one absolutely devastated. The players on Carmine Corp have done the best performance of their lives so far. It's the World Championship. Look at that.
The emotion showing across Astral's face, and you can honestly, you can see Monkey Moon. He knows how it feels. He's been there before. Everyone getting involved. They know, yes, we're opponents on the field, but off, we're best of friends.
Best of friends and players who have had so much adversity as well. Team BDS, they've been mocked for their performances in front of crowds, but Carmine Corp, all three of them, completely written off as pro-level Rocket League players. Nolly there, as he hugs Monkey Moon. He was dropped from Guild. People said he is no more. He makes it here into the top 8 at the World Championships.
And Dickey's Arena, let's give it up one last time for K-Corp. They put up a valiant effort. They gave it everything they had. They entertained us until the end. Game 7, you couldn't have asked for anything more.
But BDS, the winners, going through into the semi-final. It is going to be one of the longest days of Rocket League we have ever seen played at this level. For this amount of money, we're going big here in Dickies, and it is something that we are so incredibly excited for.
That's the thing, it's only going to get more difficult for Team BDS. It never gets more simple at this stage of the World Championships. They will go on to face either Moist or Furia, and I don't know about you guys, I wouldn't want to face either of those two teams, but for the last time, as we see the Mobile One high performance replay, it was a nervy Game 7, it always is, but Team BDS be your victors.
Yeah, they are, and I was calling for Extra to step up when they needed him most, and he did exactly that. Got the initial goal for Team BDS, and yes, it did go back and forth, but they were able to hold on there in game number 7, and they can put all of those comments that they've been reading for the past year to rest.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done so much to be proud of. But with BDS, they managed to stand tall, they break down that blue wall, and they are going through to that semis. And what a feeling that must be, considering their performance in winter. They got perfect swept in front of a crowd by FaZe, and then they just could not even manage to make it to those crowd days by not winning a game. What a turnaround. Top 4 minimum at Worlds.
Seiko, Monkey Moon, Extra, and then their coach Mew have done everything right since that devastation. They've done all they can, and that is learn from it. You can see the lessons being applied. You can see the mentality is so much stronger than it ever was. This is the Team BDS that people have always wanted to see, and it only seems right that they're in your semi-finals. It also only seems right that they are there for an interview with the wonderful Orb.
Thank you so much for that, Cole. Standing here with Mew, the coach. First of all, Dickies, please give it up for BDS. Now, Coach, we have to talk about those final moments. How was that?
Exciting, I think, is kind of word that you could say in those moments. But yeah, this match was like the best in my career so far.
Now, overall, this one going the distance, a marathon series to say the least. Was this something that was expected from you guys?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, K-Corp is like, the guys in K-Corp are like one of my best friends, all of them. So we know each other really well. So we kind of expected this match to be really, really close. And I think it showed. But I'm glad that we can take it because like it's Worlds, right? So yeah, it was really insane match.
Bittersweet, absolutely. Now, For the players, all right? This is their first time in a World Championship. They're here on the main stage, Championship Sunday. Are their nerves starting to show a little bit?
This match, yes. But from now on, I think it's going to be easier, I would say, in nerves, of course. Because like this stage, it's the first time that we play on it since we are coming from winner brackets. K-Corp had already 2 matches, if I'm not mistaken, on it. So we kind of expected the first game to happen, like they go harder than us. But then we adapt, and I think it's not going to be a problem for the semi-final.
How would you rate your confidence as a team? Obviously, winning the Stockholm Major, huge boost of confidence, I'm sure. Then having, let's say, lackluster results, now being here, do you feel like the confidence might be coming back?
After London, it was a 5, but we worked really hard to understand why the top 16 in London happened, and then we put with confidence a lot of work to fix it, and then we can today say, I think, that it works, so the confidence is like 8 or 9.
Confidence is key. Give it up. Boost their confidence a little bit here. BDS advancing to the semifinal. Now, support is needed. The players need it here on stage, and there's no better support than the support from home. So we decided to sit down with some of the players' parents, and they had this to say.
Reynolds dance! Reynolds dance! Reynolds dance!
So it really started our learning on this journey when Rlcs came downstairs and said, I need your bank account information. To which I promptly replied, no. Why do you think you need our bank account information? And he said, well, I won some money online and I need to tell them how to deposit it.
3 years ago, I was in a dead sleep. Robert woke me up and said, is my passport valid? Because I need to go to Canada.
And next thing you know, we're booking flights and rushing a passport that had expired, and it was an incredible experience, and that's what opened our eyes to him moving forward in the sport.
I think it was probably when Jacob was in grade 10 when he signed his first real contract with G2 Esports, and at that time I'm thinking, okay, if he can earn a monthly salary doing this, hey, why not? Let's give it a go.
He used to play with pros already, and I didn't know anything. I spoke to Squish him often. He told me that for him to be a pro, he wouldn't need a PC. And from there, I decided to build a custom PC for Justin.
And it's almost there. Justin keeps it alive. Turbo's there. Bounces into the corner. Energy still around. Justin is there for the shot. Justin! Justin! This is Rocket League!
I feel that when he made that shot, he made the game better. Basically, when he did that, I was like, wow, he's a legend, a GOAT by doing that. I'm still, to this day, I get a goosebump about that, even talking about it.
When we went to 2018 Season 5 Worlds, that's Joe was really, really into Rocket League. And I know he was really excited to see a lot of the players were there, a lot of the players that were there, like CJ, Justin, and they are great role models, especially CJ, because he's just such a great guy. All he wanted to do was get a fist bump with CJ, and they've got the photo and it went on Twitter. So to think that like over those 4 years, he's come to a place where somebody that he looked up to is actually casting where he's winning. It's unbelievable. It sounds like a fairy tale. In London, hearing people chanting his name, all of that crowd, I just couldn't stop crying because that's my boy.
When we found out about Joyo and him getting involved in Rocket League because of CJ, it's really moving to know that your son can influence someone, who lives halfway around the world in that way. I hope that other players look at Cameron and think, yes, well, look what he's done, how he's transitioned from playing to a casting position, and maybe I can do that too.
And for the crowd, just remember, if he does go or he has gone, CJ forever.
I thought that I was probably strange sat at home watching my son play Rocket League, So when you meet other parents that do exactly the same, you realise that you're not alone, and it's really nice. It's nice to have somebody else to talk to about it.
Yeah, that's a message to everybody that this is just a different mechanism of the same thing that we support at the Olympics, or that we support in pro football, or we support in any world-class type of event.
So watching your son go through this and in London, playing the role of the villain. He's one of the nicest, most genuine people you ever meet. And you ask any player here, they'll tell you the same thing. But he played the role very well. I mean, I said 95% of the people that were booing him in the audience, in all actuality, would have lined up outside to get an autograph for him.
You know, I'm the cheerleader of the family, obviously, and imagine the feeling of hearing 7,000 fans yelling your son's name and supporting him like that. Okay. It's amazing how many people that they can touch that way.
I mean, these guys that came over from Australia and Pioneers, when they beat them Sunday, and they were just taking it so hard. I mean, Slater just felt for them and just was, you know, consoling them. It was a wonderful moment.
Yeah, and seeing him and the compassion for his teammate Daniel when they were at LA, and the just enormous hug and the spin, the love and the care and the sharing that they had in that moment. This is such a proud dad moment.
I would tell the parents to give their kids a chance to play a gamer.
It's incredible. It really is, and it actually gives me goosebumps when I think about 13,000 people to watch kids play Rocket League, but it's incredible.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right, any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
How can it possibly feel to have 7,000 people chanting your name? 3 unlikely champions know the answer. No one thought this would happen, that a freestyler, a bubble player, and a relative unknown would come together and inspire mechanical brilliance the likes of which we've never seen. Fool was just practice before the winds of winter brought a brand new org into the scene. Their faith in former Queso almost instantly was rewarded. Unknowns no more. These understated superstars and undisputed favorites are set to surpass spring success with their biggest statement yet.
The blue wall finally crumbles here in Fort Worth, Texas. The Rocket League World Championship saw BDS versus K-Corp go 7 games. On Champions Field, BDS stands strong, and they will be representing France moving forward.
What a series, though. We thought it was going to be a close one beforehand, but BDS just closing out in the final moments. K-Corp, however, though, they put up one of the strongest fights of today. Team getting knocked out just in that final moment there. I thought a 0 second was going to go in and get us the overtime.
and they broke the timeout buff as well. BDS called the timeout when they were 3-2 up, and K-Corp started to get momentum, and K-Corp still brought it to 7. I mean, it had us worried about our record. Our streak gives 56-0 of teams that win the best of 5 go on to win the best of 7.
Yeah.
It was pretty close, that one, though.
And then BDS as well. We always talk about when they get punched, they normally don't bounce back. They bounced back twice in this series. Game 1, they got destroyed, win 3 in a row, lose 2 straight, but still find a way in Game 7.
Let me tell you something, though. There's something in the air about when you got EU Taroko in the great words of Rise. He is holding down the back line. That EU Taroko, for those of y'all who don't know, his name is Monkey Moon. Whenever he's back on defense, it doesn't seem like they can get scored on. And then you got Seiko, the missile up in the front line. Start off the series hot, got relatively cold towards the end, but Monkey Moon stepped it up.
They have such a unique strategy, so different to any of the teams we're seeing make it through today. Very counter-attack heavy, looking to sustain lots of pressure, get the 50-50s, and then when a team overcommits or making mistakes, really punish them.
It's just so exciting to see Seiko be that guy. On a team with BDS, and a team of the caliber of the players on BDS, Monkey Moon taking that more reserved approach, I'd say, because defensively, he's a freak. And letting Seiko just do his thing, he's got that more endpoint role. He's having fun out there in BDS, they're looking so strong.
And the legitimacy of the Rlcs X season is becoming more and more of a thing. I understand they made a roster change, but it's still 2/3 of that roster, and they're all the way here, top 4 of the new season.
I couldn't believe that game at 0 seconds actually almost happened there. When the clock hit 0, the ball was halfway in K-Corp's goal, and they managed to pop it back out, taking the entire length of the field. Gibbs, we've almost had This Is Rocket League twice so far.
It's crazy. It felt like half a minute of gameplay. It was probably only like 15 seconds, but it felt like 30. It's just so wild that they keep the wall up for so incredibly long, and it just seems like it's a teaser for this grand final later. We want to see it.
It's coming. There's a moment that's going to happen. I just feel it. Today, we're going to get another moment that is going to be in the history books forever. We've already had some amazing series, but as you said, we've had these teasers time and time again. We're thinking, surely not, surely not. I think we're waiting for something special here.
All right, Greg, and I thought it was beautiful also seeing the camaraderie from the teams as they entered the stage, and then seeing the love, the comfort, the compassion from BDS as they took the victory there, going out over and comforting their countrymen.
And I think that's the case with a lot of teams here. I know a lot of the emerging region teams coming together and respecting each other, a lot of support, people giving advice to the younger players coming through. But in Europe, these players have been fighting for so long online to come here together, and especially with the French speakers, of course, they're in a place where everyone's speaking English around them. They find comfort in that group around them. Unfortunately, some of the Semper guys not able to join them here, but that group stick together at these events and speak French together, and they share so much love for each other.
It's crazy to think about K-Corp's going to be going back. They're going to be dealing with their emotions, but the moment they get through that, they're going to be turning around and cheering on BDS louder than anyone else in the building. Let's take a look at the bracket, how it looks after another quarterfinals match concluded. BDS advancing to the semifinals. We have a North American duel waiting for us later on, but for now, it's time to find out who's playing BDS with arguably, demonstrably, the tournament favorites, Moist Esports, taking to the stage, going up against the Fury from South America, Furia.
I mean, we've had 2 of the major winners so far, guaranteed top 4. Moist is the final team to try and jump that hurdle, but their hurdle in their way is the Kings of South America, Furia, King Card. These guys aren't going to make it easy for them.
It's going to be a wild match. You can hear the fans already getting behind Moist. It's Moist versus Furia.
A gente está ansioso para enfrentar a Moist, né? Porque além de ser um dos melhores times do mundo, é o maior campeonato do mundo da temporada.
They don't have a lot of weaknesses, but I guess you could say that lack of experience. Same goes for us, but they haven't had a win yet, so they don't know what it's like to win.
A Fúria vem vindo melhor que a Moist por conta que a gente está mais aquecido e a gente tem a garra brasileira de sempre, né? Para parar não só o jogo como a Moist inteira, é jogar agressivamente, como a gente sempre faz. E não dá espaço pros caras.
I think it's obvious who we have to stop on Furia is Jan. He's crazy mechanically, one of the most gifted players in the world, but I think we can stop him. We've stopped everyone so far, so we should be able to stop him.
Moist, se prepare que a gente tá vindo com sangue nos olhos.
Europe's Drizzly Darlings face off against the Kings of South America. Your spring major champions, Moist Esports, and Brazil's finest, Furia!
Feels like my 2 brothers are going into war right now. We've got Moist Esports and Furia, 2 of the best teams in the world, but only one of them can get through to the top 4. And I'm torn. Gregan, I don't know what to say with this one. I want to cry.
Well, one thing we do know for sure is this is going to be incredibly mechanical. Every player on this pitch capable of some of the highest flying, flip resettiest mechanics of the tournament. But Rise is the one we want to be watching when it comes to those clutch moments.
We have to talk about Moist and their run here. Winter Major and Spring Major, when they have only 1 life left, they played 14 matches, 13-1. The only thing they lost was against G2 in that final of the Winter Major. Well, they only have 1 life left now.
CJ, how did it feel? We heard from your parents how it felt to find out how much of a role model you were for Joyo. What did it mean for you?
He's a special kid. I think everyone knows he's a special kid, not only on the pitch, not only him as a player, but as a person as well. He's one of the nicest guys in the scene. And to see his glow up, to see him win London and the tears that he was shedding, it means so much to these guys, and I know they want this World Championship.
The Spring Major MVP, he's changed the whole entire way people play the game. Freestyle, incorporate into the competitive style of the game. But then you got that young man right there, Batira. He holds the French flag, he wears it well, and he's arguably the best defender in the game. You see him flexing. He's flexing because he's so strong on the back line. Nobody seems like they can get the ball through him. We'll see what Yan can do.
The European MVP versus the South American MVP with Yan, and that is what it's going to come down to. Yan is going to have to put on a performance like no other to get them through the heavy favorites of Moist.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Yan. Of course, he is incredible on the pitch. So mechanical, offensively, one of the scariest players here. And one we want to be watching this whole series for a goal of the game.
And we have been waiting for this matchup once again. We got a taste of it in LA, a 3-4. Moist used to go by Queso, but Yan, that's when he started popping off. And Kaio, he's been exceptional so far at the World Championship. Ever since Gamers A, you see him, he's got the charisma, he's got the points. He's been on this stage before. We're going to see what he can do right now.
I mean, these guys are oozing confidence and personality as well. Coming off the most recent LAN we've had, they won the most recent LAN. They took so much confidence, but this is the man that we love. King Carter, first saw him at the World Championships, and he we're talking about confidence. This guy's the king of confidence, and I think with his team, I'm so emotional for this series. I'm so torn on the other side, but King Card, he's the man, the myth, Furia. I know they're going to be putting their best foot forward today.
Yeah, Card and Kaio often overlooked because of how brilliant Yan is, but have been stepping up every single time we see them play on LAN. It looks like Card and Kaio are getting better. Everyone's been focusing on Yan, trying to shut him down. While they're doing that, the other two are getting on the offensive leaderboard, and we can see which way the crowd's going. A lot of the let's get wet going on.
There's a lot of Charlie fans here, a lot of Moist fans in general. Is the highlight, though, of this matchup, Gibbs, is it Yan versus Viteria, or is it their supporting squads?
It has to be Yan Viteria, because I think when you're on the world stage, you want your best player to perform. Furia's going to need Yan to put on something special, while Viteria, the same thing. He's the European MVP. He's got to perform for Moist here, because, again, last life.
And we hear it. We hear the crowd. Moist is the fan favorite. It doesn't matter whether we're across the pond or we're right here in North America. Wherever they are, there's everybody screaming, let's get wet. Oh, man, I know CJ, you're torn. It's the two brothers going against one another. It's so tight.
I mean, Furia, I think they like being the underdogs in this situation. This is what they want. They've always seen as, Sam as an emerging region, one of the older, newer regions, but coming in, seeing as the underdogs against the NA and EU guys. These are the matchups they want. They want to verse the best in the world, and they want to knock them off.
Well, I think it's fascinating to think about the fact that we were talking earlier, Gibbs, about World Championship veterans, and two of the players that it's easy for us to forget about are Card and Kaio.
Yeah, Card and Kaio have been here since the very beginning, and for South America as a whole, we've seen them not have great performances at World Championships before, but finally this year, when we got to the Winter Major, the Spring Major, Furia was that light for Sam, and now they're here, and they're the last hope for South America. They know they want to go as far as they possibly can.
And it's amazing to see these guys that have been playing for 5 years now. They're peaking. I've been playing for 5 years and now I'm washed. So it's incredible to see these guys. Kaio, a man that, as you said, he's been a bit shaky previously on land, but the experience that he's taken each and every step along the way, he's looking like one of the strongest players right now in the world.
Yeah, the way the mechanics have stepped up in South America and got to this level, I think Moist play very similarly to the South American region with that high-flying mechanical gameplay, but it was the G2 versus Furia game, which I think is the highest level of Rocket League we've seen so far in the tournament, so Furia definitely coming in warmed up with a bit of momentum.
And there's one thing we have to talk about, and that is Moist or Old Queso. They in fall were tied for 9th, and no one was talking about them at all. And then winter and spring happened, and they become the best team in the world. But they did that with no roster moves. Normally when that happens, like a V1, that they have to pick up beast mode to make that happen. But these three guys have been together for so incredibly long, but they have rose together.
They have rose together. They've found some confidence, and they've found an icy performance that has been unmatched by anyone else. Do not take them to Game 7. Moist is going to, Furia's going to have to find a way to win in 6 games or less, I feel like, for them to have a possible chance here. Let's find out how you at home feel about the match in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag MST, hashtag FUR. And CJ. I know you're torn, but it's time.
You
can't have left it until last. Come on.
Listen, obviously, as I said, these are my two brothers, Furia, the King Card. This is how torn I am. My mum's down there in the Moist cheer squad. My dad's up there with King Card's dad as well. So even my family's torn. Look, I'm going to have to go with the team that I backed in for the whole season. A year ago, I said Furia are winning Worlds, so I have to stick with my guns. I'm going Furia, but it breaks my heart.
Oh, it is a tough one, and I think we're going to see a similar storyline to what we did with the other close quarterfinals of the team that's been on stage before is going to start strong, then the other team's going to start ramping up and take the series in a close 6-7 game series. I'm going to be going with Moist, purely thanks to my mum. She very rarely likes to make predictions. I got a text from her just before this I didn't expect to see, which was let's get wet. So my mum's on the Moist side.
There's no other choice but the #1 overall seed. Moist is definitely taking this one.
Bates?
Let's get wet, baby. I'm rolling with Moist every single second of the day. Come on.
Look, there was G2 versus Furia was the best Rocket League we've seen so far. Half of that was Furia. I think they've got a chance here. If anyone can take down Moist, it's got to be Furia in this one. Give me Furia. How is chat feeling about this one at home? It's been mostly wet in the stands. It's wet in chat as well, folks, and it's time for us to get the gameplay going. CJ, what's going to be the X factor here?
I mean, it's the game within the game. It's Yan versus Viteria. This is what it's all about, so I cannot wait for these matchups. I just want to see a freestyle show. Let's get some offense.
I hope. Best Rocket League inbound chat. You haven't seen it yet. Dickey's Arena, get ready. We have a wonderful battle inbound. Moist versus Furia. Europe versus South America. Looking to advance on Championship Sunday. Let's get down to the Verizon Skybox.
decide who is going to take it. Shogun here, joined by Yummy and Chimako. Lads, we waited for this. The day has finally come.
We waited, and now it's just 7 potential games for history to be made.
If you want to be honest, yeah, you don't want to go game 7 if you're the Panther, if you're Furia, but it is time to see if it's the other Furia once again here in the Likas Arena, and rising up to the occasion so fast, only 3 seconds for the first goal.
An unknown at the beginning of the season. Rise has proven time and time again, and with 3 seconds, we're looking at a potential moment for Rise to think about, even at the very start.
For those of you out there joining us for your first ever Rocket League event, yes, the favorites of the tournament are called Moist Esports, and yes, we completely own that. Now it's up to Furia to change that narrative, to give South America their chance, their closest chance at winning not just a major, a world championship. The winners of the London Major versus the winners of Gamers 8. There are no 2 teams that came into this world championships with a better run of form.
It's a brutal start, a brutal match for Furia, and it might be Brewers Rise! Blocked out by Yan, South America's best.
You see, that 1v1 situation, Yanks was waiting and waiting, so patient until he got the chance, and this is scored from the King, and the match is tied to 1.
They've gone the other way. Carter's read him like a book, and that's as easy as it gets. Furia tied up.
Put it on the pinch for him. Hit it like a golf club. Sent it to the other side. 1 each. Furia answering back there, doing it quickly, but this is going to go against them. Had to be aware, but this is what I'd like to hear from Furia. Setting players up in the midfield. They will not allow Moist to force all 3 players onto their own back line. But Furia need to make sure they maintain boost control, because if that goes wrong, the support won't be around.
They want to impose their tempo, their playstyle, because they were not able to do so against G2, and that's why G2 took advantage of them. They were G2 attack every single time, and Furia was on the defensive. But this time, if they're able to use Kaio on the midfield, things might be a little bit different. Oh my God! Yo-Yo! In between everyone!
You can see why it's so difficult to defend Moist. All 3 members can do something, and Yo-Yo out of nowhere has found the goal.
Unreal. The vision to get that ball back over to him. Unmatched. Furia back down yet again. We'll have ourselves a best of 7. Both teams will have access to a timeout as Card takes the shot, another open net.
Moist is not defending that net. They really are just focusing on offense the whole time. Beautiful pass by Kaio. They should know better. They should know that by now that Kaio really goes for those passes. He's not going to be attacking the whole time.
But who's going to expect that the spring MVP would miss that ball? That will push it forward. Moist taken out of the game. And it's going to be down to whether they can clean up that midfield to determine whether they can stop getting scored on.
Kaio was going for the bump on that one. The bumps have been proven lethal. Time and time again, if you're able to get those demos, those bumps, you take a third of the opposing team's defense, and you're much more able to get some offense going on.
What we're trying to do today is crown the best team in the world. And in order to do that, it's not necessarily about playing the best Rocket League that you've ever played. It's about transferring the best Rocket League that you can into the highest pressure situation. As Joyo dances over the top of 1, even gets a set up. In comes Rise. He's one-on-one, Card up, and Card nowhere near it.
You can't stop him. You get towards the net, you see Rise, and you fall to the flick.
And the beautiful thing is that you knew exactly what Yo-Yo was trying to do. However, even though you knew it, you were not, two players from Furia were not able to defend that one. So Yo-Yo makes the setup very well, and then the goal just was written by itself. Now, we're in the mid of the match. Furia trying to tie this match once again, but will they be able, the King going, try to get the reset over Yo-Yo, and this time Yo-Yo was very good on the defense.
BDS waiting in the semi-finals. A lot of times you look into these matchups, you're not after just a win, but you're after a dominant win at that. Set yourself up for the shortest amount of time on the stage in order to go towards that World Championship, pick up the trophy. Yeah, now up against Vatira. Good first block. He does need the support, and it does arrive. Moist starting to prioritize that defensive rotation a little bit more now. They've been stung twice. Don't want it to happen again, especially with less than 2 minutes remaining and 1 goal lead as Vatira comes in.
Wow.
But he can find the angle.
They're finding comfort here, Moist. We know how they've stepped up in every situation in the winter split against the North American crowd and the spring split to win it all. And this is why they get that lead, and now they're seeing comfortability, good rotations, and a clean finish.
Yeah, and not only the good rotations, but making your opponents uncomfortable. They were in a bad situation. Caio didn't know what to do. He was, do I go for the ball and then maybe get dunked on? Or do I let it go and try to go for the ball after he passes the net? But neither was a good option for Caio, which now is attacking, trying to get the pass for Yanks. Yanks a little bit too far behind, and Jojo was able to defend.
Smart defense once again from Vatira. 1 minute and a half remaining. If he's waiting, if he's patient, it's going to be very difficult for Furia to score on. We'll be looking at all three of them. Yanks, Card, Caio have been stepping up in this tournament.
Card off the backboard, doesn't get the reset shot. It's Caio to put in another one. With all 3 players back, you're going to need something special. And that one, not special enough.
That was probably the best shot that Yanks could do at that time, but again, Rice was very well set up in defense. He was waiting for that, he was expecting it, and I mean, it doesn't matter how good the shot was, if you were really, really expecting it and you were very well in good position, then you have the chance to defend it.
It's the time for Furia. Step up on that aggression a little bit. The passes have been very far across the pitch, which has slowed down the play. They go for another shot, but Joyo keeps it out. That could be enough.
The 2 goals Furia got were on open nets. They are not going to find another one. 30 seconds. Rise takes over the play. He's got plenty of boost. Will he make it 5-2? Pulls Card into action. Gets the ball popped up as well. This is a good opportunity for Furia on the transition. But it's just not happening at the moment. Moist playing keep away. And Furia looking like they're going to have to figure it out later on. An own goal to finish us off. Rise, hat-trick hero.
It's so hard to defend these guys whenever they make the touches out of nowhere. Like, it seems they will not be able to get it to good touch. Maybe something very random, but not a good touch. But everything seems to go their way. They find each other very well in transition, and then they're able to shoot on net, on target. So it's looking very good. It's looking pretty good for Moist right now.
That goes down to the creativity, especially from a freestyle player like Joyo. Very quick to rotate, very quick to adapt, and very quick to take game 1.
There are just some teams that have that it factor. Team Queso took to the stadium over in LA, and they performed admirably against the crowd. They still got themselves to that grand finals. It's an intangible that you never know you have until you find out that you have it. And Moist have been proving to be exactly that.
They're a team that won't ever give up when they're looking down and out. When in that winter major, a dream run, multiple game 7s against the best teams in the world. And every single time, they manage to get past the adversity. And now, from that, they are the favorites here. And that's only giving them more confidence. It feels it only boosts them.
Well, yeah, definitely. They need to feel very good about this start. It's a 5-2. They did whatever they wanted. They had only one issue. It was a bad defense at the beginning. They were able to correct that. Even though Furia kept attacking, they were able to, shut them down completely. Now, let's see if Furia is able, to make something out of it, because just shooting to the net will not be enough to score on Moist.
And they did that mid-game. They made the adaptation mid-game. They showed their veterancy here in the middle of that game. On the other side, we're going to have to see maybe Yan step up. He hasn't had that top 3 in the world level performance. Everybody talking about Yan. After they won the Gamers 8 LAN, he's meant to be that man. And he hasn't shown that just yet.
So, 1-0 to Moist. They go to the Aquadome, where theoretically they should have a home field advantage. But let's find out. Furia need to bite back. Need to prove why South America is now on the map as true World Championship contenders. Managed to get through the club yesterday, an emotional match between the 2 South American squads. Gonna knock them out, you might as well go the whole way. Rise, wait for the block. Ran out of boost to keep it going.
He's creating so much chaos there in front of the net too. Even if you make that save, it is very likely there'll be a Moist player following up.
I gotta say, we were asking for Yanks. I think he is attacking a little bit more now. Card, who has been very good in offense, was able to get that out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting the upper 90, just like that.
I can tell you who else didn't expect it. Joyo, look at the effort he made. He knew it. It was past him.
Vatira running away from that too, the defensive MVP of the last major. Still, confusion coming out from Moist. Furia getting in the lead, and we haven't really seen that yet. This could be the confidence they needed.
This is confidence as well, not only to Furia, but towards other teams. BDS will be looking at this and loving the mistakes that they have seen. Also loving the fact that Furia haven't really put it together just yet. They haven't managed true outplays. Most of their goals coming off Moist misplays. Although Rise, good pass. Unfortunately, it was the invisible man. There's Joyo just sticking around. Good block. Yan called into action. Can't afford to get hit by Joyo, who is chasing after him. Kaio pops the ball up high. Vatira keeps the pressure on.
The pressure indeed in the midfield. Another pass for no one. That's the only thing right now for Moist that I would like to have someone else over there to get those passes. But other than that, I mean, the pressure they're putting on the midfield, how they are, you know, just blocking, intercepting every single pass from Furia, it's been just a thing of beauty.
Oh, off the crossbar. Nobody able to follow up. Furia know that they've got the lead. They're currently settling on it.
This is the first match as well for Moist on this stage in front of so many people. And it is going to take them some time to settle in, but how long will it be? As we've seen how good their attack remains. Despite all of that, another one off the crossbar. Vatira coming in. Just gets the touch away, but Furia have gone on the counter-attack. Yan is looking for the opening. But Joyo makes it alive.
Too much space on that one. I was thinking that Furia was just letting them, you know, have a lot of space, and you don't want that, especially against a team that is so good at freestyling. They need to be able to counter-attack, just be in their faces a little bit more, because otherwise, you know, as you let them fly, you're in their territory.
Oh, Rise narrowly gets hit. Yan was on the rotation back out. I do agree with what you're saying, Chamarco. It does seem like Furia are happy just to invite on the individual plays, but now it has worked. Kaio arrives on the rotation at the wrong time. The ball just slips away from him. Good challenge. Vatira to the corner. Rise back into the midfield. It's up to Card. Good transition. That's going to be off the backboard once again. First one to it is Vatira. Moist starting to prioritize the defensive rotation just a little bit more, but we are scrambling from one side of the field to the other. It is now up to who makes that first major mistake. The pace being upped. And Moist back down just temporarily. Right back into it. Joyo off the backboard. Into Rise to keep the play on.
Hard trying to get the... Yeah, he makes it clear. Joyo, not quite with the control he wanted to. Still able to defend the backboard. Kaio, and again, a little bit too far away from that play, but Yanks is able to recover. Tira going to the midfield. Kaio waiting for it, but not good enough. The ball is still on the side, on the attacking side for the guys in Moist. Now, pass.
Those chance there from Joyo. You can see the brilliance that Vatira makes for Moist. He's holding down that back end so well. We are getting Joyo going for a lot of bumps, a lot of demos. Taking his time with some of these shots. There's still one goal behind here. Only a minute left.
We saw yesterday between Furia and the club that these sort of defensive showings are not rare, but now Vatira, he's broke through them all! What each?
It baffles me. It baffles me, like how confident Card was to going for that ball. But you have in front of you Vatira, one of the most mechanical players we have in the game right now. So you know he's probably going to be able to control that ball and put it on the net if you allow him to. So I'm talking about you need more space. You need to cut the space, but this one.
Do not disrespect the Frenchman, Vatira.
40 seconds. Moist 1, Furia 1. And a big game here. Furia do not want to go down by 2 in a series like this against Moist. But almost guarantee that they have to pull the timeout if this game goes against them. Kaio takes his time, does win the challenge. He does need support, however, down that line. Card comes in to provide exactly that. Clear from Vatira. He's got Joyo with Rise in the midfield. Will he get to him? Doikan! And took it away! Did Yan have it? We do not know. We will not find out. One thing that we do have is time ticking away. One more opportunity. Kaio, only as far as Joyo. Rise keeps the ball up. Back to the corner. First one to it. Jan yet again. And we have overtime.
They were so close, Joyo. End up saving that one out. Moist is really feeling it, but it'll be only a matter of time before Furia fights back.
It was impressive to me how Moist was so confident in keeping the ball up on the overtime, on the 0-second mark, instead of killing it, because the ball was so close to their net, and still they decided, okay, we're gonna play it. We don't care. We're going for the goal.
And
now, Yax, good save. No, the Card still have a chance. Now Kaio went for the dribble. He's gonna give his teammates a little bit of time. Card still on top of the ball, but Vatira will take it away.
Vatira backs down at least for now. Joyo on the goal line, needs to avoid getting hit. Did exactly that, but still, the lines have not been cleared just yet. Rise provides. He's got Joyo midfield. He can go all the way by himself. He certainly gave a go at it.
Incredibly close for Rise.
Vatira back in. Blocks the first. Who dares take him on? Rise off the wall. Back down though from Moist. Checks the boost amounts. They knew they had to play that carefully. Couldn't afford to overcommit.
Close one by Kaio. Card, again, waiting. Very patient, very patient. Furia now is putting a lot of pressure, but without forcing any shot. They don't want to give Moist the chance to a counterattack.
And Yax is being the one to stay on that backboard, stay on the defense. It's going to be up to Card and Kaio to make that magic. Up against Moist, that's very difficult. Their defense in the 1v1s has been incredibly solid.
Card up against Joyo. A challenge that Card wins and rises in an awkward spot. Gets enough on it. Follow up from Jan. Nobody wants to give up that backboard hit. The free double tap, the follow-up, the rebound, call it what you want. Most of these players will call it the end of the game if it happens. Jan in again. That backboard, no such luck as Vatira clears.
He's always in net. Vatira, he won't stop being that brick wall.
I mean, he is in many people's head, you know, one of the best, if not the best player right now on the field. And it takes everything. It takes everything. Defensively, he has been so good, so on point for Moist. So much that, you know, we still have, we have gone 2 minutes in this overtime, and Furia has tried over and over again, but still not able to find the goal.
Furia have had the better of the territory. Both teams, however, have not found that clean-cut opportunity. Now off the backboard, Vatira! Saved! Follow-up! Popped up high! And that was so crucial from Kaio, meaning that the shot could not be rifled in. We clear, we keep going. We go to Kaio, who puts it just a little bit wide.
That pitch out from defense was actually exactly what Furia needed. They didn't have the boost, but they still used that pinch to get them to the other end.
Good communication. Oh, now with the bomb. Again, Furia is communicating pretty well on defense because, like you said, they didn't have that much boost. They rotated very shortly on defense. Now Kaio has a chance with a shot. What a save by Rise.
Keep an eye on the boost amounts of Moist. They're starting to run out. They need to get rid of this soon. That corner's certainly going to help, but the boost is away from them yet again. Rise is the only one with anything as Vatira finally gets some boost to his own name. Now back midfield. Jan, reset. Vatira keeps it out.
The Panthers of Furia, they're circling their net. They're sniffing their prey, but they can't find that gap.
Vatira off the backboard. Tokes it back around. 2 players go at him. For Joyo!
3.5 minutes the Furia held on. 3.5 minutes that would have been historical for them. But one little mistake is costing them all at the end.
You call it little mistake? I don't know if I can agree with that. They were doing so well. I was praising them on how good their communication was on defense. Like they were talking to each other, they were rotating very well. They were not going for those double commits. And then in the end, you see how costly going 2 people for the same ball is.
That's massive. 2-0. Furia need to fight back. We know they can do it, but they're against one of the most clutch teams. I said at the beginning of that game that if Furia lose this, I would expect the timeout. The timeout has been called. Yummy. What do you even say right now?
Exactly. You've got the Titans of Moist looking over that wall, about to break through. If Moist get into that 3rd game win, it is going to be near impossible for the Furia fight back. I want to see a lot more aggression coming out from Yan. They called that in the pre-match interview. We haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen him get space either to make any of his plays from that defensive end. And a large part of that is he's not securing his own corner boost because Rise is stealing it over and over and over again.
Yeah, credit to Moist's defense. They have been so good, so on top of every single time that Yanks gets the ball and trying to go over them. They have someone. They have done their homework. They have studied Yanks very well. That's one of the reasons why Yanks has had only 1 goal in the last 10 matches.
1 goal in 10 games. If somebody said that to me just a few weeks ago, I'd be laughing in their faces. One of the players who is being touted as the best in the world. We are not seeing that here. We are seeing a team who are cooler than anyone else, who are chill when it really matters. And we'll see if that converts to the pitch.
What really worries me now is that we can now look back to that game 1 with the open nets that Moist were giving up, even towards the start of game number 2. The fact that Furia were not able to capitalize and take those games might come back to really hurt them here. Those were the ones that were available for them. It got away, 2-0 now, and they have to take this next game. They have to.
South America. Every single person in Rocket League in that region are watching this game, the most important game for that region in this championship. We'll see how it plays out.
Yanks attacking fast. Gallo trying to go for that ball. Guard has a chance. He's going for it. And now they react on time. 12 seconds. First goal for Furia.
It took no time at all.
Respond and respond well. Furia have got their first. 4 minutes and 48. And it's the same way that Moist took the opening goal of the series right off the kickoff. Now see what we've got on this one. Rise goes up. Dan decides to go low on the challenge. Rare time that one works out. But Furia now look to keep this going. Far too early in the game. You basically have to play it like it's a 0-0. You just have to keep your play style on lock, but Card's in an awkward position. Almost found the pass. I do like the attempts to transition out. They've always got somebody available, looking to rifle it to the opposite side of the field.
And I love they have someone on the backboard too. They're covering that position, but that's giving a 2-fold advantage because we're seeing Joyo and Rise go for so many bump attempts. That backboard is a lot more of a safe position.
Now they have a chance. Joyo has to go to the back. Kaya will steal that good. The Yanks from the corner, from the wall, I should say. Guard. Slight touch in that one, so the Yanks will take it again to the side wall. Kaya on top. He will try to get the center, but defense from Moist on that backboard has been on point throughout the whole series.
Moist either caught in the transition or not caught at all. Oh, Joyo, can he go the whole way? The zero is stopped! Furia hold on to their lead. How much longer can they keep it, or can they even add to it now? Clear back into midfield, only as far as courage. Joyo dunks the ball straight past him. Can't spy some time. That was not the way to do that, though. Joyo was ready and waiting. Double commit, but unlike last overtime, that is one they will get away with.
They were able to make contact with that ball, get it away, get some breathe, which was very needed, but Moist is back on the attack.
Rise has been stepping up both ends of the pitch so far. He makes the last save, and he's going to have to do a lot more.
Ooh.
Looking for this goal, Joyo off the post.
How brave was that? Nobody even flinched. Nobody went. Everybody on Furia knew that that one was wide and kept themselves in position to react. Now off the backboard, Yan has to get contact, provides exactly that.
Face is steadfast and the need to remain in that way throughout this series. It can get very frustrating having to sit on your defensive half, running out of boosts. As time goes on, only 13 for Card. Yan managed to find a little bit, and up against the might of Joyo, they hold on, but how long will it last?
We don't know, that's the thing. Now Batida very close to that one. I thought he was going for the ball, but he stopped because he knew that he could get the pass. Joyo, keep it high now against Jackson Card. Rise on the attack. Ball is denied, go to the corner.
He kept that going after being hit in midair. There is something ridiculous about that sort of car control.
That all three of them have as well.
Exactly. There is no such time that you look at a certain name and go, okay, we can take this one a little bit lighter. But Furia, have been well trained over the past few days to start avoiding these bumps. They're doing a good job. 2 minutes left, and their goal lead is still intact.
It's like they've been watching the club. South America, not known for their defense, they've held on against the most offensive team in the world.
Well, this game, it reminds me a lot of the previous game, of game number 2, where Furia had the advantage early on the match, and they held it on until the last minute, but it was not enough to beat Moist.
Vatira keeps that pressure on. We've been stuck in the orange side of the field for what feels like since we scored the goal. Now we go off the backboard. No, Jan, make sure that there's nothing available. Not that Moist really had a rebound as Joyo rotates in, and it's too late! What was he doing?
He just couldn't get back in time. He was demoed out of the play.
Oh, there we go, okay.
Winter again, no more. Furia finds the second goal.
Is this the goal that will heal Yang's drought? Will he be able to get some offense now going on?
Well, despite the fact that I was very caught out by that demo, it is the demo from Furia where they got enough boost and enough momentum on their side that they took out the third man, they took out the next person in the rotation. That might be the key for them moving into the rest of this series.
Especially because early on in that play, Furia weren't finding the boost. In the previous games, Furia weren't finding boost when they're in the defense. In that play, they all had 100. That's what allowed the counter-attack. They've adapted mid-series.
Dangerous. Vatira will go very far with that one, and Gaio was waiting for it to rise with a very good pressure on midfield. We were talking about midfield presence. I don't feel like Gaio is doing so much now. Like, Moist is just on their face every single time, trying to drown them with offense. And even though they're winning this match, they're controlling the tempo of the game.
Result that is all they really need, though. Reminder again, no best of 7 reverse sweeps at an RLCS LAN. Well, this game might have one more twist. Nope, Furia keeping that one out. And despite how much defense they had to play, they were steadfast the entire way, as there's going to be one back from Moist. Couldn't get it in time, though. And Furia are on the board.
One for the road for Moist. But this is what we wanted to see. If Furia were to take out this series, they needed to rest control immediately, and they have.
It's so weird. I feel like I'm watching the club, to be honest. It's like they're waiting and waiting and waiting, and then whenever they have a chance, they get a demo, they get a good clear, and then they counter-attack and make the goal.
And we haven't got to see Furia with this playstyle pretty much ever, because regionally, they don't get tested anywhere near as much on the defense. It's only really at these world stages, in the majors, in the World Championship, that they've had to discover how to play at that defensive end.
So, here are your highlights from the #1 high-performance replay. Once again, apologies, Joyo. You are not at fault for that one. Instead, it was the demo that gave Furia the victory.
Yeah, come on, Joyo. Joyo does nothing wrong.
That's quite a few saves on the Furia side.
That's quite a few shots on the Moist side.
Importantly, though, despite the amount of saves that they got on the field, that game win saves their series and probably saves their hopes at a World Championship.
Yes, definitely. I mean, their defense, I don't think anyone is doubting their defense so far. They do have it. I think the problem right now is that we were thinking that Yanks, that guard, could make a good offense, good enough to go against Moist. And so far, only 3 shots on that previous match says otherwise.
And a large part of that, Yan is usually so good transitioning out of defense with 100 boost, taking it all the way to the other end. He's not getting that boost, and he's not getting the space.
This goes all the way back to what the desk were talking about earlier on. They highlighted the Yan versus Vatira matchup. Yan needed to be able to get the outplays, not just on Vatira, but everybody else. Vatira is just sort of the mainstay, the one that's most known for it. It's not happening for the most part. They have held onto the possession. They keep getting the ball back. There has not been many options for Furia, but still, there's that little thing there. I'm gonna harp back to it. The demo on the third man gave them an open net yet again. Will Furia start to lock in and hone in on that to keep us going? As well, I get very worried about these opening kickoffs as well.
It's a weird thing that we wouldn't talk about any of this about Furia a few months ago. We would not be talking about how good their defense was, how demos will be saving them.
We wouldn't be talking about them having a chance of winning the World Championship.
That's true.
Unless it's EJ.
Well, yeah, and me, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, Joyo, he's got past one. Jan fully aware that the oncoming rebound was on his way. Card tries to go to the wall, realized that Rise was going to clatter into him. Now it's Joyo's turn. Card still going. We're just pinging the ball left to right infield. Kaio low challenge. Look at how many hits we just had. The ball made no forward or backward momentum, and instead it just went left to right.
That kind of goes all the way in Furia's favor. When you've got a lot of space to move, players like Vatira, Rise, Joyo are going to do a lot with that ball. But the fact that they're only making these small touches, it's very easy to read the change of angle from that short distance.
And also, it tells you how these guys are going about the 50-50s, how they are contesting those shots, because they don't want to go extremely hard and allow their opponent to, get an advantage, get a counter attack. So they are trying to be very smart how they position their cards on those contests.
Card to Kaio. Good save by Rise. This time around, it's Moistar stuck in their own side of the field. Jan this time takes a little bit too much of a touch, but Rise classes to Joyo. Vatira tries to save it. No way! Moist tripped over themselves, and Furia have got the first.
It's a cataclysm, failure from Moist, and they've been destroyed.
Two players from Moist went for that ball. I think they both called the ball. I think they both tried to say it's mine. So they both decided, okay, I'm not going. They whiff it completely, and Card was lucky enough to have that open shot.
If you told me that would happen at a World Championship, sure, I'd believe you. But I wouldn't think that would happen at a World Championship with Moist on the pitch.
Well, if Moist do go through on this, there will be an awful lot of questions about whether or not these mistakes and their inability to iron them out this late into a series might come back to be the worst thing for their World Championship hopes. But for now, it's them against Furia. They've got to get the job done. They've got to find this next goal. Furia have roared back off the backboard. There goes Rise. Just the respect every single time. Infield pass. Now the opportunity to counterattack. Jan over to the ceiling. Realizes he's 2v1. Kaio goes so early, but still not quick enough.
Kaio tried on that one. Like you said, too early. Maybe they are expecting Moist to be over that ball a little bit faster. Maybe they're giving Moist a little bit too much credit, which I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Moist has been on top of every single shot that, very, very fast, near or away from their net. Now Yanks has a chance to pass it to Kaio. Kaio trying to go for the ball back in. Joyo with a very good save. Yanks keeps the pressure. Card trying to read Rise. So difficult to get the ball around.
They've been looking a lot happier with his 1-goal lead. Furia putting the pressure on, challenging early. Not really worried about the touches that are going to come out from Moist in this back half. Card, he's actually going to go for it. There was a little bit of risk in that play, but once again, reading the game well.
We've been harping on it an awful lot, but just keep an eye at all times on the defending team's boost totals. These teams are holding the other one in their own side of the field so much, they're stealing those back corner boosts, that there just comes a moment where you have to go for something that you're not comfortable with anymore. You have to take the position of a teammate that cannot get there, that you weren't in position to take over on.
And Moistar looked super uncomfortable on the low boost. We just saw all three of them on 0, and 2 of them ran all the way back to their own half to deal with it. 1 of them ran to the opposing corner, taking all of them out of position at the same time.
Well, they are aware of their strengths. They want to be flying, high flying. You're passing, and oh, that's almost on net. Card with the save. How?
You hero, Card. Manages to keep that one out, and Furia. They only need 1 goal to win.
It's split-second decision-making. Seeing the ball bounce off the wall, I'm thinking, I'm gonna get in front of it and just backflip. And I hope for everything that it goes well. Now the infield, Vatira can't get there in time. Kaio got a little bit of contact and that tripped him up. Now 30 seconds on the clock, looking towards the backboard. Joyo clears. Nobody in the midfield to take over on it as Jan recycles the play.
30 seconds that are showing the steal for Furia. 30 seconds where they're challenging, and all that Moist can do is clear it to the other end to try and build some space. Joyo will miss. Kaio for the double. He misses as well, but it may not matter. Only 2 seconds left. A huge save from Vatira.
It's not over yet. Joyo has a chance to go for the pass. Nice interception from Yanks. Only 1 second left. The ball is going to fall to the ground, and we have a tied series.
Did you really think it was gonna be that easy? Not at this stage. Moist 2, Furia 2, and Furia are getting better by the minute.
If you thought Furia would roll over like cats and let you scratch their belly, no, they're gonna show the claws. Moist Esports as well. I mean, they're looking wet, but in the worst way, slippery, falling over themselves in the defense.
Am I reading right the statistics? Is it only 3 shots on net from Moist? Is that it?
Yeah.
It feels so much easier than it did in the last game, doesn't it?
Let me clean your glasses.
Furia, you can definitely say, escaped, potentially, with the last game. This one, they dominated. They were the ones that were always in position to put more pressure on the goal. Moist didn't even get a look towards the latter end of that game. And I've not heard any shout about a timeout. Moist are holding it.
And I like that Yan didn't need to step up. Of course, the one goal that was scored was, let's just say, astronomically bad. I think we can all agree with that. But once they're in that position, they have done this twice in a row where they can just hold on to the lead.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. And even statistics were deep into the 50s for this tournament as to who has got to match point first and then gone on to win it. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side as Joyo takes the air immediately. Can't find a demo, but here comes Rise! Bottom corner, not enough!
Jax with the reflexes on that one. Now Matira just set up something for their teammates, but they were just too far away. Even though Rise misses that one, even though Furia gave him all the space in the world,
and even Joyo gave him space. Joyo backflipped out of that to let Rise go. They communicated, they called each other off, and then Rise simply misses.
Are they nervous? Are they human? Are the guys from Moist able to feel the pressure?
We didn't think they were human because we thought they were mechanical robots, but maybe they do bleed. Even still, we saw that in the Winter Major. We saw that even at the beginning of spring, taking that loss earlier on to version 1, and we saw how they fought back. They have no extra chances here.
Matira takes over. Realized that his first touch too heavy, back down. Card now up against Joyo, goes under Joyo. Doesn't quite get the second hit. It has been all about making sure that you are backing up your teammate because the 50-50s, the outplays, have been so neutral between both these teams. No one has had a distinct advantage.
And you talk about backing up your teammates. We have seen how little mistakes, or maybe a little bit more than little mistakes, have been so crucial for both sides. That's how Furia won the previous match, and that's how Moist have won several matches. Because the defense, when it's good, I mean, it's on point. These guys are not making many mistakes, but they are taking advantage of every single little mistake that happens on the field.
The attacks from Moist just haven't been good enough.
Back out and back down. No shot getting that one available. However, the ball is still loose off the backboard card. Perfect positioning. Gave himself the range of motion required to get rid of it. It's Rise. No support. It's going to be for Furia. And Card had the perfect bounce to take control. Didn't quite get it, however. Back down. Kaio runs down the line. Dares the challenge. It bounces nicely for Vatira. Furia holding on to that midfield. Can they create their opportunity? Not when you're playing like this. Rise, what a transition.
Yan has been controlling the midfield. Rise doing everything he can at the other end. And it does feel a little bit like these teams are starting to feel each other out again. Low scoring affairs, plenty of time in the midfield to adapt.
I'm liking how Furia is trying to go on the midfield with not just Kaio, but Yanks as well, you know. Oh!
Unbelievable.
A little bit too wide from Moist. They have had so many chances right now. I've seen that in the last 2 minutes, maybe up to 3 chances, and they're just a little bit too far away, a little bit too wide on those shots.
Oh, Rise gets clattered into. Vatira on the rotation back. Once that was a forced mistake. Moist forced to hit one another. Rise is under pressure. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking to the opposite side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? Rise! That was otherworldly!
Brilliance from Rise. He makes the mistakes, but then he fights right back.
You have to to love it. You have to love how he makes the save and then goes all the way, gets the boost, and goes 1v everyone, 1v everyone, and gets the goal for Moist.
That spark that Moist needed. Now Rise back into it yet again. Outplayed everybody, showed how good he was defensively, then outplayed two separate players to give his team the lead. That is a World Championship worthy play. And this is just still the quarterfinals. So much tournament left to go. Furia trying to get one goal back. They don't have to be that good. It just has to get over the line. Now Yan not expecting to get that ball over to him.
They're making these plays very close to the net, and Moist are up to the task. Yan doing everything he can just to get a touch away from those Moist players. As Card, he even has the support behind him. Low boost again for Moist. What can they do to get it out? They use their teammates to get the clear.
Excellent use of the Boom, going hard on that ball, getting some space to get the boost they needed, and now, again, on the attack on the orange zone.
Back into the midfield. Joyo on target. Moist would like to keep this ball in this side of field for as long as possible. Yan looking to try and get rid of it. He's also now target man, but Vatira keeps the possession in the midfield.
They're still attacking Moist. This is the position they want to be. We know how important this game 3 is, how it can get you the entire series win and take you into that semi-final. And with 10 seconds left, Joyo has possession.
Joyo has possession, going for the solo play, the ball onto Vatira's hands, and of course, it is going to be a goal. Boys securing this game number 5.
Vatira, he only needed to clean that up, but it's Joyo. Joyo with the individual control, one end to the other, and Moist Esports. Boy, they come back.
Double match points secured, maybe even a third goal. Rise is flexing on all of them. This is the Moist we feared.
This is perfection.
So we were asking, like, okay, why is Moist not taking a timeout? Why should they? I mean, they only made 3 shots on the previous match, and now they have 3 goals on this one. They don't need a timeout. They just need to feel good about themselves now and go ahead and play how they know.
You don't need a timeout to look at Rise and say, be Rise, be that good. It's a very short couple of sentences to say over to him, but it is something that he knew he was capable of. I cannot wait to see our Mobile One high performance replay yet again, because that goal needs to be on repeat again, and again after that.
There is a lot of good goals that have happened throughout this World Championship.
Oh, take a
but
look.
This has got to be one of the most important goals of the World Championship. Moist looking down and out, and Rise resurrecting Moist with one single play.
It was enough. It was enough to give them the boost. Once they had that goal, they felt very good. They felt very well. They were playing again like Moist. That team that is so unique, so different.
They hadn't scored a goal in the previous 2 games, and you get this first one here, you see what happens with Moist. When it rains, it pours.
So, Furia, how much do you want it? You have to beat Moist. Not once, but twice. Not only has a team not managed to come back from this sort of position before, but you're going to Moist's own playground over at Champions Field. And before you even do that, you go to Neo Tokyo and go to work.
Neo Tokyo stormy as well. It's rainy, it's moist in the stadium. It's now 56-0 for games where one team gets on match point, but Yan, he wants to counter that narrative.
You have to remember, on Winter, these two teams met, and Furia was able to win 3 in a row, not 2, 3 in a row. So they had done it in the past, and they're looking forward to doing it for the first time in World's history.
You're a team that can really put those wins back to back. Not just there, but when they almost got that reverse sweep over in London. So close to creating history. And that has been Furia this year. So close to creating that South American history. Will it be the same thing yet again? Or have they finally unlocked that little bit that's left. That one extra small bit of mechanical brilliance that takes you to those championships as Vatira was also close.
He had members of Furia all around him. He was feeling the pressure. You definitely expect Vatira to be hitting those shots and getting this into a tied game.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need. You need to make the fake and force the defenders to look to you while your teammate is the one to shoot on net. And Moist is very aware of that.
Looks like the coach, in the time between that game and this, has managed to wake up Yan. He's starting to make the plays, and Moist have to start watching out.
Yan, reset, Vatira had to dodge a hit. Position!
Yan! Oh my God, worship at the altar of Yan! He's done it again! A flip reset off the roof, past every single one.
We should hire you as footage coach, you know? Just get him in the corner until Yanks wakes up. Wake up, Yanks. That's it. That's all they need.
Take the pillows off the stage, I guess. At the moment, Furia looking to put Moist to bed. And 3 minutes 20 on the clock. They were able to hold on to a 1-goal lead for that. Now they have 2.
And they're about to see the best of Moist, the Moist that now know that defense is not their main priority anymore. It's all about getting goals, keep hitting Khan, and still far too quick. Furia now with Yan yet again. He's already outplayed them once, going for a second one, delays underneath. No nutmeg available to Vatira.
Dual chance for Caio. Oh no, Caio guard wisely waited in the back. Yo-Yo against everyone. He doesn't care. He's gonna put it on net. Yo-Yo, how good is he? Guard was in front of him. He didn't care one bit. He had his target was the backboard, and then later on the net.
This has been a series that has been impossible to tell who has got the momentum anymore. Just swinging at each other.
We've had 2 different series in this one. The first, full scrubby, and now the plays are coming out left, right, and center. Are you not entertained?
Rise, waits for Card. Gets past. Now Card up against Vatira. Infield, that's open! 2-goal lead is back!
The demo, the pass, the shot on net. What else do you want? Beautiful play by the Panther, by Furia.
The demo. That's going to be the recipe against Moist, the way they're playing. Furia, every single goal they get is momentum, is confidence heading towards that last game, that game that nobody else has been able to take. Nobody else has been able to make the comeback throughout this World Championship. Now, they're going to get that chance if they can get to Champions Field.
BDS waiting in the wings. Who is it going to be to take them on? You have to say, if we do make it to Champions Field, you still don't know who is going to have the momentum. It has been that back and forth.
You said earlier that BDS would be happy watching this series heading towards their match. No longer. Both of these teams are performing. Yeah.
Even talking about Champions Field now, it feels surreal because we know the boys is capable, is more than capable of getting those shots and get the goal and tie the match.
I'm going to call myself on Champions Field for the time being. There is still a lot of time on that clock. Maybe letting what I want to happen not quite be what is currently happening as Caio on the backboard. Has he got the set? Oh my goodness, he almost was the goal. 3 more! Vatira! He keeps Moist in it!
Out of nowhere, Vatira with a read. I thought it was a goal from Gordon. Now it's still Vatira! He made it happen! Again, one player from Moist just makes a save and go all the way to the other side and gets the goal.
It's like a formation, the flying V down the pitch. They were all together, they were all crossed over, and Furia get crossed off.
121, 1 goal! Furia, you're up against it! And they need to hold on! Card moving in. He doesn't take his own teammate off the backboard!
And Moist has been so good at defending the backboard, but this time they were just too far away. They didn't have anyone there. They were not expecting Card to get the ball, to steal that ball, and then, use the backboard with the double tap. So Furia once again has a 2-goal lead. 1 minute left.
So many goals have come out in the last minute though. You can't count Moist out. Joyo! He's looking for it. You can feel it coming, Shogun.
That is going to be the longest minute that we have had in this tournament. Rise tries to get rid of it. They play it backwards as Furia scrambling. Kaio's the last one. Rise couldn't find his car. But Tira turns around against Yan, tries to go low, and Card guides it into the corner, into safety.
Boys to be playing with fire, but if anyone can do it, they can clinch it, and no, Card! 34 seconds left on the clock, and he wants it more than anyone else.
Bow to the king with the double touch. 5-2 now. Shogun, you wanna call it Champions Field?
I'll give it a moment. I still cannot believe every time we took a few years away, and yet when we come back, it's the same as always. World Championship Rocket League delivers yet again. 20 seconds on the clock, and Furia, 5 goals to their name.
Shabako just wants to hear you say it. Say it, Shogun.
Ladies and gentlemen, get up, get loud as Wayput would say. We are going to Champions Field.
Game number 7. We knew it. We knew it. We have seen 7 matches throughout the day. We knew that Furia had what it takes to go Game 7 against Boys. They had done it in the past. They are going very strong, but this series has been so unpredictable. We see one game with one team, only 3 shots on net, then the other team does it the same way. It's all over the place. We cannot predict anything right now.
Going into this tournament, people were saying Furia overrated.
What?
Not a single person would admit that anybody other than Moist were the favorites. And this matchup is testing all those people, as Furia are now 1 game away, and Moist will be looking to back it up in the next 5 minutes.
Moist, here is the simple question for you. Do you go straight in, or do you take the timeout? And we already have the answer to it. Moist, timeout. They are gonna try and ice Furia before the biggest match of their careers.
Moist in Game 7 is 13-3. Furia only 6-5. Plus we know the team that wins the 3rd match, the first, usually wins. I mean, they have the 56-0 record. So Furia right now, listening to the fans, going crazy, trying to make history here.
We can hear them. I guarantee the players can hear them, and everyone at home can hear them. But Dickie's Arena, I have one more question. Are you ready for Champions Field and Game 7? Let's do it.
They might be ready, but I don't think I am. I don't think you all really, truly ready for the Game 7 to go through to the semifinals here at Dickie's Arena. Furia versus the favorites Moist. South America versus Europe. It all goes down now.
Only 5 minutes decide who will face BDS in the semifinals. Only 5 minutes will decide who will stop playing in the World Championship.
Welcome everybody to the true home of Rocket League. Champions Field, 5 minutes. Cement your legacy or go home. Let's get to it. Moist versus Furia.
It's going to be a tough one off the kickoff. Whoever scores first might be enough. But this has been a long time coming. Moist versus Furia, Game 7, and a chance for Kaio.
Rise tries to get rid of it. That's not happening. Furia have found another level in the second half of this series. No longer allowing Moist to put the pressure on. No longer allowing the gear to be set by their opponents. Instead of the shot, Rise keeps it out, but Furia are unrelenting.
They keep it going. Jax another pass. Kaio with the chance card, waiting for it. Card over, and it's good. but Datira with the save.
It's save after save after save for Moist. Furia testing them in the first 40 seconds.
Off the side, that will not be shootable. Can Moist finally see the orange side of the field? It seems like a pipe dream at the moment. It's not happening for them. Instead, another block, not happening either. Yan, off the wall. Vatira, off the backboard. Kaio clears.
And even though Furia have had so much offense, we know how quickly that could turn around. Moist could be about to take it straight out from under their belts, but Furia continue the attack.
The guys from Furia trying to put the pressure, but right now, seems like Moist has made the adjustment. Only 1 minute they needed to be able to get the clears. Now, Kaio with Yangs up front. Great save by the Moist guys. They were able now to control the ball. And going for the pass, but Yangs with a great interception.
What a block. Who's first? Joyo gets rid of the lines. But Furia are tackling. Moist are holding on with everything they've got.
Vatira with the read of the century as well, managing to keep that one out. And that took a lot of risk and a lot of nerves.
Welcome to the orange side of the field. We haven't seen it all game. 2 minutes down, off the wall. Kaio's got his back turned. Instead, he waits. Joyo in. That's a playable position for Moist. Joyo back down.
It's over.
Rise. Oh, this is it. Vatira calls it. Off the backboard. Joyo tries to keep the play going. That's still in a dangerous spot. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. No.
Rice, I mean, that's a fitting name right there. Way over the earth. So much speed, so much power. Moist with the first goal of game number 7.
After 2 minutes of holding on, Moist get the one. But then let it slip.
Karma for Los Angeles. Karma for against Space Station. Furia back in it!
Time after time, it doesn't seem like momentum is a thing for any of those teams. Like the other one just won it as much as the previous. And now the ball very close to the net. Furia somehow was able to get it out of the way.
You could feel the tension rise. It's right in front of the net. Nerves are peaking now, with both teams making the mistake. And 2 minutes of some of the toughest Rocket League they'll ever have to face.
Moist have taken over. The opening few minutes belong to Furia. Now looking for the backboard yet again. Card. Exceptional and exquisite play back to the corner. He's got his team back in position. And now they look for their chance. But they've got to get it past this midfield hold that Moist seem to have. Demo, Rise, leaves it for Joyo! Crossbar! The fourth man!
So close for Moist, so close. I mean, they're doing so well with their offense to break up Furia's defense, but then just inches away of getting the goal. They're not able to do so.
Creativity is key, and Joyo receives a creative pass from Vatira. It's still going to be in the Moist offensive half. An area that's been spent a long time in this game, but it's Yan who's been doing it all. He's found it in front of net. And so many close chances. It goes the other way too.
Back into the midfield.
What a laser beam. What a read from Joyo. And he was so calculated. He saw the player of Furia. He saw it on the sidewall and he said, the ball is falling right here and it's mine.
He's a peach of a man, and that's a peach of a shot. Moist 2-1 up with only 1 minute remaining.
They might be about to make it 2 as well. Joyo plays the time, but that's right into the path of cards. Still keeps it going. Can't get another reset. He'll be allowed to a block. That's troubling though. 50 seconds. Joyo takes a first-time shot. Moist just don't want this in their side of the field.
Yanks way up high. He has Kaio up front. The pass for Gord, and it shoots. Joyo with the save. How he could see it.
That was astronomical. How does he make the read? Moist have kept themselves alive. 30 seconds remaining. Let's go.
Card infield, taken away. Kaio now looking for the back one. That's so awkward though. Kaio bumps it off.
when they needed him the most.
15 seconds. Joyo with Vatira in midfield. Jan intercepts. Jan wins the challenge, but Vatira helps. He keeps it away. Moist did not let this drop earlier on. Now they're up against it. Furia! Have they done it? 2 seconds. 2 seconds is all they need.
He does it for Brazil! He's done it for you at home! Moist, where are you at?
1 second left. Jojo going for the ball. Caio shut it down, and Furia wins!
History has been made in the biggest LAN in Rocket League history. The favorites Moist have gone down to the South American heroes. The biggest performance ever from a South American team. And you can see it. Absolute joy, but also how much it means to Moist. Complete devastation. 10 months of hard work on either side. And I'm so glad you can all be here to see this. Furia. What a moment.
It finally happened. All the potential, everything that we knew Furia have. And after coming so close in LA, after being one of the top teams over in London, they finally put it together. Semi-final date with BDS. Your winners, Furia!
How can you not feel good for them? They've been struggling so much. They've been doubted upon. They've been working so hard. And now, they are here. After calling Yanks, you know, like, is he good enough? Is he really that good offensively? Can he do it? Can he step up when they need him? And he made all 3 goals for Furia on that match. 2 of those in the last 30 seconds probably. How much more do you want from them?
We have Caio, the great one. We have the king. And now we have the god. Yan has managed to do it. Everybody in the arena, make some noise. We're heading to some history in the semi-finals. I cannot believe it, Shogun.
I don't know what you to me there, mate. I'm done.
You're done.
I am so tired. I am emotionally spent. Thankfully, we can keep going. Semi-finals coming up soon, but Orb is waiting for us on the stage.
Dickens Arena, you've already been loud, but I'm gonna need you to be loud one more time here, please, for Furia. It would be a mistake if we didn't start with a question of going through those last moments, because in terms of esports in general, that's going to go down as one of the most exciting finishes to a match. Talk about those final moments.
Well, as a coach, it's extremely stressful to sit there and pray that we win. So I'm just, my heart is pounding so fast.
You've taken down the mighty Moist. Many consider them unbeatable. They've been on such a good run. Here you are, victorious over Moist Esports. How did that come to be?
I mean, we've just been preparing for this tournament for months, and just in the last week, we've done so much coaching and training, 10-hour days of practice. We want it.
Now, we had a timeout for Moist. Was that when you started feeling that maybe there's a crack in the armor for you guys to take control?
Yeah, after we took that timeout and started getting some momentum on them with some of those games, we knew we could beat them.
Next up, you got BDS. If you could look into the future right now, what would you predict the outcome be for that match?
Probably another Game 7.
Would you guys like another Game 7? All right, well, there you have it. Guys, give it up one last time for Furia, making it to the semifinal against BDS. But just like before, we got more Rocket League in store. All right, G2 versus FaZe coming up next. Battle for NA.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right. Any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
Oh. Unlucky. Oh, what's up, Joyo?
Yo, what's up,
man? Oh. You all right?
My finger, no.
Did I break it?
My
I
finger.
changed it up. That's my bad. Man, I'm so bad at this.
Yeah, honestly, you guys played crazy in that match the other day. You, Arsenal, Daniel, you guys are like all crazy, but I think you're one of the most mechanical players in the world.
Wow, that actually means a lot. Thank you, bro.
I actually got to run. I got scrims in about 5 minutes, but I'm gonna take your trash for you.
All right, you sure?
Yeah, of course.
Yo. How you guys doing?
What's up, bro?
Yo,
hello.
How's it going, Nolly?
Not bad. And yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. Let me get the chair for you.
Sure, thanks. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, man. See you guys around.
See you later.
See ya. He's the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected it.
Me neither.
Ugh, this clown again.
You're so trash, you suck! Come on! I'm so embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for you, I'm embarrassed for your parents. What are you doing? You dropped your popcorn.
So toxic.
those seeking while I was faking, but the crown falls simply to those who try.
I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope and getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again. Starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall.
When FaZe Clan need a miracle, 3 heroes will always step up. The first killer on the scene is usually this guy, but underestimate the others at your peril.
Now pass it back in FaZe. Back to first. Space, back to first. Killer places it well.
Every hero has their kryptonite, and failure to share the spotlight can leave FaZe Clan's not-so-secret lair very breachable indeed.
Pull out. Oh man, quick transition. Away. Quick shot.
Time after time, they've seemingly had the big bad in their sights.
First killer gonna get the quick pass. It's difficult. First killer slips across to the right and puts it in.
But then succumbs to the Championship Sunday pressure. Now, they've had the time to train in the shadows and prepare for the moment the entirety of Worlds is on the line. To win it all, FaZe must overcome their fiercest enemy, themselves.
The permafrost has finally been melted, and it took Fury to do it here. 7 games in the most unlikely, most improbable, against all odds, against all previous statistics. Furia takes down Moist Esports to advance. I cannot believe I'm even saying that sentence, CJ.
One of the best series I've ever seen live, if not the best. I think the word, if I was to pick one word for that series, euphoric. I mean, happy tears from everyone, sad tears obviously for the Moist boys, but could you have scripted a better series, a better moment? Game 7, And that was the moment. We were calling for a moment all day, all week long, all World Championships. We need that one moment. And then Jan said, you know what? I'm one of, if not the best player in the world. It's my time.
Yeah, it wasn't just the Game 7. The game just beforehand was one of the highest flying, most offensive games we've ever seen, with probably 4 top 5 plays in it. And then we went into that Game 7 where, as Wavepunk alluded to, against all odds, breaking the team that goes to match point, winning every series curse, breaking the Game 7 Moist curse, also breaking the post timeout curse, Moist taking one just before. You know, everything was going against Furia, but they managed to pull it off in the final 3 seconds.
And they battle back twice. They're down 2-0 in that series. Have to battle back to make it a 2-2 series. Then it was so incredibly close of a Game 5. I might have put out a tweet that's saying there's no way Moist make this 56-0 streak lose, but it happened. Furia battled back a commanding Game 6 win, and Yan, I'm going to say it, best player in the world right now, no question.
We still have 3 series to go. I'm sorry I have to be a downer here. Sorry I have to be a downer here, but let me tell you something.
But these
Yan
moments.
versus Vatira. You called it out, Wave. Yan's offense versus Vatira's defense. You saw it in the last 2 seconds. The game winner, Vati in net, Yan up high. And Yan, he just had the better day, man.
I mean,
oh my God.
I had the privilege as well. I thought I better choose a side. I went upstairs. I went with Card's dad. I was up there in the Fury because I wanted to feel something. You know, I'm not a player anymore. I needed to feel the tension. I felt the tension, and when Yan hit that shot, 3 seconds left, that winner, Card's dad fell on the floor, and I was just holding him, and we were just screaming into each other. They were all crying upstairs. It was one of the most. Yeah, I'll cherish that moment forever.
It's incredible, and it's only going to get better from here. Let's take a look at the bracket. We've completed our quarterfinal matches, semifinals on the way.
3 Game 7s. We only had 3 in this entire tournament coming into today. Now we're 3 of 4. The players are putting on a show on Championship Sunday.
Furia going to face off against BDS a little bit later on. We'll give them a little bit of a break here, but for now, who represents North America in the grand finals? G2 Esports taking on the FaZe Clan. What a battle.
I would just like to welcome everybody to the G2 Invitational. G2's got to be the favorite the rest of the way, and FaZe Clan have been playing admirably so far. The Diz buff has been real, but we're going to see what happens in this series coming up.
It's crazy. We have whittled it down to 4 teams. Semi-final action begins now.
North America sent 6 teams to this World Championship. Now, only the top 2 North American seeds remain. Our first semifinal features FaZe Clan and G2!
The battle for North America rages on. It's only fitting that for the semifinal we get the #1 and #2 seeds from the region duking it out to see who truly is the best team from NA.
We got G2, and after that Atomic trade, they can't do anything wrong. They won basically like 50% of all the tournaments that they've played in after that roster move. But FaZe, we all know they are forever 4th. They want to break that curse as well. We've seen other curses broken. But for right now, G2, that #1 seed, they want to prove why they're the best in North America.
There he is, Atomic, the North American MVP on stage. One of the most unique movement patterns of any player at this tournament. Wall dashing, very efficient with his boost, flies faster than anyone I've ever seen through his pre-jump anticipation. But he is the player on this pitch to watch for G2.
100%, and then the man to his left, Chicago. I saw some things on Twitter. When he's putting the top pins, when he's slotting his shots, G2 looking like one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world.
The #1 goal scorer in this entire tournament right now. Chicago has surpassed everyone. G2's offense is clicking. And then finally, we got to talk about JNaps, the veteran that's been kind of hinting at retirement if he wins. I really hope not, but we all want to see him win that world championship.
Is there anyone in North America who has had more success, T-Bates, but still yet to hold that world championship trophy?
Not a chance. This man's an absolute legend. From the knapsack all the way back in season 3 to now, the trials and tribulations that he's gone through. He's seen Garrett G lifted, he's seen Squishy lifted, and now he is one match away from going back to the finals, just like in season 7. One match away from becoming a world champion.
I mean, G2, they might not have had the pop-off moments in the NRG series, but they have absolutely looked like the most clinical team in this Sunday tournament, in Championship Sunday. But on the other side, this is their problem. They got FaZe. Not only do they have FaZe Clan, but they got Rlcs behind them as well.
And let me tell you about my personal North American MVP. First killer, regular season stats, #1 in goals, #1 in assists, #1 in score, #1 in shooting. He does no wrong. But FaZe only won 2 regionals, didn't win anything besides that. They always get to this moment, but then falter. But now First Killer has to lead these boys to a grand finals.
The 3 players on this team have always stood out as individually brilliant. It's always the question as to whether they can come together. And speaking of individual brilliance, AJ, one of the most high-flying, flary players in the tournament. When he's playing well, the team seems to click, but sometimes a lot rests on his shoulders as to what the team structure working needs AJ to be rotating well.
I had a privilege of having a chat to Rlcs yesterday, and the thing with FaZe Clan is that all 3 of these guys think they're the best player on the team. So it's about bringing this team together, realizing that they don't need to be the best players, they need to be the best team on the pitch.
And typical here, he airs from Louisiana, and he has had nothing but sippy glue, as we like to call this, out of stock this whole entire tournament. He has absolutely been playing phenomenal. He's been a little shaky all year long, but now he's playing the best Rocket League he's played all year, which is now the time.
And we got Coach Rlcs as well, like our good friend, obviously. So I think some of us might be rooting a little bit on the FaZe side, besides Bates, obviously, with G2. But FaZe Clan, though, it's that monkey on their back. When they make a grand finals in regionals, they're 2-0. So when they get there, they can win. It's just getting there's been the problem.
I mean, you touched on Rlcs. That's the thing this team's missing. They have all the mechanics, all the skill in the world. They're missing the energy, the mentality, the mindset. If he can get these guys in the right space, 3 of the best players in the world, they can look unstoppable.
Well, and to give everybody their due, it's one of the things that G2 has had since the beginning. Sathu behind them has been rallying this roster for the entire season. So will we continue to see G2 move forward? Does FaZe shake the top 4 curse? Can they possibly make it to a grand finals here at the World Championship? Let's find out what you think at home in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag G2, hashtag FaZe. Gibbs.
Start with me?
Can I want to start with you? I don't know.
Starting in the
complained
middle.
last time I started with CJ.
Both these teams made all 3 majors. The best international average placement team, though, is FaZe Clan. They did better than G2. They fell out of the top 8 twice. FaZe Clan might not be able to win just yet, but they're saving it, Bates. They're saving it for the World Championship. So I'm going FaZe Clan.
Bregan.
Oh, I didn't know which way we were going, whether we go left or right.
We're not going to Bates next, you know.
Okay, well, look. I think the way we've seen these 2 teams play today, I think FaZe towards the end of their series looked very strong, but it was up and down throughout the series. And I want to see teams that can consistently play their style throughout the whole series. And I think there is only one team who plays simple, consistent Rocket League, as well as G2 do. G2 are going to be my team just because they have a game plan that works and they're able to reproduce it every single game.
There was one series in the group stage that everyone said that felt like the grand final, one overtime. And that was G2 Furia. And I feel like they've got a date with Destiny, so I'm going G2 as well. I think they're going to be making it all the way to the grand final.
Can you imagine the rematch?
Listen, man, I love Raul, but you know, I called it the G2 Invitational for a reason. G2 will be North America's representative in the grand final today.
I think I love Rlcs as well, and I said FaZe is going to win this whole thing. Give me FaZe in this one, folks. An interregional battle. I'm excited to see which one takes it down here. Let's see what the fans at home think about this one. Pretty close, but not really. 2/3 there in favor. The Army in chat.
Get up and get loud!
It's game day, folks. We got to send a team to the grand finals. NA will be there. It's just a matter of which roster in red. One side, G2. The other side, FaZe. We've got Stacks. We got Daz. We got Isaac App on the call. Let's get down to the Verizon Skybox.
Just like this. FaZe Clan and G2. North America's 1, North America's 2. Only one can go through to the grand final.
Diggy's Arena, get locked in. We got G2 and FaZe starting right now. And it's going to be a lot of high-flying action.
Oh, we just got a thrilling series, but I can only hope we get the same level of mechanics, the same speed, and these teams certainly have what it takes to give us a thrilling match. And right away, we've got some offense from FaZe Clan going off the backboard. 2 players up, a double command from G2 Esports. Maybe a chance to strike early for FaZe Clan, but JNAP says, no way, I'm gonna clear this ball out.
A couple of players that are not where they started this season. Finding new homes in the middle of the season for the better in the end. Out in front for JNAPs. Looking for another shot at glory. But there's First Killer going up against Atomic. And guys, for First Killer, oh so close now to playing for our world championship. But the ball taken right away from him. And now AJ's got to take over.
So close here has been FaZe on the opening attacks. Just those final shots, not necessarily being on target. We saw G2 have some form of a counterattack here at the beginning of this, but the pressure has been all FaZe of the opener. Typical. Atomic with the block, follow-up from First Killer, also blocked out as well. The G2, when they're on that counterattack, they don't keep the ball for long. Look at that cut. First Killer right on top of it. They're back in the upper third again with another testing ball, and Atomic makes that stop.
This is the true test against G2's defense. NRG had some moments, a couple of highlight plays, but for FaZe Clan, they are going to be hammering the net as often as they can. And G2's defense will truly test themselves, and if they can hold on against FaZe Clan, and of course, First Killer, who can basically fire from any angle on the field and find his mark.
Typical now will give that one to First Killer. Here comes FaZe Clan with AJ to his right. Won't be called immediately into action. Trailing behind the play, it's Typical's shot that is easily dealt with by JNAPs as AJ had one go out towards Tip, but it won't reach him. And Atomic testing the defense, and the defense passes with flying colors.
Still though, love what I'm seeing here from AJ. You saw him moving upfield kind of in that second man position. The ball got away from him. He left it for Typical, then used his boost to keep the ball in front for FaZe. They've been keeping an eye on how G2 move, and they're gonna have to play things perfectly and share the ball if they want to be successful on these drives.
Typical up the ladder as Chicago and JNAPs crisscross. A long, arduous journey for many of these players to finally get this close to a world championship. Pop-up opportunity for Chicago. The leading scorer in the tournament doesn't convert, but JNAPs does. Top left, 1-0.
This is how threatening Chicago can be. All 3 players of FaZe Clan expected a flip reset, expected a shot to come through. It didn't. And then here comes JNAPs with all the time in the world to make sure he's accurate and find the top corner.
And that's what makes G2 such a threat, because even if Chicago doesn't get the touch, you got JNAPs, who's one of the best shooters in the world. He showed you there. AJ, though, blocked down from Atomic. Can he save it again? Yes! G2 can, as they keep this a 1-goal game.
JNAPs did not score in their quarterfinal series, didn't need to. All he had to do was give the ball to Chicago. It could be the recipe for success here, but right now it's FaZe Clan on the attack, and Atomic will finally relieve the pressure for G2, trying to bring this to ground and put it in a spot for Chicago to run onto it. And now First Killer. He's got Typical way over. Can he get back into the play is the question, as AJ takes charge, and JNAPs makes sure Typical doesn't have a clean read.
FaZe Clan, though, have a powerful approach on offense, finding solid positioning around the net. I think it's going to be one midfield pass that could end things and end the drought in game 1 for them. Typical up for the challenge, doesn't find it. First Killer following up there in the second man position, and Chicago's looking to go off the backboard. Easily intercepted from AJ. FaZe Clan. Really fundamental gameplay from them, just waiting on them to end this curse.
First Killer got over one, but just narrowly missed. Looking for an equalizer. FaZe have had 2 or 3 near misses that have been oh so close, but still held scoreless in game 1. Remember, G2 working on 3 consecutive shutouts to close out the series with NRG, as First Killer will bring one to the corner. And well, he got around Chicago, got almost around JNAP, but G2 hanging on, trying to squeeze out the rest of the life from game 1.
Final 30 seconds in game 1, and FaZe Clan have yet to be successful on offense. G2's been keeping the ball away from him. Almost putting in another one in Chicago! He does it, and it's a 2-goal lead for G2.
AJ, as the third man was rotating in quickly, he had the positioning, had the save, but then just didn't get the touch. It rolls in 2-0 for G2.
21 seconds remain. FaZe needs an all-star kickoff right here to get themselves back into game one. Else G2 is about to put together another shutout. This is one of the best defensive performances we've ever seen at a World Championship as G2's masterclass continues.
They're so good, Stacks. They're picking apart FaZe Clan right now. Look at that shot from JNaps to get it around Sip like that. Picture perfect from the all-star shooter. He's locked in.
And they've had to play more defense in this game alone than what felt like the entire series against NRG, where they were just pressuring them nonstop every single minute. It felt like they were on offense. They've had to play so many seconds in their own half, finding save. JNaps has got a couple of predictions himself, and this ball will stay in the air. Eventually it drops, and we see G2 Esports show up right in front of us.
2-0 shutouts, 3 games in a row to close out NRG, and now a 3-0 shutout to start off against FaZe. G2, we've talked about teams wanting it more, Daz. It doesn't seem. Maybe on the other side, Furia, but there might not be another team that wants it more than G2.
See Stathio on the screen, coach of G2 has the game plan, always communicating. This team, when they are on, they play on a level that no one else can match. And for FaZe Clan, the challenge there is to match them, as that was a very dominant game one performance there from G2. I mean, everybody getting at least 3 shots from them, and on the other side of things, also getting at least 3 saves from them. As you see the stats on the screen, it's going to be a challenge for FaZe, but G2 at point.
They had to work for that. They've given up 1 goal in 6 games now.
Ridiculous.
1.
Ridiculous.
That is the stuff world champions are made of. But there is still a whole series ahead here. You know that FaZe surely has a lot more in the tank. But that first game has to be an aberration. Otherwise, this is going to get real ugly real fast.
You talk about wanting it more. Of course, G2, everybody remembers them and their grand finalist spot, Season 7 versus Vitality. They're 1 series away from making it back into the grand finals. But FaZe Clan, the young guns, the rookies here at the World Championship, at least in First Killer, that man alone can lead his team all the way through. AJ's got some experience, of course, typical as well. We'll see if that comes together. All 3 pieces are going to be needed if they want to take down G2 Esports.
Chance here for First Killer, and he strikes, getting the first goal for FaZe and the first goal in game 2.
Well, there we go. So much for the shutout. As FaZe gets on the board very early on in game 2, First Killer getting the helper from Typical, and First Killer, you know, he absolutely wants this. It's been almost written in the stars that he's going to win one of these sometime. No better time than right here, right now in Fort Worth.
Let's see if
my goodness. And First Killer kept that one out. And here goes Typical on the counter for FaZe, and Atomic stopped that one.
We talk about First Killer and the things that he wants to accomplish as well as the rest of FaZe Clan, but getting past this G2 team who are as resilient as some of their fans, that is a tall order. Right now, a minute into game 2, you saw them almost able to equalize, but FaZe still able to hold on to the lead.
Good aerial play there from JNaps to force a 50-50 in the corner. Then he also takes the boost. A solid look of possession. Demo on the field from JNaps on First Killer. And then another one from Chicago. The pressure is mounting for G2 Esports. Just waiting for that one slip up from FaZe Clan. Somehow they have broken away and fend off against G2's onslaught.
Finally a clear. First Killer does get that redirect, bounces off the back wall. JNaps to Atomic. Atomic gets the second touch, won't be able to get a third, but look at that, Chicago on the wall, immediately able to get the read. Fantastic positioning here, G2, everywhere FaZe don't want them to be.
What's he doing up there? Reading the play, that's what. But FaZe Clan still up 1 goal. There's 3 minutes left, a little bit over, as G2 taking boost, putting on shots, but it's not shaking FaZe Clan.
Starting to look very similar to G2's last series, where they throw the shutout in game 1. Get one back in, kind, typical, backboard, and late coming in his first killer, and J-Naps not fooled at all by the high backboard ball. And now here goes Sip again around Chicago and through Atomic, but still just a little bit wide. Another close call as FaZe Clan nearly gets another. They have certainly had their chances. We said that about NRG as well, but FaZe Clan have been much closer than G2's previous opponents as this goes all the way back. First killer avoids the demo, then gets one of his own, and that ball rolls wide.
This one is battle of speed and precision. As both teams have really solid, good reads on the field, they're trying to disrupt each other. It's a fast game on and off the ball. As again, we're just seeing a lot of boost grabs, a lot of demos, or chances for demos to again, because G2 want to make FaZe uncomfortable on the counter so they can find an open lane to punish.
Early shot from J-Naps. Does get saved from FaZe Clan, and for me, I think FaZe Clan, they got to play the long game. I mean, the key against G2 is relieving this pressure where they can put on 7, 8 shots in a row, it feels like, in just one possession. And they've done well so far, getting clears out, finding flicks like this from AJ. This allows for time for that third man to get boost, get back into position, and that's what NRG were lacking in their series. FaZe Clan have found it in game number 2.
There's a lot of nervous energy inside Dickey's arena right now as Typical nearly converts on a worldie, but instead it remains only the 1-goal lead for FaZe Clan, and I think that's why a lot of the fans might just kind of be a little nervous because they've had chances to expand this lead like that one there, but have just come up short. Keeping the pressure on though is AJ. Now he's got options in the midfield. Gonna take this to ground himself, and Chicago waiting the whole time, and another goal line save. G2 have given themselves ample opportunity to come back in this game as they deny FaZe Clan again.
Atomic looking for an equalizer, first killer, great touch out.
First.
G2 trying to slow things down, gain control, FaZe Clan trying to out-pressure them. Less than a minute remaining. Atomic trying to get control of that, but won't end up reaching the ceiling. G2 wants to make the most out of these drives, but for FaZe, they are all over the ball, making it as hard as possible.
This is it, the final 30 seconds approaching. G2 Esports have held their own on the defensive side, but have come up scoreless on offense. They need something. This is their chance, Stacks.
20 seconds remain for G2 to avoid FaZe Clan leveling the series. Atomic's got to get out of his own back line. He has got this to Chicago. Try to set up J-Naps. He's way, way back. There was nobody to receive that ball.
He's got boost.
5 seconds now. J-Naps, have they saved their best for last on Aquadome? Atomic can't reach it, and FaZe Clan tie the series.
That was a tense game 2, even despite FaZe Clan taking the win, even with them with all that pressure, it just didn't feel like they were safe. As G2 Esports, so many different opportunities for them to get in, and even down to the final seconds, they still were creating drives.
And they suffocated, in particular, Chicago. This man had 0 shots, 4 saves to his name. He was stuck on the goal line when previously in their series against NRG, he had 88% goal participation, 1.2 goals per game. He was getting involved left and right up on the field. And for him to be forced back, forced on that goal line, that alleviates so much pressure and makes it much easier to transition out from the defense if you're FaZe Clan.
I think a lot of our internal discussions while we've been watching these series is, all right, who's going to be the MVP if their respective team wins? And immediately the names Chicago and Seiko come to mind. Chicago shut down in that game, and that is a tall, tall task that FaZe Clan has just accomplished because, as you mentioned, he has been hotter than the sun here at the World Championship. So now everything settles down. We go now into game 3. Iconic DFH Stadium, the backdrop for a tie-breaking game in the semifinals. One team getting one step closer to playing for the World Championship and a $600,000 first prize.
G2 opened the series with a lot of pressure and some pinpoint accuracy against FaZe Clan. And boy, did they respond with a 1-goal shutout, making Chicago, who was on fire, look cold. But now that the scores equalize, these two teams will try to adapt, see who can take the lead of the series.
Typical up to the heavens, but Atomic is there to stop him. Great pickups for FaZe Clan and G2 throughout the season.
What a pass.
First killer in the way of AJ. It is the FaZe Clan way yet again. Those two just cannot get out of each other's way, and it rears its ugly head at the worst possible moment. First killer, though, after the demo by Typical, and still G2 keeps this scoreless, but for how much longer? Oh, what a great stop. Way out in front by Zip.
That's just a disaster, and it feels almost like bad karma. Think back to FaZe Clan against V1. FaZe Clan got 1 or 2 goals where it bounced off the V1 defense, and this time they saved their own shot. And they know how it feels to have some misdirection from your own team. First killer looking for the in-and-out save, doesn't find it, and it's Chicago who gets the first goal.
Chicago with his second of the series, and so important between these two teams. G2 12-1 when they score first. FaZe Clan undefeated in 11 games when they score first. The numbers greatly favor G2, but will reality still hold here? Chicago, after the demolition, again!
It's the G2 charge! Chicago picks it up! 1 demo, atomic bumping AJ! You can't save it if you can't put a hand up!
3 goals for Chicago in the series. He just continues to light up the scoreboard. We'll get the colors right eventually. Here goes Typical. FaZe Clan need a lot out of him. It cannot just be this guy, as much as he would like to carry the team. As Atomic bounces one out, first killer's there, and he's gonna make the quick turn. Give it to him, get out of the way, and see what happens as Atomic will put one back out to midfield.
And a really early jump from Atomic on the defensive side. They're making sure they can get up in front of every shot coming their way. They know FaZe Clan, and with the speed behind them, are gonna have shots prepared by a mile. And that one was read by a mile away from AJ, able to turn things around and get some offense going.
Oh, he's trying to get that one straight down. First killer gets demoed by JNaps. Now JNaps looking to move upfield. G2 trying to add to the total. FaZe Clan trying to bring themselves back into this game. AJ in trouble. Atomic demo. See you later. G2, that drive is going to fall apart.
Here goes first killer right at Chicago. Got around him.
Got boost.
And still the defense of G2. Not relenting a bit. Not giving FaZe Clan an inch, and Chicago narrowly misses here. A shot that may well have put them up 3. Still some life now for FaZe as that one threads the needle, but Atomic there for the stop. First killer indirect for himself, and Chicago will find JNaps, who will find Atomic. Here's that G2 attack, at least the counter looked promising, then stalled out at the end.
FaZe Clan got to focus up on these clears. Finding a teammate downfield is critical at this moment. AJ's up early, then Typical does get a pass forward. First killer can find a 50-50, but the pressure is going to die with that challenge. FaZe Clan not layered enough to keep things moving, but Atomic has it all planned out, and JNaps is in position.
It's Atomic in the midfield. Gets the flip reset. You gotta get the ball off of him, because if he gets it to that back wall, JNaps will be there to put it top corner every single time.
It looked like they tried to get a hand up, and really G2 asked the question, can I help you? And FaZe Clan just like, no thanks, just looking. 3-0. First killer has an open net here. Can JNaps catch it? No, and first killer gets one back for FaZe.
A very common issue and mistake that we have known G2 to oftentimes overcommit, and there was also a demo. I'm not sure if it would have affected the third man. Almost a free one given to FaZe Clan, but brilliant vision to see the open net.
Can G2 recover and keep this game under control? They've got a 2-goal lead, 1:45 left here.
Oh, man.
FaZe get one.
AJ.
You can see them going on a run here.
It could slip out of their hands, Daz. I mean, it can happen as quickly as that kickoff. You get some momentum. They've got a goal now. They know what it feels like to score, and they've got time to get back in.
Just happy we have a G2 game that's not a shutout one way or the other, as Chicago launches one back that Typical has to address. And he plays that to the left side. His teammates are over on the right. And so there's only Typical that can follow this play up. And his teammates have to retreat and stop another G2 onslaught that JNaps rolls home. And that one may seal the deal in game 3.
See first killer last back. It's a great 50 from Chicago. AJ not back in time. Open lane for JNaps. And you gotta wonder, FaZe Clan what is the problem?
Absolutely.
Why are they letting in so many?
Well, it seems like they were getting too desperate now as the final minute is approaching, and I respect definitely the aggression. I mean, you're down, what was it, 2 goals at the time,
yeah.
And for AJ, he needs to get aggressive, start implementing himself, and forcing some better challenges on offense. I'm not surprised to see them overcommit, but the decision-making of when to overcommit seems to be off, as Atomic knows exactly when to go for a double tap. 5-1 G2.
Oh, Atomic. You can't give him that. It's automatic. Reese the double. Clean and easy from the midfielder from G2. I mean, that man can do it all.
Let me put on my coach's cap for a moment here. I've identified 3 problems for FaZe Clan. Number 1, Atomic.
Yep.
Number 2, Chicago.
Yep.
Number 3, JNAP.
That'll do it.
G2 up to a 5-1 lead here in Game 3.
Thank you, Stacks.
You're welcome.
This guy.
Be here all day.
Just total control from G2. As it feels like they have FaZe figured out. As this game has gone out of FaZe's hands.
Yep.
Even with a free shot like that from First Killer. That one doesn't go into the back of the net. Now, FaZe,
50.
they got to do everything they can to try to reset here. Otherwise, this series could get away from them.
I mean, it was just one game ago where FaZe Clan had all the possession and their defense looked much more solidified than it does right now in game number 3. I think they got too ahead of themselves and were trying to push up, like I said, at the wrong times. It's all about the decision-making of when to move forward. The ball's still up, but eventually it will fall, and we will see G2 Esports take game number 3.
Class is in session as G2, 2 wins away from reaching the grand final. We know it will be a North American team there. We don't know which region they will face, Europe or South America. After an incredible 7-game series, G2 trying to follow that up, and they have taken a lot of the excitement out of this series. I mean, the 2 games they've won have not been close at any point. FaZe put up a fight, and then all of a sudden G2 pulled away again, and that was the end of it. Now we go into game 4. And I wonder, as we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, or rather the G2 highlight reel, does FaZe Clan go with a timeout, or does Raul trust his team to get through one more game and see if they can right the wrongs?
That's going to be the biggest question.
Can you risk it, though? One more game to put it on match point.
Do you just play it out, or do you try to slow things down? You also got to think for G2, I mean, they're using that time just as much as you are. They're constantly communicating. They're constantly talking things out. They don't go with a timeout as far as I know. So they're going to try to play through this one.
And what a journey, by the way, for Rlcs. He goes from being a player and kind of combining as player and host alongside you on First Touch. Then he goes to just being a caster. Now he's a coach. He's held all the different titles here. But still, now he and his team looking for the one that matters most, the world title.
And this is his chance to make the biggest impact he possibly can in Rocket League history. 1 series away from the grand finals. Everything is up to FaZe Clan. They need to recover and make some changes on the defensive side if they want to keep going and stay competitive in this game.
Keeping composure when you're in the biggest moment of your career. Good luck. FaZe Clan having to do that, having to slow down a G2 that is firing ahead on all cylinders. That is something that you'll need to really show your magic in. So far, scoreless in game 4. It's FaZe Clan trying to battle back.
Chicago gonna park here and just sky one up in the air. Let his teammates get some boost and reset. Everybody's got plenty. Except, of course, Typical, who's way downfield, and that means he's not in the play, but Chicago is, and he's got his 4th goal.
And the first shot worked as a fake. First killer got demoed. AJ expected a quicker shot to come through, and Chicago's composure and patience pays off tenfold. First goal again for G2.
They run their record after that last game, 13-1 after scoring first. They do it again, they'll be on match point. And the teams that get to 3 wins first, they've been so great. JNAP, another saved away by First Killer, and Typical was there as well. And now here comes FaZe Clan. JNaps veering out, bowing out of the play. AJ takes over again at midfield. JNaps there to meet Typical, comes down to First Killer, who got cold feet at the last moment, thought Atomic had it. Now 1-on-2, First Killer, oh, what a pass! Over to AJ, tie game!
And you can see it creeping up. As soon as First Killer has time, and AJ on the wing, even JNaps was caught stuck as he had to watch that play get passed.
Well, how many times is First Killer gonna pass that ball? If you're G2's defense, you think he's obviously shooting.
Exactly.
It's First Killer, that's what he does. No, the great team play that time ties up the game.
And that shows the development of First Killer. I think when he first started playing and competing in the RLCS, he was so eager to make an impact and really show what he's got mechanically, so he'd go for the shot. There, he's opting for the pass. There were two players in the net, knew it was the better option, executed well, and got his team back into it. Here's Typical, looking to get them back in the lead, and he finds it.
And FaZe, a high-flying action team, slowing things down this time. You see AJ get some interference and Sip with the low 50 bounces off the post and in. FaZe Clan with the lead as we approach the halfway point of game 4.
JNaps still almost got to that, despite the interference from AJ going forward. Now here goes First Killer. That goes out to the wing and very quickly back into FaZe Clan territory. Both teams trying to win the battle at midfield as the ball ricochets back and forth. Redirect well wide. And G2 maybe just kind of wipe a little sweat off their brow like, oh yeah, no, we knew he was there. Another opportunity sent away by Atomic, but only as far as AJ. FaZe Clan getting a lot closer to the G2 net than their fans would like right now. So now they have to retreat as AJ gets that to the corner.
FaZe Clan looked very confident though in this game. We were a little concerned after game 3, wondering why wasn't there a timeout? But they come in, they play, and it just feels like even with G2 getting the first goal, they remain locked in. Can they stop G2 from trying to get the equalizer now? FaZe Clan still with the lead, less than 2 minutes in regulation.
Oh, Typical got one last touch to get around Chicago. And one more to get around JNaps, and the shot deflected away by Chicago. As he recovers. Double tap! Bang, bang on a tough angle.
What is this from AJ? Flipping into the angle, finds it, and there is no way you can get a save or even predict what's coming out of that shot.
Every now and then, FaZe Clan shows us a little bit of wizardry. They've saved it for the semifinals when they absolutely need it. G2 threatening to go on match point. FaZe Clan standing in their way and standing tall. Here goes AJ again. Atomic gets this out to the corner. JNaps will jump in. Not a lot of boost to work with for either attacker from G2, and that attack was doomed from the beginning. AJ and First Killer work in tandem, getting this down in front, and Typical denied. From Chicago lining one up, and it bounces away almost off of First Killer.
Yeah, you saw Chicago had the read on that double. Atomic looking for a pass, G2 trying to get back in. Chicago, no, it's off. Atomic will put one in, and G2 bring the game within 1.
And this all developed from their own corner. A big pass across. AJ had it read, but then backflipped on the play. Would have intercepted it. It went through, and they were able to continue on with their pressure.
G2, tell FaZe, they are not out of the woods just yet, but can they equalize in this final minute?
Cannot rest for even a second against G2. A proven pedigree that very few teams in the world possess. Here's AJ trying to kill off 35 more seconds. JNaps indirect. Atomic a little slow to the play.
Off the side.
Lateral pass, and that's intercepted by Typical, forces JNaps all the way back. As G2 has to work coast to coast with very little time remaining. Chicago in front, Atomic denied by First Killer. Down to 15 seconds now. Another opportunity for Chicago, and G2 stuffed by Typical. Out to the side, he can carry it himself. JNaps won't let him. Now Atomic with little time remaining.
Got the bump.
Dive bomb onto AJ. JNaps has to work now.
Still up.
From way downtown, and Chicago keeps it in the air. How much longer can G2 hang on? That's how long as this goes to ground, and FaZe Clan
down to the last second. G2 is a team that won't quit, but FaZe Clan weather the storm. Series all tied up now after what we thought was a full momentum swing after the game 3. I mean, it felt like G2 had everything going, and the concern for FaZe Clan was there, but my goodness, did they turn things around.
It was an unbelievable adjustment on the defensive side. They were throwing everybody forward previously in the other game, and in this one, they slowed it down as that third man. They would let their first man and second man do a little bit of damage. Right here, we see First Killer and AJ. They don't need the third man to crash the net, and because of that, the third man is staying far more patient, going all the way back to at least the midfield line, taking some boost and being much more safe with the defense. And that's why you don't see G2 Esports able to hold on to possession for as long as they did in every other series so far we've seen at the World Championship.
When you look at these two teams on paper, yes, you would think G2 would be the favorite, but it may actually be kind of a favorable matchup for FaZe Clan when you look at a G2 team that steals so much boost. They steal more boost than anybody else in this tournament. But they're going up against a guy in First Killer who almost always seems to be at 100. It doesn't matter what AJ and Typical are doing, as long as First has all the boost in the world, they always have a shot to move downfield. He can catch up to almost anything. That's what G2 has to contend with. They've got to stop him from running free all around the field.
It's tough though, because if you take your eyes off AJ and Typical for a moment, I mean, you saw that double from AJ last week.
You can't give him space. You simply cannot.
They are a triple threat just as much as G2 are. They've all earned their right to play on this stage for a chance for the grand final. You see that AJ coming in. It's awkward for Chicago, but he gets the puck. And JNAPS will clear it into the corner.
And he had to get the read off the ceiling. A remarkable 50-50 down and in. And Chicago recovered, but then all of a sudden, First Killer gets a dribble. We know what that man can do whenever he's got control of the ball.
AJ needs one more touch. Instead, he'll let it come to ground. First Killer
comes again.
Got around Chicago. Netward, and JNAPS comes back. Great recovery for the save as G2 keeps it scoreless for now, and Atomic there with another stop.
And that was a great touch from AJ, just being able to keep it into the air, because again, FaZe Clan has hit 2. Sip last back, that one gets out. Chicago tried to get the shot, but was just denied before he was able to really get a place on that ball. G2 trying again to make the most out of their drive. Chicago almost with the air dribble to the top left.
First Killer. Oh, good ball intended for AJ, and an even better bump by Atomic. That's spun him out, and it leads to this opportunity that Chicago almost converts. He had a double lined up. I don't think he was going to be able to finish it. JNAP's got a piece of that as well. And now this shot sent away is typical. And AJ credited with that stop. And Atomic back to Chicago. Around and around they go. Counterattack meets counterattack. It is a track meet on Wasteland.
FaZe Clan, a few double commits, 2 players in net, going for the same shot. They saw JNAPS in the midfield and still connecting on shots, but FaZe Clan find a way to get themselves in front of these.
That's Typical with a lot of space and time, but not a lot of boost, so has to get rid of the ball. See First Killer sitting with 100. He's waiting for a way to go in.
Does he have a flip?
And Atomic with this carry can at least get some ground for G2, but you have to be very careful how you move. This game's still scoreless. A couple of minutes have gone by.
First Killer using that boost this time to get all the way to the corner. But he lost the ball to Atomic, who lost to Typical. AJ flipping out of the net, or he's got to rush back as JNAPS tested him. Now First Killer trying to get it going here. He's got 2 goals, as does AJ. Typical's added 1 for FaZe Clan. They came alive in game 4, but now both teams looking for the first strike in a tie-breaking 5th game.
That last man back starting to push up, get too eager. FaZe Clan need to keep their composure. It's all tied up. They've held on defense. Trust in your first 2 players throwing themselves at the ball. AJ doesn't get any connection. AJ also continues to find another bump, but then Typical has some space, opts to go for the backboard. And things have slowed down, Daz. Not as dominant on either side. G2 Esports held pressure at the beginning half, but like I said, much more composed and cautious from these 2 teams.
The caution is there. Even with this one from JNAPS going off the ceiling. Does get the dunk. Does he have the goodness! JNAPS!
He's still got it. JNAPS, the veteran styling on the young guns.
Can you believe this man's talking about retirement? Are you kidding me? 1-0, 1:43 to go. And certainly the loudest goal of this series. Now Typical trying to answer. Good luck. Atomic sends that one away, so AJ's got to take care. And who does he have to work with? Nobody. They're all running back. Typical had to cut. And first killer way at the back. Will the sleeping beast awaken here? AJ now taking it himself. Stopped by J-Naps, only as far as Typical. FaZe Clan now find themselves trailing just outside the final minute of a crucial 5th game. Opportunity denied by Naps.
Even after that electric goal from J-Naps, things have quieted down. You can still feel the players locked in.
Yeah.
The tension still there. FaZe Clan fighting to get control of this game. They've got less than a minute to do it.
And under the final minute, I think FaZe Clan need to be less linear. First killer, he goes forward, but he needs to go into the midfield. Typical was waiting. Typical in position, first opting to go for the solo play. Just like we saw before with AJ, he could have found him, and Typical was waiting, but there was no pass that came out, Stacks.
Typical, big hammering clear, trying to get his team downfield as quickly as they can. Those opportunities are going to be few and far between here in the final 20-plus seconds.
Here we go.
First killer, lob one up. He's going to take it himself, give him the ball, and get out of the way. AJ waiting underneath. He'll come into action. Typical jumps, but J-Nap jumps first with 10 seconds left. Atomic gets nuts away from the play. And an opportunity off the ceiling. Everybody commits. Nobody gets home. And J-Naps will just bring it to ground. And G2 is 5 minutes away from the grand finals.
FaZe Clan took the house, and they came up empty. And now their tournament lives are on the line. You saw the goal from J-Naps on your screen. The man, the legend, is locked in. They want the grand finals, and FaZe Clan have one more game, one more life left to try to stop them.
Do we get a timeout? That is the question. New coach role is, you want to think that they do call the timeout, but at the same time, the first half, it was high-powered from FaZe Clan. They were really starting to thread the needle, opting to go for so many passes, looking for the center ball when they needed to. And we do, in fact, have a timeout from FaZe Clan, an extra 60 seconds on the clock to gather their emotions and figure out what they need to change.
That goal that we just saw right at the end from J-Naps, a throwback to a point where he was unquestionably at the top of the game. And I think he just proved right there, he does indeed still have it. They are 5 minutes away with a 6th shutout here in this top 8 from G2.
She rolled this, talking to the team. Him being put in this situation has to get them back into the game. It's a monumental task for someone who is one of my best friends. But for him, this is where he wants to be. This is what he wants to do. That team wants him as well. They have to all lean on, they have to all work together if they want a chance here, because G2, I mean, they are just on another level, and it's just really hard for FaZe to get back into this.
And even with first killer, as deadly as he looks, he's going up for solo plays, he's getting denied. That man can't even get past one player. A lot has to change here for FaZe Clan. Think about it. This is it. I mean, the culmination of thousands of hours, hundreds of scrims, dozens of events. It's all led to today, this chance for FaZe Clan to make history, get into the grand finals, and have a shot at lifting that crown.
How do you overcome adversity? That's what FaZe Clan has to figure out. They are down to their last life in the World Championship. Neo Tokyo, the backdrop. It's been the graveyard for so many teams here at the World Championship. FaZe Clan must find a way to persevere against the G2 army.
G2 looking towards the trophy, looking towards the finals. FaZe Clan looking towards Champions Field. Who comes out on top as this game gets underway?
J-Naps looking for another, but there's no flash of brilliance this time as it bounces out, and Typical gets a piece of this one off of Chicago. First killer. I'm sure he'd love to have a lot more boost than that, but he found a way to get one over towards AJ, and Atomic had just enough time to react. But now here's Typical again, trying to live off of Penny. He's got another boost steal, and AJ is forced all the way back to bring it right back into the G2 end, and Typical just having to run all around as he started to come back. AJ launches it downfield, so he's got to turn and run. Now Chicago line it up, and he hits the crossbar.
Dangerous plays.
Typical.
G2
moving
Esports
upfield.
first killer. He's past one of them, goes for the stall, gets to 50, and then G2 crashed the net. A big clear, alleviating.
And no one back there as Atomic plays this one high. G2 still looking for control. Chicago keeps this up. JNaps off the ceiling. He gets a touch. Follow up from Atomic is in! G2 with the first goal!
Awkward ball off the ceiling.
Two of them win.
So difficult to read. And AJ left all alone in no man's land. It's G2's land now with a 1-0 lead 90 seconds in.
Just when FaZe Clan started to get a grip on this game, big clears, finding players downfield, everything slipped away. One double commit, one mistake, and the momentum shifts back in favor of the blue side.
Oh, Chicago's still working with this. You saw him try to be able to dish it out to JNaps. Lots of momentum here in favor of G2. FaZe Clan has to get this under control. Looking for the midfield. First killer does get that beat, but Typical can't get there in time. Atomic able to get a clear out. FaZe Clan, the pressure is working. They're forcing a double commit out from G2, but they can't follow up fast enough.
A team for whom top 4 has been the ceiling all season long. In big money moments like this, has to find a way to stop JNaps, who's an absolute man on a mission.
Look at Atomic go from the ceiling all the way down to the ground. And of course, his day one JNaps in position. That's how you get the second goal.
Now for FaZe Clan, the next question, how do you wake up from a nightmare when you're not even sleeping? Chicago across, holding possession for G2, trying to play keep away from every orange car out there. AJ finally got one forward. JNaps got a piece, and this is deflected off of all the walls, and first killer finally corrals one, but he doesn't have a lot to work with, and he just can't manufacture anything himself right now.
From the corner.
FaZe Clan's last chance. They gotta leave everything out there. You see Typical, first killer, trying to get that midfield. AJ goes for the challenge, completely whiffs on, and now Atomic with freedom, but not a lot of boost. Trying to play it low. Typical with a great challenge. Even better follow-up. AJ tries to get there, but again, just too little too late. G2 now charging down the field. Can Chicago get it through? Trying. High up off the ceiling, blocked out away. And G2 have to start over.
And so many teams, when they get to this point, as there's an open net for JNaps, doesn't find his mark. As I was saying, so many teams here on Championship Sunday have gotten a 1-goal lead and then hold on to it. We saw Furia do that several times against Moist Esports. G2 Esports, they've got 2 goals. 1 minute and 25 seconds left to hold on and represent North America in the grand finals. Almost made it 3-goal lead as they continue to fight for that 3rd goal.
Another opportunity, Chicago threatening to end all the drama here, but still just over a minute remains. Here comes FaZe, here comes Typical, he lost it. Now first killer, he's gotta give it up. And he found AJ, but AJ could not find the net. Typical will try, all he could find is Atomic right in his face.
Time running out.
As Atomic tried to jump in front of AJ, that slowed him down, maybe just enough.
Midfield.
JNaps up there in time, but Chicago is, as he slams the door shut right in FaZe's face again.
That was the best drive they came up with all game long, and they come up empty. How much more in the tank?
Good flick.
Gets to 2.
Double commit.
AJ, he has to get this middle. He does, but where's the follow-up? It was there from Sip, but it was blocked again. FaZe can't buy a goal. G2 looking to book their trip to the grand finals.
20 seconds, all that separates G2 from a shot at glory. And JNaps leading the charge. Who else could do it but the Nap Man himself? The final
crusher. Just too much for FaZe Clan.
G2.
They literally made FaZe Clan tap out from the pressure. 3 seconds, 2, 1. G2 gets another shot at a world championship. They take down FaZe in 6.
All 3 players absolutely out of their mind in this series, playing the best I think I have ever seen G2 Esports look, and especially the man in the hat, Chicago. Those saves in the final minute, you could see just how hungry he was to get another shot at lifting that trophy, and that man certainly earned it against FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan made them bend, but the G2 army does not break, and they get another shot.
Here we go.
Grand finalist number 1 has been set as the World Championship continues to deliver.
This is incredible. In their victories, they are outscoring opponents 20-1. They dropped a couple games there. FaZe came alive, they scored 4. Threw a shutout themselves, but 7 out of 8 G2 victories. They have not allowed the opposition to score, and then the one game where FaZe Clan got one when they lost, yeah, that was 5-1. It almost felt like a pity goal just for G2 to let them think they had a chance. We've talked constantly about Moist being a favorite in this tournament. A lot of people forgot that JNAPS just has something else going right now. Chicago had been the guy up until this point, and now JNAPS is poised to push them across the finish line. One more look at the Mobile One high performance replay, and that man right there vying for a world championship that narrowly eluded him in New Jersey just 4 years ago.
And we take a look at the history of G2 Esports, picking up Atomic, replacing Drees, trying to make an impact and find some improvements on the field. At first, people judged it, people doubted it. I was also one of those doubters. Daz, I know you and I were harping constantly about the Atomic pick. Maybe it wasn't the right move. They proved it previously, winning a major, of course, now coming out. This is their chance to take home that championship title and bring one home to North America.
It's still there. It's still there. It ain't going anywhere until we get to the grand finals. G2 is there. They get to rest for just a moment after they're done with Orb momentarily. But for FaZe Clan, another top 4 exit in a LAN 3 out of 4 times. Heartbreak for FaZe, jubilation for G2, and Orb is standing by. I'm sure there's no bias whatsoever from Orb here.
Diggies, please give it up for the first team to make the finals, G2 Esports. My friend, I don't know if you know this, but you are one step away from being crowned world champion. How does that feel?
It feels unreal. I mean, season 7, I didn't really know what was going on. I was a newcomer back then. And now knowing what this means, I don't think I've ever wanted something more than this grand finals.
Now, in terms of the pressure for this match, where would you rank it in all the matches that you've played in terms of, well, the pressure?
It's definitely up there. I mean, we definitely felt a little bit more comfortable after getting on stage versus NRG, and we knew how to play, but we knew FaZe was coming in hot. But I don't have a ranking in my head, but it's definitely up there for one of the crazier matches.
Do you have anything to say to FaZe, who you just beat, formidable opponents?
I mean, FaZe, always the consistent top 4, always the underdogs for whatever reason. They're nuts, and they're going to get their victory soon. It's just a matter of time. So congrats to them, and they have it coming.
Now, would you say that FaZe is your biggest NA rival?
I guess now it is, yeah. Used to be NRG, but I guess that's over now. But I'm excited for the new. Come on.
How about this? You're going to the finals. That's happening. Who would you rather face in that final?
Either I'm good with, but Furia was a pretty good match, so why not run it back?
I think the crowd wants you to run it back against Furia. Well, I mean, that is the question. Furia or BDS, who is it going to be? Stick around and find out.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right. Any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
Dude, this lane is chalked, man.
Bagulho, mano, as bolachas do Brasil são muito melhores, você tá ouvindo?
Não vai, não vai.
I agree.
Oxi, mano.
This cookie is chalked.
Mano, que cara louco, mano. Tá louco?
Man, this thing ate my bowl. What was that? It's chalked.
Justin! Ugh.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
The Grand Finals has its first challenger. G2 Esports will represent North America for the title of World Champion. And what a team to do it. What a battle they fought to get their FaZe, gave it their best effort, but nobody could stand up to the army of G2 there. Welcome back to the Rocket League World Championship, coming to you live from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm Wave Punk, I got T-Bates and some special guests on the desk here. Ahmad from Falcons, Azam, the team manager from Falcons. We got Chamako as well. Ahmad, welcome to Worlds. What has this experience been like?
الصراحة المكان مرة حلو، مرة كبير، الجمهور مرة كثير، فشيء يحمس انك تلعب مكان زي هذا، وانا صراحة متحمس اشوف مين اللي بيفوز بالبطولة صراحة.
The arena is so amazing, the atmosphere is amazing, and looking forward to see who is gonna win this tournament.
We are moments away from getting there. We've got like an hour or so before we can actually crown a champion here, but it does feel like a moment. Like every single moment is so like long at this point. Anyways, Azam, what has this experience been for you? This has been such a crazy run for you. You've been to multiple international events.
Yeah, actually it's an amazing season. We attended the 3 international lands.
Yep.
And we did great, and we are looking forward to do better and better next season.
It's kind of terrifying to think about the idea of you guys doing better. But Chimako, speaking of teams doing well right now, how are you doing, man?
I mean, I'm doing good. Furia is doing great. He's doing better than me by far. I mean, it's a story that no one believes. Like I've been telling everyone, like they can't do it. Do you believe in them? 100%. You're lying. No, I'm not. I'm here. I mean, I'm a believer. I've been seeing them for so long, you know, growing and getting to that point. So it is a matter of time.
Yeah, what a performance from them. But let's talk about the match we just saw here, Bates. I haven't really let you talk yet. Talk to me, man.
Man, oh man, was this a matchup? Whew. Two North American #1 and #2 seeds coming out of NA, duking it out. FaZe have played absolutely admirably this whole entire time. The way they have grown as a team, the way they move as a unit, the way they utilize themselves is the best they've ever been. But G2, man, there's something special in the water right now. It feels like Season 8 when Garrett G and NRG were making that run. It feels like that run is exactly the same for JNABs and the crew. Every single thing that they touch is golden. Whether it matters when they go down 2-2 or tied up 2-2, it doesn't matter. It always comes back to G2's way.
It's amazing. I think by the time we were the winter split, I was thinking that it was Atomic carrying the team and making things happen. It is not that anymore. I mean, JNABs has stepped up in such a big role right now. He is owning this World Championship, and it is like, yeah, we want it. I really want to be the World Champion.
And that's what makes them so special, because they're all three of them can pop off. Naps having his moment. Chicago's been like the top goal scorer so far this event. And Massimo, aka Atomic, sorry, I just know him on a first name basis. He's just always moving the ball around, making plays, and it's just so much fluidity, so much. Gregan calls it simple, but it's not simple, because to move that ball around, that rock that well, no other team does that.
It's not simple, it's elegant.
There it is.
It is a wonderful, sophisticated, elegant gameplay, and we will see them play in the grand finals. Who's going to play against them, though? Let's take a look at the bracket. And as we have it now, only 2 matches left. G2 sitting in the finals, waiting the results of our next match. Team BDS taking on Furia here. Europe versus Brazil for the World Champion Grand Final spot.
You can even say France against Brazil, right? I mean,
it's true. That's true. Absolutely.
It is all that way. And it feels that way. It feels like these two teams, they don't have their own, you know, convictions. Like we are so proud that we are from our country, representing our countries. So it's more than, you know, just being from South America, a mixed team or a mixed team from Europe. It's like we have this identity that we want to prove everyone that we're the best.
2 challengers would love to take on North America in the finals, but there can only be one.
3 regions remain, 3 teams, 3 countries. Our second semifinal, France versus Brazil. It is Team BDS and Furia!
At the beginning of the season, it felt inevitable that BDS would be in the finals. Now, they have arguably their fiercest, most difficult match of Rocket League they have played in their lives ahead of them, just to earn the chance to face G2.
When we see the matchup graphic, seeing all French flags and all Brazilian flags, I feel like I'm at a World Cup. So this really means that we're at a truly world international event, the World Championship. BDS trying to legitimize their RLCS run, their fall major victory versus the best team from SAM, the Brazilians and Furia.
And these two teams don't have that much history. They haven't met each other that many times. So we are truly in a unique situation where we're having one of the best teams in Europe. They might want to say they're the best against the definitely best in South America.
And see BDS here, you see Extra lining up the middle. You already saw Monkey Moon, he was holding down the back line. Every single time K-Corp made a move, Monkey Moon was always there. And Extra, he's just an extra player. He's filling in all the gaps. He's making sure that Seiko has the ability to go up front, and Monkey Moon has the ability to be confident in the on the goal line to stop all attacks, and Seiko. So far, so good. I know Gibbs is on the table right now, but if he was, he'd be saying he's the offense MVP. He's the MVP of the event so far, and that's why BDS is gonna make the run, because he's playing in endpoint fashion. He's just driving every single time, non-stop, nothing but speed, kind of like my boy Ahmed to my left.
Ahmed, in your experience, who is the best player on BDS?
صراحة Monkey Moon.
Monkey Moon, I understood that one there. Monkey Moon, the rookie of the year, one of the best players in the world last season, but on the other side, they're winning the hearts of the arena here, Chamaco.
You have to love it. People are falling for these guys, and why not? Yanks, we saw it on the last match. He made all 3 goals. The last 2 in less than 30 seconds to get the win for his team. I mean, no one was expecting them to come back from that difference. And he made it happen.
You know what I was amazed by? They scored at 2 seconds to take the lead there in Game 7, and he's standing up, playing to the crowd. There's still a kickoff. It's only a 1-goal lead, but he was so confident, and it's because of the teammates he's got around.
They're oozing with confidence right now. They got over the hurdle, which was moist, and now the Gamers 8 champions are here. Semi-final. Kaio, you saw him wink at the camera. He's been holding down the line and making sure that every single play is easy. He's got one of the best offensive players, if not the best offensive player in the game. Yan to his right, but to his left is the king. The king that CJ's not here to hype up, so I'll hype him up for you. King Khan is an absolute animal. He's been in the land stage before. The fact that they have that much composure, going down 3-2 to Moist, and now all 3 of them stepped up to win the series is nothing short of incredible.
Experience. Right now, they are one of the most experienced teams in LAN environment. They have been, since season 7 playing and getting up to this moment. They didn't look like this, anything like this back when. They were nervous, they couldn't perform, but right now, they are into the zone and they're showing up what they really can do. I mean, we knew so far along what they can do, but right now they're showing the world what they can do.
Oh, in your observation, what changed? What fueled Furia to get this far in this tournament?
I think it's the fact that they have been playing against top teams over and over and over and getting so close, but losing at the end. And it's like, okay, we gotta perform the whole time, right? we cannot let this 2-goal lead go, out of nowhere in the last 20 seconds. We have to be great every single time, and now they know they can do it.
Now, Zam, I want to ask you a question. After Gamers 8, you saw Furia win. Did you expect them to make it this far? Did you expect to see them on Championship Sunday?
Actually, yes. I expected them to be at least at the playoffs. So they are such a good team. And Bora Furia.
Furia, indeed, man. You were talking about them like, we've got to stop dropping matches here. They were going up against the team that never drops matches. If you have to take them to Championship Sunday, if you have to take them to Championships Field, for Moist, you never beat them, and yet they did it, Bates.
And that's what that is why this run is so great. Wave, you pointed out Yan's offense versus Vatira's defense. Vatira, the best defensive player in the game. No, without question, without doubt. And then Yan up high, 2 seconds left on the clock. You versus me, mano via mano, and Yan takes the W. That's incredible. Nothing short of spectacular. Nobody's been able to beat Moist on Game 7. Nobody. So to have that ice and a Championship Sunday, your first ever? Man, Fury is on one right now.
It's crazy. It is utterly insane. But the other side of the bracket as well, the other side of the match here, BDS is no easy opponent. They are rallying in the last moments. We knew, I kept asking you, are they back? And you keep telling me they've never been gone here. BDS is a formidable threat here for Furia to deal with. One of these teams going to be representing their country and their region against North America in the grand finals. Who's it going to be? Who do you think it's going to be at home? Let us know in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag BDS, hashtag FUR, and we'll just go straight down the line here. Chamaco, I don't have to ask him, just do the honors, sir. Who do you have?
Oh. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I don't have to say anything. Furia's going to win this. They have it. They are this far. They're not going to stop. Furia has it.
Furia indeed there. Azam?
Oh!
Bora Furia.
Bora indeed. Ahmad?
Vamos.
Vamos, Bora. Have one more, Bates.
Wow.
Does BDS have a chance?
Does BDS have a chance? This was the 3 easiest Furias I've ever seen. Let's break down the matchup, man.
I'm just in case. Keep going.
Furia, they have the offensive capabilities. BDS, they've been so legendary so far. They picked up Seiko in place of Mark by 8. They had an unfortunate London and Furia. They've been on a steady incline the whole entire time, always balling out. Oh, I'm so conflicted. I'm so conflicted. I don't know.
I hear the tension in the room is palpable.
Listen, I think that this has been a legendary day so far, and I think that this is gonna be the first time that EU is not represented in the grand final. Give me Furia. This is the first time I roll with Sam.
Give it to him, folks.
Come on.
Give me Furia as well. Come on, babe. Come on. Dickies, we got the BDS, man. It is crazy to think that we might have BDS versus G2 in the finals, but they've got to get through Furia, who look incredible right now. Furia, the fans in chat as well. They've won the hearts of the arena. The fans of the chat's at home too, Bates.
Dickies Arena, you better get low. BDS versus Furia right now. Wayne, bring us into the game.
We got it coming for you, folks. One spot left in the grand finals. BDS on one side, Furia on the other. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox. We've got Achieves, Shogun, and Johnny Boy.
The London Major champions beaten. The LA Major champions await. And right now, the Stockholm champions right in front of them. The script has been written, but BDS will happily rip it up and throw it in the bin.
But it only gets more difficult from here. Everybody thinking that, sure, Furia perhaps the favorites after you knock out Moist, but BDS can't sleep on them. No easy games left.
They're sneaking back in. They're just sneaking back into this tournament bit by bit. After a disastrous London Major, many questions are asked, but they're here to answer them. And Extra completely catches Furia off guard with a triple in the first 8 seconds.
Wake up call. Yeah, no one cares if you owe it at 68%. Wake up, we're here to play, we're out in front. Come catch us. What a start for BDS, I love it.
It is a ridiculous thought that after how good BDS were during the online era, after winning the full major, that they came into this and no one was talking about them. They're coming into this game and no one has been talking about them. You know what makes people talk about you? Winning a world championship, going up against G2 and silencing not just the crowd, but everybody. That one was almost a silent communication between Furia.
They've had all the pressure so far. BDS are getting back into that system that had them dominating, where they just circle around, denying clears, denying boosts, just completely smothering their opponents. Seeing how Furia will respond will be interesting, but so far, they have no response.
Trying to figure out why Yanks doesn't get a hold of this. I mean, he's in position.
Yeah.
It's through into the middle, can see it coming. I guess just had a little too much momentum carrying forward, didn't hit the brakes hard enough, and just got put over the back shoulder. Tough start for Furia. A bit of a banana peel to get off the ground rolling.
But for BDS, this has been magnificent. Get in, take all of the momentum away from Furia. They came into this knowing that they were taking the mantle as maybe the new favorites. But if we've seen anything in the past day, is that Furia have always got the fight back. This 2-goal lead will be challenged, Johnny.
Yeah, they've had the comebacks on lock. They came back 2 games down against Moist, came back multiple times in Game 7 against Moist. Both of those statistics are unheard of at this event. We have not seen, outside of the Furia Moist series, a team win after going down 3-2, 3-1, or 3-0 in a best of 7. They're the first team to do that and still the only team who have done that. Wow, starting to knock on the door here as BDS boost runs low. Seiko's got plenty. Not giving an extra a bit stuck.
Feels like Furia really trying to press as hard as they can right here. Finally taking a moment to actually change pace of play in the corner and not just throw it into the middle and try and make something happen, but BDS well aware of how fast Furia are trying to play. It's a real double-edged sword for them because getting all over each other. Furia may concede a third one if they're not careful. That one's through everybody. Oh! It's going to come up empty, and Kaio will get him back in.
Challenge, I said they would. Challenge is what they will do. Lead cut in half. 3 minutes to work with for Furia. Now of the kickoff. Will BDS play this safe, No, they've actually lost it. Yan takes over with Kaio starting to join him. He looks at Kaio, double commit. But fortunately for BDS, they get there first.
They've done well there. That's a much better sign defensively for BDS. It was a complete blunder from Extra that allowed the goal from Furia there. They look like they've settled back into that midfield rotation, which is looking so solid. Double on target with the reset. Way to regain Extra.
Huge recovery from Extra. Great bump from Seiko as well, taking away the recovery option from Furia on the backboard and making sure to get that all the way to the right side.
That's not corrected. He didn't even need a reset. He just had the angle perfectly unlocked.
It's the old BDS that has shown up to Dickie's Arena, the one that made everything look effortless. They were winning tournaments during the entirety of the online era easily. It became simple for them in a region that has been impossible to predict easily ever since Dignitas left the scene from being that top team. But BDS took that mantle, now looking to take the mantle of world champions. And we might get the final that many people predicted last time around.
Oh my!
Crossbar, post, not in!
Oh, what a big miss from Kaio, completely open. It was definitely a little bit awkward there, but he should be hitting the target with that redirect. And the way Furia's been playing, you'd expect him to hit the target with that redirect as well.
Off the wall, Card. Looking for a way out. Over to Kaio. For every first touch, it's an Extra that has made that stage his home over the past day. Monkey Moon, saved by Kaio. Keeps Furia in it, at least for now. Now Seiko off the backboard. Furia are in survival mode in a game that they need to be finding pressure from. Card ends up leaving it. Back to Kaio. Card will chase up in the midfield. He's gonna have to go by himself. There's nobody left or right of him. Seiko recontrols. BDS are icing this game.
Really great ball control from BDS, but also at the same time, Furia trying to take away the front man. They go for a demo out in front of the ball. They may just give up the challenge and just try and demo the guy who's about to hit it. Shot on target. Monkey Moon equal to it. And Furia struggling to find any kind of gap at the moment.
Yeah, they look a bit flat here, Furia. BDS definitely hit them hard, hit them early, with some big mechanical plays in offense. No response, as of yet, by the South American team. They've definitely got plenty of levels to go to. There's an attempted pass play, that's backboard. It's available, and this time, it is in the back of the net.
Huge passing play from Furia. Card, way to not think too hard about it. Don't try and beat Extra to the net. Just make sure it gets back into the middle. Nice and easy. Great understanding from Furia.
Hold on, here we go again. 30 seconds. Can Furia pull off another miracle? Kaio, heavy first touch. It's only as far as Monkey Moon, who has refound his form in this day. Extra back in, doesn't cleanly win the challenge. It's back to Yan. Seiko takes over.
That was a great beat by Yan. The pressure's going to continue off the back of that one. Card gets the pass last man, and in!
They do it again!
Oh, you just won't go away, will you? Huge shot to tie things up. I don't know what to expect here with 5 seconds. It can't be a kickoff goal, right? No way.
Well, you think surely not, but the way Furia have been playing, it looks scripted today. Everything's gone in their favor. Kaio's kept this up now. Monkey Moon going to return the favor. It's BDS get the ball into the half.
Card pops the ball up high. Is this No! We have overtime!
Close call for BDS, and that's a great kickoff for Card. It's a race against Extra, and he just it down. Yanks getting out of the way. Kaio can't hit it cleanly. Almost getting the bump. Huge try from Furia. BDS dodge a bullet.
The speed from Furia has definitely elevated. They're starting to completely beat BDS to the ball, especially Yan in that final third. He's flying in from awkward angles. BDS have no counter.
Now, BDS's turn to try and put the press forward. Card Look at the positioning of Furia. They believe in one another. Monkey Moon had to believe he'd be first. Now it's a scramble back. Card plays it to his own corner. Extra whips the ball around. Here comes the next one, but Extra on his way back. Team BDS now up against it.
This is where Fury have got to be careful. They're definitely pressing here. They can sense blood in the water. They're really trying to press for that goal while they've got momentum. Almost left themselves open for the counter moments ago.
Kaio up against Extra. Not a position that you want to find yourself in. Extra tends the windows. Now Seiko transitions. Yan up against him. But Monkey wants to stop.
Still BDS piling on the pressure. Yan now with the breakaway. Great demo on the recovery by BDS. Again, stopping that pressure play. Hold on. Long shot looks pretty good. Yan's there for it.
Monkey Moon off the backboard. Card gets rid. Only as far as Seiko. Monkey Moon leaves it for Extra. This is still BDS's opportunity. Back to the side. Kaio will look to try and transition away.
Oh, big chance as well. Yanks is waiting.
Oh, my.
They realize there's that bump, and Seiko knows he's got to cover the distance, and now you got to buy a lot of time here if you're Card. BDS bearing down on you. Oh, they missed! Oh, everyone missed this!
And Team BDS are going to try and place defensively. Seiko saw the chance, but he knows he can't dive in and not score it. That would have been furious afterwards. Now it goes to Austin. Kaio leaves it out. Monkey Man off the backboard. Yan calms it down, only temporarily. Brave Dickie's Arena. We're going again.
Both teams look like a solid triple threat at the moment. Ever since Gamers 8, Furia have been on fire with all of their players. And it's Extra from BDS who's elevated, helping out Seiko and Monkey Moon with the heavy lifting. If this game one is any indication of what this series is going to have in store, we might be in for another worldie.
Gotta love BDS's clear game at the moment in this overtime. Seiko wants it himself. Cleared away by Card, but they're getting a lot of distance back when they kind of get pushed back onto their own side, and that's an excellent credit to them.
Fury have been stuck here for a while now. Up to Card to prevent that, to get it away, to give Furia their opportunity. Monkey Moon back in field. That's only as far as Kaio. Can't get a second touch. Kaio ran out of boost. And now Monkey Moon pops it up. He's just going to keep that pressure going. Infield might be the option here. Instead, Seiko. Backboard. Card. And it is over.
What? And just like that, Furia come back and win game one. BDS overextend. The rotation falls to pieces. They weren't even close to having a third man back for that one.
Wow. What a start. That's one game. And that's what, 9, 14, 17 shots for BDS. And you end up losing. That's pretty bonkers.
Johnny, you said it. That was game one.
Yeah,
potentially 6 more to go.
Could do with a few more of those, but
I don't know if I can handle 4 of those, mate. Now we look over to BDS. We know Furia have come back from these positions. They got smashed in a few games earlier in this tournament, and they still answer back. They do not make the next game look like the one they previously lost. But for BDS, this is a question that's reasonably unanswered. Can they turn this into a scrap, or is Yan and the rest of Furia too much? I don't know why I'm wearing the jacket. Like, let's get this out of the way.
It's a warm one. I don't blame you.
It's a defensive stand there from Furia. They're really under pressure early on. They survived. They fought back into the series, and boy, did they take their chances. Card with 5 seconds left and an equalizer. Don't forget that after the long overtime, just how close it was to the end of the game before they tied it once again. I mean, they've just had such confidence in those closing seconds, whereas previously during Rlcs, they were not able to put those plays together. In overtime, Yan's clear was unbelievable. Here he comes again. Extra's gonna have him covered. Fury are definitely all here to play.
You know, it's only just now I've realized how short a minute is. That did not feel like enough to recover. If we're feeling like that, imagine what it's like to be BDS. They are the ones that need to answer back. After all that pressure, game one went away from them. Extra, who played really well, doesn't have a win next to that.
They're going to be frustrated, to be sure, but I think they know Furia's game plan, because at the start of game one, it was all, okay, try and beat them straight through the challenge, and they were just getting outpaced by BDS, and as that went on, okay, now just go sideways with it and really make them work for it, and now they're pressing hard. Card can't quite squeeze it in. Seiko will clear it out to safety.
These reads on these tight rebounds from Fury are phenomenal. At the other end of the field, I'm not sure I'm a fan of how BDS are committing to 50-50s that look at best like 50-50s. They don't even look like they've got a chance of getting wins on the races to the ball when they're up close and personal with Furia's net.
It's a lesson that Moist had to learn. The opening 2 games, a lot of goals looked like that last one. Furia bait you in. They win the challenge and they win it big, and they catch you.
This is from a region that were never known for their defense. As soon as South America came into RLCS in Season 7, the offense really surprised and impressed everyone around the world. Now the defense is right up there with the best in the world. They actually had to stand up to so much pressure from BDS. They did so. They haven't let the offense fall off in the slightest.
Here is Seiko. Didn't do too much with it. Instead is Monkey Moon, who knows he has to play early because Card, if he stays still, will definitely wipe him off the field.
They have been getting quite physical. They are trying to open space. Great save from Extra on the net, but that's definitely been the Furia game plan. Try and remove somebody, open up a gap somewhere, make them work extra.
Well, it's very typical, isn't it, where you learn how you're supposed to play. Oh, wait a minute, Card!
Oh! What a fake.
And I think Seiko's posture says it all there. He leans back, puts his hand to his head. They are just getting outplayed at the moment. They do not have an answer, and it's not the Yan 1v3 that we saw back at the London Major. We know that they need to all show up like they did at Gamers Day if they're going to go the distance here, if they're going to beat BDS. But that is exactly what's happening. Card strikes again.
It's funny you say that, you kind of just shake your head and say you don't have an answer, because that's exactly what NRG looked like when they played BDS at Stockholm. Just had no idea how to stop them from hitting amazing play after amazing play.
BDS needs to switch it back on. Game 1, the first half of it, was clean. It was a BDS game. Now they might get a way back into it, but Monkey Moon a little bit too far back.
They compare the way the two teams are reading their teammates. BDS not on the same page there. Meanwhile, Furia, perfect predictions, perfect communication in attack. Monkey Moon trying the downward double. It is defended by Furia. Card somehow up in the air near the ball here. These positions, even though Furia are low on boost, they seem to be playing exceptionally well.
Oh, there's a shot. Kaio keeps it out. That's a good point that you make as well, because Team BDS, it was a late season roster move that they went for.
It was.
They put a lot on the idea that they could figure it out incredibly quickly, because when Seiko was brought over, it was a you either win World Championship or this is a bust sort of move. Furia want it to be a bust. They want their spot in the grand final achieved.
Absolutely. But BDS definitely at a pretty decent position here, especially with 2 challenges over the top. Extra, you just got to beat one guy to make something happen.
Talking about veterans a lot this weekend. One's already in the final. In fact, 2 with Chicago definitely reaching veteran status these days. How about Card and Kaio as well? So many lands for Card. He's made every single international land that Brazil have been a part of. Kaio, he's put the Great One in his name, and he is literally the Great One. He's the first player from this region to put his country on the map. He's still going to this day, and it's not a player. He's not a player who's hanging on to relevancy. He is fighting mechanically with everybody that they get put up against.
Oh, that's awkward, but for everybody except Yan. Yan just takes control of the ball, shrugs his shoulders, and takes it to the opposite side of the field. Extra now, 30 seconds for Team BDS to put something together. Powers the ball. That might have caught them out. Maybe not then. Furia still ice cold. Off the backboard. Furia have just got everybody back at the moment. Daring BDS. Come on, see if you can beat us. And BDS have not been able to do so.
Unlike Game 1, BDS have to overcommit here. There's no other option. They've just got to go for it. They've failed to score for the entirety of game number 2 up until now.
Off the backboard. Kaio wants to see the ball to the floor. Furia on the verge of 2 games up. But Extra now with it. Monkey Moon behind him. Seiko on the chase. Monkey Moon, he's going to have to watch that one go skying over the top of him. Extra pops it up for Monkey Moon. keeps it alive.
Yeah, BDS is doing a great job keeping it up, but it's so difficult to make progress. Now they've got some, but Jan's there. Drops it down, it's bounced upwards though. Still, Furious ball. Jan's looking for the ground, and that's so smart by Card. He knew BDS were going to get there. He doesn't let them, and he takes Furia into a 2-0 lead. They came back in game 1. They led throughout in game 2.
Much closer contest in game 2 in terms of overall pressure. Shot opportunities much more at a premium, but at the same time, it really was the battle of catch the long clear, make sure you don't make a mistake. And it really was just the single outplay from Fury as the difference maker there in game 2.
In all of these sort of series, Johnny, there's a moment that you look back to and say, that was the moment.
Yeah.
And for a lot of time, it comes late in a series.
Yeah.
Did this come early?
Oh, I think
maybe
so.
In game 1, did BDS get broken at that moment? We will find out. BDS, they've got the glue out. They're going to try and fix whatever it is. Timeout has been called.
That's not something we expected. Like you mentioned, that moment, 5 seconds to go in game number 1. Card had to 1v2 BDS in you know, a massive pressure situation. He didn't really have immediate backup there. He had to go himself, but he just calmly passed to himself off that back wall, slammed the shot, true and on target. Now, if Furia can continue to play like this, BDS are going to need to ascend to form we have not seen from them on a LAN setting. They've been brilliant online. They've been dominant online, but on a LAN setting, even at this tournament, I think we've yet to see them take it to a Worlds contender who are also on form. They 4-0'd V1. That was definitely an off day for V1. I didn't see a lot of beast mode in that series. We're seeing a lot of Card, we're seeing a lot of Kaio, we're seeing a lot of Jan. All 3 of them are showing up big here. And of course, we've got the 4th man as well. The crowd heavily in favor of Fury. It's awesome to see in North America going for their fellow American on the other side of the hemisphere.
Want the opportunity to make history, and they're playing for it. But you spelled it out earlier in the series, Johnny, and then again right there, you said you've seen a lot of Card, you've seen a lot of Kaio, you've seen a lot of Yanks. All 3 of them.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it after that first game. The follow-up reads from Furia, absolutely on the money. Definitely playing as a team. They know what's about to happen. BDS is playing reactively.
Sorry, can we just point out there that in the most high-pressure situation ever, Furia used the timeout to change the music.
That's what Jan does. He's just blasting his music. He's vibing out. I've heard from his teammates that sometimes during practice, he just completely mutes the communications and turns his music up full blast. And they just practice as a team without comms. This is what they're used to. They're just trying to get into that flow state by making things as familiar as possible to their practice, to their online success, and now to their LAN success as well.
Well, we don't know what he's playing, but his gameplay has been heavy metal. Furia 2 up. BDS took the timeout. Now to find if they can get back into this. Because Furia were the team. Oh, wait a minute! Extra! Whoa! None of it went in! Furia now in the breakaway. When the game gets chaotic, this is where Furia tend to shine. But for BDS, this needs to look clean. This needs to look almost boring in a bit of a way. This needs to be military with precision. Off the back. 1-0.
As for precision, you shall receive. Look at this cut from Seiko right above Kaio and off to the shoulder, and then again dotting it over the back shoulder to where they can't actually adjust to make the touch. They found the small gaps and turned it in.
Yeah, it looked like Kaio had a couple of wheels off the wall there, and he might have tried to jump, flip by mistake. He was trying to probably follow that ball, get a blocking touch on it whenever the shot arrives. You gotta be so careful. Keep all 4 wheels on the wall, otherwise you cannot get that second jump. You can't get that dodge. You've got to pick one. You can jump or dodge. You can't do both.
Off the backboard. In comes Card. Decides to go early. Trying to check whether or not Seiko was going off muscle memory or actually playing what was in front of him. This is the World Championship semi-finals. Here is Monkey Moon. Oh, he's left it.
Wow.
2v2 now, Jan and Kaio. And they've got past the first. But the ball got away. Couldn't force the challenge on the line.
That's a rare sight. Monkey Moon completely airing his shot. He went up for the ball, totally missed. And, you know, we see a bunch of fake aerials these days by all the top teams. That wasn't a fake aerial. There's no reason to miss that. That just conceded possession again. So he was absolutely going for the ball there. Missed it. Card went for the bump. He's actually on goal. Oh my goodness! Well, it's falling apart for Furia. Pretty sure Card had ball cam off there. He probably doesn't even know where the ball is. Yeah, he's trying to demo Monkey Moon, and he hits the ball into his own net.
And of course, the player in the midfield expecting the demo to not happen and for that touch to come through. Instead, the guy just trying to hit the ball just completely whiffs and free own goal.
Maybe Furia knows something we don't. Maybe they know that a 2-goal lead is more dangerous than a 1-goal lead. Certainly looking at this right now, and I don't think there's a single BDS fan thinking, okay, we got this one.
Yeah, not enough drama. Furia thinking that 1-0 in Aquadome is pretty boring. Let's just go 2 down again. See if we can get another one of those comebacks.
Done some of their best work down to so far.
Realistically, I don't think BDS have solved the problem. I think they've had a couple of goals here. You know, one of them, fair enough, BDS pressured well. The other one, bit of a random goal that Furia didn't really have much to play in. Now Seiko, that's much better! Well, with authority this time. Double taps in a third.
Authority is the right word. Card asked to come up with another tough clear over the shoulder, off the backboard, finally coming up empty, and Seiko more than happy to collect on that one. That very likely this
good bump.
Another in time will make game 3 quite likely out of reach, even with 2 minutes on the clock. I mean,
you're braver than I am, Richie.
I am. BDS, this is a comfortable lead. Now you can say, okay, we're in good shape. And if you get this one stolen away from you, well, might as well just hand them the spot in the grand final.
BDS, and I'm going to say this despite knowing what happened in game 1, this is where they are supposed to do their best work. In theory, they are a brilliant team at slowing the game down and getting their best positioning going and just capitalizing, because you're the one that has to overcommit, you're the one that has to overextend, and they are the best team out there at knowing exactly that, which makes that previous game all the more baffling.
That's what they were so good at for so long during the entirety of the season. I mean, they played from ahead so often, got so comfortable controlling a game, buying time, forcing people to make the perfect play to beat.
Okay.
Turn in 4.
Well, you know, earlier I said I don't think they solved the problem at 2-0. But this is really getting impressive now for BDS. Extra down to Monkey Moon. Gorgeous approach in the back post, impossible to react to from Furia's POV. BDS put 4 in. Now the first 2 are a bit messy. Second 2, clean as you like.
Oh, Monkey Moon, number 5. Furia, they might have the ice, but BDS are turning up the heat. 5-0. This one is done.
That's just an aggressive kickoff as well. Monkey Moon not shy about shoving there.
Oh, you know me, I love to criticize aggressive kickoffs, but when you're down 4-0, I think fair enough. You know, you've got to try something risky. There's not really a lot going in offense for Furia this game. They've had a few half chances. And they've, you know, just got to try and keep playing their game. I don't think there's any real adjustment needed for Furia here.
He got away from you early.
Yeah, this one really did just run away from him, and I think they're just going to go next. Just play the same again. Maybe try and get a constellation goal, back to momentum going into game 4. BDS, though, on the board, and not a moment too late.
This is a question that I'm going to pose both to Chiefs first and then to you, Johnny. Given what we've seen, usually we'd see a game like this and say, this changes everything. Given what we've seen from Furia, as there's number 6,
wow,
gives me a little bit more time to get some answers from you. Does this worry you at all for Furia, or are they very much a go next, last game doesn't matter?
Yeah, Johnny said it, go next, especially when you get blown out 6-0. I mean, you're thinking, okay, 0-2, 3 minutes on the clock, can definitely try and make something happen, then you can see it again, and then you just know you have to press even harder. And BDS is a team that's always been able to find a gap if you're just pressing too hard, trying to make something happen against them. That I think they're not too surprised.
Oh, wow.
Another 3 find their way through, as that would have been quite the goal for number 7. But I don't think Furia rates this one too high, because fair enough, and what a save from Kyle.
Yeah, you don't want to concede a 7th here. Then it suddenly becomes meme-worthy. But yeah, I don't think Furia have anything to worry about with the scoreline being this high. One thing that they perhaps do have to worry about is that BDS are starting to get outplays on them. And in game number 2, and especially the end of game number 1, it was Furia completely beating BDS to the ball. This time we saw some clean out plays by BDS. Furia unable to force those 50-50s, which had BDS overextending.
Timeout buff still exists. BDS smash game number 3. They couldn't add their 7th. Can't get too greedy. And the fans slightly mixed about this one. Listen, I don't care how we get that. I'll take another game 7.
A steadying of the ship, to be sure. Return to more of Game 1 form. A lot of pressure for BDS. This time they've gotten their way through, but I think Fury is more than happy to say, you know what, you can have it. You can have one every now and again. Because I think you brought it up correctly, John. Like, it's all about after this next game, you're still getting outpaced, and you're like,
yeah,
there's a serious problem.
Yeah, they do need to pay attention to the speed of BDS in second man, even third man positions. With BDS, they do love to position aggressively. They want to get there fast. Yeah. When, as soon as the ball centers, they're already there. It's not like they're getting there in a bit. They're going to try and be there for it. That's what Fury need to look out for. Look out, where's the second man? Where's the third man? How close are they? Do we need to move off the line and intercept something here? It's the positioning off the ball that Fury will need to really iron out. And early here, because if they lose a couple of goals, 1 goal even early, then that does become a worry. The fact that 6 went in becomes a big problem. BDS are just rolling that momentum from Game 3 into Game 4.
This technically means Fury got 2 timeouts, because that game was done very early. Had enough time to start talking through what they thought was going wrong. For BDS, what a way to answer back. If they get into this game and score the first goal, oh my goodness, do you start to worry.
Yeah, that's the key, is the first goal, and already BDS have a shot, which Jan will handle pretty easily. But 1 more goal for BDS, panic stations for Furia. 1 more goal for Furia, suddenly that 6-0's not really looking all that bothersome.
And Furia really trying to move the ball left and right across the pitch, and finally Card just gonna sling one down the middle, see what happens.
Oh, he might go the whole way.
Whoa!
Monkey Moon had to be so aware of that one. Just don't expect him to get the outplay on everybody like that. Now Cards.
Beautiful.
Pastor getting the ball into the corner. He keeps over-delivering as Extra looks to deliver. A glorious opportunity for Monkey Moon. Look away, but look at the pressure BDS are putting on.
And this is reminiscent of a Season 7 moment where we had the Prince of South America, flip resetting in his own defensive corner, wowing the world with the brave mechanics, and now it's just another day at the office for Furia. They're flip resetting wherever they want and making it work. It's not the best touch for BDS. Jan's lurking downfield here. Didn't catch Seiko. Boost did get grabbed there by Seiko as well. Right, shut down on the counter attack. Kyle's still sticking around here. Big block. Jan's jumped early here to try and make Monkey Moon panic. I mean, it might look kind of pointless to have him jumping there, but they're really just trying to get BDS worried about what's coming at them. And really no intention to continue flying up for that.
BDS making sure they hold on to their own boost in the corner here, because they know if Furia willing to press, get aggressive, pre-jump something, try and make a big read, get a huge block. All it takes is that boost steal, and suddenly that rotation comes in a little slow. Card on his lonesome here, not able to find any demos. Those would also help.
I'll tell you what, if Card managed to get his car around for the reset, that would have been rocketed. It was in the brilliant position for that. Now they've got Card on the backboard, and Monkey Moon was aware. Monkey Moon has had to have such situational awareness. He's got everybody left, right behind him. Now he might get caught in. Instead, Extra has that covered. Monkey Moon showing what BDS, what the orange side of the field looks like. Is it going to be a temporary stop, or is this their opportunity to get a goal? Whoa. That is actually in a good position for Extra.
Oh!
Goes in.
What a finish by Extra. Decision making.
Wow.
Has been exceptional for BDS here. Jan's right there in front of the play. Extra just goes for placement, bounces it in underneath him. Understanding that power doesn't really matter too much here.
He had to dive. Everybody on Fury was stuck in that corner, and they didn't think that there was any way BDS was going to win a challenge against 2 of their members, and then it just pinches over everybody's shoulder. As that might be 2.
Oh!
And Extra collects another one, and now you kind of scratch your head. Okay, fine, you got one that we weren't ready for. This one we probably should have been, and you still found the back.
This is starting to get very, very awkward for Furia. They came into this game, they look good, but they didn't get anything for it, and it's now just us resuming Game 3. BDS have taken over the server. Kaio off the sidewall. Seiko's already there to it. Furia need to turn this into something. They need to switch up, because BDS know every move they are about to make.
Yep. They're fixing a lot of their problems. They're starting to really read each other well. No more double commits. think at the start of game 3 we saw one. Since then, it's been great cohesion from BDS. Starting to not only read each other very well, but also get a solid read on what Fury are trying to do.
And here comes that big, deep rotation all the way back for BDS. They know there's no reason to force anything at this point. Under 2 minutes, and that pop the ball long, try and force an air dribble. That's not going to get anything done against them. Going to have to try and get those sharp cut passes into the middle of the field if you want to throw off the scent for BDS.
And they're still pressing, they're still pressuring Furia, but now they're not overextending while doing it. That's a decent shot, but easily saved for Seiko. And look at the follow-up by Extra, immediate. Hard's going to be there, just manages to sneak the boost grab. The BDS are starting to play off each other so well, and they're not relying too much on big wins. They're just getting small wins here, small wins there, just grinding out goals, grinding out possession plays. You know, the lack of all-in maneuvers like we saw earlier on in the series is definitely more favorable for them.
Less than a minute now. Furia outpaced. Maybe outplayed at this moment in time. As Extra just gonna weigh every moment is torturous for Furia right now. Just can't get any control. If they can get a goal very soon, this arena will erupt. And then you start to favor them. Card reset. Only past Seiko, but what are you supposed to do? BDS are lining up at the moment. Their boost control is immaculate. Over the top, another attempt fizzles out.
It's so impressive again from BDS, just reading that last play, last touch, failing to get past. Now one more chance, but it's a routine save for Monkey Moon. You know, that's close to the net. Game tell you it's epic. You're not going to stop that one though. Infield pass proves to be the way to end Furia's goal drought.
You need those sharp passes in towards the middle. It's the only way you're going to be there, and you're going to have to pre-jump them because they know that something like that's coming. 10 seconds, what do you got?
Let's find out. Kaio, oh, Jan's actually going forward. Seiko managed to bump him. Kaio back in. He keeps the ball up. And that's something Fury are going to have to do from here on out.
Oh!
It's not far enough. BDS have got us back to 2 each.
Just managed to get away from a terrifying 0-second play there, BDS. Not far off the curve.
Very quickly here, Johnny.
What's that?
I'm going to look towards both of you. Timeout, yes or no?
I think, yeah.
Chiefs, timeout, yes or no?
Well, it doesn't matter, yes.
The answer is yes.
You could have cheated there. You're informed by our overhearing, all-seeing eye, the producer in her ear, just moments before you could respond. The answer is yes, they have called a timeout. So Furia, not too much surprise there. 2 pretty poor games in a row. If nothing else, they just want to end this streak the BDS are on.
Yeah, I think that's probably most of it. Again, I'm not too sure there's too much to really change because if I think about the difference in this game, it's that one pinch goal out of the corner where they're kind of like, that one kind of just came out of nowhere and kind of put them on a back foot a lot earlier than they would have liked. They just weren't ready. They finally couldn't account for some outcome, and they had to work their way back, and BDS able to just push another one in there, and Furia. We already talked about it in the previous game. Once BDS gets up early, then they just camp out, and it becomes infinitely more difficult to break them down when they don't have to score.
But that's always been BDS's thing.
Yes.
The last game notwithstanding, they are not known for ramping the score up. They are not known for big 5-0 wins. They're known for 1-0s, 2-0s, keeping you not scoring. That has always been the BDS DNA. What they want to get 4-0 in is in series score, and something that they usually do incredibly well.
And that's why I was so surprised to see so many, big commitments just for 50-50s in games 1 and 2. Some teams like to do that. There are teams in this tournament who make that strategy work. It's not something BDS really go for. They usually lean more on just outplays and little feints and fakes and suppressing maneuvers. But at the start of the series, they just went for it. They tried to just obliterate Fury with mechanics, and I don't think that's the game plan for anyone in the world, but they've adjusted, they brought it back, now we're at 2-2.
Feel that natural inclination, you feel the heat that Fury comes at you with, and you feel this desire to try and match it. And it was the right move, call a timeout, say, hey, we don't have to try and play that game, let them bring us the ball.
Remember, there's 2 teams who have been to Game 7 today. The Fury one is certainly more memorable, more recent, but BDS also taking a Game 7 win.
Both timeouts used. Whatever you've got, is what you're taking for the rest of the series. Game 5 underway. Wasteland is our location. BDS and Furia gonna trade blows to see who is taking on G2 in our grand finals. BDS looking to just resume what they had previously. Extra leaves it for Monkey Moon. Shut down by Kaio.
Key shut down as well. That mind game was convincing. Furia know they've got to send someone to the ball at all times. BDS have been following up quickly when it does drop down in the middle.
Oh, he's got it!
Oh, it worked!
Oh!
He hit the bump. I was just about to say, it's these type of plays that aren't working and they turn it in.
We didn't know. The camera never saw him. But Monkey Moon saw him. Monkey Moon saw a lot of him.
And when we're watching with the spectator camera here, of course, we've got eyes on the ball pretty much at all times, but Kyle there is certainly turning off ball cam, heat-seeking Monkey Moon, trying to land on him as quickly as possible.
Massive for Furia. BDS were just grinding the series away from them. Now Furia are turning this more in their favor, Achieves.
They're gonna do what they do best at this point. They're up one, Yanks just misses one under the bar. And Monkey Moon, you gotta buy time, and out for Furia. Honestly, you don't really try and run up the score here.
Oh.
Just make sure you don't make a mistake, and that's a massive demo in the midfield with that missed clear.
Yeah, it looked like Jan was trying to really boom that, but got on the wrong side of it. Lost a bunch of power, which is so rare to see for either one of these teams. Doesn't look like it's affected his confidence any as he goes past two. Jan, not much boost left. Infield nonetheless to Kyle. Monkey Moon does well.
Unless that is right at you with no time to react, BDS are going to get to it. But it is Furia who've got control of the ball. That's a bit careless. Jan.
Wow.
Yeah, he will breathe a sigh of relief that that was not hit with power.
Big mistake by Furia there. That was a completely open net, but yeah, it looked like a tough angle to really generate a ton of power from.
Can't make those mistakes. Not with this much on the line. Jan. Against Monkey Moon. Back into the midfield. BDS prodding, probing. Are they scoring? Extra does it!
They thought that they were going to have a little bit of space to work with here with Furia, but Seiko throws them all for a loop, goes back into the corner, and Monkey Moon forcing Kaio to play that challenge a bit more awkwardly in case he got bumped, ended up missing contact. Extra kind of just tracing the play across the boxes. Cool, it got there. Let's turn it in.
Oh, fake kickoff. And actually it was well read there from BDS. They did not make it all that easy to play. Clear.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, yeah, that's not the hit. You're going to have to follow yourself.
Yeah, still a decent result there from Furia with the fake kickoff. I love that they're doing something differently here. And now panic flip from Card. Starting to get a bit nervous here. Furia, again, failing to make contact with the ball. That's much better. You know, they're following up their mistakes with pretty big plays. BDS have definitely put the pressure on Furia here. You see it starting to take its toll.
Furia are more on the blue side of the field than Team BDS are sometimes. If you didn't have the card colors, you really wouldn't know. Monkey Moon wants to go by himself. He's got it past one. Jan, we're looking for card. Not going to happen. BDS keeping it up. How important was that? Card intercepts, booms the ball.
Oh my!
And
Oh, he got him!
Oh! Now card puts off the side. How close can you get?
Oh, and they might get caught back the other way, but Extra, I think he mistouched it. Yeah, it's out into the corner.
Yeah,
and BDS, what a save to dodge a bullet.
Oh, wow, mind game by Card. Huge hit to the back wall as well. This time the follow-up is there, but it's off target.
This has not been the cleanest game of Rocket League you will ever see. But for these players, it might be the most important.
Okay.
Those misses might come back to haunt Furia. Demo? Is anybody else left around for BDS? No, they have to cycle back. Extra, only as far as Jan, who takes his time, brings Extra in. Seiko, oh, we can keep that one going. Off the backboard, has Seiko got it? Oh! Jan, that is set up so well for him as he powers the ball to the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, BDS still lurking at that halfway line, but that's not the drop down pass they wanted. Extra has to close down a shot from Kaio. Just over a minute to go. Now just under a minute to go. Furia fighting for the midfield. They don't want to be stuck in net. They don't want to be stuck in their box. The BDS circling them.
Double match point on the line. Card with the ball, had to win the challenge as Furia was still rotating back. You see Kaio finally is there. Yan, only as far as Seiko.
Oh!
Monkey Moon!
Oh! Monkey Moon slots it in the top corner. Kyle with an awkward back wall read. Didn't get the contact that he wanted. What placement by Monkey Moon. That is the absolute limit of what's going to bounce into the net.
The absolute limit is right. Oh, what do you do if you're Furia? 37, you got a little time to work here, a couple possessions.
I really like the kickoff as well that Furia went for, but unfortunately for them, Monkey Moon read it. He also got a bump on Yan as he was trying to play it. BDS, 20 seconds to hold on. They might even add another one here. No, BDS are not going to send two for that one because they're up against Yan the man, and you know you need the team to stop him.
And what a play by Monkey Moon, just identifying the threat there, staying on the ball. There's still more threats coming in again. It's Monkey Moon. Shuts it down. Kyle with a heavy touch. It's Seiko to intercept. No time for Furia. They need something, but they're not going to get it. Third game in a row for BDS.
They don't just respect the script, do they? BDS. It's all about them. And why not? They know that they were the team that dominated. When we had to go quiet, when we went online, BDS were the kings of Rocket League. And as far as they're concerned, this moment belongs to them. They were the one that waited for this, no one else.
It's a test of consistency for BDS, one that they have always passed, until you finally see a bit of a break in the armor. And finally here, they get to within striking distance of a world championship. 5 more minutes of who knows what Furia is going to throw at you.
Yeah, it was just a couple of plays by Kyle defensively where he, first time, didn't make a play on the ball. Second time, couldn't make a play on the ball. It was too awkward for him. But it's not just the defensive mishaps for Furia. They had chances there. They had real strong opportunities to take the lead. They had shots missing the target. They had shots lacking power. It's really fallen apart here for Furia mechanically. They need to step up. BDS are relentless. They are the consistent force. They've been, I think, right in their own story here. Such a fall off in London. Now, symbolic regain in this series. 2-0 down, now 3 games straight. That is what BDS are doing with this tournament.
The script was given to them, but BDS had some amendments. The Furia now have to win 2 in a row, and they've already done that today. They beat the statistic. They've beat history. Can they beat BDS? That's the question for now, as card is already up. But for the time being, BDS are just too much quicker. Monkey Moon delays. Will he go underneath? It's up to Kaio, who clears the ball to safety.
Almost feels like a slow start here in Game 6. The weight of the situation, Card dropping a flip reset. And BDS, they know. Come chase us. Force Furia to pass the test. And if you want to outplay us, it's gonna be perfect. Shogun, you said it back at the start of the series, it required military precision from BDS to get themselves in it. They have executed. And they ask the same of Furia now.
If it's clean, it's BDS's. If it's anything else, if it's chaotic, it's Furia's. Right now, it's clean. Card, midfield, nobody about for him. Instead, it's just possession handed over to BDS. Now Kaio takes his opportunity. Yan waits for him in the midfield. They're both beat to it, which leaves extra against Card. 3 sets, and Card holds strong.
Yeah, Card just doing the right thing there, playing the ball. Just making sure to at least force the outplay, which extra couldn't get. You're trying to go even further. They're already further in an RLCS LAN than any South American team has gone before, but they are not satisfied. Anything less than a win. To get one, gonna need to go through a BDS who have figured out how to play their game in the semi-final matchup.
Oh. Not shy about getting rid of the ball either. Big block from Kaio. Is there anything in it though?
BDS 3 in a row. Can they make it 4? Monkey Moon has to avoid the hit! He can't do it! Yan is too strong!
I think they got 2 or 3 huge blocks as BDS trying to clear the ball, and finally...
See you later, pal.
See you later is right, the one-on-one. The classic, pop it into the air dribble and bump. Johnny, you left to see it.
Well, for a long time, it was doubted whether 1v1 translated in threes. If anyone asked you, send them a clip of that. Team plays are pretty nice to have as well, though. In the infield, it's what worked for Furia early on. They are going back to it. They've got to keep mixing up those team plays with the solo plays. Working so far. Still time to go. They lost the lead that they had in game 5. Can't be careless here. Big chance, but Extra's all over it.
Yeah, and holding the midfield. And all this time in the air, gets Kaio and Card back into position. He doesn't need to score from that. I'm sure he'd love to. But it's all about trading your player for 2 more that are going to be relevant to the upcoming play. Yan again, holding it. Wow. He's keeping going. This might be the opportunity. He won't get the hit. And Kaio refusing to leave Card by himself. Somebody has to get control of this. Now someone will be Extra.
Yeah, great little defensive mix up there from Kaio, not lunging in. Even a second man faking a challenge. It's going to keep BDS guessing. How about this for an approach? BDS, the very slow shots on target. Still proved to be awkward. It's now doubles on target. It's off the post. And Extra's follow-up is there.
What a pass from Monkey Moon. Steals it in the corner, gets back to the ball, and Card's like, what? How did you even get back to it? Big cross-up, huge equalizer.
What was it that Sizz said after the full major? Why is he there?
That's what you have to ask yourself when you play against players like Monkey Moon. How is he still on that? How has he gotten back to the ball? Talk about getting 1 for 2s. Well, that's what makes BDS so dangerous. When Extra's playing like this, a team's full of players who can get 2 for 1.
Oh,
that's open. Extra! Silences the World Championship crowd. And could that be the winner that sends BDS to the final?
They don't even react. They put in a game winner to potentially clinch a grand final. They go, okay, everyone sit down. We have a kickoff to win. Just dialed in to a T. Cannot phase them.
You hear that? That's the sound of BDS winning. Silence in Dickie's arena. Can Furia turn that into rapture? 1 minute, 1 goal. Furia have got to go for it. Right now, though, they are in a defensive position. Brilliant fake challenge. Extra has controlled everything.
Whoa! Unbelievable. To have the wherewithal to just fake the challenge and completely dispossess Furia's offense. And now Kaio with the bravery. Mind game at his own goal line. But now it's Monkey Moon!
They miss a boost pad in the corner. BDS spots the error, jumps all over it. Doesn't matter that they saved the first few. They've got so many people.
Physical play as well by Seiko. There was no way that Furia could get back to that. They're in a world of trouble now. 39 seconds to go.
Let's see where they've got the kickoff. Seiko, it's going to be his own opportunity. Furia, not getting it. BDS! This is their time!
And even still, you can see Extra just goes, okay, let's go. Doesn't matter, they're up 3 now, and they're still like, we're not done yet. Never count them out, it's amazing.
It's unreal what BDS have just done. We had a lot of questions about this team coming off the most recent LAN just a month ago. And they have answered all of them. When they've led, they've stayed ahead, destroying V1 to make playoffs. And now that they're in playoffs, they've taken a game 7, and they have won 4 straight games against Furia with multiple regains. The comeback is on. BDS are on a collision course with G2.
One of the greatest timeouts ever called. BDS demolish Furia. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand finals, G2, BDS.
It was Queso in LA, it's BDS in Texas. They get Europe to a 4th consecutive LAN final this season. They don't miss out on any, and look at the elation from BDS. I think they even started to doubt themselves at times after they struggled again and again. But they have figured out a way to climb to new heights. What a dominant performance 4 straight games against a Furia who just took down Moist. That's the statement win.
And the vindication to make the roster swap. Everybody goes, I don't know about that. Well, who cares what you said? We're in the World Championship final. What a show from BDS. Hugs all around for Furia. A valiant effort, a brilliant display.
Yeah, what a team. What a legendary team on your screen right now. Winning the hearts of the crowd here with what perhaps might be the best Rocket League series of all time earlier on in the day against Moist. They gave it their best shot against BDS. It wasn't enough, but they are not done. Their grind continues. They are satisfied with nothing less than #1, and they just keep on improving event by event. We cannot wait to see what happens next for them.
For those of you at home that stick around, watch South America, maybe you watch North America, broadcast ends, and you stick around, you watch these players. This moment is yours just as much as everybody else's. Furia did themselves so incredibly proud. Took down the club yesterday. Annihilated Moist in Game 7. But unfortunately, their run ends here. When we came into this series, Johnny and Jeeves, I said that the script for BDS was to be thrown in the bin. BDS reached back into that bin and they pulled out good old faithful. Europe versus North America one more time.
Would you ever doubt it? It had.
I really doubted it. I'm not gonna lie, I really doubted it.
No, Furia did make me doubt that we would have a European team in the final here. Really, I think that team, Furia could have won this. It just wasn't their matchup here. They couldn't figure out BDS. You can see that clearly after that timeout, BDS knew exactly what to do. They knew the adjustment. We're overcommitting. We're giving them a bit too much space. Let's just stop doing that. Let's just play better. And then Furia had no adjustment to counter BDS. And it's the problem that teams have had with BDS. How do you counter them when they're playing their game?
Well, let's round out our semifinals. Orb is on the stage.
Dickies Arena, please give it up one more time. We have a grand final at our hands, and BDS is getting the final spot there. Now, listen, we've talked a lot about timeouts, what's being said during timeouts, but really, what was being said during this timeout, because it was looking rough, a timeout happened, and then it was a stomp. What's going on?
I mean, a magician don't give his trick, right? I guess.
That's right. Don't give away your secrets. I mean, how do you kind of reset after that, right? After the 0-2 start, what do you do to kind of get back in the swing of things?
I mean, on a more serious note, I've set them to calm down because I saw the level of the two teams. And like, Furia is a really insane team, but we know we are as well. So I said this best of 7 is just like a marathon, not a sprint. So they are up 2-0, okay, but the 2-0 could have been for us. It could have been 1-1. Like, the game were really close, in our opinion. So we kind of knew that we could have made it like 4-2 easily. So it was like 0-0 in our mind. And it's what I said in timeout. I just said them to relax, just forget about the past, just don't think about the future and stay in the present moment, kind of.
Now, we are a little bit short on time. I know you guys want to rest up a little bit before the actual final, but do you have anything to say here for Furia and their efforts here?
They are an insane team. They made their region proud, for sure. And I'm really proud of them as well. This series could have been in favor of them as well. I could have seen them winning it, and they will be like a top contender for sure for next year. They are really good.
Absolutely. Dickies Arena, give it up for BDS, making it to the final. We're going to take a little break, let the players rest up, and we got G2 versus BDS coming up. You don't want to miss this one. Stick around.
We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait,
Did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right. Any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
My fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. The shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it 'cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Waiting.
searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I'm looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love.
only 2 remain. A Titan from Europe, the Kings of North America, BDS, able to knock Furia off in 6 games for a party, a rally with G2 now in the finals awaiting us. This is the Rocket League World Championship. Welcome back to Fort Worth. We've got 1 match waiting for us, Bates. Oh my goodness.
1 match indeed, but before we get into that, I gotta give props to Furia. I was wrong about them. They're so good. They're so talented. They're so close. BDS, they're absolutely on form right now, but Furia, man, Sam representatives making it this far, 2 games off of being the first Sam team to ever make a grand final in the RLCS.
An incredible performance from the Kings of South America, Furia, but the story of this series was just how good the BDS look right now.
Oh. Yeah, BDS must have sold Furia. They went 4 games on the trot, went down the first 2, but once they started rolling, they had solved Furia's gameplay. That is classic BDS. It's all about the thinking game for them, and it really shined in this series.
We talk about the timeout buff. They took it after game 2, didn't lose a game after that. They've been punched multiple times throughout today, but they keep getting back up, Bates.
They're so talented indeed, and it's just the way they're playing. It's so methodical right now. They're just taking what the defense gives them, and they're taking advantage of it. And Monkey Moon, he's holding on the back line. Seiko every single time on offense, too dominant.
We talk about Seiko and Monkey Moon. I thought Extra was really stepping up that series. He's probably been, going under the radar, a little bit of a quiet tournament so far. When he's up and about, he's the energy for that team. He's sitting in the middle, providing the vibes. They look good.
He started it off with a bang. The first goal of the series was Extra popping off, and I think that's a good sign for them, because Extra normally the one a little bit more tame, a little bit more reserved, picking up pads, giving the space to his teammates, but he was shining as well.
You could see the energy from the players on that stage as well. A reminder, we've been talking about BDS for years now, Gibbs. This is still the first time they have had a chance to be crowned world champions.
They were in the Rival Series in Season 9, then they made it in X, and obviously we all know what happened there. They just dominated everyone until the finals of RLCS X, where they did lose. So a redemption arc for that, and for these last 2 years, they've been the best team in the world, CJ. Now they got to prove it one last time.
Love these other, South America. They're trying to crack into that World's Grand Finals, but we just always get NA versus EU every single time.
5 seasons in a row now. It'll be North America versus Europe.
Our statistician D-Rug was telling me the last 7 RLCS lands have been EU versus NA, and they have flip-flopped every time. There's been EU, then NA, then EU, then NA. Last one
who won the last
was
one?
EU. Just saying. Anyways, let's take a look at the bracket and show you guys how we got here today. We started off with the quarterfinal matches, some bangers. 3 of the 4 going to Game 7. Our semifinals all ended in Game 6 there, and they have left us with 2 teams remaining, BDS versus G2 Esports. This is it. This is the match for the world title.
Both teams that started the season strong and then made amazing roster moves. Atomic to G2, Seiko into BDS, making them the dominant teams they are today. Always had question marks whether they could play on LAN, and now they're showing up at the biggest stage of them all.
Over 250 teams have played this season, each with dreams of playing this match, but only 2 have earned the honor.
Asia Pacific as a region is here.
Tokyo Verde, they're looking so much more in sync with this series. They're dictating the pace as well. Here's Mario! Tokyo Verde have their first ever goal on the main broadcast.
You can't afford to take your time. This is the grand finals. This is where the pace really ramps up.
Well, that I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my prophets, I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide but limitless. I've awoken, so let it show me that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that faith was all fear, but she was flattered.
He's going up there. He's hunting. He's hunting.
Their name is synonymous with greatness, and their army has once again marched to within mere moments of glory. In their way, as worthy a rival as ever. For the last time, please welcome Team BDS and G2!
Dream final. We had over 2,800 matches. We're down to one. Over 700 players competing. We're down to 2 teams of 3. First, BDS, your fall major champions. They also won 3 regionals, including 2 spring regionals. And Monkey Moon, considered one of the best in the world, wants to prove that he is the very best.
Throughout 2021, Monkey Moon was unanimously one of the best players in the world. And here he stands, finally proving he deserves to be on the world stage in a LAN environment with his teammate here, Extra. We all love Extra. Everyone's favorite French player in the interviews, always so humble.
He's the man, the myth, and for BDS, we're finally seeing what we saw online in that spring split. They're living up to expectations. They're peaking right now, and give it up for Seiko, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is his first year competing, the Rookie of the Year, no doubt, and now he wants to be the tournament MVP.
Seiko, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Nothing but domination on offense so far in an event, but then you got the NA faithfuls.
You've got a Tom, the North American MVP. The moment he has joined this team, Greg has articulated on it, G2 has risen, LA Major champions, and now they're in the grand finals.
They also have 4 regional wins, including 2 spring regional wins. These 2 teams dominated in spring. We got Chicago on the field, and home court advantage is 3 for 3 at majors. G2 wants to make it 4 for 4.
And last but not least, the legend himself. You see him wrapped in the Canadian flag. Let's get loud for your boy, G-Nap. He's waited for this moment for so long. 6 long years, and now he's in the grand finals again, trying to become a Rocket League world champion.
I felt that wink in my soul. And you know if BDS saw it, they're feeling the fear already, CJ.
I mean, he's got that look in his eyes, J-Naps. He did tweet, it's time to win this thing, and I tell you what, they're looking good right now, G2. They've never looked better, let's just say that.
20 minutes of greatness away from one of these teams being crowned a world champion. It doesn't get better than this.
Wow, I mean, every single one of these players deserves to be here. Of course, the coaches on both sides have done such amazing work with their teams. You can see how much it makes them comfortable on the stage. Mew working more with the performance psychology side, Safu and X-Pro coming onto this stage, and ever since he's been on board, G2 have looked fantastic.
Dragon, I cannot look at this scene and not think that you have been here before. BDS are as formidable opponent as ever, but they are facing off against a G2, very much a home crowd. How do they find a win?
I mean, BDS know they've been the enemy so many times. They've been the upset kings. And I think they're happy to be here. They're happy to be on the stage. They will be trying to drown it out, but it will always be there in the back of their mind.
I think they'd love this situation. On foreign soil, backs against the wall, G2 peaking, both teams in top form. I think they're going to thrive in this situation.
And it feels like a boxing match. And we talked about BDS, winter and spring. When they got punched, they didn't get back up. But at this World Championship, every single time they battled back, they're ready.
And let me tell you, there's something poetic about Rocket League. COVID hit the world, G2 looked like one of the best, if not the best team. But then RCSX happened, BDS took the reins. And now, at the first World Championship back, both of these teams playing in the grand final. You really can't make it up any better than that.
The world ended, and on the other side, JNAPS is still on the top of North America.
BDS, RLCSX. We saw them in that final. They were disappointed. They were more dominant than any team has ever been in the history of this game. and they did not win that final.
And both teams took the London major off basically as well. So they took the break in the third major and they've come out swinging to the World Championships. They're in peak form right now.
And of course, full major champion versus winter major champion here is very infrequent in Rocket League. We have repeats from teams at LAN. History has always shown, except for the Dignitas era, that teams cannot win multiple LANs in a season, but it seems to be true here that both these teams are going to do it.
And it shows how far our game has come, Greg. And this game is so beautiful now. A full year-long season. Everything that you've done up to this point matters. Whether it happened in the fall, you're playing the best, in the winter, or in the spring. All it took was you getting the points to get to this moment. And now all the chips are off the line. It's about one best of 7. Who's going to take home the crown?
I mean, Greg, how do you possibly look at any sort of statistics or anything of the season and think that any of it matters at this point? It comes down to these 7 games.
The professionalism in this scene has developed so much, and I really look at these two teams as two of the most professional teams here, and that's where it comes down to. The consistency comes from professional preparation, and when it gets to the biggest stage, the mindset is the best of teams like this.
The teams are ready. The fans are ready in the building, and it's time to make the final picks of RLCS 21 and 22. Let us know your thoughts on the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag BDS, hashtag G2. CJ, do the honors.
Look, I think this is, I talk about a date with destiny. I think there's one man on that stage that does have a date with destiny, and his name is JNAP. So I think G2's taking it home, baby. JNAP's just going to be lifting that trophy.
This is a tough one because I think in my heart, I feel like G2 are going to take it with this arena. But then there is also a BDS on the other side who want to break everyone's hearts. I think BDS are the villain of today's story, and they're going to be taking it in this final.
In Season 5, there was that goal with Justin, the 0-second goal. But did they win the World Championship? No.
I just realized Gibbs, you're right either way here, and I'm frustrated at it.
I know.
He predicts BDS. If he predicts BDS,
I'm doing it for G2.
Actually for
I'm doing it for G2.
I don't like this situation.
I like BDS here, though. I really, really do. I think BDS is going to take home the crown, and they're going to ruin the 4-for-4 home court advantage.
Gibbs, you make excellent points.
Let me tell you something.
But let me tell you something. When you got G2 on the other side, you got Chicago, you got Reed Curry, you got us Humming, you got Massimo, and then you got J-Nap, Jacob Knapp, and Captain Canada. They've led on this moment. They've had sweat on eyes, they've had tears, and G2 will be your RLCS World Champions by the time it is over.
I'm riding with pace. Give me G2 on this one, folks. How's the chat feeling about it? We're split up here on the desk. They are fan favorites in the house. They are fan favorites down in chat as well. The most significant match in Rocket League history begins now.
This is the grand finals of the Rocket League World Championship. A 10-month odyssey has led us right here to this moment. The best from North America, the best from Europe for the title of best in the world. Rocket League fans here in Fort Worth, Texas, and all around the world, this is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
Feels great to be here in Dallas competing, and I can't wait to play.
This season has been an up and down journey with a lot of ups and a lot of downs.
So if we won finals, I think it would be unreal for us.
To compete on a stage like this has felt honestly unreal.
So if I could have one word to describe our season so far, it would be successful.
From Extra in game number 2. Oh, I love this play! Monkey Moon sets his sights on the defender, deletes him off of the field.
We are the best team to win here because we have the momentum. We've been playing like the teams that we're gonna play a lot this season. We're ready for you.
He's now charging down. He has got a lot more hits on that ball, which is what version 1 needs. Really gets him truly involved.
The final man in any given situation.
Oh my!
When I get on stage, it's just going to be something I'm going to remember to soak in because stuff like this doesn't happen very often at all. So I want to take in the moment and remember it.
To the left to get around it as game number 3 here, going to go in favor of G2.
Stuff like this that you always want to remember and look back on. If we were to win Worlds as a team and for myself, I think that feeling would be unexplainable.
Say G2's biggest weakness might be their basic playstyle.
We know we can exploit BDS's eagerness to win and use it to our advantage.
Sorry G2, it's our moment.
BDS, this is our moment, not yours.
We currently have tech issues, so give us one moment. We baited all of you. Hey, I gotta say, but the crowd, you did your part really well. That was excellent. If we end up redoing that, you know, we can count on you guys, we know. But we thank you all at home for understanding and being patient. Hello, Jordy, Corelli, James Bod here, bringing you the grand finals. In a moment, BDS and G2 are about to get things underway. We're gonna throw to the stage and see what's going on. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're still going, sorry. My bad.
We're going to get this kickoff underway in a moment, but I cannot imagine what it's like for the players right now. All they want to do is get this series started. Yep. This is the final series of the RLCS 21-22 season. Everything that these teams have been playing for, they've been struggling for. It's been to get to this point, to sit in those chairs, playing this game for it all.
In front of this crowd that has been going absolutely wild for a final best of 7, a moment unlike any other here in the Rocket League esports system. Team BDS and G2 get to face off in what so few teams have been able to do before. And an unfortunate start.
You know, it wouldn't be Rocket League without this. Honestly, if we feel right at home here. All right, spot guy. I think the last guy got like 90, so yeah, you got quite a task ahead of you, buddy.
My goodness. He's been working out all season long, really. I mean, the real story is him.
You don't have look, you don't have to walk tomorrow, I guess, you know?
That's right. You just got to make it through this series. And they're going to count him out here. Those legs, they've been working. We've seen
that's great form. Great form.
My goodness.
Yeah, keep those hands out. Don't let those elbows drop. Keep it out. Keep that balance.
And it's that type of preparation that you need to be ready for the World Championship Grand Finals trophy.
He's still going. And then there's G2. How about G2's story? It hasn't been perfect for G2. They did win a major, but in the other two, not really their best performance. And even before then, this G2 team has been through a lot.
It's a bit of a redemption story here for G2. You talk about Season 7, coming oh so close in that grand final. A chance here to make amends against Team BDS.
Jarby, you know, it's not the first time that we have casted G2 in a World Championship Grand Final.
I don't think they want to remember that, James.
But that is what could be preparing them to win. You heard in Chicago's interview, he said, we are going to exploit their eagerness to win. And where do you think he learned that from?
Well, I have to say, after watching BDS defeat Furia, I think they have quite the task ahead of them. You know, coined as the final boss of Rocket League, they certainly feel like it. After BDS, they make the change to Seiko. They don't perform the way they should on LAN. In regionals, they're fine in Europe.
Yep.
But when it came to LAN, they couldn't put it together. And now when it matters the most, BDS have somehow, some way, ended up in those 3 seats in the grand finals.
And we had been talking about this earlier, Jarby, the moves they made to pick up Seiko, BDS, and the move for G2 to pick up Atomic. It was for this reason, to win this series, to win it all, to go down as legends. This is what everyone who plays Rocket League is playing for, is to win it all.
The same could be said for Team BDS picking up Seiko. They've had a fantastic season so far, but to pick up Seiko, that was for this moment right here in this final best of 7, in the grand finals of a world championship. That's why he's on this team, to make them better on land. Jorby, you were just talking about BDS, how strong they've been online. It's land that they really care about.
Thinking back to Season 9, our last season in the old era of Rocket League, G2 were at the top of North America. And the conversation was, this team, they look like they're the best in the world. And so many people thought that is the G2 team that can win a world championship. We didn't get to see that. But this G2 team, they're still here. They've gone through their paces. They've gone through a lot of paces. But then they've ended up here at the world championship, somehow to complete what they've started to write.
To take on Europe's best again, Jorby, I bet Chicago and JNAPS remember what it was like back at the Prudential Center in Season 7. Those emotions, being on stage, they're overwhelming.
They are.
That experience, they're hoping can overcome the talent that BDS has.
We've seen that emotion already flow through as we jump into game number 1.
The final fight begins now.
What a special moment for these two teams to face off. It's the last series of Rocket League here this year. And BDS gonna start off strong. Extra on the board first.
Extra didn't take long. Only 11 seconds in. You saw Seiko threatening the double tap. Chicago got a piece of it, but he needed support to clear that off the goal line. It was an easy rebound goal. Team BDS start out hot.
Extra starting right where he left off against Furia. He was the closer against them, seemingly sinking every single shot that came his way. And he starts off on the right wheel for BDS. Monkey Moon and Extra both committing on the play. Atomic knows it's open, and he's gonna give G2 the tie.
G2, the instant response here in game 1, trading blows between these two titans, and it's Atomic with the open net.
And you saw Seiko and Extra both go for the same ball. There is that eagerness. You saw them panicking, and that double commit is what paved the way for that G2 goal.
Well, Extra got it on the kickoff. Just missed it on the flick, was challenged anyway. Oh, and an old whifty to start off the next kickoff. We move down the field.
G2, they're all about consistency. Talked about for years the G2 play style, how they work in the midfield, how they work off each other. And BDS is very similar, wanting to find each other, combine down the field, use each other for success. And for BDS here, not finding a lot of possession. It's a lot of G2 working across the midfield.
Someone I've been really impressed with today is Chicago. Where in group stage, felt like his shooting wasn't exactly on par, but hang on a second. Monkey Moon, just missed it off the bar. Another shot, Seiko. Change-up doesn't work. So BDS working off that G2 defense. Atomic gets a little bit of a reprieve, but Monkey Moon won't bite. Extra next up, kicks it quickly. G2 having to play quick defense. Atomic and JNAPS can't link up. Seiko breaks them up. And G2 finally break out.
And Atomic was actually able to get that corner boost. It was left behind for BDS, and that could do wonders for G2 as they try to get on this attack.
Oh, Extra really trying to slow it down. Seiko has another shot. Denied. Monkey Moon rebound. Saved! Chicago gets the clear downfield. Extra at least protecting the counterattack, but still they come, and denied by Seiko. One more chance for Atomic, sends it across, and Seiko gets the clear.
Dangerous shots coming out from BDS. A lot of control in that final third, and Seiko so lethal in that spot. G2, a couple of goal line saves, keeping this one tied.
Bounce off the corner. Shot right into Monkey Moon. G2 starting to get a little more possession, a little more pressure. Chicago demoing Seiko on the back end. Atomic up high, Chicago demoing Extra on the back end. Another bump in front, two, commit, and Chicago has to protect the back.
G2, miscommunication, both going, no one getting a great touch on it, but now a shot towards the net, and Extra, his shot saved away by Chicago.
And it's not good news for G2. BDS 12-1 when they score first.
Oh, Seiko covering that, Monkey Moon also there. Another lobber here for BDS. JNAPS taking the catch for G2. Denied. BDS backboard defense, not allowing G2 in easily. The defense holding real firm. J-Naps popping it up once. He's not going to get a chance.
G2 starting to constrict on the BDS side. A demo comes out. Atomic, he's going to pitch this one down, doesn't get it. Monkey Moon, very patient defensively to keep this one away.
Chicago wasn't able to steal that corner boost. We'll have to flip back. Atomic opting to go for the boom. Another double commit. But Monkey Moon, a nice clear off to the side. Extra trying to push this down.
Monkey Moon first to the ball. Seiko and Extra both close on this rotation. The G2 able to get to the ball first. Seiko, quick read around the corner. Hard stop! Seiko! Right into the G2 net!
Finds the angle in between the G2 defenders. We just talked about how lethal he is in this spot, in the box, and G2 lets him slip by.
And you saw J-Naps land right in front of Atomic, and that kind of messed up Atomic's positioning. You saw him panicking, trying to get back in position on the goal line. It didn't take much power for Seiko, but that struggle from Atomic, and now a shot will be denied. But that struggle, that proved to be fatal for G2.
BDS get an early strangle on G2. Push downfield. What did G2 have here? Haven't really gained control of those corners in BDS territory. They just had to withstand these touches. They haven't really had that control. J-Naps, no boost, not much he can do. Monkey Moon lets it rip. Whoa, for Seiko, back to Seiko, saved!
G2 falling apart defensively there. Nobody getting a touch off the back wall. And again, another crucial goal line save. But how long do they keep BDS away?
That one popped up high. J-Naps gets there quickly, but the ball in front of the box, saved. And just in time, Atomic for the follow-up. G2 missed the ball. All of BDS were expecting it, so they won't be punished. Running out of time in game one. BDS starting to feel a little pressure. But will it matter? There's another touch from midfield. Launches it on the backboard. Oh, everyone misses. Seiko in support. J-Naps pulls off the ball. Now has the pass, but Extra gets another clear. The final seconds in game one. G2 still need one more.
Big clear from J-Naps. An opportunity, tough bounce. It's going off the post, and BDS somehow get out. G2 still threatening here. Another clear from BDS.
J-Naps got the catch. Atomic pops it up high. J-Naps again. Got it pushed off hard. Atomic has to keep it in the air. He's got enough boost. Got the reset still in the air in front. Chicago and J-Naps really close. And if Chicago can get there, he can't. And BDS will take game one.
Oh, and you can tell the nerves are a factor. We saw many misses on the goal line, misreads on the backboard. When you get to this stage at this point, the amount of pressure, it's the most that any of these players have ever experienced in their lives. So a sloppy start, but the strong start from Extra, from BDS was just enough for them to edge out G2 in game one.
I mentioned the consistency from G2, but we really saw it here from Team BDS. Starting out so strong, putting on so much pressure. You can even see in the Mobile 1 high-performance replay, so many shots coming out from BDS and G2. Chicago, especially on the back line. How many times did he have to come up big for G2 on the goal line?
Well, exactly 6 times. It's a lot for Chicago, but only one shot. And something that Chicago was doing really well in the quarterfinals and in the semifinals today was shooting. He was scoring so many goals for G2, but when you only generate 4 shots on net against BDS, I mean, this defense is suffocating. There's nothing G2 could do on in BDS territory. They were trying multiple ways, James.
But at the same time, there were chances. You saw that ball bouncing across the goal line that J-Naps sent. It bounced off the post, went back to the middle. We saw a miss from BDS that was vulnerable to a rebound goal. So there are chances for G2, but BDS were able to edge out G2 in game one.
BDS draw first blood. Now it's up to G2 to respond. Chicago off the side wall. What's he got here? Still has this flip. Both BDS members getting the ball out. And Atomic actually benefiting from a weak touch from BDS there. Gets the 50, but Seiko ends up winning it.
Remember, a single best of 7 here. No game advantage, no bracket reset. One best of 7 to decide who's best in the world. BDS on top first.
Flip out from Monkey Moon. G2 aren't phased. That backboard has been unavailable totally for G2 to work with. Monkey Moon, slight touch in front, and another goal! Seiko cannot be stopped!
BDS barreling through the G2 defense once again. It's Monkey Moon bumping the last man of Chicago out of the way. Seiko once again to bop it home.
And Monkey Moon is playing like he's hungry for that world title. That was a massive play. BDS score first again.
Many times over the last 2 seasons, people have said Monkey Moon, he's the best player in the world. And he plays headhunter for Seiko that time. And able to pick up the first save. G2 denied. Another shot in front. They've been shut out so far.
Still looking for offense from G2. It's been a slow start here in this series, and especially in game 2, BDS feels like they're gaining more and more steam.
And these are the 2 greatest teams from their region during that online era. BDS winning almost everything. There were talks about, are they on the same level or past the legendary Dignitas team? Well, a win here at the World Championship would certainly cement them as Rocket League's best.
And the guy they added this season, Seiko, well, hang on a second! Monkey Moon has something to say, and that's a 2-goal lead!
Another one just breaking down the G2 defense. A great touch from Seiko with pace off the backboard. And Monkey Moon there to put it home. BDS double up.
Not how G2 want to start. Only 1 goal in the first game. And nothing developing. I think it's something off the kickoff, but Atomic, he's shaking off the play. Gets back to it in time. Hang on a second. 2 touches! And the knapsack has appeared!
Hello! J-Naps is here to play in game 2, and maybe an opportunity for G2 to wake up.
And J-Naps stole that right off the hood of Extra to lead that into the double tap. You saw the demo as well. Wonderful play. G2 have plenty of time left.
Might be just the type of play G2 needed. Well, Monkey Moon, he's gonna take control from Seiko. The 50 ends up working out, a little broken, but Extra gets in front. Misses the ball for Monkey. Monkey, 2 touches, almost a third, and J-Naps puts it away, but here comes the BDS pressure again. J-Naps, it's a little bit of time to think about this one. 50 straight out back to Atomic. G2 making their own addition with Atomic, getting that North American MVP this season. Trying to shake him off right now and get him more involved as the ball's cleared away again.
How many moments has G2 relied on Atomic offensively and defensively? Coming up big for them. This is a moment for him to step up once again. Down by 1, plenty of time left on the clock here in game 2. But G2 struggling to find any possession here against BDS.
They have stabilized. They're not getting pressured nearly as often. And here comes another one off the bar. A shot underneath. Atomic shows up too!
You ask and you shall receive. Atomic, the rebound off the crossbar. But look at the control from J-Naps. The first touch to settle the ball. He couldn't finish the job, but he had backup.
Not going down that easy. G2 Esports roaring back here in game 2. We talked about them needing to bring the ball down, get more possession against BDS, knock them off the horse. Those types of plays, great setup from G2.
Atomic launching one over to J-Naps. He's only got 23 and he won't get a chance at it anyway. The pop up. Monkey Moon looking for a way out. He hasn't found one. Oh, G2 almost snuck it into the right side. And Monkey Moon on the counter. Atomic has left the ceiling and does end up coming down with a touch.
We've seen lots of demos come out from G2. They're still looking for that to transition into some goals. That aggression certainly could come in handy down the road.
The demo game for G2 as well, helping them on offense. And defense here off the post. J-Naps scrambling, makes the goal line save. 2 of BDS were in his face.
But a double commit. Atomic and Chicago both going for it. This could set up a chance.
Well, Monkey Moon gets a free look. He's just gonna kick it hard. He gets another 50, but it rolls the other way, right by Seiko, and it rolls off. Still a read for Atomic, he's got it. BDS survived the quick push, but now they gotta get it clear. J-Naps pushes it out, and he lost it. Forces Atomic back.
G2 again, push back to their side. Looking for space, these long clears have really paid off. BDS, though, have weathered the storm, and now Monkey Moon, he's got a wide open net, and BDS into the lead.
Unbelievable! It bounces all the way in. Chicago reaching with his fingertips, but not close enough. BDS take the lead. 41 seconds left in game 2.
Just a few pixels off for Chicago. And now 41 seconds for BDS. Extra gets the kickoff again. Something that BDS were so successful against Furia with were the kickoffs, constantly getting that ball out down to their third man, causing immediate pressure. G2 do put the ball back. Big miss from JNaps. Monkey Moon won't get the touch, but Extra's gonna push it forward. G2, JNaps. Overhead is Monkey Moon, don't ongo, puts it to the corner. 10 seconds, Atomic. No touch. Chicago, light shot, denied. Around the corner again. Here comes Atomic. Seiko unfazed by the bump. No time left. Monkey Moon pushes it downfield, and the ball touches the ground. BDS 2 games away from a world championship.
And you wonder if G2's gonna call a timeout at this period. They have been struggling offensively, even defensively at times. We saw some double commits. It didn't really haunt them too bad this game, but this is not the G2 that we've seen up to this point. BDS, they're running circles around G2.
It's the question that was rolling around in my head the final minute of that game for G2. They put on so many shots here. Monkey Moon, though, look at his score, 701 points, 2 goals, 4 shots, and 4 saves, getting the job done for BDS here. They've doubled up their series score, and for G2, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to get back into this series.
And they did have moments where you thought they were going to be able to do it, but that was the play. Monkey Moon in a race against Chicago on the sidewall, and he got pole position. And BDS now inch that much closer to winning it all.
G2 really got to figure things out on defense. They just, on the back, why is the backboard free every time for BDS? Like Monkey Moon, on one of those plays, just kicks it up. He sees, well, nobody's here to defend. G2 will take a timeout. Smart. We've seen timeouts today really come into good effect for teams that have taken them down 0-2. Maybe it'll do so here for G2.
And we talk about, you know, especially coaches not wanting to let their players run into their last life in a best-of-7 or best-of-5 series, where you want to use that timeout and have a couple games to kind of get into maybe a play style change. You don't want to leave it till your final or possibly final game. And I think this is a smart chance for G2 to reset the medal, get themselves back into this series.
And this is a must-win game, and really, it's a must-score first game. BDS, their win rate when they score first is what now, 14-1? And so BDS, their hot start has to be denied by G2, who has to come out swinging if they hope to get back into it, because a 3-game lead in the grand final, that seems like too much to overcome.
They got to find a way to download them, like BDS downloaded Furia in the last series. G2, they cleaned up against FaZe, and now they got to find a way to really close or shorten things up here against BDS.
Yeah, you say download them, but also G2, they could just go and start playing their own game. They haven't executed any play style here. Where's the against BDS? They've just been trying to stay above water.
But if you're BDS, all you need is that one solo play that can come from anyone on that team. Seiko, we've seen what he can do. BDS, a 2-game lead. What will they do in game 3?
It was an excellent drop pass to Seiko, but well defended. Atomic also demoing Extra on the play. Now G2 starting to link up on quick attack. And Atomic shuffled off the ball. Seiko forced out. Extra getting bumped out. JNaps giving a good look, a pass to nobody, but it'll be Atomic first to the ball.
That's really the question. They start to link up. Atomic trying to get a bump.
2 go though.
On Monkey Moon, and the last man of Chicago trying to hold on. But it's back in possession at Seiko. This is a dangerous spot. Flip reset denied by JNaps.
Atomic keeping the ball close, hoping he can force the 50, but it's Monkey Moon who ends up winning it. He gets kicked over by Extra. Seiko drop pass, taken away.
But you look towards Chicago and JNaps. They've been the duo for G2 for so long. Such history behind that tandem. We talked about Atomic stepping up, but the offense really runs through those two players. You got to look towards them here as a minute has passed in game 3 to step things up after their timeout.
Especially with how good JNaps has been. A legend in this scene.
Demo.
Season 6 Golden Striker, Season 4 MVP. He has been around. The experience, undeniable. But all that experience is for this very game, this moment.
Atomic launching it, but JNaps can't commit. Monkey Moon had it covered. Nobody gets that touch. This is gonna favor G2. But then the touch is immediately shut down by Seiko. Monkey Moon light shot, but Chicago dives down. Another save. Continuous defensive duty for Chicago.
You don't want him there. You want him downfield. On offense, he's been having an MVP performance throughout this main stage, but he's been shut out here against BDS. Now Demo's rolling through for G2 on the BDS side, but no offense coming out from it.
Despite the woes on offense, G2 holding the line on defense. Now Chicago gets 1, 2 in front. Extra pushes it out. Nobody available for BDS. Not a lot of boost for JNAP. Seiko read him. My goodness, he got his crystal ball out. G2 will be able to push it back to midfield, but Seiko, he's in prime form.
Impressive confidence from the rookie on this stage. And we've seen rookies on the world stage pull off crazy things before. If you remembered Season 5, Jorby.
Oh, I remember. Seiko, passed over to Monkey Moon. Push back out downfield. JNAP gets one look at it, gets bumped by Monkey Moon. Oh, and Seiko can't get the dunk. Chicago in front, got a 50. Lands awkwardly backwards, can't get the 50 out, and BDS just locked down, and G2 can't find the key.
BDS are an absolute wall right now. Nothing that G2 is throwing at them is breaking through. BDS so consistent, and every third of the field, it's a battle for every inch.
JNAP's got enough boost for this one. Pushes Monkey Moon out of the way. Loose ball. Oh, and a weak touch here from Chicago. Had a lot of boost. Didn't want to shoot directly on net. BDS had 2 defenders ready for it, but he ended up giving up the ball. Seiko pushes it by, and BDS get out.
And Extra's downfield. What's he going to do? He picked up the boost. Rotate out, but you can see BDS starting to hunt. Can recognize G2 scrambling a bit. Offensively, defensively, they're bleeding and they need to stop it.
JNAPs will get the boost steal, but BDS get the boomer. Atomic, back over to JNAPs. Starting to win those midfield touches. Atomic got the touch, but there's Monkey Moon again. There seems to be 2 of them on the pitch as he gets the ball back to midfield.
Final minute here in game 3. And a lot of the play has been spent in the midfield, and especially on that BDS side, but the defense has been so strong. Now Extra trying to show some offense, and G2 bumping him out of the way.
Oh, Extra waiting. The ball just gripped a little too hard for him. And Extra has also looked excellent today. Here he comes, he whips it back around. Got 2 touches, Monkey Moon in the air, and he won't get to it. JNAPs, but Seiko gets a loose ball, little wide. Atomic knows he's got the space, takes his time, gets the ball to midfield.
G2 looks so scrambled defensively. BDS really spreading them out, especially across their own goal line. And it feels like BDS knocking on the door here. Seiko denied once again by Chicago.
They're in trouble. Extra got the boost steal. Looking for a bump. JNAP barely gets the touch. Now Monkey Moon up the side wall. Only 16. The pinch denied. Atomic gets there in time. While it looks shaky, they have kept the buoys level. Here comes Extra. Take it up again. Seiko pushes it downfield. Monkey Moon got to lead it. The net covered by Seiko. He gets there in time. 0 seconds. Chicago pumps it up in front. Denied by Monkey Moon again. And Chicago won't let it play. Overtime in game 3.
And this is a must-win game for G2. Otherwise, BDS, it'll look like they'll cruise to a world title.
Oh, a big miss. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey Moon's downfield. A pass in front. Shot. Goal! 1 game away from a championship.
This is why Seiko's on BDS. The pass across the box. The last man in Chicago can't make the save this time. And BDS put G2 on match point.
This is why they made the move, Corelli, for this single moment. The world title on the line. A moment that has been building for seasons, for years, all leading to this.
So much to prove for BDS. Making everyone think, are they the best team in the world during RLCSX? Then they win the fall major. Then they make a roster move. They add Seiko to the roster. Things don't work out at first. Then they come here to Fort Worth. And people are thinking, is that BDS? Are they really still here? Some people still believe, but I think a lot of people had doubt. And now, there's no questions anymore. They're about to sweep G2.
There's no questions because they've had answers. And Seiko having an answer in that overtime. A cold stone killer of a rookie. And Seiko might help elevate BDS to the World Championship.
And if you're watching right there at the end of that match, Seiko, a big sigh of relief. He took a huge breath, let it all out. He knew how much that goal means to him, and now one more game from a championship.
But the job is not done yet. G2 still have one more life. Will they lose it?
We have seen history break itself already today. We've seen the iciest team in Rocket League lose. And Atomic, he says, guess what? This match ain't over yet.
Good morning, G2. The crowd going crazy for that goal as they finally get on the board. You felt like they earned one in the previous game with how much pressure they had, but BDS's defense was just too strong. It takes them 8 seconds here in game 4.
And G2 also very good when they score first, 15-2, and they need this win, must win, season on the line, everything coming down to this for G2.
Oh, popped up, Monkey Moon's there. We talked a lot about Seiko, but how consistent, how clean has Monkey Moon played. There he is again. He's been the conductor on defense. But here's Atomic, shoots it high. JNAP hoping he can push Monkey Moon off the ball. Chicago forces all three to commit from BDS, leaves it open for JNAP. Shot too light, and Seiko's there to take it away.
Look how many options BDS covers at one time, even in a double commit. G2 had to put it there. There was no option to the far side, and here they come again.
Atomic
passed over to Atomic, but can't connect.
Oh, Atomic so close to getting a strong shot on the ball. It was a beautiful setup from JNAP, just too far out of reach.
Ball popped out, and now Seiko gets a free look. Not a lot of boost. Atomic shakes the ball away. Chicago just got kicked. JNAP's got a lead man downfield. Ball hits the ceiling, kills his attack. Now BDS. They have been impossible to break through. G2 get through one time, but they've only ever been able to break through once. As set up in front, Monkey Moon gets there again, and he always seems to be the guy that denies G2. But he's gone this time! Chicago has opened the gate!
The big kahuna belly flopping on that ball! Chicago, massive goal and a massive moment.
A little extra cushion here for G2. They've got 3.5 minutes to hold on. BDS finally showing some holes in the defense here.
2 touches for Atomic to get it downfield. Seiko letting it drop. Atomic, another touch in front. Monkey Moon tees it up high. BDS forced to respond down 2 goals, first time in the series. Seiko whips it back around, but now he's not winning that corner challenge anymore. Atomic kicking it up, and Chicago up quickly for the ball, forces Seiko to push it back to the opposite corner.
Good work again from BDS.
Oh, it's open.
How quick they get out. Extra was wide open. Extra. How did he get that angle, and what happened to the defense of G2?
I don't think anyone was expecting Seiko to get a light touch out to Extra. Extra zooming along the wall. Everyone's thinking Seiko might just clear it, and it would be an easy ball to get back to, but Atomic, he was stunned by the fact that Extra was there and putting a shot right on net.
You could see him panic. Atomic trying to get back, and now in a tough position. This Monkey Moon denies his touchdown. And G2, not the goal you want to give up. BDS so consistent through 3 games now. You feel like they might just catch up here in game 4.
Monkey Moon, first up. Seiko has to pull off the ball. Atomic using that hood to keep it close. Maybe getting a bump. Chicago and JNAPs linking up here. Nothing there again. G2 forced the whole way back to their own half. Chicago gets a demo, but your team's playing defense. Monkey Moon, he got deleted, and now the path clear for Atomic. Drops down underneath, pops it over 1, 2, in front, but Chicago is playing so close, and now Seiko run away deleted.
A crucial demo there. You don't want Seiko on the ball chasing towards your net. 2 minutes left to play. BDS looking for another. A drive from Seiko is denied by Chicago.
Critical touch there from Chicago to break up that double tap. We know that Seiko has that on lock.
Get defended on the back wall. G2 have to open up the middle of the field. They cannot use the back wall or the backboard. BDS simply won't let them. It's their territory, and G2 aren't allowed in.
And every touch that G2 gets on the BDS side is instantly met by a BDS player. You can see Chicago trying to play this one across the box, but BDS, a quality clear to slow G2 down.
Atomic trying to find the back wall, again denied. Shot on target, Atomic gets in the way, but it wasn't good enough. Seiko, pop, Monkey Moon in the midfield. He's got one, he wraps around and just can't get around it. BDS do have to respond. Despite the woes, they've got those 2 goals. It's been enough to hold the lead as we approach the final minute. Extra push back over to the corner.
Atomic trying to force that one, and now Extra trying to make a pay. Seiko on the far side. Met by Atomic again. BDS, 50 seconds to make the difference here for a championship. They've got to tie this one up.
As you can see, Chicago awkward there, driving in reverse up the wall. G2, they need an insurance goal. Can they get one here?
Atomic going for the fake on the challenge. Oh, Monkey Moon scoops it up. He's got control again. BDS looks so threatening, but the miss from Monkey Moon, it just works out. Seiko whips it back around. Monkey Moon's gonna get the boost steal in the corner. G2 have enough boost to be able to handle that. JNAPS gets the 50, but the continuous touch not there. G2 have done enough. 15 seconds left. They have to hold the line.
And Extra might make it difficult. He's chasing the last man. It's Atomic on the clear. Still dangerous. Another demo come out. JNAPS out of the play. Chicago also went in. BDS, they have to keep this up.
BDS tightening it. Down. G2 survive.
And that is 1 game down. But G2, they will have to make history if they hope to come back and win the World Championship title. We have never seen anyone perform a best-of-7 reverse sweep on land to win it all. And G2 will have to do it.
Against one of the strongest teams Rocket League has ever seen. A team online, years in the making for this moment.
Something we always praise BDS for over the tournaments is their ability to adapt, their ability to adjust to what their opponents are doing. Having this massive of a lead gives them so much time to be able to figure out how G2 are getting by them, figure out why they can't get by the defense anymore. And so it's gonna require a peak G2. It's gonna require a G2 we haven't seen for the first 3 games of this series and even part of the last game, James.
And no more timeouts.
Yep.
Yeah.
No more timeouts. It's all in from this point on for G2. Meanwhile, BDS will feel comfortable. They were within 1 there. They had opportunities in the final moments. BDS, they can smell it. It's so close. It's about to materialize. They just need a little bit more work done.
It could all end here on Wasteland. And BDS, they smell it, they taste it, they want that championship.
That's how you take the wind out of the sails of G2, and JNAPS not getting the challenge off the rip. It's Extra to strike first.
2 seconds. And BDS already make a G2 feel the pressure. Monkey Moon. No touch. Till he comes straight back down. Extra. Perfect read. And gets a perfect hit back out to Monkey Moon.
It's so crucial here for G2 if they want to stay in this series to quickly tie this one up. Time is such a factor here in Game 5. Backs against the wall. And even if we just started now, BDS still knocking on the door. It doesn't get any easier.
And not to mention BDS now 15-1 when they're scoring first. And now they're gonna get another one. Extra has stepped up in this grand final.
Extra, extra, I got a second one. Bounce it off your car, put it in your net. And with 4:19 left, BDS, they don't give up goals easily. Their defense has been immaculate. What can G2 do, Corelli?
It's only started. And what can they do? They've got to work on the kickoff, first of all. G2 letting them in and being shaky off of that kickoff. Now Extra again for 3. It's off the post. JNAPS makes the save. Another one off the post from BDS. Charlie, it's denied again.
And maybe that will be the spark that should have been the 3rd goal for Team BDS. But somehow it doesn't go in. G2 will need to build off that. Otherwise, BDS will be walking away as champions.
You gotta feel like a 3rd goal That's almost impossible territory for G2. They cannot let that third goal go in. They need to find a way to respond, and they have to do it quickly. BDS, they're making mincemeat right now of G2. That shot, no good. Monkey Moon right on top of it.
G2's play style completely smothered here. A great demo, but again denied. BDS's defense, a master class against such a strong offense in G2.
Oh, it's just off the post. Seiko almost found it. And now Chicago underneath. Atomic playing it quickly, but JNAPS had to play defense, waiting for Seiko. Seiko flips it over one. Almost got the bump. Extra forces the 50 off another. And it just doesn't feel like BDS can do anything wrong. No matter what they do, the touch works out. The 50 goes their way. Finally, Chicago gets a break on the corner, 2 touches, but Monkey Moon's there. G2 have not done enough to force BDS to respect them on defense, to actually whittle out down everything that they've worked for. Extra's gonna get his boost. All of BDS are just, they're eating, they're feasting, James.
They're eating G2 for breakfast right now, and it looks like they might have a second breakfast. BDS, they've been taking it to G2. We see a demo on the goal line. We're past the halfway point. This is a chance. Rebound. That will go wide.
Pushed again, but that's a BDS ball. Light pass. Another pass. Seiko gonna push it downfield, and every blue touch is gonna be more time chewed off that clock.
You can see the possession combining with each other downfield from BDS. It's so tough for G2 to track, and offense not going their way at the moment.
Monkey Moon deleted. Ball underneath, but Seiko's there to cover the option. Light pass, Atomic 50 in front. JNAPS protects the counterattack, but Extra's right behind the ball. Chicago trying to prevent the inevitable. Monkey Moon takes that ball, but it's denied. JNAPS desperate for a flick. He gets one, but can they get by Extra? Can they get by Monkey Moon? Monkey Moon gets bumped up early. Chicago, nothing. Extra's in front. The shot taken away. There's nothing there for G2.
Players just barreling out of the BDS net. And G2 met by every single defender. 2 are there for BDS again. Now Chicago into the air with some space. He comes down. He goes wide. BDS deny once again.
Almost 70 seconds left until BDS are world champions. G2 fighting, finding a way. JNAPS popping it up high. Not a lot of boost left. He's lost the ball. Another clear and more time eating away at G2's hope.
And all that blood, sweat, and tears scattered throughout the season, leading to this moment. BDS, less than a minute left to go.
Up high, JNAPS, he's got a lot in the tank. He's got the backboard open, but it's taken away. Monkey Moon diving back again. BDS, impossible to beat. Extra, getting that one down. 30 seconds left until BDS are champions.
G2, they've got to find something. Is it Chicago in the corner? A follow-up. It goes wide. Seiko doesn't even have to go.
20 seconds. G2 deflated. And they've got nothing. BDS, one more. Goal! Monkey Moon puts the dagger into G2's heart.
There are no more questions that can be asked of this legendary Team BDS squad.
12 seconds. It might as well be a victory lap around Wasteland Night. Seiko around the corner. G2 to the scrapyard. Team BDS to the hall. Your world champions.
Team BDS stands alone at the top of the world.
Legends in the making. Now, legends made.
No more questions. The book is complete.
Dickies Arena. Give it up for your world champions of BDS. The journey has been long. We have waited 973 days to crown a new world champion. Now here we stand. I mean, I see the emotions in your eyes, but I have to ask, what does this feel like?
I have no words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I do not even realize that we won. And thank you guys, thank you so much.
Crowning a champion doesn't always come with a good side of things. There are sacrifices that need to be made to get to this very stage. I want to touch a little bit on the sacrifices that you guys have had to endure to make it this far.
I mean, esports job, no matter what, like players, manager, coach, is like a 24/24 and 7x7 job. You have to take care of every problem that can possibly happen. I'm talking as a coach, of course, but it's a lot of anticipation, it's a lot of thinking, it's a lot of understanding who you work with and adapt to them. So yeah, it's a lot of sacrifice. You have to think a lot and take decisions. Of course, I'm not the only one who take decisions. I do it with them, and being world champion means that we took good decisions. So I'm really happy about it.
Extra, just the same question for you. Anything you want to add on just the hardships, the things you've given up to be on this very stage?
I've sacrificed a lot since London. Top 16 is not a good result for us. It's very hard mentally to bounce back from this, and I'm happy to prove everyone here that we are the best team and the best team in the world.
And you did. Now, you had success at the Stockholm Major. Roster change happened, things didn't really go your way. Was there ever any doubts that entered your mind for the team's success and your journey this year?
I mean, Seiko's rival is a pretty good thing for us. Very good event if we did very good. Mark as well. Shout out to him as well. And yeah, I have no words to describe what I'm feeling right now. Thank you.
Extra, my friend. There are many people out there who want to be just like you. They want to stand on this very stage one day. Fellow players of yours. What is the message you have for them? The grind, the sacrifices, and what it takes to get here.
Honestly, don't ever start to doubt about yourself. Just keep pushing and you will get there.
One final question here. What does it mean for you guys to be able to share this stage together? It's not just you, it's you and your friends and your teammates. What does that mean for you?
I mean, my team is my family, my second family, so that means everything to me.
Family is everything. The tournament has been long. The year has been long. For everybody here in attendance, all 13,000 of you, and for everybody watching at home, I give you the best team in the world, BDS.
Days, but finally, we have a new world champion.
What a story for BDS. the onliners, the team that made their name through the online period of RLCS. RLCS X, strongest team. They also dominated this season, and they proved they could do it all once again. To be at the top for 2 years in Rocket League is one of the hardest feats to do, and they've done it here again.
They made a massive move picking up Seiko, and when they did, we said, you know what? This could be the best team in the world, and they proved out here today.
And 10 months is a long time through a season. BDS, there was times when people thought they couldn't play on this stage. They were 0-9 between the Winter Major and then the Spring Major. But they came into this through the main event because of all the points that occurred. They made it through the upper bracket. They never lost in this tournament.
And you gotta give it to them, man. You really do that. To go through what they've gone through. The adversity, the speculation, the doubters, including myself in the RLCS online era. Everybody's saying you gotta legitimize it on land. You gotta do it. They did it in fall, then ever since then they went 0-9. They dropped Mark, pick up Seiko, it still didn't work. And yet they continued to push and push and push. And now, they sit here as world champions. Nothing short of incredible.
We were talking about the Dignitas era previously. Then we've talked about how BDS ruled through the online era. I think it's time, Gibbs, we call it what it is. We're in the BDS era. It's their world, and we're just living in it.
Absolutely. So this is a new era of Rocket League. We're done with half-season world championships. It's full year. BDS throughout all of online. We thought they would contend for this. And now they've won it all.
They had so many doubters since their success at the fall major. Obviously, they had the roster move as well, but I think they proved that, you know, all that matters is the World Championship. Do it on the best day, on the biggest stage. And they proved that, you know what, take the final major off, rest up, recover, and come back strong. These guys, they're living up to expectations. I'm sure their expectations is to be the best team in the world. And they've done that today.
I mean, Seiko, a relative unknown before this this season of RLCS, and came in and straight away on endpoint looked amazing. Dominated one of the strongest players we've seen, and putting these three players together, they play the fundamentals of Rocket League better than no other team. You cannot out-fundamental this BDS roster.
That's right.
And they deserve the success, and it shows to all those less mechanical players out there. Obviously, you have to execute well, but you don't have to do anything flashy to win a world championship.
This is Gregan's dream right here.
I love it.
Nothing but fundamentals wins the world championship.
I'm coming back, baby.
Oh, man. But go ahead.
I was, Gibbs, how early did you predict that BDS? When did you say that BDS was going to win this?
You know, I don't want to brag. It was like a month and a half ago, but, you know.
As I said, I think a lot of people did when Seiko came on board, right?
Yeah, but that was after 0-9. I did it after London Major, but, you know, I'm not going to
Listen, Seiko's a world champion, but it's also important to say that Mark by 8 is a world champion as well.
What a shout.
Oh my gosh, it's just, you gotta be happy for him, man. I'm not even mad.
And on this stage, though, as well, because we've seen 3 majors. When it's in NA, then NA wins it. When it's in Europe, then we see Europe win it. But BDS to come in here.
That's how strong they are.
And beat them versus G2, a fan favorite. The crowd was behind them after every goal, but still, they persevered.
They didn't give the crowd the opportunity to be behind them. They shut them down.
They didn't, and I think they loved that situation as well. Seeing extra pop off for every goal. And to their credit, they came in hot into that grand final, and G2, that looked a bit cold to start off with, and they didn't give them an inch. They kept the foot down. And they gave them a game in the end, but I think that was just for respect.
That's something BDS have done this whole season, though. They make teams look worse because it's so frustrating to play against a team doing simple stuff that well, because there's no space on the pitch. You don't feel like you could ever break them down. Yeah. So you start second-guessing every touch you make, because if you make a slightly wrong decision, you're going to get counterattacked for it.
And you feel in your hearts for Chicago and JNAPS the exact same situation, exact same score line as in Season 7.
It felt very similar to Season 7. Yeah. You know, the whole top 8 all on the final day with the quarters, semis, final, and then have this European team come in and upset G2 in the final, taking the first 3 games, going down 4-1. It's so many similarities. So G2 are going to be feeling that symmetry.
To their credit, though, they hadn't really put a foot wrong until this grand final. They were flawless. They were so clinical with G2, but unfortunately, they just came up against a better team on the day.
Ripped the floor out from under them there, and we've been talking about Seiko, how strong of a move that was. We've been talking about him being the obvious choice for Rookie of the Year. How about one more accolade? We have votes for MVPs here at the event. The overall MVP for our Rocket League World Championship going to be Seiko here from Team BDS. Congratulations to Seiko, World's MVP for RLCS 21.
What a performance. He led in goals per game. He was a catalyst for the BDS offense, and that's what they needed. They needed to quiet this crowd early, and that's exactly what he did.
They did.
Phenomenal. I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong the whole time, and I think the important thing as well with BDS is that Extra stepped up as well in that final.
That's facts.
And it wasn't just the Seiko show, which we sort of had early on in the tournament. That whole team was incredible.
I want to tell a little anecdote of Extra. I met him back in 2019 when I was with Vitality, and he came up to me and he said, I want to be like K-Dop. I want to be the best rotational player in the world, and he's proven it here today. He went to Montreal, we chatted for a bit, and I just looked back at a message from him saying, I want to be the best rotational player in the world. And that's always been his aim, and he showed it. Fundamentals, rotation, that's always been his goal. And yet, even here in the final, he stepped up in every other aspect of his game with some of the best goals of the final as well.
He was incredible. Now, we do also give out an MVP for offensive and defensive player of the tournament, the offensive MVP. And a wonderful shout out to the runner-up here. It's going to be Chicago and the performance he put on, not just through this grand final, but through the entire event.
Yeah, he was fighting for goals per game lead the entire tournament, and G2 came out red hot throughout that main event. When they played Furia, where we thought it was the best series of the entire land, Chicago was that man on the offensive side.
We have top right Tommy. We're probably going to name the other top left corner for Chicago. He was finding consistently every single series, so full respect to him. He was dominant.
Wonderful performance from him. We heard from Extra the entire time. He's been the primary spokesman for the team. We've talked about Seiko being the overall MVP. The only player we haven't really said by name up here is our defensive MVP of the tournament, going to be Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon taking home the defensive MVP title.
And historically not known for his defense, he was more the offensive powerhouse of BDS when they had Mark on the team, and he's taken up that role, recognizing that Seiko was the stronger offensive player, so he's looking to leave that space for Seiko, which is such a mature approach for any pro player.
So huge. It feels like the old days of Energy when Garrett was getting new teammates and he would have to move to a defensive role.
Yep.
And now we see it with Monkey Moon. He wanted to win. That's more important than player accolades. He still got one, but he wanted to win more than anything.
And that shows how great he is. When they picked up Seiko, it was who's going to be the best player on the team? Who's going to get the numbers? Monkey Moon, and I think losing in London helped them out phenomenally, because then they figured it out. It's like, Monkey Moon realized, I just got to let Seiko go, and I got to fill in. And that's the way I'm going to become a champion. It happened today.
He's too good in offense, Seiko. Like, you could say he's one-dimensional because he's just an offensive
He's just an offensive juggernaut.
And Monkey Moon's just an all-around great player. So he's saying, well, if you're scoring the goals, I'll sit back and do the rest.
What a season. The season is finally concluded here. BDS are the world champions, and it'll be another 12 months, a year before we possibly crown another one here. What an event this has been, and I've had such a privilege to work alongside some of the best people in the business. Bates, this has been, what a season for you. What a season for all of us.
I mean,
let's give it up for Bates real quick. Let's give it up for Bates. He's coming in this season, first touch and everything, just popping off, getting the whole crowd behind him. 13,000 people were cheering with you for G2 pick. It's a lot of fun to watch, man.
I mean, it's incredible to be here. Going through my failures as a player, but now I finally found my little family and my success on the desk. So.
All the family.
With the legends.
Why'd you look at me when you said failures?
You're not a failure.
It's been an incredible season. We've had so many games, so many teams, so many regions competing, and we could not do it without the regional managers that helped make this possible. Big shout outs to Ben, Dylan, Herman, Jaden, Mateo, and Nish for their work keeping our scene global. We could not do it without you. Thank you so much to all of the fans. Thank you so much to the casting team, the players, the production crew in the back. Thank you at home for watching. Thank you. This has been RLCS 2021. I'm Wave Punk. I'll see you guys next season.
times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get 2K to my 3 wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back. reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need.